This young man was completely bewildered when he suddenly woke up in the body of someone who had just taken their own life. Alphons was royalty from the Holy Empire, but due to his rebellious nature, he had been exiled by the Holy Emperor to the land of the undead. After staying there for a while, he had already stirred up a ton of trouble. The original Alphons had truly decided to end it all because he was so fed up with life. The very moment his soul left his body was the exact moment our protagonist was reincarnated into this new shell. And so, we ended up with the gentle, well-behaved Prince Alphons we see today. At first, the guy really couldn't adapt to his new identity. However, after arriving, he discovered he could see a status window. This thing provided quite a bit of necessary information, so he gradually got used to being Alphons. His profession was that of a necromancer, which, ironically, was a perfect fit for his current job as a gravedigger. Thanks to his ability to command the undead, whether it was digging graves or burying bodies, he didn't need to lift a finger himself. Life after reincarnation continued peacefully until one day, Alan decided to say goodbye to his undead companions. They were more upset about this than someone getting dumped by their partner. Each one of them was so angry they were foaming at the mouth, reacting in such an over-the-top way. Calm down. Although it wasn't clear how much these zombies could understand, Alphons still politely said a few words before leaving. My past life was a bit complicated and hard to talk about, so let's save that for later. But this time, I'll try to live a peaceful second life. Maybe I can actually do it since I have you guys here. You are all very important to me. After being sweet-talked by Alan, the three zombies calmed down significantly. Once that was settled, they went back to their daily chores, which included digging up dirt to bury corpses and setting up headstones for the departed. At the same time, quite a distance from where Alphons was standing, two men were struggling to pull a cart. On it were two corpses that were already giving off a foul stench, drawing flies. "Did you hear that?" one of them asked. "Shut your mouth and keep pushing. Do you want to die like them?" "Hurry up and get to the prince," the other one said, losing patience. They weren't just bringing these two corpses to ask Alphons to bury them. They also brought a thorny question. How could they save their village from the curse? "These are the last bodies, right?" Alphons observed the two corpses that the men had just brought. Their village had been almost completely destroyed. Those lucky enough to survive had all run away. Only corpses remained, and they had all been transported here. The two men desperately hoped Alphons would return to the village with them because they thought, if they had this prince-turned-necromancer with them, they would be safer. Alphons originally wanted to refuse. An exiled prince like him, what kind of power did he have to protect anyone? However, the two men clung to him like barnacles, using every argument in the book to beg him. "Please. What if we get infected too? Please. With you by our side, we'll definitely be safer." Although he didn't want to agree at all, Alphons felt that if he kept refusing, he would eventually be annoyed to death by these two. So, he decided to return to the village with them. The place was truly horrific. The desolate, ruined scenery already felt like a horror movie. The drainage system had long since stopped working, so there were many pools of stagnant, murky water in the village. Alan carried a face mask and a shovel, walking in front, followed closely by the two men clinging to him. "Hey, stop clinging to me," Alan said, losing patience. "But we have to carry these protective charms on us to feel at ease." There was just no helping these two. They actually considered him their lucky charm. Alphons grumpily scolded them a few times. Just then, a shadow flickered past the three of them at lightning speed. Only Alphons noticed this movement. "What was that just now?" "What do you mean, what? Don't scare us. It was probably just some rats running by." The two men were terrified, but Alphons wasn't. He grabbed his shovel and headed toward where the shadow had just passed, wanting to check what it was. Behind him, the two men were frantically begging Alphons not to leave them alone. It seemed these two were all brawn and no brains, with hearts as small as a rabbit's. Alphons stepped into the small alley, his tension peaking. He had a bad feeling. There was definitely something there, because every nerve in his body had gone on high alert. This must be an ordinary creature, yet it gave off an extremely fierce aura. Squeak! A sound rang out, making Alphons jump. He looked down. Damn it, it's just a rat? But the scene changed in an instant, proving that Alphons's intuition was not wrong at all. The rat's eyes were blood red. Simultaneously, from the rat hole behind it, a whole swarm of other rats rushed out. Each and every one of them had bloodshot eyes, and teeth sharper than a wolf's. They stuck out long tongues, aggressively charging toward Alphons, wanting to attack. "What the hell is this?" Alphons raised his shovel to defend himself. "All right, I see. These aren't normal rats, they're undead rats. It turned out the reason the village had become like this was because of these rats. They were small in size, but their numbers were overwhelming, and they were fast. Alphons couldn't prevent the swarming rats from climbing all over him. Damn it, enough. Forget it. The shovel in his hand emitted a blinding blue light. Alan swung the shovel hard, slamming it into the ground and creating a massive shockwave. The rats in the immediate vicinity were instantly knocked out. However, the number of rats Alphons had taken down was only a small fraction. Seeing their companions killed, the entire swarm behind them reacted like a detonated bomb. They all stared at Alphons with deathly gazes and let out horrifying screeches. "White it! Wait! I didn't mean to. It was an accident." Of course, explaining to this crowd was useless. Alan was pushed backward by the swarm of rats. Behind him was a pool of murky, dirty water. His shovel fell into it, once again emitting a blinding blue light. Alphons accidentally touched the water with his hand, and a prize status window instantly appeared with the text, "Used skill, deadly swamp." Swamp? What the hell kind of swamp? Alphons was drenched by the water like a drowned rat. The two men also rushed over just then. "Prince, are you here?" As soon as they arrived, they noticed that the dirty puddle in the alley had turned into holy water. This left them incredibly astonished, endlessly exclaiming in awe at Alphons's supernatural abilities. As expected of a prince of the Holy Empire. "Prince, my foot!" Alan inwardly cursed like crazy. He hadn't expected that today he would accidentally unearth another one of his own skills. When he first arrived, Alan knew this body had the ability to raise the undead, but this skill he just used had purifying properties. It was truly brand new. This new body of his was brimming with holy power, because the original Alphons was the grandson of the Holy Emperor. This discovery made Alphons suddenly feel like he had become a god. "White it, what's that? I thought all the villagers were dead. Turns out there's still a child here." Alphons snapped out of his silly thoughts. Facing the three of them, a girl had appeared from somewhere. The two men quickly recognized her as Charlotte Harris, who lived next door. However, they didn't realize she was very abnormal. Charlotte Harris's right hand was hiding a sharp knife. Before the two men could notice, she used lightning-fast speed to deliver a clean slash. Alphons reacted a split second faster, raising his shovel handle to block the knife. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as the other two. What is she? A zombie girl? Alphons initially thought so. But looking closer, this person named Charlotte Harris didn't seem to have completely lost her humanity. The proof was that she was still smart enough to use a knife. Alphons knocked the shovel handle upward, pushing her away. Charlotte Harris stumbled, her hand still clutching the knife. Her eyes were as blood-red as the rats, but strangely, she was crying. Charlotte Harris let out some strange sounds. Alphons tried hard to listen to what she was trying to say. "Where are Mom and Dad?" Before he could react, Charlotte Harris madly lunged at him again. Alan couldn't think of a better plan. He used the shovel handle to knock her down into the pool of holy water behind her, then pressed her down firmly. Charlotte Harris struggled in agony, but her strength gradually faded. The wild look on her face vanished, and she recovered to the state of a normal person. Several days later, many villagers flocked to see Alphons. "We heard you purified a large nest of zombie rats that had taken over a village. We also heard you saved a child named Charlotte Harris. Please, save us too." "I didn't save anyone." Alphons coldly closed the book he was reading. "She was dying. How could I have saved everyone? My bloodline is indeed related to the Holy Empire, but I personally have no supernatural powers." The villagers were devastated to hear Alphons say that. They had traveled a long distance just to be saved by him. Alphons let out a long sigh. Right at that moment, the man from earlier rushed into the room, panting. "Prince, Charlotte Harris has woken up. It's all thanks to you. I let her go back to sleep because she looked so tired." Speaking of which, the man finally realized that there seemed to be many strangers in the room. The newly arrived villagers all looked toward Alphons at once. Naturally, none of the looks were very friendly. "Why on earth did you say she was dead, Alan? You're so embarrassing. In this situation, you don't even know how to explain yourself. You can only blame that big-mouthed guy, Grill. Now, Alan, you'll have to take this on. Besides, your body is overflowing with holy power, so I'll help you folks out." Alphons declared, "But I have a few conditions." Thanks to the system he gained after reincarnating, Alphons can see everyone's information through a status window. It's wild. These people traveled such a long way here hoping for his help, yet they don't trust Alphons just because he's an exiled trash prince. "The conditions are quite simple," Alphons announced. "I don't do charity work, so if you want my protection, You lot must provide money or valuable items in exchange. And you all have to renovate the church for free, too. The whole place? Seriously? The villagers were incredibly confused. Not only do they have to pay a fee, but they also have to provide manual labor? And this church where Alphons is staying is way too dilapidated anyway. But, wanting to save their own necks, they all agreed to the conditions Alan set. He also demanded one more thing. This transaction must not reach the ears of the Holy Knights, because if the royal family finds out, he'll definitely be in deep trouble. Oh, okay. The villagers were anything but happy. Many even secretly called Alphons a con artist. However, he didn't really care. In fact, Alphons was actually blooming with joy inside, because, finally, this church, considered a place of exile, has actually become useful. According to the information they brought, that village had about 30 corpses turned into zombies. All right, everyone, go grab your gear. What? What gear? You told us to handle the zombies, but you're planning to make us fight alone? You guys can throw a few things while I chant holy spells. It's like paying for a bodyguard, but still having to do the work yourself, huh? The villagers couldn't take it anymore and openly criticized Alphons, calling him a devil. Just then, strange sounds echoed from outside the window. One person glanced out and immediately panicked. It's the zombies. They're chasing us. The crowd descended into chaos, but because of that, they became much more obedient. Under Alphons's guidance, everyone rushed to grab equipment from the storage room. In the distance, a legion of zombies was slowly approaching, but something wasn't right. Alphons glanced at the dense row of zombies. Damn it, you told me there were 30 people? Alan was furious. Village chief, explain yourself. My bad. When I was running earlier, I guess I didn't see clearly. If he had known this fake guy was so unreliable, Alphons would have left them to fend for themselves. But that zombie army had already found them. He had no choice but to fight. Alphons grabbed a shovel and charged to the front. He activated the deadly swamp skill once more. The holy water, with its purification ability, had quite impressive power. Actually, using the skill wasn't the hard part. Alphons himself, before reincarnating here, had volunteered to beta test a virtual reality game to earn money. The job he chose in the game was Necromancer. Unfortunately, he was electrocuted to death and reincarnated into this body. Luckily, after crossing over, that class came along with him. Combined with the original owner's body, which was brimming with holy power, Alphons became even more overpowered. However, he still wasn't fully accustomed to using holy power, so everything was a bit out of control. I can't take it! The scream of a man caught Alphons' attention. He knew they were all zombies, but among them was his wife. So, even though he held a weapon in his hand, the man couldn't bring himself to strike. As the zombie was about to devour him, Alphons flew over and kicked it away. Honey, the man shouted, tears streaming down his face. She's already dead. Don't make such a scene. What the hell do you know? Alan lost his patience and pointed his shovel directly at the zombie the man called his wife. Her body is decaying, and her soul is lost. If you want your wife to suffer like this, go ahead and run. Otherwise, pick up your weapon and fight. Wow. While Alphons was trying to talk some sense into the man, a pack of zombies tried to ambush him. He was almost hit. Alan leaned over to dodge. In his eyes, a figure appeared. Long, shimmering white hair. She descended from the sky like a goddess, terrifying the nearby zombies. Looking closely, who else could it be but Charlotte Harris? Prince, are you all right? Charlotte Harris was once just an innocent child. When the epidemic hit the village, her mother comforted her, saying it was just a short time so they could live healthier when the new year arrived. Until one day, Charlotte Harris was chased by a pack of red-eyed rats. She ran home and was horrified at the sight of her mother being bitten by her father. Charlotte, run. Those were the last words her mother spoke before she also turned into a zombie. After that, it was a horror show. Outside, the rats surrounded them, and inside, Charlotte Harris's parents kept hunting her. She was forced to grab whatever she could to defend herself, but she couldn't remember what happened after that. She only knew that the rats that once tried to bite her ignored her now. Does that mean I've become one of them too? Not sure, but Charlotte Harris didn't care anymore. Now, everyone in this village had mutated. No one could save her. Charlotte Harris sat in the corner of the room, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, she wished someone would come to save her, even if it was just one person. Luckily, that person finally arrived, none other than Alphons. Charlotte Harris opened her eyes in a daze. She was lying on a soft bed. Her eyes were still bloodshot, but her consciousness had returned. Oh, you're awake? Where am I? Charlotte Harris sat up, her head pounding like a hammer. The prince told me to take care of you. The zombies are still out there, so remember to stay quiet. From outside, the window came the sounds of Alphons shouting, screams, and the groaning of the zombies. Charlotte Harris saw and recognized the familiar figure. She threw the window open to the man's shocked gaze. Before he could stop her, Charlotte Harris leaped out the window, landing straight where the zombies were about to make a meal out of Alphons. The impact was so strong the ground cracked into a large crater, and the zombies, nearby, were scared out of their wits by the shockwave. "Are you all right, Prince?" A short time passed. Alan stood stiff as a board, looking at a mountain of zombies that Charlotte Harris had wiped out. No way. How could she do this alone? On the side, the villagers were cheering for Charlotte Harris like a goddess. To say Alphons wasn't annoyed would be a lie. Clearly, he was the one holding the zombies back. However, it seemed this power of Charlotte Harris was related to him. It looked like Alphons had managed to purify her before Charlotte Harris completely turned into a zombie, so now she had the mind of a normal person. But her strength was on par with a zombie. "Stop cheering for a second. Now we have to take care of your families," Alphons told the crowd. "I know everyone is very tired, but it's best to end this now." The crowd became very silent, but the departed still needed to be released. Alphons stood up himself to perform the purification ritual. Simply put, it was holding a mass funeral and praying for the deceased to rest in peace so their souls wouldn't be lost anymore. This was also part of the reason Alphons was exiled here, because the land of the dead was frequently disturbed by the situation of the living. Dead rising. Only those with abundant holy power could perform the purification ritual to suppress it. But there was one thing that made Alphons extremely curious. The speed at which the villages were being destroyed was quite fast, and it had no precedent before. He asked the village chief again, but he insisted that nothing strange or unusual had appeared in the village, and from the time the first person got sick until the whole village was wiped out, it only took 1 month. So, it seems this epidemic was an intentional act, Alphons mused. This offhand remark of his actually made the remaining villagers fall into a panic. However, Alphons didn't have time to worry about their mood. If his hypothesis was correct, then the one manipulating the zombies must be nearby. However, he didn't know how to find them. "Whatever. Forget it. I'm going to sleep. You guys handle the rest." Alphons dragged his exhausted body back to the bedroom. Conducting the funeral was too draining. He needed a good night's sleep to recover. But before he could even doze off, a horrifying scream woke Alphons up. What happened early in the morning? Kidnapped, the zombies kidnapped someone. Alan immediately woke up. 2 young men were talking. On and on, recounting how they saw a zombie kidnap a young girl into the forest. According to them, the kidnapped person was a girl named Morgana. She often helped the villagers here, and later she even helped heal people's wounds. "Do I know her?" Alan interrupted the two. Even though he had reincarnated into this body, he couldn't grasp the memories of the original owner. The 2 guys hummed for a long time before daring to say, she's a beauty. And then she rejected the prince's confession because of that humiliation. "You even used to stop it. I remember now. This is just embarrassing." Alphons gritted his teeth, wondering how many foolish things the former owner of this body had done. After transmigrating here, he was the one left to endure this soul-crushing humiliation. 2 young men suggested that Alphons should organize a search party to bring Morgana back. It sounded noble, but Alan knew damn well these scumbags were only fired up because Morgana was beautiful. Still, zombies kidnapping someone was unheard of. It looked like he would have to check it out himself to see if there were any suspicious signs. Alphons put on his coat, ready to go find her. "My lord, Han, a hunter from our village, might be useful to you." "All right, then let's go." The 2 young men's eyes lit up like car headlights as soon as Alan agreed to find the beauty. As the 3 of them prepared to depart, Alan noticed Charlotte, standing not far away with a blank face. She was watching him without blinking. What was wrong with her? Was she still bitter because he had knocked her out? Alphons felt a bit uneasy under Charlotte Harris's unfriendly gaze, especially after seeing her take down a mountain of zombies all by herself. So, Alphons took off running, to avoid her eyes. The 2 womanizing young men followed closely behind. "Hurry up, or Morgana will become lunch for the zombies." Han, the hunter with extensive forest experience, quickly tracked the zombies. He was certain they had entered a cave. The 4 of them stood at the cave entrance. Alan could sense a thick, eerie energy radiating from within. If this place were crawling with zombies or the source of the plague, it wouldn't be surprising. However, kidnapping humans wasn't something mindless zombies could do. So, Alphons considered another possibility, that this cave was the base of the mastermind. Should we just burn this place to the ground? Alphons suggested. The two womanizing young men were startled. My lord, Morgana is still in there. Oh, right. She is an innocent civilian, after all. Alphons withdrew his arsonist thoughts. Still, this place was highly suspicious. Moreover, he could feel that this cave was the perfect terrain for zombies to unleash their full power. If they all went in to save one woman, he feared they would just become a feast for the monsters. So how are we supposed to rescue Morgana now? Let's prepare thoroughly and come back later. Of course, if they did that, the chances of Morgana surviving would drop significantly. Before Alan could even finish his sentence, a roar echoed from behind him. As he turned, he saw a zombie bear. At very close range. Your Highness, the others screamed. But it was too late. The beast's razor-sharp teeth sank into Alphons's shoulder. It aggressively dragged him into the cave and tossed him down a cliff. Pain radiated from his shoulder, clear to his brain. Alphons immediately used his skills, Deadly Swamp and Cursed Spirit. As expected, Cursed Spirit was a recovery skill. Even though his body was overflowing with holy power, fortunately, Alphons had studied and prepared several skills for situations like this. The status window displayed the basic information about the bear. This creature had a name, the Gluttonous King. Its state was being enhanced by necromancy. It turned out that thanks to this, the Gluttonous King could maintain its terrifying strength even when hit by the holy water from Alphons's Deadly Swamp. This was trouble. Alan couldn't think of a way to beat a bear, especially one controlled by a necromancer. The Gluttonous King let out a roar and charged toward Alphons, who stood there like an idiot, holding a shovel and having no idea how to respond. In this situation, Alphons could only think to run, but how could his speed compare to the Gluttonous King? Just as its claws were about to strike, Charlotte Harries appeared once again. She leaped from above just like last time, accurately stabbing the dagger in her hand into the Gluttonous King's left eye. Alan stared in shock. He didn't know when Charlotte Harris had started following him to be able to rescue him in time. However, that didn't matter now. Charlotte Harris, hold that damn thing back. Charlotte Harris was knocked away by the bear, but with her current body, she was barely phased. She still gripped her knife tightly, slashing whenever she could. With a loud thud, the Gluttonous King was thrown back. Thanks for buying me time to use my skill. A hand reached out toward Charlotte Harries. She intended to take it, but something felt wrong. The hand was pitch black and shriveled, clearly a zombie's hand. What the hell? Did the prince turn into a monster too? But very quickly, all of Charlotte Harries's questions were answered. From deep beneath the earth, many zombies suddenly erupted. Alphons flashed a confident smile with teeth as white as a brand ambassador. This is how I should join a battle. With this many, that bear doesn't stand a chance. The Gluttonous King was huge, but being surrounded and torn apart by a horde of zombies was a struggle. Every time it knocked one away, many more crawled up from under the ground. Alphons, meanwhile, was turning pale because he had pushed himself to summon too many zombies. His condition wasn't looking too stable. The bear was much stronger than Alphons's zombies. It had already killed countless ones. But Alphons felt that, with this rhythm, things were settled. The Gluttonous King was covered in countless scratches and bites and was exhausted. Finally, it was finished off by Charlotte Harries. Alphons couldn't even stand steadily anymore. Charlotte Harris hurriedly supported him. I'm fine, just used a bit too much holy power. Inside Alphons's mind, the question remained, why was Charlotte Harris here? Was she here to settle the score for the last time he dunked her in holy water? Charlotte Harris, I accidentally let you see my full power, but I want to live in peace. Could you keep it a secret? Alphons was exhausted, his face deathly pale. But through Charlotte Harris's eyes, he looked like he had been enhanced by a beauty filter sparkling and captivating, making it impossible for her to look away. You are my savior. Of course, I will obey your every wish. Alphons was stunned at the word savior. He had always assumed Charlotte Harris viewed him as a thorn in her side because of the holy water incident. He didn't expect her to have such a simple, idle mindset. Before the two could say anything more, a voice echoed down from the cliff. Your Highness, we brought more people, torches, and ropes. Charlotte Harries, why did you jump down there? Your Highness, are you okay? The people who had just arrived hurriedly threw down ropes and climbed down. When they saw the Gluttonous King's carcass, they were extremely shocked, because this monster had immense strength and had killed countless people. The prince and Charlotte killed this thing? So cool. Charlotte was still debating whether or not to deny it, but Alphons spoke up first. I think there is a necromancer in this cave. He tried to turn this place into a base, so he killed the bear that was already here. When we arrived, it was already dead. The villagers were indeed easy to fool. They believed everything Alan Alphons said without question. Given the situation, Alan Alphons ordered everyone to go deeper into the cave with him. That woman, Morgana, was likely dead. She was just a trap set by the Necromancer to lure Alan Alphons into his web. But even so, he really wanted to know how strong that guy was. Everyone delved deep into the cave. There were no more monsters or strangers. But as they neared the end, the young men discovered Morgana tied up, slumped over with her head down. Alan saw her, and his face immediately turned blank. Why was Morgana still alive? This seemed to exceed his expectations. Morgana! The womanizing young men rushed forward to untie the beauty, but right at that moment, Alan Alphons seemed to sense something wrong. The shovel in his hand swung out, showing no mercy, smashing hard into Morgana's pretty face. The whole group was stunned by his sudden action. A look of hostility and cruelty appeared on Alan Alphons's face. I should have found something sharper to slice you with. Your Highness, what's going on? Naturally, only. Alan Alphons understood why he acted that way, because the status window displaying her information had exposed this woman's true identity. There was no beautiful young girl here. Morgana was actually 63 years old. Her specialties were seduction, necromancy, curses, assassination, and she loved vivisection the most. Perhaps Morgana didn't think her cover had been blown. She still kept a pitiful, trembling expression, looking extremely innocent. Your Highness, there must be some misunderstanding. Shut your mouth. I won't listen to a word you say. Stop trying to deceive anyone else, not waiting for anyone to react. Alan explained. She is the necromancer hiding in this cave. Everything from her name to her age is fake. Morgana was struck in the heart. Her mood was panicked to the extreme, but she still adamantly denied everything Alan Alphons said. He just gave a cold laugh and pulled out a bottle of holy water, demanding that Morgana drink it. If you are truly a normal person, this is just a good medicine. But if you are a necromancer, your insides will melt instantly after drinking this. My lord, you don't need to give such a precious thing to a civilian like me. Morgana had already lost her wits but tried to appear calm. Alan had no intention of letting her go. This is indeed a good medicine, so drink up. Morgana's internal thoughts were incredibly complex. She believed her disguise as Morgana for the past year had been flawless, with not a single villager noticing, yet this prince had seen through her true colors. Furthermore, his abilities were far from ordinary. The proof was that the Gluttony King, whom she had gone to such great lengths to manipulate, had been taken down in the blink of an eye. Aren't you going to drink it? I, the prince, am bestowing this upon you. Why don't you reach out with both hands and accept it? Knowing she couldn't hide anymore, Morgana dropped the act entirely. Her face twisted and shriveled, revealing a wicked sneer, and her hair began to turn snow white. I wanted to let you live a little longer, but acting like this only hastens your death, Your Highness. Responding to Morgana's summoning, numerous skeletons crawled up from the ground. However, these were just small fry to Alan Alphons. He calmly tapped each one with his shovel. Who gave you the right to use that arrogant tone in front of me, while I'm still trying to be civil? Get back underground, you filth. The skeletons, traumatized by the beating, scrambled back into the earth. But Morgana wasn't as lucky to retreat. She was pinned to the ground by Charlotte Harris from behind, and just like that, Morgana was bound tightly, unable to resist. Alan Alphons forced her to face everyone. Use this face to confess all your sins. My real name is Morgana. I am 63 years old and a necromancer. The young men in the village who had been infatuated with her were all disillusioned. No one expected the goddess beloved by the whole village to be an old hag, let alone a wicked necromancer. Morgana's cover was blown, but she wasn't ready to die yet. She promised to reveal the mastermind if Alan Alphons would spare her life. Oh? You mean there's someone else pulling the strings? Alan Alphons was intrigued. Yes. The order I received was to seduce you and make your death look like a suicide. Alan Alphons couldn't help but be surprised. So, the original owner of this body didn't commit suicide, he was framed. This was truly surprising. The Dark Church ordered me to kill the seventh grandson of the Empire. Morgana had discovered that Alan Alphons was also a necromancer during the battle with the Gluttony King. If the Dark Church found out about that, it would be a huge problem. Therefore, he signaled to Charlotte Harris. Then, I suppose I have to kill you. Charlotte Harris's blade obeyed the command and pressed against Morgana's throat. She became more panicked than ever, begging Alan Alphons to spare her life and promising to reveal everything she knew about the Dark Church. Alan Alphons temporarily spared her. The villagers will decide your fate. After all, there are many people here who lost loved ones because of you. Morgana lay curled up like a chicken waiting to be slaughtered. Everyone looked at her with hatred. How do you intend to deal with her? Alan asked a young man who had previously been head over heels for Morgana. Her punishment will fit the crimes she committed. Her death will be slow and painful. Afterward, we'll throw her into the forest for the wild beasts to devour, and whatever is left will be turned into zombies. A fitting end for a necromancer who desecrated the dead, don't you think? Alphons shuddered slightly. That was indeed a barbaric medieval punishment, but he didn't really care. What Alphons was thinking about now was the dark church that Morgana had mentioned earlier. Even though he couldn't get any more information out of Morgana, Alphons had successfully stolen several books from her personal belongings. The next day, while sitting leisurely in the church, Alan finally had time to flip through those books. However, he couldn't read much as there were too many questions running through his mind. Was this assassination orchestrated by my own siblings? Alphons muttered aloud. This hypothesis wasn't entirely impossible. After all, the struggle for the throne was always an inevitable affair in the Empire. Unexpectedly, Charlotte Harris, who was hiding not far away, had heard everything. Regarding this prince, she still had many lingering questions. Everyone said that Alphons had changed. Charlotte could feel it too. Even though he wasn't much taller than her, Alphons always took the initiative to face the danger head-on. Since the battle began, he had saved countless people and organized funeral rites for many more. Through others, Charlotte also learned that it was Alphons who had taken care of her parents' bodies while she was still in a coma. To Charlotte Harris, Alphons was the benefactor of her entire family. She wanted to thank him, but mere words weren't enough. Today, she realized that such dangers always lurked around Alphons. He needed a shield to protect himself. Charlotte thought to herself. She picked up a book on royal swordsmanship. If that was the case, to protect this great prince, she needed to become even stronger. Alphons was seriously studying Morgana's books. From them, he learned that zombies were classified into many types. They evolved over time. If the body rotted away, they would become skeletons. But if they managed to keep their bodies intact, they could evolve into ghouls with superior strength. Over time, ghouls would gradually turn into headless horsemen, then vampires. The more they evolved, the smarter and stronger they would become. Darkness also helped zombies absorb power faster. Therefore, their common goal was to head toward the necropolis, because the temperature there was always lower than anywhere else. When winter came, it was the coldest time of the year. The instinct of the zombies to find the necropolis became even more intense. This phase was called the Dead Wave. The peak was the 2nd of May every year, which was the coldest day. The number of zombies arriving at the necropolis would also hit its peak. Alan closed the book and let out a long sigh. There was still a month left until the end of the Dead Wave. Your Highness, the books are finished. Shall I put them back for you? Oh, here. Alphons observed Charlotte Harris with a very suspicious look. For the past few days, she had been hanging around the church even though he hadn't asked her to. Besides organizing the books, Charlotte Harris was also cleaning up, tidying the graveyard, and preparing food. Of course, she didn't ask for a single cent in return. Let it be, Alan thought to himself. That man named Grill had adopted Charlotte Harris. Besides, there were only a few people left in that village, and she had a home to go to. Surely, whenever she got bored of doing community service at the church, she would leave on her own. While he was lost in thought, the cathedral doors burst open. 3 tall men wearing iron armor walked in with a fierce aura. Through the status's window, Alphons confirmed their identities. The man in front was Hamondian, deputy commander of the 10th Holy Knights. So I hear you caught the witch, Morgana? Alphons looked at this man with contempt. He evaluated the man from head to toe. He didn't even bother to greet him, and just barged straight into the subject. Even though Alphons was in exile, he was still a prince. This attitude was far too insolent. Yeah, I caught her with the villagers. So, do you have a problem with that? We are just here to confirm, but it seems it's all true, isn't it? You fought hard with the villagers and killed the gluttony king with farm tools. Meanwhile, a commoner named Grill killed 30 zombies and cornered the witch with holy water. Listening to Diane recount this, a bunch of question marks appeared over Alphons's head. Something about this story felt a bit off, didn't it? That farmer named Grill told me so himself. Charlotte Harris reached up to hold her forehead. Words failed her. She knew everyone wanted credit, but making up a story like that was going a bit too far. Alphons felt even more contempt for Hamondian. How could a deputy commander of the Holy Knights be so gullible? But putting that aside, what Diane was most concerned about was Morgana belonging to the Dark Church. That was an incredibly brutal organization. Morgana alone had devastated 5 villages. Therefore, he needed to be absolutely sure that she had been completely eradicated. She was beaten to death, and the body was thrown away. Alphons stated firmly. Were you the one who did it, Your Highness? Why would it be me? I don't have that kind of strength. Although Alphons was indeed the one who suppressed Morgana, he was in a phase where he couldn't reveal his power to outsiders. Therefore, it was best to go along with Grill's boasting and let him and the villagers take the credit. I was only present, and I was so scared I nearly peed my pants. Alan didn't forget to add flavor to his story while pretending to be pathetic, describing the situation at the time. This superb acting of his really made Dion nauseated. He didn't suspect a thing, still believing the person in front of him was the useless, exiled prince from before. So, I suppose you know about the witch's magic books too? That was also one of Dion's missions, to recover the forbidden books on black magic. Alphons naturally knew the whereabouts of those books because he had swiped them. However, he'd be a fool to hand them over now. So, Alphons continued to use his Oscar-worthy acting to play dumb. Maybe the villagers already burned them. You should try asking them again. Dion continued, still not suspecting anything. Finally, he gave Alphons a cloth bag containing 80 gold coins and asked him to divide it equally among the villagers, as this was the bounty for capturing Morgana. Alphons agreed on the surface, but he'd be an idiot to share the money with anyone else. Great. First the forbidden books. And now gold. I'm hitting the jackpot. My duty here is finished. I request permission to leave, Your Highness. Alan didn't care much about Dion because he was busy drowning in the joy of winning the lottery with those 80 gold coins. Please pack your luggage. Until Dion said that, both Alan and Charlotte Harris felt like they had been struck by lightning. The dead wave was almost upon them. With the most intense surge approaching, Dion was ordered to escort Alphons to the Lonia territory. It was still within the Deathlands, only half a day's journey from where they stood. However, Lonia was different. It was built with numerous fortresses to hold off the undead. To fight against the waves of death, we have gathered soldiers and prisoners. Upon hearing this, Alphons felt something was off. Hey, don't tell me. Dion let out a long, heavy sigh. There will be many casualties, so you must preside over the funerals in the Lonia territory. Damn it. Alan actually thought the royal family felt pity and was sending him off to a safe haven. Who would have guessed it was just a transfer of work? He, along with Charlotte Harris and Grill, rode a carriage to Lonia. This place was ruled by Lord Janat Lapong. Even without a status window, one could feel that this viscount was very gentle and kind. He welcomed Alphons's group extremely thoughtfully and politely. Conversely, Alphons was not happy at all. Why? Because the place he was standing in was known as the Sacrificial Fortress. Every year, countless victims, including prisoners and soldiers, are gathered here to appease the undead's wrath. They must fight the monsters relentlessly for a month before they can see spring. Consequently, the number of people who perish in Lonia every year is countless. You just need to help us treat the wounded and preside over the funerals. Diane explained the duties once more while leading Alphons to his room. Oh, I think I can handle that. But there are at least 2,000 to 3,000 casualties every year. This statement left Alphons petrified. Even with about 80 priests and many soldiers assisting, 2,000 to 3,000 people is just too many. Alphons feared he would also drop dead from exhaustion. Viscount, bring me some alcohol. I need it. Viscount Janat Lapang, although confused, still brought Alphons several bottles of fine wine. Alan's attitude became even more dramatic. I would rather die from drinking too much than die from exhaustion. Charlotte Harris, Grill, you two must protect me before the death wave reaches its peak. Having said that, Alan rushed into the room and slammed the door shut. Diane sighed. Indeed, this prince hadn't matured one bit, but inside the room, Alan was hugging the fine bottles of wine, laughing foolishly. Playing dumb is truly exhausting work. He touched the glass bottle, and the wine inside instantly turned into holy water. Given the workload Diane mentioned, if he wanted to get through this peacefully, he needed a huge reserve of holy water. While glancing around the room, Alan discovered a gun mounted on the wall. In this world, guns are an underappreciated invention. People still prefer melee weapons to deal with monsters because, here, they don't use gunpowder. They use mana or holy water as ammunition. Furthermore, because it consumes a massive amount of mana, even a trained mage can only fire 5 shots, each spaced 5 minutes apart. At that speed, they are useless on the battlefield. So, it's no surprise that guns have quickly become antiques. Alphons condensed mana from his 2 fingers to create a bullet. He lifted the gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. A bullet created by holy power tore through the air. Its power was so great that it shattered the wall, leaving a huge hole. Divine energy activated. New system notification received. Done. What was that sound, Your Highness? Urgent calls came from outside. The incident just now made Diane extremely annoyed. The sound in the room was too loud to hide, but Alan Alphons refused to let anyone in with a very bashful attitude. "Don't peek into a sensitive teenager's room. You guys are invading my privacy." Diane felt nauseated. As the seventh prince of the Holy Empire, how could he put on such a face like a young girl? He was certain that Alan Alphons was up to some kind of destructive mischief again. A jerk is always a jerk, Diane gritted his teeth. Although when he first arrived at the church, Diane had investigated the villagers. They all unanimously believed that after his suicide attempt, Alan Alphons' personality had changed a lot. He not only completed his duties at the cemetery but also volunteered to lead the fight against the undead. "He saved us," the village chief himself said so, but Diane still didn't trust it. He thought Alan Alphons had used some way to threaten the villagers so they wouldn't tell the truth. After all, Diane had never had any good feelings for this arrogant prince. On the contrary, he trusted that braggart named Grill completely. The claim that he defeated Morgana alone sounded absurd, but Dion didn't doubt it at all. He even planned to write a recommendation letter for Grill to participate in the examination to become a holy knight. Suddenly, Dion heard a commotion nearby and assumed the prisoners were fighting each other again. Unexpectedly, when he arrived, he saw Alan Alphons pinning a man to the ground with a ferocious expression. "Do you not know who I am?" The cause of this brawl happened a few minutes earlier. Alan Alphons, as a prince serving his punishment, had to dig holes to bury bodies just like any other prisoner. Everything would have been fine if not for the appearance of Head Hedson. The eldest son of a count, this arrogant brat obviously didn't know Alan Alphons held royal status. In the eyes of him and his henchmen, he just looked like a country bumpkin from the outskirts. Head Hedson went to the trouble of coming here to find a servant, and unfortunately, he set his eyes on Charlotte Harris. "Is she your maid?" Head Hedson asked Alan Alphons. It seemed he was attracted by Charlotte Harris's beauty and wanted to take her as a toy. Oh, what a disgusting dog. Alan couldn't stomach this mocking attitude, so he turned to leave first. He would rather dig dirt than associate with people like this. "Hey, servant." Seeing Alan leave, Head Hedson beckoned Charlotte Harris over. She obediently carried a basket of sweet potatoes and approached. Unexpectedly, Head's rude hand didn't know its place and grabbed Charlotte Harris's wrist. "Come here and play with us instead of your busy master." Charlotte Harris was extremely uncomfortable being mocked, but regardless, Head was still the son of a nobleman, so she still tried to refuse politely, but he had no intention of letting go. Charlotte Harris lost patience and used force to strongly twist Head's hand, making him scream in pain. Alan Alphons stood on the side, unable to help but admire. Wow, Charlotte Harris only used a little strength, and it was enough to break Head's hand. In agony, Head began to lose control of his tongue. He continuously used nasty words to insult Charlotte Harris. Even though Alan Alphons said, "That's enough," Head still had no intention of stopping. "I can see you inherited that stupid blood from your parents, right? That suits you too. Half the people in the Deathlands have already become undead. Your family will soon be the same." Hearing this, Alan Alphons couldn't take it anymore. The shovel in his hand was raised high and slammed hard into the ground, right next to Head Hedson's foot, making him tremble in fear. Not stopping at just scaring him, Alan Alphons threw a lightning-fast punch aimed straight at Head Hedson's face. This blow wasn't his strongest, but it was enough to leave him lying miserably on the ground. "You! How dare you do that, even after knowing who I am?" Head Hedson originally wanted to use his status as a count's son to intimidate Alan Alphons, not expecting to meet a daredevil. He stepped hard on his chest. "And you, do you know who I am?" Suddenly, Diane appeared, cutting off the two boys' fight. Seeing him, Head Hedson grasped at straws, once again bragging about his father's position in this land, and demanding that Diane punish Alan Alphons for daring to harm a nobleman's son. On one side, Head Hedson was constantly screaming, and on the other, Diane was nagging, making Alan Alphons have a huge headache. He placed his hand on his lips and muttered something. Immediately, everyone present was silenced, including Dion. Even though he tried to open his mouth to speak, no sound came out. "Is this a spell carrying holy power?" Dion was shocked. "Haman, tell him who I am." Alan Alphons didn't open his mouth, but Dion could hear that voice clearly echoing in the space. This was entirely an order. He felt as if he were being forced, completely unable to resist. Finally, being able to open his mouth, Diane heavily uttered each word. Alan Alphons, the seventh grandson of the Emperor of the Holy Empire. Head Hedson was now scared out of his wits. He lay on the ground, trembling as if he had seen a ghost. In the end, Head Hedson was so scared, he fainted, and Alan Alphons was thrown into the dungeon. Even with his royal status, he was currently serving a period of exile. Harming a nobleman's son was not allowed. As seen, Alphons would be locked up for a week. On the side, Dian was deep in thought about the incident. He had always thought Alphons was a talentless, useless person, but it seems his royal bloodline is nothing to joke about. At least this young man knew how to use a spell carrying holy power. Vice Commander. The subordinate's call pulled Dian back to reality. The death wave was near its peak, the weather was icy, and the snow was falling too heavily. They had no choice but to let the prisoners go outside the city walls to clear the snow to ensure optimal height for the fortress. Only then could they maintain their defensive capability. But the snow was falling harder and harder, so the snow-clearing speed was slowing down. "Gather all the prisoners here," Dian commanded. An unfortunate event happened very quickly afterward. Then 2 prisoners. The wounded soldier rushed into the fort, and the gates were immediately slammed shut. He cried out that the zombies had attacked from behind. Because of the blizzard, they hadn't realized the undead were lying in wait. Everyone in the back ranks had been completely devoured. The atmosphere turned deathly tense in an instant, and Dian ordered everyone to their positions while he himself climbed to the highest point of the wall, staring out into the distance. The strange thing was that everything was eerily quiet. There were no signs of any zombie assault. Watching the 2 prisoners being treated by the priest, Dian felt even more bewildered. According to their account, the zombies had ambushed them from the rear, but that didn't make any sense. Usually, while zombies were incredibly strong and fearless, they were mindless brutes that acted entirely on instinct without a shred of strategy. That was why, despite their massive numbers, the humans were able to suppress and wipe them out every year. Dian wondered, what on earth is going on? But the answer came to him quickly. Far off in the blizzard, an army of zombies was slowly approaching. Strangely, they were marching in perfect rhythm to the beat of a drum played by a leader. What the hell was this? Dian had never seen a precedent for this, but what happened next shocked him even more. From the zombie army, a clear voice boomed out. "Living creatures, tremble in fear. Be envious and crave death. It is only natural that you are afraid. I am the ruler of this world. The Savior will save this world through death. I am the successor of the God of death." As the distance closed, they finally spotted the master of that voice. A fat man, with 4 sharp fangs, sitting majestically on a palanquin carried by other zombies. This was clearly no ordinary undead. It was a vampire count who knew necromancy. At that same moment, Alphons was getting very restless. His food hadn't been delivered today, even if he was under house arrest. They shouldn't be starving a prince, right? "Your Highness?" A voice called out urgently. It was Lord Janat. He arrived with the keys to let Alphons out. "Huh? I'm still under house arrest, aren't I?" Janat briefly explained the situation to Alphons, so he would know that an army of zombies controlled by a vampire was outside. "You must have misidentified them, right? How could a high-level monster like that show up here?" Janat didn't know either, but he was certain the leader was a vampire. Outside, Dian was dealing with them, while he had the duty to evacuate Prince Alphons before the place collapsed. But the situation deteriorated rapidly. The prison suddenly shook violently, followed by a pile of zombies falling from the ceiling. They smashed through the cell windows to charge at Alan and Janat. Looking at the swarm of zombies writhing on the floor, Janat's face went pale. "This is insane! That guy actually balled up a bunch of zombies and threw them right at us." Alphons quickly used his shovel to block the entrance and seal the cell. Judging by the situation, he guessed the outside was now swarming with zombies. "First, we must evacuate the people. Otherwise, everyone in the city will turn into zombies sooner or later." Janat followed Alphons's orders and left first to mobilize the soldiers for the evacuation, leaving Alphons alone to face the horde. His mind went completely blank. Previously, Alphons had always held the initiative, but this time, the opponent had launched a surprise attack with overwhelming numbers. Deciding that retreat was the better part of valor, Alphons used holy water to hold off the zombies in the prison before rushing out. Outside, the prison was an even more horrific scene, a true battlefield. The sounds of scratching, tearing, and desperate cries for help created a chaotic spectacle. Soldiers tried to use their shields to form a defensive wall for the civilians, but they were being attacked from all sides, and the defense was at a deadlock. Seeing this, Alphons couldn't just stand by. The holy water he had prepared probably wouldn't last long, but if he didn't do something now, everything would end. Thinking this, Alphons planted his shovel into the ground, preparing to use a wide-range skill. Holy water erupted like a spring, surged into the sky, and fell back down as rain. This holy water rain had a clear effect. The zombies that were hit immediately weakened, many clutching their heads and wailing in pain. Conversely, the living who touched the holy water felt their wounds heal rapidly. Soon, they realized this wasn't ordinary rain. This is holy water. Is it holy water falling from the sky? It's a blessing from the goddess Gaia. But among the commoners, some had discovered the source of the holy water rain. Look, Your Highness, the holy water is surrounding His Highness, Alan finally revealed, the stature of a prince for the people and the nation. The villagers couldn't help but marvel at his talent. A prince was still a prince. Even while in exile, Alphons was still the grandson of the legendary Saint Emperor who had destroyed the king of the land of the dead 55 years ago. While the battle inside, the city was being brought under control by Alphons. The citizens had found a place to evacuate. Lord Genat had opened the cellar in the mansion, so all the people were temporarily safe. Alphons retracted his skill. His face was gray. Creating that rain had left him exhausted, but the matter was far from over. Hear me, soldiers who are still strong. Alphons raised his voice. Follow me to help the knights outside. The soldiers looked at each other, confused. They didn't have weapons suitable for fighting the undead. Therefore, Alphons decided to bless all their spears. The soldiers' ordinary shields were also imbued with an aura, divine power effects. To put it simply, that heap of scrap metal was now effective against the zombies. Let's go. We must fight to survive. The city gates opened. Outside, the scene was 100 times more tragic than before. The knights were struggling in a desperate stalemate. When the zombies saw more people coming out of the gate, they immediately swarmed forward. The soldiers just closed their eyes and swung their hands. The spears in their grips sliced off the heads of the lunging zombies. They barely even had to touch the zombies with their weapons. The prince's divine aura is amazing. Through what had just happened, they felt much more confident. The zombies were now nothing to be afraid of. Thus, all the soldiers charged in with fierce enthusiasm. The more they fought, the stronger they became. At this pace, they could definitely win. And having Alphons, the descendant of the great hero, by their side only fueled their spirit further. Amidst the smoke and fire, the sound of horse hooves suddenly rang out. A headless knight appeared. This thing wasn't as strong as a vampire, but its ability was definitely far beyond that of normal zombies. It quickly overwhelmed an entire area. A sharp spear carrying a deadly chill was aimed straight at a soldier. While the soldier was trembling, Alphons arrived just in time to rescue him. The barrel of the gun in his hand rose as a mana bullet formed. Sorry, this is the second time I've used this, so I'm not quite used to it yet. Bang! A shot rang out from the muzzle. It headed straight toward the headless knight. Meanwhile, the vampire count was busy enjoying the chaos. The scent of the living made him extremely excited. 50 years ago, he was just an ordinary zombie. Then he evolved into a ghoul, a headless knight, and finally into the vampire he was today. There were many other vampires, and they were ranked based on the amount of mana they possessed. This guy had only recently evolved, so he wasn't well regarded by other vampires. However, in return, he possessed the blood of a count and something no other undead had, the skull of the undead King Ammon, the one who had been defeated by Alphons' grandfather 55 years ago. Thanks to this item, the vampire count had been able to gather a massive amount of mana in just a few decades, something that normally would have taken at least 100 years. The zombie legion he was leading now numbered up to 20,000. With this scale, the fat guy harbored the ambition to soon surpass the status of a normal count. He wanted to walk the path of a king. Naturally, the stronger he became, the less he feared divine power. In his eyes, the Order of Holy Knights were just weak little children. Hurry up, surrender and become my undead, he laughed. Ha ha ha. On the fortress, Dion was frantically ordering the soldiers to use the catapults. They had to fight with all their might, because when the sun set, the zombies would become even stronger. Dion's nerves were taut as a bowstring because he knew a certain number of zombies. My life, ha ha ha. Up on the fort, Dion was frantically ordering the soldiers to use the ballistae. They had to fight with everything they had because once the sun set, the zombies would become even stronger. Dion was tense, stretched like a bowstring, because he knew a large horde must have infiltrated the territory, but Dion couldn't leave the wall. If there were no commander here, everything would descend into chaos. Damn it. Is the village inside still okay? If it's not, what will happen? Dion seemed to be drowning in extreme tension. At times like these, he only wished the Saint Emperor were here. The village is still fine. The person who had just arrived was Charlotte Harries. She carried several swords and a pile of spears. Because His Highness is here, I will protect the village where His Highness is staying with all my might. Okay, Dion stammered. The reason for his attitude was that Charlotte Harris possessed an overwhelming aura. Dion had assumed she was just a maid, but look at the pile of weapons she was lugging around. Even a trained soldier couldn't carry that many. This young woman was much stronger than Dion had imagined. Charlotte Harry's appearance was like a boost. helping Deanne's morale rise significantly. Even a child like her is risking her life to fight, so how could he be weak? Deanne was already calculating the worst-case scenario. If it came to that, he might have to face the vampire count head-on and behead him himself. The vampire count used his old trick again, clumping the zombies into a massive ball and hurling them straight at the ramparts. Deanne, startled, quickly ordered Charlotte Harris to hide behind him. "O God of War, please grant me the strength to protect these poor souls." Diane drew the sword at his hip, glowing with divine power, but Charlotte Harris seemed to think he was reacting too slowly. She seized the moment, lunging forward to confront the zombie sphere. The sword in Charlotte Harris's hand cut through the wind. The zombies were torn to pieces, each one losing a limb. Deanne stared at the carnage before him, unable to believe his eyes. Charlotte Harris had just shredded a pile of living corpses in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, the zombies struck by her blade couldn't stand back up or regenerate. Normally, you'd have to decapitate a zombie to finish it off, or use a weapon imbued with divine power to do the job. What on earth is that sword of hers? While Deanne was stunned, Charlotte Harris had already leaped off the wall. She moved with lightning speed, continuously finishing off the zombies. Deanne witnessed the whole scene. To be fair, Charlotte Harris's technique was still a bit clumsy. She was relying on raw muscular strength to compensate for her unrefined swordsmanship. But Deanne was certain he hadn't misjudged. Those brutal strikes were the royal sword art of the Holy Empire, passed down specifically to the Holy Knight Order. He called down from the wall. "Where did you learn that technique? Are you a member of the Holy Empire's royal kin?" "I'm just the 7th Prince's servant, and I learned this technique from a book," Charlotte Harris said before running off. But because the blizzard was so fierce, Deanne hadn't actually heard a word she said. At the same time, in the shelter, a soldier brought the priests a crate full of holy water bottles. This was something Alphons had been stockpiling for quite some time, just in case the priests ran out of holy power and needed to heal the wounded. "Where is His Highness?" Lord Jeanette Lepong asked, worried. The soldier reported that Alphons had taken all the able-bodied soldiers outside the walls. This made Jeanette Lepong deeply uneasy. It wasn't that he didn't trust the prince, but if that were the case, there would be no one left to protect the interior. At that moment, Alan led a group of others onto the ramparts. He wore a plague doctor mask and explained to the guards that he was part of the relief team. All the soldiers behind him were also covering their faces. Looking closely, one would notice they weren't among the living. Having used up all the holy water reserves, Alphons was forced to use his abilities as a necromancer to raise the fallen soldiers as undead to keep fighting. That was also why Alphons had to wear the mask. The fact that the Holy Emperor's grandson was a necromancer could certainly not be discovered by others. The guards saw Alphons carrying a gun and were very confused. "Isn't that just a gun? That decorative piece is useless here." Alphons ignored his words. The position he was standing in was perfect for observing the entire battlefield. Through the scope, Alphons could see the vampire count very clearly. A mana bullet gradually began to form. This was the perfect opportunity for him to get a taste of Gaia's blessing. Deanne was currently managing the situation below the wall. According to another holy knight, the situation wasn't too dire yet, as the ordinary soldiers were using weapons imbued with divine power. Among them were a few who possessed skills rivaling the holy knights, that girl Charlotte Harris being one of them. And now, there was additional reinforcement from inside the walls as well. While I was defending, what on earth happened? A bunch of question marks appeared over Diane's head. Regardless of how it happened, as long as things didn't get worse, that was a good thing. But the biggest problem was that they still hadn't found a way to deal with the vampire count. A melee attack? That was impossible since he was too dangerous to approach. A long-range attack wasn't promising either, because even ballistae or holy water-imbued arrows couldn't break his magic shield. While Diane was considering breaking through the undead army to strike the vampire directly, some soldiers noticed something. On the rampart, a person dressed as a priest wearing a plague doctor mask was praying. The vice commander looked over. "Look there." When Dion turned his head, the sight left him stunned. The halo radiating from that priest was blindingly bright. Moreover, the light sharply depicted the image of the goddess Gaia herself. This was definitely a blessing bestowed directly by the goddess. On the high wall, Alan was accurately aiming his gun at the monster. "Gaia, goddess of love and altruism, please protect this little lamb. Please grant me the power to tear apart these wicked undead." This magnificent scene left Diane with his jaw on the floor. Even for a high-ranking priest, receiving a direct blessing from the goddess was extremely rare. Furthermore, he had never heard of a priest so powerful coming to the Lonia territory. "That's His Highness." Charlotte Harris appeared once again like a phantom. She looked at Alphons with eyes filled with pride. I can recognize that aura coming from His Highness. Dian didn't quite believe these words. Alan used to blaspheme Gaia, so how could he receive a blessing from the goddess now? This was too contradictory. Not only Dian and Charlotte Harris, but all the soldiers below the wall were also fixing their gazes on Alan Alphons. Along with a blinding halo, a precise bullet was fired. It tore through the wind at an incredible speed. Along the trajectory, many undead were destroyed. Finally, the bullet struck true, aiming straight at the vampire count, successfully shattering his magic shield. Alan Alphons had only learned how to pray to receive blessings from the gods while reading books in the church. While mages used spells and mana, and necromancers used their lifespan and dark magic, priests prayed and used holy power. Although Alan Alphons had the power of a necromancer, consuming his own lifespan was not what he wanted. Moreover, this body was overflowing with holy power due to carrying the bloodline of the Holy Emperor. Therefore, Alan Alphons had researched the method of prayer and applied it right in this battle against the vampire. That bullet, filled with divine power, not only broke his shield but also severely wounded him. The vampire count panicked and ordered his undead army to retreat. Alan felt a little regretful that he hadn't killed him yet, but at least this bought him some time to reorganize his troops and his battle plan. After the undead army retreated, Alan Alphons realized all the soldiers below the wall were staring at him. He hurriedly dragged his undead soldiers away. The soldiers below the wall kept wondering about the identity of this mysterious priest. This is the first time I've seen the goddess's blessing. Is he a high-ranking priest? I don't know. But if so, our wounds will be healed quickly. What a relief. Dian, at this moment, still couldn't believe his eyes. Alan Alphons, in his eyes, was a traitor, a useless person who deserved to be exiled. Yet, everything he had witnessed and heard from the people over the past few days didn't seem like that at all. The seventh prince seemed to have turned into a completely different person. He even managed to have a talented child like Charlotte Harris willing to serve him. Watching the hurried, departing figure of Alan Alphons, Dian fell into deep thought for a long time. Inside his head were hundreds of questions. Have you truly changed after losing your memory from attempting suicide, Your Highness? Have you forgotten what happened 5 years ago and returned to your former nature? I mean, your personality before Princess Julicia was murdered? Julicia was the biological mother of Alan Alphons and the first prince. She was just a village girl of commoner origin, and furthermore, a mixed blood, with half of her heritage coming from the country of Aslan in the south. For a long time, the two nations of Aslan and the Holy Empire had always been at odds. Therefore, many nobles, priests, and even the reigning Holy Emperor himself did not accept her. However, the son of the Holy Emperor, who was also the biological father of Alan Alphons, loved Julicia very much. They defied all rumors to marry, and quickly gave birth to the first prince. However, under pressure from the Holy Emperor, Alan Alphons's father was forced to take 2 noble-born ladies as concubines. Afterward, many more princes and princesses were born. Not long after, Julicia gave birth to the 7th prince, Alan Alphons. But the year he turned 10, she died on a beautiful night, while out for a stroll with her 2 sons. A vampire attacked them. The first prince luckily survived but suffered a curse on his heart and became sickly. Alan was protected by his mother with her very life, but because of that, she was torn to pieces, a tragic death. That was the event that completely changed Alan Alphons's personality. The 7th prince suffered too great a shock. His formerly good nature suddenly changed 180 degrees. There were even rumors that he had gone insane. But now, the person Dian was looking at didn't seem like that troublemaking madman at all. Could a person who lost their memory after trying to commit suicide really return to their old personality? Of course not. It was just that the 7th prince, Alan Alphons, had truly died. But today's event made Dian, he is deeply concerned. Despite possessing immense divine power, Alan Alphons has never revealed it. Is it because he doesn't want to attract the attention of the Holy Emperor's clan, or is he planning his revenge? Even if Alan Alphons truly wanted revenge, Dian would find it understandable, because from childhood, he and the eldest prince never received respect from the family or the nobles. Princess Julicia, their mother, also had to endure constant injustice, even though she was a kind and gentle person. Dian was there the day Julicia passed away, but he had followed the eldest prince's orders to seek reinforcements. Because of this, Dian has always felt burdened, believing that if he had stayed to fight that day, the princess might not have died, and the 2 princes wouldn't have fallen into such a tragic situation. At that moment, Dian made a decision. No matter what. The reason Alan Alphons hides his power, Whether he wants to avenge the nobles or the vampires, he will use all his might to help him. But to do that, they must first resolve the problem in Lonia. Just as he was deep in thought, a set of footsteps caught Dion's attention. "Are you on night patrol?" Dion asked when he saw a soldier. But the man didn't answer. He thought perhaps the wind was too strong, but looking closely, something felt wrong. They were on night patrol without a torch, and their gait was very strange. "Are you not human?" Dion drew his sword and closed in on him quickly. He realized the man was a zombie, and not just one, several others were lurking nearby. The strange thing was that they emitted no magical energy. Dion even felt divine power when confronting them. But so what? As a holy knight, Dion couldn't let the zombies go. He raised his sword, ready to strike the zombie soldier's head. "Stop." As soon as those words rang out, all movement from the zombies ceased instantly. Dion turned around. The person who arrived wasn't anyone other than Alphons. "I said stop and lower your sword, Dion." The situation changed so fast that Dion couldn't adapt. Now, no matter how much Alphons tried to play dumb, the fact that he was a necromancer was too obvious. "Your Highness, are you so desperate that you've learned necromancy? That is something you should absolutely never touch." "I'm not sure, but after I died and lost my memories, I accidentally gained control over these things. I only did it thinking it would be useful in battle." Alphons wanted to blurt out that he had reincarnated, but he was certain the person with a medieval brain standing before him wouldn't believe it, nor would he understand it. Dion observed Alphons for a long time, his expression extremely tense. Even Alphons was feeling very tense now. "Dion, are you planning to investigate me?" "Of course I should do that," Dion said firmly. Alan immediately crumbled. "I'm done for. I'm done for. Will they torture me to death to get the truth? Will the skeleton be strong enough to save me? And even after being saved, what would we do next?" Now, 1,000 questions raced through Alphons's mind as to why Dion was suddenly kneeling on one knee before him. There was no mistake, this was an act showing the respect and loyalty of a subordinate. It completely shocked Alphons. "But I will not do that," Dion said resolutely. "No matter what happens, I will support you to the end, Your Highness." Dion's serious expression made Alphons gasp. He didn't have the memories of this body's original owner. So, after meeting Dion, Alphons had always assumed he despised him, but this expression and that oath of loyalty didn't seem fake at all. Dion could have captured Alphons for interrogation. Naturally, there was no need to lie to win him over. "Hey, you just want to keep an eye on me, don't you?" Even so, Alan still couldn't fully trust him. "No, Your Highness." Just like when you were young, Dion was about to explain, but Alphons cut him off. "Let's save the heart-to-heart for later. There's something more important we need to handle." Alphons gazed into the distance. Tonight, the moon was perfectly round and deep, blood red. "I think it's time, Dion. They won't waste such precious time with this abundant mana." In the dim light of the blood moon, Alphons smiled at Dion. "Merry Christmas, Dion. And let's throw in a belated Happy Halloween, too." Dion looked blankly at him after hearing this. "Christmas? Halloween? What the hell is that?" It seemed the seventh prince hadn't just lost his memories. He had learned some kind of language no one understood. But that wasn't as important as the fact that the zombie army was once again surrounding the city walls, still commanded by the vampire count. But in the pitch-black night, under the dark blessing of the blood moon, their aggression and battle hunger had increased manifold. "Oh, you zombies, our era has come. Eat those living creatures to evolve, and I will turn you into kings on this battlefield." At the vampire count's call, the bloodlust of the zombie army surged. On this side, Lord Janat Lepang also led a troop of soldiers to the front lines, but the atmosphere was grim and dismal. The fact that the zombies' strength far exceeded their expectations was causing the soldiers' morale to plummet significantly. Lord Janat Lepang even considered withdrawing the troops and stopping the reorganization, but Alan appeared just in time to change the situation. Naturally, he couldn't reveal his face, and returned in the form of the mysterious plague doctor masked priest. After appearing, Alan immediately used the same prayer method as before. "Great Gaia, please bestow your blessing upon the soldiers who will fight alongside me." With this prayer, the skills of weakness and plague were simultaneously triggered against the enemy. In an instant, the zombies grew much weaker, while the blessed soldiers felt their energy surge. Janat seized the opportunity to boost their spirits. "The priest is on our side. Gaia is on our side." As if granted 1,000 lives, the soldiers shed all their fear and weakness, charging into the enemy lines. A large-scale battle broke out. Everywhere there was blood, screams, and the sound of metal clashing against metal. "God of War, him, please lend me your power." Besides Alphons, Dion was also very useful. Apart from having an IQ that sometimes felt like it belonged to a god, he was quite a skilled fighter. He fought countless zombies single-handedly, but Dion's sole target was the leader, the Vampire Count, sitting smugly on his throne. On this side, the Vampire Count was absolutely furious. The wound from the bullet Alphons gave him previously wouldn't heal. This time, he appeared and blocked his plot to wipe out Lonia, making him extremely enraged. Dion wanted to break through the encirclement to attack him directly, but unexpectedly, the Vampire Count was one step faster. He didn't even bother acknowledging his presence. "Block that vampire. He's trying to approach the priest," Dion shouted in panic. Possessing the skull of the Necromancer King Ammon made this guy seem invincible. Normal soldiers and even Dion couldn't stop him. But this was already within Alphons's calculations. At that moment, he was chugging bottles of holy water. Now it was only a matter of time before the Vampire Count found him. He had to move to a favorable location. The thick walls in the territory would make it hard for him to follow. But things didn't go smoothly, because as Alphons was running for his life, a giant rock fell from the sky. He scrambled to dodge to the side. If that had hit him, Alphons would have definitely been crushed flat. How ridiculous, trying to stop me with these puny rocks. Die, you wretched priest. The terrifying appearance of his opponent made Alphons feel a bit dizzy. Indeed, life doesn't easily let one enjoy the fruits of victory. However, he had anticipated the worst-case scenario. Execute plan. Charlotte Harris. Immediately after Alphons called out, Charlotte Harris appeared in her muscular form, carrying a rock even bigger than the previous one. The Vampire Count threw it towards Alphons. Boom! The sound of the collision must have been as loud as a thunderclap right next to their ears. Charlotte Harris had used the rock as a shield in front of Alphons. However, the Vampire Count's magical power was too strong. He feared this stone shield wouldn't last long either. Moreover, although Charlotte Harris was strong, she hadn't yet fully controlled her capabilities. If this continued, both of them would be roasted alive by the opponent's magic. Charlotte Harris's arms were trembling as she held up the stone slab. Suddenly, another pair of rough, ugly hands appeared. It was Grill. The kind-hearted chatterbox had adopted her as his daughter. "Even though I have no magical power, I must help you." Truly a moving scene of fatherly love. However, without power, it really couldn't help much. Alan scrambled up from the ground, gritting his teeth, both hands beginning to channel divine power into the rock. Even after reincarnation, Alan still hadn't fully mastered this body, but if he could reinforce the stone shield with divine power, they might have a chance to turn the situation around. "Gaia, please grant me the power to protect these innocent lambs. Please bestow your protection to keep death at bay. Grant us your love and mercy." Alan, grit your teeth, feeling your body reach its absolute limit. "Oh gods, I've prayed with all my heart. Please, help me." And sure enough, the protagonist's halo shines bright. In that life-or-death moment, Gaia truly answered his plea. The crude, ugly slab of stone transformed into a massive, ornate shield, pulsing with raw divine power. Even the Vampire Count couldn't have predicted this. He was sent flying by the shield's reflected force, triggering a massive explosion that left everything in ruins. Old Man Grill was knocked aside, and Charlotte Harris, frantic with worry, rushed over. Thankfully, he was only unconscious. Meanwhile, the Vampire Count had taken such a heavy hit that he lost his rich, bloated appearance. Now, he looked like nothing more than a common zombie. Alan was completely drained of holy power and didn't want to risk another attack, so he ordered Charlotte Harris to take Grill and retreat. But just as they were preparing to leave, something made Alphons stop. He noticed that the dark energy wasn't gathering around the vampire, but rather hovering around Ammon's skull. Driven by curiosity, Alphons picked it up. The system informed him that this artifact amplifies the user's magic by 20%, up to 200%, depending on the wielder's capacity. Furthermore, it boosts recovery speed and other related skills by 10%. Seeing Ammon's skull in Alphons's hands, the Vampire Count went berserk. Even though he was severely wounded, he charged desperately, trying to reclaim it. Too late. Alphons had already put it on. "I am the servant and heir of Gaia." Once Alphons became the new master and successfully activated the power of Ammon's skull, chains woven from holy light surged from all four directions. They bound the Vampire Count tight, leaving him completely unable to move. Facing Alphons, the creature could smell the lingering scent of death. You, he stammered. "It can't be the one before me is a heretic who breaks the laws of this world." But Alphons's pressure was so overwhelming that the Count couldn't utter another word. "All servants, hear my command. With that simple order from Alphons, the entire massive army of zombies knelt in unison. Even the vampire count was no exception. "My lord, please, give us your orders." The sight terrified him. His entire zombie army was now under Alphons's control. Furthermore, they had regained their own consciousness and even possessed holy power. This was completely outside the laws of nature, an absurdity he had never witnessed before. This is impossible. This goes against the will of Judai, the god of death. It seemed the vampire count was the only one not fully controlled by Alphons. He shrieked in rage and despair. But the outcome of this battle was clear. Alphons aimed his gun straight at the vampire count's head. "I have a gift for you." His index finger gently pulled the trigger. "In the name of the priest, Merry Christmas, you little vampire." Bang! The shot rang out. The bullet, filled with holy energy, pierced the vampire count's skull. His fate was sealed. After that shot, Alan collapsed, his holy power and physical stamina completely exhausted. Fortunately, the battle was already won. The army of over 20,000 zombies dissipated amidst the joyous cheers of the soldiers. At the same time, not far from Lonia Fortress, reinforcements arrived. I heard there was an unusual surge in the land of the dead. I thought the undead King Ammon had resurrected, but it turns out to be just a pathetic vampire playing small tricks. No original text provided for this break, continuing from context. The leader of the army was the Holy Emperor Kelvin Alphons. Even at 105 years old, he remained incredibly robust. Although the battle was over, Kelvin still felt something was off, as he had sensed a massive clash between dark magic and divine power just moments ago. That vampire could gather 20,000 troops, proving its power wasn't trivial. So, who could have defeated it? Was there someone who sacrificed themselves like a saint? This line of thought from the Holy Knights wasn't unreasonable. Kelvin Alphons couldn't be bothered to investigate further. He turned his horse around and ordered his troops to bring the priests and healers into the city to tend to the wounded, while he returned to the capital. "My lord, the seventh prince is also here. Do you wish to see him?" A Holy Knight's question made Kelvin Alphons halt his horse, but his reaction was enough to scare the man half to death. No original text provided for this break. Meet the seventh prince? The entire army following Kelvin Alphons trembled. The pressure of this king was truly immense. His words alone made people shudder. "Let's go back. There's no need to meet a child who insulted his own mother. That damn grandson. He's probably trembling in some corner of the mansion right now." Kelvin Alphons returned to the imperial palace. Shortly after, Hamondian also returned, bringing information that shocked everyone present, including the Holy Emperor. "Your Majesty, it was the seventh prince who defeated the vampire, attacking that fortress." Kelvin Alphons was leaning back on his throne, but sat bolt upright. He thought he had misheard, while the officials and nobles below began to mock the claim. "The seventh prince defeated a vampire? This is clearly the most ridiculous joke we've heard in years." The Holy Emperor rubbed his temples, his mind a mess of complex thoughts. "The seventh prince you are talking about is Alphons, right?" he asked, suspicious. "Yes, your majesty," Dion affirmed firmly. While waiting at the Lonia territory to do volunteer work, he defeated that vampire. One might have expected Kelvin Alphons to be stunned, happy, or continue to be skeptical, but his reaction was more extreme than anyone imagined. Kelvin's hands gripped the throne so hard that veins popped on his hands and forehead. "Haemon, I thought you were an honest and upright man, but it turns out you're not. Do you want to die, you fool?" The roar echoed throughout the chamber. Raphael Alphons, an elderly official close to the king, also didn't believe Alphons was capable of such a feat. He thought the seventh prince had stolen someone else's credit. But facing that immense pressure, Dion remained steadfast. Because of this attitude, Kelvin Alphons's anger cooled slightly. Although he couldn't yet verify if what Dion reported was true or false, Kelvin Alphons still rewarded those who had contributed to protecting the territory fairly. Lord Janat Lapang was granted a title and became a count, Holy Knight Dion. Haemon was granted a small territory in the northwest. Furthermore, Kelvin Alphons pondered for a long time. "I will shorten the seventh prince's exile. As soon as he recovers, I will summon him back to the palace." After being dismissed, Dion took off his armor and went to a small room in the palace. It was pitch black inside. He lit a small candle. The person lying on the bed was wrapped in bandages from head to toe, leaving only his eyes, nose, and mouth exposed, looking just like a mummy. That was Luan Alphons, the first prince and Alphons's older brother. Luan's body was extremely weak, like a flickering candle, in the wind, and it was uncertain how much longer he would live. Having heard about the developments on the battlefield, Luan gestured for Dion to come closer, then seemingly poured his remaining strength into grabbing Dion's collar. You protected the 7th prince from his majesty? You protected that trash who tarnished my mother's reputation? Haemon Dion, are you in your right mind? Luan's anger reached its peak. His eyes were bloodshot. He looked terrifying, like a mummy risen from the grave. Diane, it seems I'm about to die, so you decided to cling to that bastard, right? Too bad you picked the wrong side. You chose anyone but ended up choosing a scoundrel. Luan Alphons used so much force that his arm began to bleed, soaking the bandages and staining Diane's collar red. He slowly calmed down, trying to breathe, then resumed his usual gentle, mild-mannered appearance. I'm sorry. I know you aren't like that. You don't need to apologize, Your Highness. None of this is your fault, or the 7th Prince's. From the very beginning, the one who should be responsible for Princess Julicia's death is me. Luan had never blamed Diane. If he hadn't left that year to find reinforcements, all 4 of them would have died. Thanks to those reinforcements, Luan, Alan Alphons, and Dion were still alive. Even so, because of the corrosive curse, Luan's skin had slowly rotted away. He was not far from death. Your Highness, do you hate the 7th Prince? Luan didn't even need to think to answer Diane's question. He hated him. Of course, he hated him. He even despised Alan Alphons to the bone. Their mother had used her own body to protect him, only to be torn to shreds by the vampire. But Alan Alphons used the life his mother gave him to act like a scoundrel. Previously, Diane thought the same. But after his time in Lonia, he thought differently. What if the 7th Prince is intentionally acting like a scoundrel? Diane shared his thoughts with Luan. He believed Alan Alphons was pretending, all to hide his true intention, to avenge Princess Julicia. To achieve that, he had acted like scum and deliberately gotten himself exiled. Only after leaving his family's supervision could Alan Alphons freely build his own power. Hamon, Luan said, cutting off Diane's rambling. Are you sick somewhere? Did that battle hurt your head? Luan felt that Diane had lost his mind. Otherwise, how could his thinking have changed 180 degrees like that? Knowing he couldn't explain it to this prince in a split second, Diane stopped bringing it up. Soon, he would have to return to Lonia to carry out a mission under the Emperor's orders. If it were an order from him, Luan's gaze suddenly turned icy. So that scumbag was coming back. 3 days had passed since that life-and-death battle. The Lonia territory was a bit more vibrant, thanks to the prisoners and the healthy survivors clearing the rubble. Grill was one of them. While sweeping through a pile of junk, something caught his eye. These were items left behind by the zombies. Grill was a man who loved money, so when he saw these things, his eyes lit up. If these were things from the zombies hundreds of years ago, then they must be ownerless antiques, right? If he polished them, they'd shine like new. At that rate, he could probably sell them for a mountain of cash. Thinking is doing, so Grill looked around warily. Once he confirmed no one was watching, he started digging through the pile. Inside were old clothes and jewelry, but a paper that looked like a letter was preserved perfectly, without any damage. Grill picked up the scrap of paper and carefully examined it. Would this thing be valuable? At the same time, Alan Alphons had just woken up. He had been in a coma for 3 days straight. Charlotte Harris brought a mountain of food to help him recover. A moment ago, the healer who examined Alan Alphons said his waking up was a miracle because the depletion of holy power Alan Alphons experienced was so severe it could have left him crippled. Fortunately, after taking medicine and replenishing his holy power, Alan Alphons was able to wake up. While he was in a coma, the healer also examined Charlotte Harris, and he was shocked to discover that she possessed a superhuman physique. This reminded him of the Holy Emperor 55 years ago. When defeating the undead king Ammon, Kelvin Alphons had fallen into a deep coma because his body suffered extreme damage due to the clash between holy power and dark magic. At that time, Kelvin Alphons's body had evolved far beyond human limits. That is the difference in talent between a hero and an ordinary person, and he was currently seeing that talent in Charlotte Harry's body. After the healer left, Alan Alphons observed Charlotte Harry's for a long time. This girl truly had a supernatural body, along with many qualities that made others green with envy. This made Alan Alphons feel a bit ashamed. A person like Charlotte Harris should have become a hero, not serving a sly person like him. What's wrong, Prince? Charlotte Harris saw Alan staring at her and couldn't help but wonder. Oh, nothing. I'm a bit bored, so I want to read. Could you bring me some books? Alan Alphons sighed. The recent battle really drained his strength. Ammon's skull was a supernatural item, but it ultimately belonged to the darkness. His body, filled with holy power, clearly could not withstand that conflict. Charlotte Harris brought over a pile of books. After the recent battle, Alan Alphons realized the importance of knowledge, so he was determined to swallow all that dry knowledge about holy power, as well as find a way to control those zombies effectively. But before he could read for long, there was a knock at the door. Dion had returned. He brought an important piece of news. Alan Alphons' eyes lit up because he thought Dion would bring him another mountain of prize money, like when he defeated Morgana in the village last time. Your Highness, His Majesty, has ordered your return to the Imperial Palace. As soon as these words were spoken, Alan Alphons instantly froze. After digesting the information, Alan immediately chased Dion out and locked the door tight. He didn't want to return to the palace at all. That place was filled with danger. Until now, Alan still hadn't found the mastermind behind the Morgana case, so he decided to choose to stay in his room and ignore Dion. But what Alan Alphons didn't expect was that Dion was even more stubborn than him. Throughout the following days, he used every method to invite, persuade, and drag Alan Alphons back to the palace. This enthusiasm of Dion made Alan Alphons almost go crazy, until one day, he had to send a message to Dion through Charlotte Harries. He was overjoyed, thinking Alan had agreed to return. But unexpectedly, everything he entrusted to this holy knight was contained in just a few words. Get lost, before I have to burn your soul. This time, it was Dion who froze. But this guy was more persistent than imagined. Night had fallen. Charlotte Harries intended to return to the house she and her adoptive father, Grill, rented near the mansion. Dion insisted on taking her home because he wanted to hear the reason why Alan Alphons refused to return to the palace. The prince said the palace is a dangerous place. That was all Charlotte Harries knew. Dion pondered for a long time. Truly, the 7th prince's position in the palace was not very high. This random remark from Dion stirred up many thoughts in Charlotte Harries' mind. So, her suspicion was correct. Alan Alphons was having his life threatened by his very own relatives. She clenched her hands into fists. At times like these, Charlotte Harries just wished she could be stronger. The two returned home. Grill was standing and waiting. Dion could recognize him because of the Morgana incident last time. Grill had bragged so much that Dion remembered his face. The two stood in the yard talking to each other. Charlotte Harries went inside first and discovered something strange on the table. The paper that remained intact, which Grill had picked up that afternoon. He didn't know what it was, but Dion glanced at it and could immediately see it was a genealogy. However, the seal stamped on the paper left Dion stunned for a long time because it was the seal of the Harries family. This was the family that had protected the northern Lonia region 55 years ago. The whole clan had sacrificed themselves heroically in the bloody war against the undead King Ammon. Harries was the most loyal family to the Holy Emperor. Dion had always respected them greatly. Because of this genealogy, Dion mistakenly thought that Charlotte Harries and Grill were the remaining descendants of the Harries family. I don't know whether to call this guy naive or stupid, but with that belief, Dion suddenly became very enthusiastic. He voluntarily wrote a letter of introduction as a temple knight for Grill and Charlotte, while also promising that after entering the palace, Charlotte could properly learn swordsmanship from top knights. At that point, she could become the 7th prince's capable right-hand woman. Charlotte Harries heard this, and her eyes lit up. She naturally had no reason to refuse. Although Dion seriously misunderstood their background, if she could continue to accompany Alan Alphons, Charlotte Harries didn't want to explain the truth to Dion anymore. When Dion returned to the Lord's mansion, Alan Alphons had agreed to return to the palace with him. Along the way, Dion kept wondering about the reason that made him change his decision. After all, yesterday Alan Alphons had still slammed the door shut and even threatened to burn his soul. Well, the real reason was that the books Alan Alphons read yesterday were so good, and they were only a part of it. He was very curious about the following parts. And in the royal library, there was every kind of book. Alan Alphons decided that after returning to the palace, he would lock himself in the library all day. After the carriage traveled for a long time, they returned to Lawrence. This place was truly the capital. The bustle and prosperity made one's eyes dazzle. Dion also honestly told him about how, after several years of Alan Alphons being exiled, this place had developed even more prosperously. Do you like it, Prince? Dion originally thought Alan would be very happy to return to the palace, but unexpectedly, he blurted out 2 words that made both him and Charlotte Harries startled. Disgusting. Alan pulled out a handkerchief to cover his nose tightly. Dion, let me ask you one question. Don't tell me there are zombies in the capital of the Holy Empire, too. Passing through the crowded street, Alan ran as if chased by a ghost. There was no mistake. This feeling of his couldn't be wrong. Looking at it, it seemed like a peaceful street. But Alan was certain that deep inside, a vampire existed. Very quickly, he detected the characteristic scent of death and ran for his life following it. Charlotte Harries and Dion also hurriedly followed. The three people ran to a dead-end alley at the end of the street. Appearing before them was a wooden box filled with roses, and on top was a human head, more accurately, the head of a young woman who was wailing. What the hell is that? Dion was scared to death. Before the three of them could react, that head suddenly opened its eyes. She used pupils as red as blood to glare hatefully at Alphons. Afterward, she opened her mouth and let out a long, ear-piercing shriek. Charlotte Harris and Dion were momentarily unable to resist and had to use their hands to cover their ears tightly. Only Alphons was not affected by her. He drew his sword and decisively slashed straight at the opponent in one motion. That screeching finally stopped. Is it a zombie? Charlotte Harris finally stabilized herself. Alan looked up. In front of him was a body hanging on a clothesline. Perhaps this was the torso of that head. It seemed the internal organs had all been gouged out, leaving only skin, wrapped around bones. Truly a nauseating sight. You are being watched. A strange voice spoke up, making Alphons panic. Prince, are you okay? Dion asked worriedly. Having just returned to the capital, too many unstable things had already happened. Alphons only managed to catch a glimpse of the owner of that voice a moment ago. It was the person who had been following the three of them, a middle-aged man with red hair. He had immediately run away, after locking eyes with Alphons. Dion thought there was a high possibility he was the culprit. Alphons also agreed with that, but for the moment, they couldn't track his trail further because the scent of death had already spread everywhere. Therefore, Alphons decided to follow Dion back to the palace first. But regardless, he still felt that something ominous was about to happen. Returning to the palace, Alan learned that the capital Lawrence had recently been plunged into chaos because there were quite a few cases of brutal murders and decapitations continued, leaving the people across the capital in a panic. Inside the palace, things weren't any calmer because the seventh prince, a notorious scoundrel, had returned. Even Alphons couldn't find a moment of peace, as Dion kept nagging him like a broken record the moment he stepped back inside. I've already told you I know everything. Why are you nagging me like a leech? Dion shrugged. Your Highness, you're still just a child. Alphons was fuming but couldn't argue. This body did indeed belong to an underage kid. Meanwhile, Charlotte Harris planned to take a tour around the palace. Dion agreed to protect her under his name. As for Alphons, he headed toward the library. After all, his main purpose in returning was to find books on magic. However, along the way, he kept catching the scent of death, though it wasn't very strong. At first, Alphons thought he was just being paranoid, but after a while, he was fairly certain that vampires had infiltrated the palace. This made Alphons feel even more uneasy. He started debating whether to stay put as Diane had instructed, or just grab the books he needed and run away. Alphons wandered around for a while without reaching the library. Finally, his gaze accidentally fell upon a statue in the flower garden. Being curious, Alphons went to take a look, and unexpectedly ran into a gardener. The man seemed quite unhappy, likely because the brats assigned to the task had all run off. Everything falls on an old man like me. Should I just slit their throats and use them as garden ornaments? Alphons broke into a cold sweat. Is the palace gardener really this cranky and murderous? The old man kept grumbling. Alphons, who had been hiding behind the statue, was soon discovered. Hey, you brat. If you're here, you should know how to open your mouth and greet someone. Naturally, the man didn't know Alphons's identity, which is why he dared to act this way. But that wasn't all. The old gardener ordered him to bring him a shovel. Alphons wanted to refuse, but the old man looked so ferocious that he didn't dare. Thus, under the man's piercing, bullet-like glare, the noble seventh prince had to hunch his back and carry a heavy bag of dirt as requested. Is this enough? Alphons threw the bag of dirt down. I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. If the job is done, I'm leaving. Alphons intended to walk away, but seeing the man's hands covered in mud, he felt a twinge of sympathy. He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, the one Charlotte Harris had given him a few days ago. Wipe your hands. And if possible, don't struggle doing this alone. Call someone else to help. The man fell silent for a moment before slowly reaching out. However, he didn't take the handkerchief. Instead, he roughly grabbed Alphons's wrist. He panicked. Surely the old man wasn't actually planning to slit his throat and hang him up as an ornament, was he? Whited, what are you doing? You really have lost your memory, you brat. The man reached up and removed the wide-brimmed hat that was obscuring his face. Not only has your personality changed, but now you don't even recognize your own grandfather? The next day, as ordered, Alan went to have an audience with the Holy Emperor. Thinking back to yesterday in the garden, he felt a shiver down his spine. Who on earth would have guessed that the old man in the garden was the Holy Emperor? As soon as he entered the Holy Palace, the Emperor spoke up. I heard you made a significant contribution to defeating the enemy in Lonia. I also heard you took down a vampire count. Is that true? Alphons pondered for a few seconds. Even the people in Lonia knew about this. If so, there was no way the wise and brilliant Holy Emperor didn't know that a vampire was behind the incident. That is why, right now, instead of being recognized for his contributions in Lonia, the Holy Emperor was calculating how to catch that vampire while confirming the facts. Thinking this through, Alphons decided to be honest. Yes, Your Majesty, it was me. But I couldn't have caught him alone. Alphons began to recount the contributions of those who had helped him, from the Knight Dion, to Charlotte Harris, to Lord Janot, and even Grill, even though in reality they hadn't helped him much. Alphons still wanted to share the credit with everyone, partly because he didn't want to stand out too much. And he also wanted to have others share the burden of trouble for him. The Holy Emperor stared at him for a long time, then let out a sigh. The Emperor's expression didn't look good, but Alphons couldn't guess what he was thinking. The Emperor allowed him to go rest. After Alphons left, the audience chamber went deathly silent. The Holy Emperor fell into deep thought. Just half a year ago, his own grandson was still a reckless, selfish, and foolish scoundrel. But now, he saw Alphons being very confident, honestly admitting his own merits as well as the help of others. Furthermore, he was even perceptive enough to realize the existence of vampires nearby. The Holy Emperor was extremely troubled. Although Alphons's changes were positive, could a person's personality really change 180 degrees just because of memory loss? He was also concerned about Exiled and Grill. It was all due to that disastrous misunderstanding that Hamon Dion reported, that the two of them were the survivors of the Harry's family. This family was not only famous for their swordsmanship, but also for their magic. If that information was true, they could truly become the core of the vampire hunting efforts. Besides that, the Holy Emperor also received a piece of intelligence from Lord Janot. The report stated that a mysterious youth had saved countless lives with his holy magic, and there was a story about a goddess descending to bless him after he prayed. Finally, there was the fact that the youth had defeated a vampire count with nothing but a decorative gun in the room. Even though throughout the events, that youth wore a mask, Janot assured the Holy Emperor that the person was none other than Alphons. Originally, the Holy Emperor thought it was just a baseless rumor, but to his surprise, when he asked today, Alphons straight out admitted it. He immediately brought this issue to the ministers below. They immediately split into two factions. One side believed that Alphons was lying and taking credit for himself, while the other side believed he was indeed the heroic masked youth. The whole room erupted in noise due to their bickering. The Holy Emperor clutched his head. He had reached the age where he would soon have to step down from the throne, but among his current descendants, he didn't even have one person to assist him, let alone a successor to the throne. The Holy Emperor remembered Julicia and the incident that year, then blamed himself. After all, he was partly to blame for being too cold and putting the safety of the kingdom above his own descendants. Recalling Alphons's appearance earlier, a flicker of hope ignited in the Holy Emperor's heart. Does this little leopard cub actually have a chance? The Holy Emperor was incredibly troubled, while the ministers below were still frantically arguing. The train of thought was broken, making the Emperor furious. Finally, unable to take it anymore, he roared, "You bastards! If you don't want to be stabbed to death by my own hand, shut your mouths right now." The three noisy loudspeakers immediately fell silent. Just then, another person entered the hall. "Your Majesty, please calm down." The person who had just arrived was Count Pomo, a close aide to Prince Luan Alphons. He believed there was still plenty of time. The Holy Emperor could investigate a little further. After all, in 2 months, it would be the anniversary of the death of Princess Julicia. Alphons would remain in the palace until then, making it easier to investigate him. The Holy Emperor agreed with this. If that's the case, then so be it. The little leopard cub, Alphons, was completely unaware that he was about to be secretly investigated. His only concern was finding the library. It was already quite late when Alan reached the place. But just as he pushed the door open, a confused female voice rang out from inside. "Seventh Prince Alan?" He was exhausted. He didn't think there would still be someone in the library at this hour. The girl saw Alphons and looked as if she had seen a ghost. She quickly apologized and intended to leave immediately. "Just stay where you are. It's fine." The girl looked stunned. Alphons also noticed her urgency. He found it strange. He hadn't even done anything. So why act like she was about to be devoured? However, when he observed the other person a bit more closely, fragmented memories belonging to the original owner of this body flooded back. This girl looked familiar. Alan realized it. This is Alice Astoria, 17 years old, the granddaughter of the Archbishop. The original owner of this body had gotten into trouble with her, which is why he was sent to the spirit lands. No wonder Alice looked so uncomfortable. Alphons sighed. She must have thought that pervert was looking for her again. Another thing caught Alphons's attention. Her surname matched the surname of the author of the book he was looking for. This made Alphons suspicious that the person who wrote that book was the venerable Archbishop himself. Just thinking about this made Alphons feel a headache coming on. After everything the original owner of this body had done, he no longer dared to face this Archbishop's grandfather and granddaughter. "I'm sorry for startling you. I lost my memory, so I've forgotten almost everyone in the palace," Alphons said, sincerely. Even though he wasn't at fault, since he was in this body, he should still show some remorse. However, Alice still maintained that distant attitude. Alphons understood. If he were her, he wouldn't believe these words either. Forget it. Since it wasn't necessary to get close anyway, he decided to slip away first, to grab the book and leave immediately. But when he reached the shelf where the book should have been, it was empty. Alphons felt listless. "Don't tell me I went through the trouble of finding the library just to return empty-handed? Are you looking for my grandfather's book? I mean the Archbishop's, right?" A voice sounded from behind him. It turned out Alice was holding it. Alphons felt even more awkward, but she handed it to him. It was a book about resurrection, but Alice thought this book was just a record. "Copying from my grandfather's research. Nothing special. Besides, people already think resurrection is impossible, so why can't it be done?" Alphons reached out to take the book, casually asking a question, noticing that Alice had let her guard down around him a bit. Because no matter how much life force holy power grants, it cannot capture a soul that has already left the body. Only spirit summoning can do that. But in Alice's mind, spirit summoning is a terrifying form of magic, and the practitioner has to pay an incredibly steep price. So, Alice remained adamant that resurrecting the dead is completely impossible. What if someone possessed both holy power and magic power, then? She was stunned for a few seconds, silently asking Alphons if he had lost his mind along with his brain. The scenario he just mentioned is extremely rare, and for anyone trying to use both powers simultaneously, their body would explode. Yet, even so, Alphons still didn't give up hope on performing this resurrection ritual. He flipped through the Archbishop's book, which noted that to use holy power more effectively, one should pray more. Mages use mana and incantations, while dark mages use their own magic power and lifespan. He was truly curious if there was any way more effective than prayer. While lost in thought, Alphons subconsciously asked the question aloud, and Alice actually gave him an answer. If he wanted to know about methods more effective than prayer, he could use magical artifacts, but he had mentioned resurrecting the dead. What did he mean by that? Alphons suddenly snapped out of it. He had completely forgotten that Alice was right there, and that she was preparing to leave. They had lingered talking for too long, and it was getting quite late, so Alphons hurried her to head back. "It seems you're still uncomfortable with me. You don't need to deny it. Just go." "I didn't mean that," Alice denied, flustered, but she was still pushed straight out the door by Alphons. The library door slammed shut. She stood there, dazed, with 10,000 questions about why their conversation on resurrection hadn't finished yet. Furthermore, during this encounter, Alice felt that the seventh prince was somehow different, not in his physical appearance, but in his aura. He was completely different from the person who had harassed her before. While Alice was lost in thought, a voice called out. It was the Archbishop, an elderly man with snow-white hair and a monocle, looking very scholarly. "What is my granddaughter still doing here at this hour?" "I was studying in the library, grandfather," the Archbishop nodded. He knew Alice was curious and eager to learn, but it was late at night, and an old man like him still had to go to the trouble of coming here to warn her that the seventh prince had returned to the palace. Alice wanted to say something, but stopped. The Archbishop handed her a mask, and Alice took it very naturally, as if she were already very used to this. She went with her grandfather to Prince Luan's room. As usual, they had come to perform his therapy. Besides the Archbishop and Alice, a few others were participating in the treatment, but Luan's body didn't seem to respond much. He kept screaming, twisting, his eyes rolling back, looking even more ghastly than a zombie. Alice felt incredibly helpless before the first prince's cursed body. Even her holy power had no effect. Alice knew what this meant. Luan didn't have much time left. But even so, she wanted to find some way to save this pitiful first prince. And suddenly, Alice remembered the words Alphons had spoken earlier. "I still think we can pull off this resurrection thing." It was such a ridiculous notion. Alice knew it was impossible, but she couldn't stop herself from dwelling on those words and thinking about how wonderful it would be if resurrection were truly possible. Meanwhile, in Alphons's private quarters, Heyman Dian had just brought over a stack of documents, all information about the members of the royal family. After all, Alphons had no memories of his predecessor, so he had to research his surroundings thoroughly to cope. Only, in the pile of documents Dian brought, there was very little information about the biological parents of this body. What is this? No information about my parents? Alan complained. You need information on them too? You remember them anyway, don't you? He still thought he was faking amnesia. Alan grew annoyed. I've told you how many times I don't remember a single thing. But Dian remained as suspicious as a fox. Alphons demanded that Dian tell him everything he knew about his parents. He looked sad when he mentioned that when both of them were alive, their lives were completely ordinary. Alphons was speechless. This was called providing information? Is that all? Nothing else? Yes, Your Highness. Alan stared at the other man. Even though Dian was a big guy, who was good at fighting, he was truly a fool. Look at that expression, he clearly didn't know how to lie. Alphons genuinely wanted to know about the relationships between family members, but this was highly suspicious. Dian hurriedly changed the subject to the upcoming banquet and urged Alphons to prepare quickly. He put on an incredibly bored expression. Is it really necessary to prepare? Of course it is. If you do something wrong, you might be laughed at. Charlotte Harries is still learning palace etiquette so as not to embarrass you, Your Highness. Living among such serious people made Alphons extremely tired, but Dian kept nagging him to hurry up and prepare because it was a major banquet, not just a casual meal. Moreover, the first prince might also attend. Alphons paused upon hearing the 3 words, first prince, but he had no impression of this character at all. Who is that? Dian sighed, and pointed at a figure on the family tree he had just brought. Alphons, your older brother. He is the person you should be most wary of right now. At the same time, Luan had also heard the news about the banquet being held to welcome Alphons, but his expression didn't seem very good. Coupled with that cursed body of his, he looked even more frightening. A piece of trash like him needs a welcome banquet? On the night of the banquet, guests arrived in large numbers. Alice also appeared in a beautiful gown, attracting many compliments. In truth, the Archbishop didn't want her to come at all, but since he wasn't attending, she thought she couldn't afford to be absent. Alice was busy socializing with guests when she heard someone calling her name, Count Pomo. As soon as he appeared, whispers broke out all around. It's Count Pomo. I heard he's very popular with the people lately. I heard he has no interest in power. His hobby is just doing useless charity work. All these remarks reached Alice's ears. She was about to pick up her dress and start an argument, but Pomo stopped her. After all, those words weren't exactly wrong. After Pomo's wife died, the only reason he kept living was to do charity. In Alice's impression, Pomo was indeed a good person. Previously, he had served Prince Julicia, and now he was a loyal subject supporting the first prince instead of seizing power. Pomo seemed more concerned about Luan's health and was also someone who always spoke up for the people. But Alice didn't know if those things were the truth or just a perfect facade. She couldn't explain why she felt so uncomfortable interacting with this person. She skillfully made an excuse to leave early. Before she had taken a few steps, she ran into Lord Janat, but his stiff, comical demeanor didn't match the style of a lord at all. Oh, a country lord like me invited to such a luxurious place? Janat Lapong's 2 rows of teeth were chattering uncontrollably, and upon closer look, next to him was Grill, who was wearing a dapper suit. Lord Janat, you can't be nervous. Look at me. I'm just a commoner. Where is the 7th prince? How could he abandon us here? Their awkward appearance made Alice giggle. It had been a while since she attended a banquet, so she didn't want to be around people who were too hung up on etiquette. So, she stepped forward to talk to Lord Janat Lapong. All of this had fallen under the watchful eyes of Count Pomo, and perhaps it wasn't a mistake, but his gaze was filled with danger. Under the protection of the Holy Empire, Prince Alphons was entering the banquet hall. The announcement was made in a loud voice. Alphons walked into the grand hall in a neat outfit, followed by Charlotte Harris and Dian. From the crowd, Count Pomo cautiously threw a probing look at him. Alan slumped onto the sofa, bored. He had thought no one would pay attention to him today because Alphons was a prince with no claim to the throne and had been exiled. But he hadn't expected that just by bringing Charlotte Harris along, many eyes were now fixed on them. She looks even more noble than I do. Alphons assessed his maid from head to toe. Charlotte Harris truly looked beautiful and elegant today. It seemed her extra classes were worth it. After all, it's innate posture, Your Highness. It's not something you get just by learning for a short time, Dian added. What do you mean by that? Are you saying my natural posture is bad? Alan Alphons was about to banter with Diane a little when Count Pomo proactively came to pay his respects. He brought a gentle, respectful face. But of course, Alan Alphons had no impression of this man. Dion hurriedly reminded him to keep an attitude befitting a prince. While introducing Count Pomo's identity, he didn't seem to hold anything against Alan Alphons, actively reaching out a hand toward him. It has been a long time, so, Your Highness. Please forgive me for not being by your side during your most difficult time, Your Highness. It is understandable that you might have forgotten me. Alan Alphons didn't know why, but this man felt so fake it made his skin crawl. Still, for the sake of appearances, he reached out to shake the man's hand. Based on the files Diane provided, Alan knew this man had served his mother in the past and was currently supporting his brother. However, upon checking the man's information via the system, Alan Alphons was stunned. This dignified-looking man was actually a vampire, and a bloodthirsty one at that. Whether by accident or design, the handshake with Pomo suddenly became firmer. Alan Alphons instinctively released his holy power as a defensive measure, but the man didn't react at all. Are you enjoying the banquet food today? Alan Alphons forced himself to remain calm. Yes, it's delicious. That's a relief. It's been quite a while since you've enjoyed royal cuisine, hasn't it? Now Alan Alphons finally understood where his discomfort with this man came from. He just couldn't figure out how long the man had been in the palace, or why, after all these years, no one had discovered Pomo's true identity. He tilted his head, observing the guests at the banquet. He suddenly discovered another terrifying truth. Besides Pomo, there were other vampires masquerading as nobles. Alan Alphons staggered to his feet. Coming to think of it, I just remembered something that disappointed me during the meal, he said. Pomo let out an "oh" and asked what it was. Alan Alphons waved to a servant to get another glass of wine and brought it in front of Pomo. Wine, of course. It's so boring to have a meal without good wine. Why don't you have a glass, my honorable count? Pomo comfortably reached out to take the wine glass. Alan Alphons smiled inwardly. He had infused the wine with his holy power, turning it into holy water. Once Pomo drank it, his true face would be revealed. Alan was fairly certain that the shadow who had been following him when he first returned to the capital was this very man, so he was likely the one behind that incident as well. But to his surprise, Pomo drank the wine in one gulp without any reaction. He even kept his fake, sycophantic expression. It seems I drank too fast and got a bit dizzy. Please forgive me, Your Highness. My tolerance for alcohol isn't very high. You don't look drunk at all, Alan Alphons grabbed the bottle of wine from the side. The sound of Pomo's glass shattering attracted the eyes of many guests, but Alan Alphons didn't stop. He smashed the bottle, then struck Pomo directly, causing him to howl. Your Highness, what are you doing? Please, calm down. Alan Alphons was stunned. He had just left a deep, searing mark on the back of Pomo's hand, but the wound didn't heal immediately. Pomo's whole body was trembling, looking incredibly pathetic. Alan Alphons was certain the man was a vampire, but why didn't he react to the holy water? And why didn't he have his regenerative abilities? Dion hurriedly pulled the little leopard cub behind his back. Count Pomo, please forgive him. It seems His Highness is drunk. Why don't we go inside and get you treated? Yes, I think that would be best. Then, if you'll excuse me, I shall head out first. As soon as he finished speaking, Pomo rushed away. Only Alan Alphons, Dion, and Charlotte Harris remained. The two of them didn't understand why he had acted that way, but when Alan Alphons told them Pomo was a vampire, they couldn't believe their ears. At this moment, the person most unsettled was Dion. He wanted to apprehend Pomo immediately, but Alan Alphons stopped him. They didn't have any evidence to arrest him yet. Bring me pen and paper first, Alan Alphons ordered. What are you going to do with those? What else? We're going to track the vampire ourselves. Pomo had by now escaped into a private room. Just as Alan had predicted, he was indeed a vampire. As soon as he hid behind the door, Pomo vomited out the wine he had just drank. His face became distorted, his eyes turned white, and his fangs grew out rapidly. That bastard prince. Pomo was certain that Alan Alphons had discovered his true identity. Otherwise, who would go to the length of turning holy water into wine just to serve to others? Pomo's body became increasingly wretched. Fresh blood continuously spewed from his mouth, and his pupils darkened. Pomo needed to remove the internal organs that had been scorched by the holy water. He needed fresh blood and raw meat. Just then, a knock came from the door. It was a maid. Lord Count, I've come to clean your room. Pomo wore a sinister smile and called the maid in. The girl stepped in timidly, seeing the room full of blood, but when she realized something was wrong, it was already too late. You came at the perfect time. I need someone like you. When two other maids arrived, Pomo had already restored his usual elegant appearance. The dinner was delicious. "You must be very busy because of the banquet," he said, cheerfully greeting the two maids. He didn't forget to explain the disappearance of the maid named Milia. Pomo made up a clever excuse, saying that because she was working hard, he had hired her to work exclusively at his own mansion. The two maids were impressed, thinking Milia was lucky to serve privately at the Count's estate. But poor Milia was already in Pomo's belly. He adjusted his collar, then subconsciously revealed a dangerous smile. "Now, it's time to visit the eldest prince and bid him a good evening." At the same time, Alan had written down a few names. These were just the scumbags he had spotted on the first floor. There were surely many more. Dion felt a massive headache because they hadn't figured out how to prove these people were vampires. At least none of them were originators, so the situation wasn't too dire. Alan Alphons didn't understand what originator meant, so Dion began to explain. Alan Alphons already knew about the evolution of the undead. After evolution, if someone was born a vampire, they were called an originator, for example, the Count, vampire they had defeated in Lonia last time. Through various situations, these originators would create their own creations. They were relatively weak compared to an originator, but possessed a special ability. They could hide themselves incredibly skillfully among humans. They can hide their identities even from the eyes of the Holy Emperor? At Alan Alphons's question, Dion was a bit flustered, but what he said was true. Because those bastards could replace their own bodies with the bodies of the humans they had killed. Alan Alphons recalled the head they had seen on the street. So it seemed those missing corpses that left only their heads behind had all been taken over by vampires. Thinking of this, Alan Alphons felt incredibly frustrated. He gripped the paper in his hand tightly, then tossed it to Dion. "Hey mon Dion, your status is high enough, isn't it? Your Highness, my rank is high enough to mobilize a squad of holy knights under my command." Dion didn't know what Alan Alphons was getting at, but he answered honestly. "Then go and catch everyone written here. Assess the situation first, and if necessary, kill them." Dion was alarmed, but Alan Alphons asserted firmly that he would take full responsibility, and even dispatched Charlotte Harris to help Dion. He was very anxious. After all, mobilizing military power during a banquet was no small matter. But there really was no way to prove they were vampires, so Alan wanted to kill them first, and then show the world the sight of them turning into ash. He also guessed that Count Pomo realized Alan knew his true face. If they didn't act now, they would put themselves in danger. Dion and Charlotte Harris exchanged glances. They had reached a decision. "Understood. Please take care of yourself, Prince." Dion and Charlotte Harris left first. Alan Alphons secretly calculated a place to hide until something happened. But just then, out of nowhere crawled a red-haired guy with a smirking face. "Alan Alphons, it's been a long time since we last met. My little brother." This was Raphael Alphons, 21 years old, the third grandson of the great Holy Emperor. Based on the system, Alan Alphons could see all the personality traits as well as the ambitions of this man. It's just, Raphael Alphons truly had a relatively pathetic personality. Seeing his brother, Alan Alphons pretended to greet him, but he knew Raphael was just a mama's boy. Even the Holy Emperor, their grandfather, felt that. Raphael was a prince whose existence was near zero. Raphael flashed a cunning smile and began to mention the fact that aside from him, no other prince had come to attend the banquet. "Don't be disappointed. Maybe they were just too busy to remember to come to your celebration." Alan Alphons looked at Raphael's pathetic appearance. It was clear he was trying to provoke him, but Alan was very cooperative as he offered his thanks to Raphael for taking the time to come. Sure enough, that shallow bastard immediately puffed up, and even though Raphael was just a coward, he was still someone who always craved the throne. Taking this opportunity, he also wanted to warn Alan Alphons. Of course, Raphael had no idea that the person in front of him was no longer the annoying, useless, younger brother he once knew. "If you come to the palace with a craving for the crown prince's position, then perhaps I will have to become your enemy. Just keep living the life you've been living." Alan Alphons irritably glanced at the hand resting on his shoulder, which Raphael Alphons didn't notice. Sensing something off about his younger brother after asserting his dominance, he waved his hand and left first. Alan Alphons watched that figure go with a sigh. Even if he weren't here, the crown prince position would never go to this guy. He wasn't kind, and he wasn't exactly evil either. He just looked like a third-rate villain. That idiot wasn't even worth Alan Alphons's time or effort. Since he didn't know how strong Count Pomo was yet, he needed to conserve his energy. Thinking this, Alan Alphons continued his plan to find a safe place to hide until Diana and Charlotte Harris finished the task he had assigned them. But before he could even take 3 steps, a sharp, ear-piercing sound shattered Alan Alphons's eardrums. Someone was calling his name with a tone that was far from friendly. Alan Alphons, get over here now. Following that shout was another urgent voice. Prince Luan, please stop, you really shouldn't be moving around this much. Hearing the name Luan, Alan Alphons couldn't take another step. He turned around and saw his pathetic older brother. It was a shame. Luan Alphons had the potential to be a perfect older brother, but his body had rotted to a terrifying degree. The stench of decay and the overwhelming magical power made Alan Alphons uncomfortable. He knew Luan Alphons was still alive, but barely clinging to life in a dying body. Yet, Luan Alphons's sheer willpower was truly astonishing, as he immediately grabbed Alan Alphons by the collar with his mangled hand and lifted him up. How dare you insult my vassal? The Count is someone who served our mother. I don't think you're unaware of that. The guests in the Great Hall began to be drawn in by Luan's shouting. He repeatedly berated Alan Alphons for insulting his mother's honor time and time again, even getting so worked up that he sprayed blood onto his precious younger brother's face. If the Holy Emperor hadn't entered the hall right then, Luan might have turned into a monster and devoured Alan Alphons. What are you two doing? The appearance of the Holy Emperor caused the hall, which had been murmuring, to suddenly fall silent. Why is no one answering me? I asked. What are you doing? It was just a question, but the Holy Emperor's inquiry sounded like a lion's roar. His voice alone carried so much divine power that even someone healthy like Alan Alphons felt unsteady. So how could a sick man like Luan handle it? He immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. The Holy Emperor ordered the Archbishop and other healers to take the first prince away. The Archbishop didn't dare to delay for a single second. He scrambled to carry Luan away for treatment. Now, only Alan Alphons was left facing his grandfather. The Holy Emperor demanded a satisfactory explanation from him because he had heard about him insulting Count Pomo with a broken wine bottle. Alan Alphons didn't dare to deny the truth, but when the Holy Emperor asked for the reason, he felt like he had been gagged. Alan Alphons hesitated, wondering if he should just tell him that Pomo was a vampire, but he currently had no proof. Surely his grandfather wouldn't believe him. I was too drunk, so I made a mistake. Alan Alphons covered up. A mistake, is that so? The Holy Emperor asked again, but Alan Alphons felt the tone and expression were off, as if he were expecting a different answer. Alan Alphons firmly repeated his previous answer. Meanwhile, Luan, who was being treated nearby, pushed the Archbishop away. He grabbed an empty wineglass from the table and threw it straight at Alan Alphons. This insolent action made the Holy Emperor furious. Luan staggered to his feet. Please forgive my rudeness, but my people have been insulted by him. I cannot let this go. I want to duel him. The Holy Emperor thought he had misheard. It was unbelievable that Luan would ask to duel Alan Alphons in such a physical state. He promised to punish Alan Alphons appropriately after investigating the situation thoroughly, but Luan did not agree. While bedridden, he had heard about his grandfather crediting Alan for the incident at the Lonia estate. He wanted to duel Alan Alphons to expose his true face. Was he really capable of hunting vampires, or was he just stealing credit from others? Are you not curious, Your Majesty? The Archbishop was terrified. Holy Emperor, please stop him. This cannot happen. But the Holy Emperor thought for a moment and decided to step aside, giving space to Luan and Alan Alphons. Luan understood what this meant, so without any hesitation, he pointed straight at his younger brother. The Holy Emperor has approved our duel. I will certainly teach you some manners. You'd better prepare yourself. Alan Alphons felt incredibly frustrated. These people didn't even bother asking for his opinion. Some people in the room had already wearily departed. They didn't want to get involved in trouble just because of the seventh prince. Clearly, their behavior showed they didn't respect Alan Alphons at all. This made Grill, who was drunk, yell in rage, "You bastards! No matter how low the seventh prince might be, he is still." Before he could finish his sentence, Lord Janot gagged him. He looked apologetically at Alice, who was standing nearby. "I apologize, Lady Alice. This young man's tolerance for alcohol isn't very good." Alice smiled faintly. She didn't have time to pay attention to these two. Just now, Alan Alphons's attitude toward Count Pomo had caught her attention. Why was he staring at the wine the Count was drinking with such an expectant look? Could there be something in that wine? And why did Alan Alphons do that? But what Alice was most concerned about right now was the first prince, Luan. As the prince's healer, Alice knew very well that he shouldn't overexert himself. She hurried down. She wanted to ensure that their duel would end safely. Meanwhile, Alan Alphons was extremely depressed. He held a wooden sword in his hand, feeling extremely confused. Why did he have to possess a body that had such a terrible relationship with his family? Moreover, Alan Alphons didn't want to fight someone who was already dying. If he died right in the middle of a fight, that would be a huge problem. Alan Alphons glanced at his grandfather again. He didn't know what they were expecting, but clearly, the Holy Emperor had no intention of stopping this fight, and the Archbishop was only worried about the First Prince's safety. In his eyes, Alan was basically no different from a bug, and because of safety concerns, holy power had been banned in this match, as Luan's current body couldn't withstand the use of holy power anymore. Moreover, if it were true that the Seventh Prince was the one who hunted the vampire host, he couldn't just rely on holy power to fight him. You could say this was an opportunity to test his martial arts skills. The Archbishop's words were clearly aimed at Alan Alphons. He fumed when he fought the vampire count. He clearly used holy power, and now they were asking him to prove it without using holy power? What was that about? He didn't even know how to use a sword. And the two people who should have stood up for him, Diana and Charlotte Harris, weren't here. Alan Alphons felt the situation was stacked against him, so there was only one way left. Alan Alphons gripped the sword in his hand with a strange sense of courage. Luan, seeing his younger brother's expression change in an instant, let out an "oh," saying, "Finally, you're taking this seriously, huh?" He also gripped his wooden sword, looking ready for this battle. "Your Majesty, please remain neutral in this fight." The Holy Emperor looked at his two grandsons, not forgetting to tell them that, no matter what, they must not forget to respect each other. But Luan paid no attention to that. He looked fierce, as if he wanted to kill Alan Alphons right then and there. The Holy Emperor waved his hand to declare the duel started. Alan Alphons immediately charged toward his brother with his sword. Luan also mustered all his strength, wanting to teach him a lesson. But something no one expected happened. Alan Alphons charged forward, but he didn't attack. He knelt on one knee in front of Luan, held his sword high with both hands, and loudly shouted, "I surrender. I, Alan Alphons, surrender to Luan Alphons." Out of fear, the whole hall went silent. Luan was stunned. The Holy Emperor, the Archbishop, and Alice were also stunned. The guests in the Great Hall were even more stunned. It took a few seconds for the Holy Emperor to react. He brought his hand up to cover his darkened face. After all that, he hadn't thought this brat would choose to surrender to avoid the fight. The Holy Emperor didn't understand if he really couldn't fight, or if he was worried about Luan's condition. On the other side, Luan also started to react. He was so angry he was trembling. "You pathetic bastard." Luan swung a strike down into the ground right next to where Alan Alphons was kneeling, startling him. This one strike alone made Luan Alphons so tired he was panting. "You don't just look down on those under my command. You even dare to audaciously look down on me just because I look like a corpse? You dare to insult me directly?" Luan Alphons hissed each word, then repeatedly slashed wildly in front of him. Each slash was accompanied by frantic, uncontrolled insults. The video is censored with a long string of beep, beep, beep. Alan Alphons rolled to this side, then to that side to dodge each strike from his brother, who was losing it. "Hey, watch your dignity." Luan had lost all reason by now. He no longer cared about dignity, and couldn't forgive the things Alan Alphons had done. Finally, his anger caused Luan to lose his mind. He used holy power. Alan Alphons was stunned. "Are you crazy?" Not only would Luan's body not be able to handle it, but if he were hit by this attack filled with holy power, he would explode. Alan Alphons cast his gaze toward his grandfather, but it seemed like that noble and bright holy emperor still showed no signs of stopping the two of them. Alan Alphons had no choice but to fend for himself. He manifested a shovel. It looked a bit shabby, but it was incredibly effective at parrying Luan's strikes. The nearby mages gasped. "Where did he get that shovel? I didn't think he could use space magic." That's not magic. I can't sense any mana that's holy power." Luan and Alan Alphons were locked in a fierce exchange. Luan grew more frenzied with every hit, while Alan Alphons only dared to block, never counterattacking. He couldn't understand how his brother could still fight in this condition, and if this continued, Luan's life would surely be in danger. Suddenly, Alan Alphons's gaze fell upon the crowd in the distance. A sinister smile made his hair stand on end. "That bastard is Count Pomo. It looks like this was his plan all along. He's the one who brainwashed Luan Alphons into coming here to vent his rage." Seeing Pomo seemingly getting ready to slip away after causing all this trouble, Alan Alphons couldn't let him get away with it. "Brother, I'm sorry. Please, just take this and wake up." Alan Alphons finally fought back. He focused his holy power and struck Luan Alphons directly. The entire hall was shocked. How could a sickly guy like Luan Alphons take such a heavy blow? But Alan Alphons didn't have time to worry about his brother right now. He manifested a gun and aimed it straight at Count Pomo. The Archbishop was completely panicked. He hurriedly urged the Emperor to stop Alan Alphons. "Your Majesty, even if that gun can't kill someone, using it at such close range is still dangerous." Ignoring the shouts around him, Alan raised the muzzle high and began to pray. Holy power gathered. His target was that cunning count. The bullet of holy power struck Pomo right between the eyes, sending him crashing backward. Alan gritted his teeth in frustration. It wasn't enough. Pomo wasn't dead yet, because he had only prayed for a short time, making the power too weak. Alan Alphons raised the gun again, intending to fire another shot. The people in the hall were in total chaos, trampling over each other to escape. Good heavens, the seventh prince has gone mad. The emperor couldn't stand it anymore. He ordered the holy knights to restrain the seventh prince. They certainly wouldn't dare defy his order, so even as a prince, Alan Alphons was grabbed by 3 or 4 burly knights. Don't! I'm doing something important. Alan Alphons struggled with all his might. He just needed one more shot, and Pomo would surely die and turn to ashes. But alas, no one gave Alan Alphons that chance. The gun fell from his hand. The assassination of Pomo had failed. A while later, Luan had calmed down and regained his senses, but his head was spinning, constantly replaying the fight with Alan Alphons. The emperor approached the first prince, sharing the same thought. Something was definitely going on with Alan Alphons. Luan didn't hide his thoughts from his grandfather. He suddenly recalled what Hamon Dian had said a few days ago, that Alan needed to turn himself into a piece of trash, to be exiled to the remote, desolate land of Lonia, where he could secretly build up his strength to avenge their mother. Initially, Luan hadn't believed it. But today, looking at his younger brother's current abilities, he was starting to think it might be true. That is why I want to ensure that he truly possesses the qualities of an emperor. Luan Alphons's words stunned everyone, especially the archbishop. Then, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Luan Alphons knew better than anyone that he was truly dying. He had always wanted to be the next emperor, but his body had reached its limit. Yet, his desire to avenge his mother never faded. He wanted every noble who had mocked his mother and called her lowly to pay the price. Thus, Luan made his decision. Now, I must do whatever it takes to make Alan Alphons the next emperor. Luan recalled the earlier situation his brother had genuinely wanted to kill Count Pomo. Based on their duel, Luan realized he wasn't actually a match for Alan Alphons. If Alan was still the same jerk as before and wanted to insult his brother, he would have targeted him directly during the fight. Instead, Alan had ignored Luan and kept his eyes locked on the Count. Luan didn't know why his brother was so obsessed with Pomo, but he felt this wasn't simple. Saying this, Luan clutched his head and groaned in pain. Alice hurriedly supported him, and the archbishop also said they needed to treat the first prince immediately. The emperor agreed. They temporarily set aside the events of the banquet to ensure Luan Alphons's survival. Have you seen Hamon Dian anywhere? Suddenly, the emperor realized he hadn't seen that man for a while. But neither Alice nor the archbishop had seen him. They only knew he had left mid-banquet and hadn't returned. The emperor pondered for a moment before turning his attention to Count Pomo. Upon learning the man had been taken to his room for treatment, the emperor demanded to see him immediately. "What are you going to do to a patient, your majesty?" The archbishop asked cautiously, feeling out the situation. "Isn't he injured because of my grandson? I just want to treat him myself. Do you think I should use a bit of holy power on his head to heal him?" The archbishop didn't understand what that meant, but as a servant, he didn't dare speculate on what the emperor was thinking. Meanwhile, after causing such a ruckus like the Monkey King in the Heavenly Palace, Alan Alphons had been thrown into the dungeon. He was extremely restless because he had only managed to hurt that bastard Pomo. He couldn't imagine Pomo killing servants just to restore his strength. Plus, the palace was quieter than Alan Alphons had expected. This made him suspicious. Had Dion and Charlotte Harris failed? When Count Pomo was walking around the banquet hall looking so confident, he must have been hiding something. To vampires, the palace was like the center of their enemy's lair. Perhaps they had a whole guidebook on how to escape danger in emergencies? Even if that weren't the case, it would be difficult for Dion to hurt the nobles because of their status. That's why vampires love to disguise themselves as nobles. A high status would help them delay any arrest if they were suspected. But here, Alan would definitely have to take responsibility for attempting to kill the Count. Just thinking about it made Alan wish he could chew through these iron bars to escape. Suddenly, there were calm footsteps approaching from afar. "Down here and still making so much noise, huh?" Seeing the person before hearing them, that could only be the airhead, Raphael Alphons. Alan let out a sharp, "Oh, the third prince? You have to call me brother." Raphael Alphons fumed. "I saw you fighting earlier. Brothers fighting like that isn't right." Alan bet Jordan hadn't gone through the trouble of coming down to this dark, damp basement, just to lecture him. Perhaps he was gloating because Luan was dying and Alan was thrown in jail. Alan didn't want to talk to this guy at all. But suddenly he remembered, Raphael might be an idiot, but he was still a prince. which meant he had the authority to get him out of here. Thinking this, Alan immediately switched to a flattering, coaxing tone. "Brother, can you help me get out of here? Why would I do that? What if I get punished for acting on my own? Isn't the first prince in critical condition?" Alphons cut him off. "If I owe something, I want to pay it back quickly. That's why I really want to visit the first prince. You know, that's just how I am." It sounded unreasonable, yet surprisingly convincing. Especially when hearing that Luan was critical, Alphons became even more excited. Not stopping there, Alphons continued to persuade him. "If you let me out, I'll show you." A very interesting sight later. Human envy was truly terrifying. Alphons had only said a few words, pretending he wanted to find the first prince to settle scores, yet Alphons was eager to let him out immediately. He was even generous enough to take Alphons to the armory. Getting out of the dungeon was a relief. But Alphons didn't know what to do next. There was no one in the palace who could help him, and by his estimation, the vampires had likely exchanged all their information by now. So, it was time to use some authority, right? Alan sighed. The person he borrowed power from would definitely have to be someone more powerful. Someone who could freely use that power and be trusted by everyone. Alphons immediately thought of his sickly brother. With that thought, he waved his hand to summon a formidable army. All of them were wraiths. "I think I've got some work for you all now." But looking back and forth, the appearance of this bunch is too terrifying. Alan made them cover their faces with armor and hide their bodies. They were in the armory anyway, and the gear was as cheap as rotten fish at the market. Alphons had originally intended to deal with those vampires as cleanly as possible, but they were too cunning. On top of that, Luan didn't understand his intentions. Reluctantly, Alphons had to summon these pets. Seeing the army of wraiths standing ready in armor like true holy knights, Alan was very excited. "All right, now let's head to the first prince." Alan marched aggressively out of the armory. In the hallway, he ran right into some lowly soldiers and maids. Seeing Alan's massive army, the thought of a coup immediately popped into their heads. The seventh prince is staging a coup. Alan knew people would think that. He ordered his wraith soldiers not to kill anyone, only to clear a path for him. The lowly soldiers panicked and hurriedly called for reinforcements. They knew Alphons is heading toward the crown prince's chambers. The blades are already drawn, but the spirits are obeying Alphons perfectly. They aren't killing anyone, but they are doing a fantastic job of blocking the officers from doing their duty. Alphons chuckles and makes a beeline for the door, while the soldiers behind him scramble in a panic. They try to stop him before he can reach the crown prince, but it's too late. Alphons kicks the door wide open. Inside, several healers are busy tending to Luan Alphons. They are startled by his sudden appearance, but before they can even process it for 3 seconds, Alphons's henchmen have already rounded them up and dragged them out. Alphons orders his soldiers to guard the entrance. He blocks anyone from entering. The heavy door slams shut, leaving the two brothers alone in the room. Luan is so exhausted, he can't even turn his head. He can only cast a glance at his precious little brother. "What do you think you're doing?" "I didn't want to do this either, brother. You really shouldn't have sabotaged my plans last time. Now the vampire hunt is a total disaster." "Are you talking about Count Pomo?" Alan is a bit surprised that Luan guessed the truth. However, Luan thinks Alan is mistaken, since even the court priest confirmed that Pomo isn't a vampire. They are demons in human skin, making them incredibly hard to distinguish. You wouldn't be able to tell who is human and who is a demon, unless you channeled holy power into their heads. Luan stares at Alphons, eyes wide with shock. He doesn't think his brother is lying. Luan demands to know why Alphons hadn't been honest from the start, but Alan knows that even if he had told the truth, no one would have believed him. Besides, he never wanted to get involved with this messy royal family or those vampires in the first place, but given the current situation, he has been dragged completely into this vortex. Alphons manifests a mask and puts it on. Luan struggles to sit up, and just then, Alphons manifests a shovel. "So, first things first, please repay my hard work with your life." By now, the Archbishop has arrived. He nearly goes mad upon learning that the seventh prince has led an army to seize the crown prince's chambers. Even though he's just an old man, the Archbishop's holy power is still immense. It doesn't take much effort for him to knock down a few of Alan's soldiers, but when a helmet shatters, the Archbishop is horrified to realize they are nothing but corpses. The Archbishop is terrified, whispering to himself, could Alan have mastered necromancy from the past? Moreover, these things belong to the darkness, yet they possess pure holy power, just like true holy knights. If he hadn't just smashed their helmets, even the Archbishop wouldn't have realized they weren't human. Lock down this corridor. No one in, no one out, the Archbishop commands. Now, he is more desperate to save the Crown Prince than to settle the score with these spirits. The Archbishop fights his way straight to the door. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupts from inside, and soldiers begin to fall one after another. The Archbishop grows even more tense. He kicks the door open and witnesses a horrifying scene. Alan is standing over Luan Alphons's frail body, and most shocking of all, the shovel in his hand is buried deep in his brother's chest. Blood is gushing everywhere. It's terrifying. I'll consider it repaid, brother. Your life for my efforts. Now, come back to life. As his body is consumed by agonizing pain, Luan begins to recall some events and realizes that Pomo truly had many strange qualities. He only reported on the bad things Alan Alphons had supposedly done while Luan lay in his hospital bed. In his reports, Pomo kept saying that Alan Alphons mocked Luan for having low status, just like their mother, and that he constantly insulted their mother. Luan should have realized sooner that he was trying to incite him and sow darkness. But the reason Luan never suspected him was that Pomo had been by his side since he was a child. Pomo had been his only emotional support since he lost his mother, and that made it impossible for Luan to imagine that this man was a vampire. Now, he feels incredibly foolish. Facing the shovel in Alan Alphons's hand, he thinks it's only natural for his little brother to want him dead. The shovel in Alan Alphons's hand pierces deep into Luan's chest. The pain fades quickly, and Luan feels his body grow light. His soul drifts out, gently wrapping its arms around his little brother in a farewell. Alan Alphons's abundant holy power continuously flows into the handle of the shovel. I am the master of the spirit army and the heir of Gaia, Alan says, in a raspy voice. Luan's soul is then pulled back into his body. He sits bolt upright, coughing violently for a long time, but immediately after, Luan's body no longer feels painful. Breathing is much easier. Beside him, Alan Alphons is drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, but he wears a deeply satisfied smile. How does a new life feel, brother? Luan examines his hands. It has been such a long time since his skin was this healthy. Luan can also feel his muscles and bones finally mending. He rips off the blood-soaked bandages from his body. Could it be that the curse that has tortured him for so long is truly gone? The answer to that is clear. Luan can't contain himself and shouts in joy. It's a miracle. Alan is nearly exhausted after this resurrection of Luan. He doesn't have time to explain much. He can only ask Luan Alphons to go find Dion for him. Luan Alphons throws on a robe, feeling energized, and steps outside. That little punk isn't very cute. But even so, the misunderstanding between the brothers has been largely resolved, and Luan Alphons vows to finish the work that little leopard is doing to perfection. After wandering around the palace for a while, Luan eventually runs into Diane and Charlotte Heiress. Diane is arguing with a guard about something, and neither of them seems willing to back down. Excuse me, this guy only takes orders from me. Luan steps forward, pats Diane on the shoulder, and cuts him off. Excuse me, who are you? Diane is confused, but when he turns and takes a good look at the newcomer's face, his eyes widen. You are the Crown Prince? Diane is beyond shocked. Luan doesn't have time to explain how the curse was lifted. He demands that Diane hand over the list of vampires that Alan Alphons had written earlier, but Diane seems a bit hesitant. After all, his loyalty had shifted toward Alan Alphons. If he and I were enemies, don't worry. Alan personally asked me to help. The miracle that happened to my body is proof. Diane thinks for a moment, and finally decides to give the list to Luan. The Crown Prince never imagined that there were so many vampires infiltrating their ranks. Among them, there are even nobles from neighboring countries. It's just a pity that Diane didn't have enough authority to control them. Luan pats Diane on the shoulder, praising him for doing a great job. If not for Diane holding these bastards back, capturing them would have been much more difficult. It's been a long time since I used my power. Luan takes a deep breath, greedily enjoying his new life after being reborn. Very quickly, several scythes appear behind his back, but these aren't the scythes of the Grim Reaper because now, Luan is as strong as an ox. Following the orders of Crown Prince Luan Alphons, the Heretic Investigation Team and the Red Cross Team have arrived. They haven't been summoned in a very long time. This is a special unit trained to purge heretics, and only the Crown Prince has the authority to summon them. Naturally, this fifth squad only follows his orders. While not numerous, they are one of the 5 strongest armies in the Holy Empire. Thank you all for gathering here. Now, a small announcement. It's been a long time since you last went hunting, right? Luan holds up the list and declares that the names on it are those who have tainted the Holy Empire. They even killed my mother. Luan commands his army. When you capture them, cut open their chests to check their hearts, and smash their skulls to see if there is any magic inside. Make them experience endless, horrific pain, so they realize how meaningless their fake lives are. This is a real vampire hunt. Diane is a bit stunned. The Crown Prince just got healthy, and he's already this brutal? Under Luan's direction, the heretic investigation team acts quickly. Their scythes sweep through the party, and they immediately take the head of a noble. Sure enough, there is a small residue of magic beneath his skin. So, the information that those on the list are vampires is accurate. The captain of the investigation team immediately orders them to kill everyone. The welcome banquet for Alphons that day turns into a bloodbath. The castle is filled with sounds of slaughter and screaming. Luan calmly observes the entire situation, while Dion feels his hair standing on end. This is the first time he has seen the heretic investigation team and the Red Cross team at work. They don't care about anything except catching and killing those on the list. They truly are hunting. But the most damnable mastermind, Pomo, is nowhere to be found. This makes Diane very worried. Conversely, Luan seems quite relaxed because he knows Pomo has already been taken to a place much more terrifying than this. Why aren't you answering me, Count Pomo? The place Luan mentioned is right in front of the throne. Now, Pomo is facing the illustrious king and his sharp questions. Are you a vampire? Before the Holy Emperor, Pomo feels like nothing more than a worm. But faced with that deadly question, he truly doesn't know how to respond. Pomo gulps, trembling with fear. He felt incredibly regretful now. He should have refused when he heard the Saint Emperor wanted to personally treat him. What's the matter? Did I hit a nerve? Seeing Pomo hesitating to answer, the Saint Emperor stood up. Forgive my impropriety, but if you truly are human, I will apologize later. Seeing the Saint Emperor closing in, Pomo grew increasingly tense. He clung to the excuse that the priests had already confirmed his humanity. But now, the Saint Emperor didn't even seem to trust those priests' expertise anymore. He became even more panicked as he could hear the sounds of death echoing in every corner of the palace. He could even feel his own kind being hunted down, even after they had escaped the palace. Ever since he threw Alphons in prison, Pomo had been confident that he had everything under control, but with the current situation, the terror in his heart grew by the second. How could vampires, once the hunters, have become the prey? Pomo wanted to get out of there fast, but the Saint Emperor didn't seem ready to let him off that easily. Seeing Pomo frantically looking around, the Saint Emperor grew impatient. Look at me, Count Pomo. You're clearly younger than I am, so why is your hearing worse than mine? Pomo scanned his surroundings, confirming there were no weapons, no holy knights, or any soldiers present. Pomo knew the person in front of him was the hero who once slew the soul-reaping king, but he was old now. Pomo, however, possessed eternal life. He silently calculated the power dynamic and strength, thinking he could actually defeat the Saint Emperor. Suddenly, he burst into cackling laughter. Why are you laughing? Did you find my words amusing? You damn Saint Emperor. You're just a pathetic old man. The Saint Emperor was slightly surprised by the man's sudden rudeness. He could vaguely predict what was about to happen. Sure enough, right after that, Pomo frankly admitted he was a vampire. Immediately, he bit off his own right arm. Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain, and Pomo's complexion became increasingly terrifying. His arm elongated rapidly, his eyes turned blood red, and the severed arm instantly grew back. Why bother being polite to a damn old man like you? I am a predator, and I'm going to hunt and devour people like you. That strange, giant arm writhed in the air like a snake, finally grabbing the Saint Emperor. Pomo was extremely smug. The Saint Emperor was a living historical relic of humanity. If he could eat him, swallow him whole, he would surely be recognized by the other progenitor vampires. Seeing the king locked tightly in his grasp, Pomo laughed like a madman. Now you're helpless, aren't you, old man? He then increased his pressure, wanting to crush the Saint Emperor to death right there. But the last thing he expected happened next. The unarmed Saint Emperor was able to pry his fingers apart. His gaze was cold, looking no different from the Grim Reaper himself. As the Saint Emperor stepped out from that giant palm, Pomo knew he was done for. Sure enough, the Saint Emperor accelerated toward him and delivered a thunderous punch to the scumbag. He found it absolutely ridiculous. This bastard isn't even a progenitor vampire, yet he doesn't know where he gets the confidence to defeat me? I killed the soul-reaping King Amun and ripped his skull out. So, do you think a fly or a mosquito like you is anything to me, Count Pomo? Pomo was sent into a daze by that single punch from the Saint Emperor. He might not be dead, but he was in a wretched state. It serves him right. Who told him to mess with the legendary hero, Saint Emperor Kelvin Alphons? The king rolled up his sleeves and decisively grabbed Pomo's head, pulling it off. The force and precision were so absolute that the head was immediately severed from the neck. That skull still wouldn't stop yapping, which even caught the Saint Emperor's attention. It seems this one is much stronger than his peers, being beaten and even having his head ripped off, and he was still alive. All right, don't die yet, because I need to know the truth behind the Julicia case. The Saint Emperor kept whispering to the skull. He swore he would make Pomo wish he were dead. Meanwhile, Raphael was having trouble with his own mother, Lady Rose Dorina. His mother seemed to be a foul-mouthed woman. The proof was that after she found out her precious son had released Alphons, Raphael was immediately met with a flower vase to the forehead. I told you to stay put. I told you not to do anything that would make the Saint Emperor hate you. This domestic violence didn't even stop at the vase. Rose rushed over, grabbed her son by the collar, and shook him wildly, her mouth spewing insults. Raphael Alphons was a useless bastard who ruined all the good work she had done. After brutally beating Raphael Alphons, this woman seemed to have multiple personalities. She started crying. I'm sorry, my son. I love you so much, Raphael Alphons. Are you hurt anywhere? This was truly the most useless question of all time, as blood was already streaming down Raphael Alphons's forehead. It seemed Rose was obsessed with her son becoming the next Saint Emperor because, according to her, only then would the Crown Prince acknowledge her, not Princess Julicia. My beloved son, you understand my heart, don't you? Raphael, who was in a lot of pain, sighed and responded habitually to his mother's wish. Of course, mother, I will definitely become the next Saint Emperor. 3 weeks later, at the Saint Empire's court, everything had been resolved smoothly. On the night Alan and Luan initiated the hunt, more than half of the people on the list had been killed, and the remaining vampires had been executed, with their heads displayed in the square. The citizens of the Saint Empire could finally breathe a sigh of relief, and the vampires still in hiding would have to be wary. Furthermore, some vampires were secretly taken away as test subjects, thanks to their infinite regenerative abilities. The incident that occurred in the Saint Empire's capital spread across the 6 regions. Most importantly, the appearance of someone capable of detecting vampires shocked the whole country. All attention turned to the 7th prince, Alan, and because of that, he accidentally became the target of the Archbishop's interrogation. Alan just opened his eyes, not even understanding what was going on. Why did he go from being a hero to someone being interrogated by both the Heresy Inquisition and the Archbishop? 7th Prince, you led troops to cause chaos in the palace. That violates the laws of the Saint Empire. Alan looked at the Archbishop with exhaustion. Such a weak reason that this old man made up. He wanted to lock him up with the vampires. This wasn't funny at all. Raphael, the Saint Emperor, who had been sitting silently on the throne, suddenly spoke up. I don't understand what you just said. Specifically, which law of the Saint Empire Code did the 7th Prince violate? The Archbishop stubbornly insisted that Alan Alphons had rebelled because he had moved troops on his own initiative and wanted to convict him. But in an emergency, all descendants of the Crown Prince have the authority to move troops. So, what Alan Alphons did was not wrong at all. This time, Luan also appeared to speak up for the family's troublemaker. He found it very strange that even though he was directly involved in this case and the Saint Emperor had no objections, the Archbishop kept biting back. What was the reason? On this side, Alan Alphons felt a bit more at ease. Blood is indeed thicker than water. It seemed both Luan and the Saint Emperor were now fully on his side. If there's an issue, I'll call the Heresy Investigation Team to hear what they have to say about Alan Alphons's true intentions, Luan declared. That's right. Let's do that. We'll find out if he's really trying to rebel, or if you just don't trust Alan Alphons in the first place. The Saint Emperor enthusiastically chimed in. The Archbishop's entire body began to tremble. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore, and shouted in frustration, "Please, stop this." It turned out that dragging Alan Alphons out for questioning was the Saint Emperor's idea, but he only did it to follow the proper procedure. After this interrogation, the Saint Emperor would certainly reward Alan Alphons for wiping out the vampires hiding in the palace, and would also reward him for successfully curing the first prince's illness. But when the Archbishop started this interrogation on behalf of the king, he and the first prince joined hands to pressure him. Like just now, the Saint Emperor and the first prince were shaking with stifled laughter, while the Archbishop was both frustrated and furious. How can you make an Archbishop a laughingstock like this? After that, the interrogation was skipped entirely. The part Alan Alphons was looking forward to most was the awards ceremony. The Archbishop was still very professional, as he had briefly summarized the interrogation before, even though it never happened. But suddenly, he remembered something. His aged eyes looked intently at Alan Alphons. 7th Prince, I have one more thing to ask. Did you have anything to do with necromancy? Alphons hissed, his expression stiffening. Talk about jumping from the frying pan into the fire. Out of so many people, the Archbishop just had to be the one to know about the fake night zombie incident. Because the Archbishop's knowledge of magic was extremely vast, naturally, he would be curious about such creatures. And Alan was also sure that the Archbishop had reported this to the Saint Emperor and Alphons. If he didn't answer properly now, he was dead meat. Alan took a deep breath, then asserted that he had nothing to do with that dark art. But the Archbishop was certain that he had seen a phantom that day. The infirmary and the Holy Knights were also at the venue. That day, the Archbishop ordered the spirits of the Holy Knights to be bound so they couldn't escape. But witnesses confirmed they simply evaporated after a moment. The one they were following was you, my seventh prince, Alphons, with such clear evidence. Are you still planning to deny it? So, this is the real interrogation. But Alphons tried his best to stay calm. That day, there were many vampires in the palace. How can you be sure they didn't use some trick to deceive the medical team and the Holy Knights? To escape? Veins were popping out on the Archbishop's hands and forehead, showing he was furious. Even if it was some trick, it could only affect the Holy Knights. How could it possibly deceive an Archbishop like him? Alan took a few cautious steps toward the Archbishop, his mind already prepping a bunch of scripts to brainwash these people and force them to trust him. Do you want to know the truth? Should I tell you the truth? The Archbishop trembled. So, you're admitting to what I asked? No. Alan flashed a smug smile, then opened his mouth and delivered that single, concise word. The Archbishop looked like he'd been slapped. Being an old man and getting toyed with by a child really didn't sit well with him. After that, it wasn't clear what else Alphons said, but he managed to retreat safely from the interrogation. Once he left the main hall, Charlotte Harris was already waiting and draped a cloak over Alphons. Indeed, she was the only one who was so meticulous and cared for his well-being. After all, Alphons had been bedridden for 3 whole weeks. Today, he was suddenly called in for questioning, so his body felt a bit uncomfortable. He himself didn't think the price of using Ammon's skull to resurrect Luan would be so high. But, oh well, being able to save his older brother at the cost of just 3 weeks of bed rest was a good trade-off. Just then, Diane also arrived. Coincidentally, Alan had a favor to ask him. After that resurrection, his shovel had shattered. Alan wanted Diane to find him a better one. Are you really going to keep using a shovel in the future, Your Highness? Why don't you try learning swordsmanship? Alan brushed off Diane's suggestion. What the hell would a priest need a sword for? But Diane felt that a priest holding a shovel didn't make much sense either. You talk too much. My hands are used to a shovel because that's all I've been doing lately. I don't just want one, Diane. Suddenly, Diane had an idea. Why don't you try making a new one? You mean a new weapon? Diane nodded vigorously. In the northwest of the Holy Empire, there is an area full of iron ore and magic stones called Hilda's territory. Previously, that land was under the control of the First Empress. People even called it the Arsenal of the Holy Empire because the Holy Emperor had signed a contract for producing various items with the dwarves. According to Diane, if Alphons went there, he could not only forge ordinary weapons, but he could even forge magical weapons. Alphons was extremely excited hearing that. Well, you must want to build a gun for yourself, right? I think that's a good idea. When you get some time off, let's go there together. Alphons turned to suggest to Charlotte Harris. Only then did Dion hesitate to continue. Actually, he didn't come to see Alphons today. He had something he needed to discuss with Charlotte Harris. Though it was a bit sudden, it was surprising that the Holy Emperor had summoned this girl. After Alphons left, only the Holy Emperor and the First Prince remained in the hall. Luan believed the Archbishop's words were true, because the fact that Alphons could bring him back to life was beyond the laws of nature. But neither he nor the Holy Emperor was sure of anything. Luan just had a small question. Why didn't Alphons tell him the truth? That's because he doesn't trust you, the Holy Emperor replied bluntly. Indeed, there was no other reason more fitting. After being exiled, the brothers had become too distant. Luan had ignored Alphons, letting him fend for himself in Lonia, and even pretended not to know him when he was threatened by assassins. Having his grandfather hit the sore spot, Luan fell into deep thought for a few seconds. Just then, a subordinate arrived with a letter from the princess. The letter briefly mentioned that Hilda's territory was being threatened by monsters. The Holy Emperor had sent knights from the 60th Division there, but it seemed the opponents were very cunning. Their base was deep in the forest, so the knights couldn't do anything. The news about the vampire hunt had spread to every corner of the country, and that made the monsters restless, which led to this situation. Is there anything else? Seeing the servant still hadn't left, the Holy Emperor asked again, Lord Hammon, Lord Grill, and Lady Charlotte Harries are here, Your Majesty. The Holy Emperor let out an ah. He had been so busy talking to Luan that he forgot he had summoned those two. With the Holy Emperor's permission, Diane entered, bringing the other two. Charlotte Harris remained calm, maintaining proper etiquette like a noble lady, while Grill was pale with fright. Skipping the tedious formalities, the Holy Emperor got straight to the point. I have summoned you here today to reward you for protecting the North. As soon as Grill heard reward, he became excited. He looked up and immediately met the Holy Emperor's gaze, which was locked onto him. You must be Grill, right? I heard you have always stood side by side with Alphons. That is why I want to give you a proper reward. The Holy Emperor reached out and took the scroll that Luan had just brought over. It was an imperial decree the Holy Emperor had spent the last few days drafting. The current head of the Grill clan, Grill, not only protected the Northern Territory, but is also the only noble who helped my grandson, Alphons. Therefore, I appoint you as a marquis. A bunch of question marks appeared over Grill's head. Who is Grill? What does clan head mean? Why did I protect the Northern Territory? Is there some mistake here? But he didn't dare interrupt the Holy Emperor. The Emperor continued rattling on with the scroll in his hand. As for your daughter, Charlotte Harris, I grant you the title of Holy Knight. You will serve under the unit directly commanded by me, the 10th Division. The Holy Emperor was even generous enough to say that if they still wanted to hide their identities, he would not force them. But looking at Charlotte Harris's firm expression, he could guess her decision. The Holy Emperor promised to use his own name to support Charlotte Harris. Not only that, he would even invite the best swordmasters to teach her. Thank you, Your Majesty. I swear to always be loyal to the 7th Prince. This look from Charlotte Harris made the Holy Emperor very satisfied. He felt reassured that his little leopard finally had such quality retainers. In addition, Diane was also rewarded with many subsidies for his significant contributions. The Holy Emperor handed the scroll to Charlotte Harris. At that moment, she had officially gone from a commoner to a prestigious Holy Knight. Immediately after, the Holy Emperor and Luan left. Only the three of them remained. Diane happily congratulated Grill because his loyalty had been recognized. But Grill was still in shock, not knowing what had just happened. Damn it, what did he just say? Harris? Marquis? What the hell, Diane? Clan? What do you mean? Harris is your last name, isn't it? The document you showed me last time, I picked it up on the floor, Grill shouted. Diane let out a loud sound, as if he had just been slapped. Now, Grill didn't dare lie anymore. He told the whole story, including how that document was picked up when Grill went to dispose of bodies in Lonia, and that the monsters he claimed to have hunted were also a lie. All of that was just Grill bragging while drunk. Unexpectedly, foolish Diane had reported everything to the Holy Emperor, leading to today's events. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. If it's about the hunt, the 7th Prince did it all. We are just commoners. How could we become nobles? Charlotte Harries added. Diane, at this point, was so terrified that he was pale and horrified. However, he was naturally upright and honest, not daring to hide his faults. Therefore, he immediately went to report this mistake to the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor and Luan did not punish him too severely, just postponed his promotion for a while. After all, Dion wasn't a bad person, just a complete idiot. He was as pure as his faith. But with a careless person like that kid by his side, he wondered if Alphons was deliberately exiling himself. The Holy Emperor let out a long sigh. Your Majesty, do you think Alphons has really lost his mind? Luan seriously posed the question. Recent events kept him constantly worrying about this in his heart. I don't know, but at least the fact that the boy didn't recognize me in the Imperial Garden was real. The Holy Emperor trusted his own instincts, but Luan Alphons didn't think so. Alphons had been exiled to the land of the dead, and even hunted vampires there. This wasn't a place one could accidentally discover something. And surely, Alphons must have had a reason to bring Grill and Charlotte Harris back to the palace. The Holy Emperor also understood this, which is why he was so thrilled to think that the two were the last remaining descendants of the Harris family. Alphons needed such capable retainers. It was just a pity that it was all a disastrous misunderstanding. The Harris family has truly left no survivors, yet the Emperor holds Charlotte Harris in very high regard. Dion, staking his honor as a holy knight, guaranteed she is an incredibly talented child. Honestly, the Emperor didn't trust Grill much to begin with, but he firmly believes Charlotte Harries will grow to achieve great things. If he uses the Harries family name to strengthen his influence, just like he did with you and Luan Alphons, I am certain that girl will make the Holy Empire more powerful than ever. Luan smiled. He already understood his grandfather's intentions. If the mistake is already made, then let things unfold as they will. the Emperor cautioned. Luan, don't let the nobles find out about this. People should only know Charlotte Harris as a girl of Count lineage. I thought you didn't like commoners, Your Majesty? The Emperor sighed. He had thought about this a lot, connecting it to the memory of Crown Princess Julicia in the past. Her lowly commoner status made her an object of disdain, but looking back now, the Emperor realized Julicia was the only one who shed tears when the Crown Prince disappeared. Mentioning this felt like a heavy weight pressing on the Emperor's heart. Even though it was too late for regrets, he always felt he should have cared. For his hardworking daughter-in-law, a little more. Putting personal feelings aside, another issue troubled the Emperor more. Aslan's movements in the Kelvin Alphons were highly unusual. This was a clear sign of impending war. Luan was also worried that the Hilda territory would fall into hardship without sufficient weapons. The Holy Emperor needed someone with enough courage and powerful holy energy to fight those demons, and both he and Luan had already set their sights on one person. In town, the people were constantly praising the Seventh Prince's achievements. They all believed that after his failed suicide attempt, he had become a different person. It had to be said that Alan was now well-liked by the masses, which put both the Emperor and Luan at ease. The two exchanged thoughts through their eyes, while Alan, deeply engrossed in the library, suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He had a feeling more trouble was about to be dumped on his head. A few more days passed. Alan Alphons's body was still quite exhausted, but instead of lazing in bed, he buried himself in the library. The reason? During his recovery, countless people had swarmed over, wanting to meet him. After all, the news that he had used resurrection magic had leaked out. Added to that was his major contribution to hunting vampires. Even though the Emperor had ordered everyone to keep quiet, somehow, rumors about Alan Alphons continued to spread through the village. The villagers called Alan Alphons a priest, which made him feel immense pressure. Now, Alan Alphons just wanted to return to the dilapidated monastery in Lonia and live a peaceful life. "My lord," a familiar voice spoke from behind. Alan Alphons immediately shouted as if his tail had been stepped on. "I told you I'm not answering any more questions. It was me, the prince." Dion was suddenly scolded for no reason, and his face twisted in frustration. It turned out Luan wanted to meet Alan Alphons, so he had asked him to lead the way here. Seeing his brother, Alan cleared his throat a few times. Luan understood his brother was extremely stressed from all the visitors lately. Unlike him, Luan had been enjoying a life of fine wine, good friends, and beautiful women lately. It seemed he wanted to enjoy the pleasures he had missed out on since his reincarnation. Luan came to inform Alan Alphons that the anniversary of their mother's death was approaching, and since he had returned to the palace this year, he would also have to attend. "And do make sure to take some time to travel and rest," Luan suggested, then handed Alan Alphons a letter. "You call this a vacation, but in reality, you want Alan Alphons to be a messenger pigeon. Go to the Hilda territory where our younger sister lives, and give her this letter." Coincidentally, Alan Alphons was also interested in that region. Truth be told, he was a bit lazy, but thinking about it, this letter was a perfect excuse that Luan Alphons had arranged for his brother. The Hilda territory was preparing for the hunting season. There, Alan wouldn't have to force himself to maintain his prince image. He could find a new weapon, then wander around enjoying his vacation before having to return to the palace. "Oh, there are beautiful women there too," Luan Alphons teased. "All right, that's enough." Alan Alphons signaled for his brother to shut up, then took the letter. "I'll consider it, and I'll rest after this." Afterward, the memorial service for Princess Julicia took place as planned. Alan Alphons gazed at her statue, and in his heart, an indescribable emotion welled up. The princess had sacrificed herself to protect her son during a vampire attack. Just thinking about it made his nose sting, even though he wasn't really Alan Alphons, nor was he her son. After the memorial service, Alan Alphons boarded a carriage heading toward the Hilda territory. From the moment he sat in the carriage, Alan felt incredibly comfortable. It had been so long since he escaped the control of Dion and Charlotte Harris. Those two were as annoying as robots. Only this time, accompanying Alan Alphons was an entire army assigned by Luan. It was reassuring, certainly, but he felt a bit stifled. The carriage was cruising along the road when it suddenly slammed on the brakes. Alan Alphons tumbled over. The entourage reported that a group of thugs had blocked the road ahead. They had no idea the Seventh Prince was in the carriage and intended to rob all the cargo. Alan Alphons was speechless. They looked like a bunch of deranged cultists. Yet, these bold fools still dared to block the carriage. "I heard there's a festival in the Hilda territory. It seems they mistook us for a circus troupe, so there's no need to go too hard on them," Alan Alphons instructed a soldier. "Oh, so just sever their tendons, right, Your Highness?" He turned pale. Severing tendons and calling it not too hard? The retainers under Luan were way too terrifying. Before he could even respond, the group of soldiers rushed forward and gave the robbers a beating. Alphons sighed deeply, intending to just ignore them. But, just then, a bizarre creature emerged from the bushes by the roadside. It lunged at the group with terrifying speed. Then, quick as a flash, snapped the neck of the thug's leader. This event froze everyone at the scene in their tracks, especially those robbers, whose legs went weak and gave out from sheer terror at the sight of the monster. Alphons also rushed out of the carriage due to the commotion. He could smell a foul stench mixed with the scent of damp moss. It had red eyes and sharp fangs. There was no mistake. The prince was looking at a werewolf. Alphons's entourage were all seasoned veterans. One look at the werewolf's physique, and they knew it was just an artificial one. These things were usually weaker, but the trouble was they were highly infectious. The thug who had his head bitten off was already starting to transform. What kind of werewolf turns people into zombies? Alphons ordered the team to prepare for battle. He also summoned his gun, but honestly, Alphons hadn't fully recovered yet, and he didn't know how strong a werewolf was. At a time like this, using his own strength to fight didn't seem very wise. Alphons turned and shouted toward the carriage behind. "Archbishop, it's a werewolf! I know you don't like me, but can you be objective for once?" It turned out that, besides Alphons, Archbishop Raphael was also there to handle business in the Hilda territory. They were in two different carriages, and he had been playing deaf and silent the whole time. Just when Alphons thought Raphael would just leave him to his fate, the old man finally poked his head out and gave the monster a strike. Raphael looked at the creature with disdain, a half-human, half-undead beast. "Then let me grant you eternal sleep." The monster let out a long howl after being hit by the archbishop. Alphons was initially worried that its cry would attract more of its kind, but seeing Raphael take down a monster with a single punch, it seemed he didn't need to worry about anything. This old man was quite advanced in age, but his fighting spirit didn't seem to have dimmed at all. It turned out Luan had said the army and the archbishop were accompanying Alan so they could intervene in time if something happened. Perhaps he had predicted they would encounter beasts on the road. Even Alice had come along to serve as a healer. Watching the slaughter before him, Alan suddenly felt his existence was completely redundant, but that thought was quickly dismissed by the man himself. Clearly, Luan said he was here to relax. "Your Highness, watch out on the right." A shout shattered the stray thoughts of Alphons. Instinctively, he raised his gun, but the distance was too close. The werewolf would have pounced on him. Alan felt a moment of despair, but just then, an arrow whistled through the air, piercing the monster's throat. Alan sighed in relief. Thank goodness, no need to waste effort on healing now. But where did that arrow come from? There's a pack of werewolves ahead of us. Wipe them out. The appearance of the first blue squad immediately explained Alan's confusion. Seeing that the enemy was increasing in number, the werewolves chose the coward's way out and ran into the forest. Originally, they wanted to give chase, but then the sound of galloping hooves approached. Don't chase them. The forest is their territory. There's no need to force a fight on their home turf. The girl leading the group had an outstanding appearance and aura. She dismounted and greeted the archbishop familiarly, then stepped forward to greet Alphons. "You've become a different person, haven't you? I heard the news, but I didn't expect you to change so much in just 6 months. Did you lose your memory?" Alphons nodded, honestly. She introduced herself once more. It turned out she was Hilda Alphons, 24 years old, and currently the leader of this territory. She possessed exceptional skill with weapons. On the way back to the castle, Hilda and Alphons didn't spot a single sign of life. All the shops were closed, just as Luan had said. It was a beautiful place, for sure. But the townspeople were all hiding inside their homes. There wasn't a soul in sight. Werewolf corpses were scattered all over the streets. So, the hunting season Luan mentioned was actually werewolf hunting. Alphons was furious. Now he realized Luan had played him. The festival was definitely happening, but it was nothing but bloodshed, even more sickening than in the capital. He couldn't see any sign of a relaxing vacation anywhere. Alphons clenched his fists. He swore he'd give Luan a piece of his mind once he got back to the palace. Werewolves were very different from vampires. They were the final evolution of undead monsters. Having absorbed mana for a long time, they had evolved. Hilda pushed the door open and stepped in. Alphons knew he was in for it now, especially when he saw her holding that letter. Hilda began a remedial lesson on werewolves for her younger brother. In the past, there was a period when vampires neutralized werewolves with magic and kept them like pets. But in this territory, werewolves traveled in packs. If he used magic to fight back, it would only make them physically stronger. "Wait it. Alan," he interrupted Hilda. Why are you telling me all this? Hilda looked surprised. Aren't you here to help us? That's what grandfather in Luan's letter said. Alan Alphons covered his face. Those damn people. He had thought Luan just wanted to use him to deliver a letter, but he didn't expect them to team up and trick him into helping Hilda with the hunt. He just wanted to enjoy the festival. When Hilda heard Alan Alphons mention the festival, she looked regretful. It was supposed to be held next week, but because werewolves had been lurking around lately, the plans were cancelled. Come to think of it, Luan didn't exactly lie to Alan Alphons. Hilda believed Luan did it just to give Alan Alphons a chance to prove himself. Furthermore, Luan was very thoughtful, having entrusted Hilda with an important task. Saying this, she beckoned a blacksmith into the room. His name was Blow, a dwarf and the royal blacksmith. I heard from Luan that you came here to find a suitable weapon. Blow can help you with that. Even though we only share half our blood, I won't let you get into danger. This Hilda seemed like a kind person, willing to let Alan Alphons laze around the castle until his weapon was finished. Alan Alphons looked at his half-sister and suddenly felt as if an angelic halo was shining above her head. He didn't expect that in this wretched royal family, there was still someone who understood him. Returning to the main topic, Blow got straight to the point. Do you have a primary weapon, my lord? I usually use a shovel. A look of clear disappointment appeared on Blow's face. He thought this brat was mocking him. Alan realized this and quickly explained that he didn't have any weapons. He had just gotten used to using a shovel during his 6 months of exile. May I see your hands, my lord? Alan obediently spread his hands. Blow observed them for a moment and confirmed that these were hands that had never trained with weapons. He scratched his head, thoughtful. It wasn't that he couldn't forge a shovel, but using that thing continuously in battle really wasn't effective. Shouldn't a weapon also suit a person's personality? Call the servants in, Hilda ordered, requesting them to clean the training ground thoroughly. Hearing this, Alan Alphons felt something was up. Sure enough, Hilda cracked her knuckles, revealing an excited expression. It's been a while since I sparred with my little brother, so I'm dying to do it right now. Alan Alphons forced a stiff smile. I knew it. We're going to have to fight again. I refuse. I only came here to rest. Hilda was very relaxed. She didn't force Alan Alphons to do as she said. But Hilda offered another option. If Alan Alphons didn't want to spar, she could just defend and not attack. Alan Alphons realized that while this sparring match might be tiring, it was a good opportunity to find a weapon that suited him. In the end, he compromised with his sister's request. Then, please go easy on me. Sure, let's head to the training ground now. Hilda excitedly dragged Alan Alphons to the training ground. There, he tried every type of weapon from spears, longswords, chains, axes, and scythes, to you name it. However, after trying just a few, Alan Alphons was already exhausted. He didn't know if it was because Hilda was too strong or if Alan Alphons had no talent for using weapons. After he had tried 77 to 49 different ones, Hilda even brought a pot into the training ground for him to test, and the result was the same. Hilda rested her spear on the ground, sighing in disappointment. Even though we are only half-siblings, I am very sorry that I'm only just now noticing you. This was the first time they had met since Princess Julicia's funeral. Back then, Hilda was too young. Moreover, she was busy taking over the territory. In her memories, Alan Alphons had always been a good child. Therefore, when she heard he had become a villain, she was truly confused. How could he have changed so much? But now that they had met again, Hilda felt very happy, because the little brother in front of her had nothing to do with the word villain. He was hard-working, well-behaved, and talented too. This made Hilda both excited and moved. I don't know what you've been through, but thank you for coming to see me, Alan Alphons. I will certainly take good care of you during this time. Alan Alphons saw the angelic halo radiating around Hilda again. This sister of his was just too kind. However, no matter how deep their sibling bond was, Hilda still made him face the truth. Alan Alphons's score when using weapons remained 0. The dwarves were also clearly disappointed. Alan Alphons's stamina was too poor, so no matter what weapon he used, he couldn't unleash its power. It was true that he seemed to know how to use a few shovel-like weapons, but in reality, that type wasn't suitable for combat. Hilda pondered for a long while. She realized the first thing to do was to improve Alan Alphons's physical condition first. But Alan Alphons wasn't interested in that. He really just wanted to come here to rest. While helping Alan Alphons stand up, Hilda suddenly remembered something. By the way, I heard you can use holy power, right? That suits all kinds of weapons, doesn't it? Alan Alphons nodded. Holy power truly allowed him to strengthen any weapon he used. For example, a decorative gun that couldn't kill a person could also take down a vampire count. Hilda quickly understood the issue. So it seems Alan Alphons's talent is strengthening the weapon's state, even though she had never seen it with her own eyes before. Based on the sparring session between the two of them just now, Hilda had guessed 10 out of 10. Alan Alphons's physique was terrible, but he could still control the weapon. That was because he quickly sensed how that weapon should be used. It sounded like a compliment, but Alan Alphons was extremely resentful that his sister kept mentioning his snail-like weak physique over and over again, at least 3 times now. It will be very difficult to find a suitable weapon for you in just a day or two. As soon as Hilda finished speaking, the dwarves nodded repeatedly in agreement. They had been watching the two spar and were tired of standing. Seeing that it was getting late, Hilda let Alan Alphons go back to rest and wait until tomorrow to try again, because for a talent like him to use some random weapon would be a huge waste. And so, the sparring went on for over a week. Alan Alphons' mental state had plummeted to rock bottom because he still hadn't found a suitable weapon, and listening to Hilda's tone, it seemed like she didn't intend to stop yet. Alan Alphons locked himself in Hilda's palace library. He found that, compared to fighting, he was better at using his brain. Therefore, Alan Alphons devoured several books, hoping to find some magic that would be useful in this situation. That morning, while Alan Alphons was engrossed in reading, a familiar, sweet voice echoed right by his ear. "Good morning, my lord." Alan Alphons turned his head. That beautiful face made him realize one thing. Apart from him, the archbishop and his granddaughter were also here. Alice was studious, so she often came in and out of the library. Out of politeness, Alan Alphons asked about the archbishop's health. Alice said he was still doing well and was actively participating in the werewolf hunt. Once she finished speaking, the atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. Alan really had no talent for flirting. He didn't know what to say to make Alice feel comfortable. "Why don't you stop bothering me?" The prince thought for a while, not understanding why he blurted that out. But contrary to his expectations, this time Alice kept lingering and refused to leave. She hesitated and asked, Are you researching a type of magic to strengthen power, my lord?" "Ah, yes, I am looking for something like that." Alice hesitated for a moment, then pulled a chair over and sat down next to Alan Alphons. "For that, I think I can help you." The two studied the books intently. Watching Alan Alphons's serious demeanor, Alice couldn't help but smile. The seventh prince seemed to have truly turned into a different person. When Alice woke up to a call, it was nearly noon. It was the archbishop waking her up. "Why are you sleeping in the library? You had me worried all morning." Alice hurriedly apologized to her grandfather. She then made up an excuse, claiming she had been so absorbed in her research that she lost track of time. The archbishop, who doted on his granddaughter, believed her immediately and was quite pleased. Alice swallowed hard, anxious. If he knew she was here with the seventh prince, she feared he would have her boiled alive and plucked like a chicken. By the way, what are the 7 princes doing? Archbishop Raphael Alphons's casual question made Alice nervous. He can use resurrection magic and even create undead. Seeing such a villainous person makes me wonder if I'm misunderstanding something. Alice knew her grandfather's curiosity about the 7th prince was immense. She really wanted to tell Raphael Alphons that Alan had changed, but she kept hesitating. Just as Alice gathered enough courage and was about to speak, from the training grounds, a loud crash echoed. The archbishop panicked, turned around, and bolted out of the library. It must be the 7th prince causing trouble again. Alice hurried after him. Alan Alphons is like a combat trigger for the archbishop now. Anything involving him makes the old man incredibly agitated. The two of them ran one after another toward the training ground. When they arrived, they witnessed an astonishing scene. Hilda, known as a weapon genius, stood there, bewildered, holding a spear snapped in two. Opposite her was Alan Alphons, looking just as confused. Obviously, the weapon, currently in his hands, was what had sliced his sister's weapon in half. At the scene, 6 people stared in stunned silence. Alan Alphons, Hilda, the archbishop and his granddaughter, and 2 dwarves. The spear in Hilda's hand was famous for being the best in the realm, yet Alan Alphons, the prince, notorious for being the weakest grandson of the Holy Emperor, Hilda was both astonished and slightly excited. She ordered her servants to bring a new spear and demanded Alan Alphons try again. "You didn't use your full potential just now, did you? You used holy power to reinforce the weapon, right?" This was clearly an encouraging remark Hilda made to her younger brother, but it was coldly cut off by the 2 dwarves standing nearby. They explained that Alan Alphons's holy power reinforcement merely increased the weapon's durability, as long as he hit the target. Even a random swing would yield the same result. But regardless, they felt Alan Alphons's progress. Compared to the other day, at least he had improved from that sluggish, snail-like state. This hot and cold attitude from the dwarves frustrated Alphons. He had been ready to push back when asked to try other weapons, but suddenly, Alphons's gaze locked onto Alice. She was hiding behind the archbishop, looking at him with eyes full of encouragement. It was as if Alphons had been recharged. He immediately agreed to continue sparring with Hilda. As he charged forward with his weapon, Alphons remembered what Alice had told him last night. Holy power reacts to life force. It can reinforce weapons, but it reacts even more strongly to the body itself. Therefore, the most important thing is the body, and he must break free from the constraints of the weapon. Your Highness, try using your holy power freely. Alice's voice echoed in his head, making Alphons suddenly enlightened, as if he had seen the light. While facing Hilda head-on, he suddenly dropped the weapon in his hand. What is it, Alphons? Hilda looked surprised. You dropped your weapon? What are you trying to do? Alphons didn't answer, or rather, he answered with action. He channeled holy power into his left hand. Although he didn't know exactly how he should do it, Alphons remembered the feeling of channeling holy power into the rifle and simulated that sensation. Then, he put his strength behind a punch. Of course, Alphons didn't intend to actually punch his sister. His fist just grazed her shoulder and slammed into the wall. However, the point was that the wall had been shattered by his strike into a large, deep hole. This power was truly terrifying. Even he was startled by his own force. However, those dwarves still coldly held up a 0-point sign. Your form is terrible, and you just wasted your holy power on that punch. Alphons gritted his teeth. These dwarves were pickier than any mother-in-law. In the end, only Hilda truly praised him. After all, her brother had learned to reinforce his holy power in just one night. That was already quite commendable. I just applied it to my body like I did with the weapon. As for the idea, I didn't come up with it myself, Alphons said honestly. But when he turned his head, he saw Alice frantically signaling for him to keep it a secret, so he had to make up an excuse. Anyway, thanks, sister. I didn't think it would be that strong. Luckily, I didn't hit you, Hilda shrugged. Just now, it was partly because Alphons missed, and partly because she was quick enough to dodge. If Hilda had countered, the windows in this room would have been smashed. Though it must be said, even if his form was poor, that last strike was truly a lethal blow. However, it wasn't really something to celebrate, because the reality of the last 2 days had proven that Alphons truly lacked any skill in hand-to-hand combat or potential for using weapons. Hilda was still wondering how to console her brother. But unexpectedly, Alan was the real deal, a genius of his own kind. He didn't think negatively. Instead, Alan thought, not being good at any one weapon means I can use them all. Thinking that, Alphons's mood instantly brightened. Since he had been wrestling all morning, Hilda told him to go back and rest, and continue training tomorrow. The Archbishop's eyes had been glued to Alphons the whole time. Although he really didn't want to admit it, he vaguely felt that the useless prince from before had disappeared. But with his conservative nature, the Archbishop still stubbornly denied it. He's definitely still that same kid, the same piece of trash that no one can save. Grandfather, we should go back too. Alice knew she couldn't change his mind in a day or two, so she tried to soothe him. When we get back, I'll return the blanket to you. Archbishop Raphael Alphons's gaze finally shifted toward his granddaughter. What blanket? I didn't give you any blanket. Haven't you been wearing it from the start? Alice was startled. So this was something Alphons had draped over her. It seemed that Prince had not only changed in terms of strength, but his character had also improved significantly. Alice's favorability toward him increased a little more. The next morning, Alphons was training in the arena when an alarm bell rang loudly. As soon as he opened his door, he saw the Archbishop and his sister preparing to head out. It turned out a group of werewolves was attacking the mines. While they prepared for battle, Alice was leading soldiers to evacuate the civilians. Seeing everyone so busy, Alphons had no intention of joining in. He just wanted to sit quietly in the castle and continue being a useless person. Suddenly, a voice rang out, shattering that plan. Your Highness, there you are. A dwarf hurried over. As soon as he saw the man, Alphons knew he wouldn't be having an easy day. Wide it, don't come any closer. Alphons's words naturally had no effect on these dwarves. As soon as the dwarf ran up, he was stunned by the sight in the training ground. The walls and the ground were riddled with marks from the prince's punches. Sorry, I was in the middle of training when the trouble started. He took the initiative to apologize before he got yelled at. What on earth were you training for? And wait, where did the weapons go? This time, Alphons didn't speak. He couldn't say that early this morning. After figuring out how to reinforce weapons, he had put all the weapons in the storage room into his own inventory. By the way, Alphons also asked the dwarf about how to craft the rifles. However, the dwarf hesitated slightly. It seemed these dwarves always saw the seventh prince as a child and didn't take him seriously. Just when Alphons thought he would be refused, the dwarf suddenly sighed helplessly. "Fine, I'll give it to you." "Really? The rifle design we crafted is just for show, but if it's in your hands, it'll surely be different. After all, you're the one who shot down those vampires through the castle walls." Alan was surprised that his legendary feat had reached such a faraway place. No wonder the dwarf agreed to hand over the rifle crafting methods. However, if he wanted them, he had to agree to one condition: take the rifle to the mines and test its power immediately. Alphons didn't know whether to be happy or sad. This dwarf was clearly trying to get him to the battlefield, wasn't he? Besides, both Archbishop Raphael Alphons and his sister Hilda had already joined the fray. Alphons thought his presence would be redundant, but the dwarf was genuinely worried, as he noticed the werewolves' movements lately were very strange. Moreover, their numbers had increased dramatically. This was the first time such a thing had happened, as if they were being controlled by someone else. If so, their leader must be very strong. Alphons nodded. "That's why we need everyone to work together, even dogs and cats, Your Highness." Alan gritted his teeth. This old man was really asking for it. Comparing him to dogs and cats was an insult. The Iron Knights were the main force on the battlefield, but they only took orders from him. So, this was what he really wanted. The Iron Knights were very capable, but protecting Alphons was their top priority instead of joining the fight. The werewolf-hunting dwarf was pleading desperately because the lives of the civilians were at stake. Even Hilda, before heading into battle, worried they might lose. Furthermore, many people were trapped in the mines. They were in the most danger, and saving them was a race against time. Before the two sides could finish skirmishing, an alarm bell rang again. Now, the werewolves were targeting the fort. Alphons didn't think they would bypass the soldiers and head straight for the village. The werewolf leader was quite cunning. Meanwhile, Alice was busy evacuating the civilians. Suddenly, she discovered a child who had been separated from their family and was also injured. Because she stopped to help, Alice was targeted by the werewolves. In this situation, most female characters would likely cry or be terrified, waiting for the male lead to save them. But Alice was different. She was the granddaughter of the Archbishop. Even though she looked gentle, she had the combat instincts of her grandfather. So, when a werewolf lunged at her, Alice grabbed its head with her bare hands and slammed it hard into the ground. With just one strike, it couldn't get back up. However, the problem was that there wasn't just one werewolf. Alice signaled the soldiers to fall back. In reality, she was very nervous. Raphael had taught her a few moves, but she had never fought this many monsters before. However, if she panicked, showed fear, or hesitated now, she wouldn't be able to protect anyone, let alone keep herself alive. So, Alice decided to stop thinking. She knew she had to just fight, fight, and fight. As Alice was struggling to survive, a powerful blast of holy energy rained down from above, instantly taking out a monster. Immediately after, many more blasts of holy energy were fired. Alice turned her head. She realized they were all coming from the clock tower. The only person capable of long-range attacks with such power was Alphons. It turned out that he and the dwarf had reached an agreement, so Alphons was allowed to use the rifle they had made. Every bullet was condensed with powerful holy energy. The weapon's enhancement capabilities, combined with piercing skills, allowed every shot from Alphons to take down another werewolf. Standing on high ground, he held the advantage. The werewolves fell like sheaves of wheat. Finally, Alphons felt that what the dwarf said was true. This journey would indeed be quite interesting. Thanks to the support of the elite soldiers, the first wave of 7 werewolves was quickly pushed back. Although they knew the 7th prince had the ability to use a rifle, when the dwarf saw the scene with his own eyes, he couldn't help but be amazed. "I can't believe you actually pulled that off in an instant. Why are you so surprised? Isn't that why you made a deal with me? By the way, I like this rifle." Alphons praised it honestly because the gun consumed less of his holy energy. It even had a few auxiliary skills. "As long as you like it, sir." The two didn't have time to chat further about the gun, because the soldiers in Alphons's retinue had noticed the werewolves bringing in more reinforcements. Alphons ordered them to hold the line and protect the village, while he would help Alice evacuate the people safely. Finally, the dwarf felt that this 7th prince actually had a bit of a royal bearing. Although he often acted thoughtlessly, making this deal with him was likely the best decision of the dwarf's life. He himself hadn't anticipated that the 7th prince would be this talented. Every time he raised his rifle and aimed, he looked like he had turned into a completely different person. Now, the danger to the village was temporarily resolved. The dwarf only worried about Princess Hilda and his kin in the mines. The situation there wasn't very promising. When Hilda and Raphael Astoria arrived, all the dwarves in the mines had been tied up and were under the control of the werewolf pack. Hilda gnashed her teeth in anger. "You guys are playing the hostage game now?" The largest werewolf in the pack spoke up. "Hostages? Not at all. I just want to negotiate." Princess Hilda. That was Hong Nuyet, the leader of the werewolves in Hilda's territory. Following him were dozens, perhaps hundreds of bloodthirsty eyes. Hilda knew this wouldn't be an easy fight. Hilda had never wanted to stand on equal ground with a werewolf, let alone negotiate with one. But in this situation, she had no choice but to stay calm. Hong Nuyet said that as long as she followed his demands, all those dwarves would be released. "We want you, Hilda," Hong Nuyet declared his request. Archbishop Raphael immediately went berserk. That statement was an insult to the seventh prince. Before the protagonist could even speak, the archbishop lashed out, scolding Hong Nuyet. "What kind of nonsense are you spewing? Do you think we would follow such an unreasonable demand? The power of decision lies with the princess. Why are you talking so much?" The dwarf named Blow, who was tied up nearby, couldn't help but curse, as he was very close to the princess. Hilda couldn't stand the sight of him being insulted like that. Hong Nuyet immediately grabbed the dwarf's head and lifted him up. "Watch your mouth. We are different from those bloodsuckers. Even if we are monsters, we still have honor." After saying that, the werewolf leader threw Blow forward. Hilda rushed to catch him. Hong Nuyet continued to apply pressure, forcing her to make a choice. But the people there, be it Blow, Raphael, or the soldiers, none wanted Hilda to go with them. "Princess, if you leave, what will happen to the territory?" Raphael asked anxiously. "There's still you, and my brother," she replied. The archbishop hadn't expected Hilda to answer that way. She told her subordinates to look after Blow, then calmly stood up. "I'm quite curious. Why do you want to trade for me? Because I'm a more valuable hostage?" Hong Nuyet didn't deny or confirm it. In reality, what he and his kin wanted wasn't Hilda, but peace and freedom. As is known, vampires are the sworn enemies of the werewolf race. They had long wanted to free themselves from being pets to the vampires. Coincidentally, the Holy Empire also wanted to eradicate the vampires. Therefore, Hong Nuyet wanted the werewolf race and humanity to form an alliance. If he could hold Hilda as a princess of the Holy Empire, this ambition would be much easier to achieve. Back at the castle, Alphons had basically cleared out the werewolves with his elite soldiers. The smell of gunpowder was everywhere. Even he couldn't believe he had taken down so many werewolves. He had kept his promise to the dwarf to protect the village, in exchange for the rifle. "Prince, if you are willing to come to the mine, I promise to craft you an even better gun in the future." "Stop it. Don't try to manipulate me," Alan interrupted with a wave of his hand. Shortly after, the sound of horse hooves clattered. Alphons breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, Hilda and the others had returned safely. But quickly, the elite soldiers noticed something wrong, because they couldn't see Hilda in the convoy at all. All the dwarves had been rescued, but Princess Hilda had not returned with them. Alphons rushed over, just in time to hear the news, that his sister had been taken prisoner by the werewolf pack. A small scuffle broke out among the dwarves. "Do you dare call yourself a dwarf? How could you just leave the princess like that?" Alphons knew now was not the time to break down. He realized that not only Hilda but also Raphael had disappeared. According to the soldiers, because Raphael was worried, he went with the princess. Alphons felt his hair was going to turn gray. If Raphael was gone too, who would lead this territory? Furthermore, Alphons silently wondered why these soldiers looked so calm, even though their commanders had been captured. As if reading his mind, the captain of the squad spoke up. "We know where Princess Hilda is. We will wait here, then gather and go together." "White it? All of us?" Alan looked stunned. The people in this territory were fond of doing things their own way. "What if I refuse to go?" The captain pondered for a few seconds. "Then I will kneel and beg you, sir." Of course, he couldn't actually abandon his sister. So that evening, Alphons went into the forest with the soldiers. He still found it strange. The dwarves were panicked, but these soldiers still looked so composed. When he voiced his confusion, the captain explained, "The dwarves have a deep bond with Princess Hilda. They are emotional, but we trust in the princess's capabilities. And there's the archbishop too. Nothing will happen." That old man does look quite strong," Alphons replied dismissively. "Looks quite strong?" The captain of Hilda's army repeated Alphons's words skeptically. Then, he remembered the seventh prince had lost his memory. The dwarves didn't care about the world outside their territory, which was why they didn't know the true power of Raphael Astoria. He had written many books, and many History books mentioned his name because he himself was a great hero who fought alongside the Holy Emperor to defeat the Demon King in the past. Alan Alphons took a breath. He knew Raphael was strong, but he didn't expect him to be a hero from the war era. No wonder even the elite squad was convinced that as long as he was there, the werewolves would be nothing more than guard dogs. Hilda was tied tightly to a chair with many chains. Hong Nuyet sat opposite her, staring at her with a hungry gaze. Raphael was also tied up, kneeling to the side. All the beautiful things about peace. Is this the peace and freedom you speak of? It wasn't hard to feel Hilda's rage, but even so, Hong Juet still sounded mockingly playful. Don't be so angry, princess. I've been watching you for a long time. The way you destroy the creatures I create, that look on your face is truly beautiful. It makes me want to take a bite out of you. Turn you into one of my own creations. But, as I said, for the sake of peace and freedom, I held back because of the negotiations with the Holy Empire. Every word out of Hong Juet's mouth made Hilda Alphons's blood boil from the very bone. She had been taken prisoner, yet she refused to agree to his terms. Hong Nuyet didn't stop trying to lure her, promising that if Hilda agreed, he would let her command a powerful army of werewolves. Furthermore, to commemorate the formation of their alliance, Hong Nuyet would marry her. It was hard to tell if he was hopelessly smitten or just plain delusional, but Hong Nuyet was even willing to wait until Hilda passed away. He promised that after her human life as a princess ended, he would grant her a new life as a werewolf. Raphael Alphons had been playing dumb all this time, but hearing Hong Juet go this far, he couldn't stomach it anymore. Raphael Alphons immediately used his own strength to shatter his shackles and let out a cold, hollow laugh. I can't listen to this nonsense anymore. Hong Nuyet was slightly startled. He didn't understand how a mere mortal could break those chains. In truth, the reason was simple. Raphael Alphons was absolutely not a mere mortal. Hilda Alphons glanced at him with a perfectly calm expression. It seemed like Hong Juet didn't know who he was. Archbishop Raphael Alphons cracked his wrists a few times. It's been a long time since I was in the Holy Palace. It's nice to finally move my limbs. Raphael Alphons had always resented the Holy Empire for saddling him with such a restrictive position, especially when his body was still so agile. The Archbishop completely ignored Hong Nuyet, starting a conversation with Princess Hilda as if they were the only two people there. This made Hong Nuyet's presence feel like it had plummeted below zero. He was absolutely furious and finally couldn't hold back, roaring, "Hey," I said, "that's enough. I don't know what tricks you used, but are you looking down on me?" As expected, ignoring the opponent was the fastest way to trigger their rage. Hong Nuyet continued to scream and threaten that he could easily tear Raphael Astoria and Hilda to shreds, but unfortunately, they weren't afraid in the slightest. In Hong Nuyet's eyes, they were just an old man and a little girl, but he didn't know he had the bad luck to run into a boss battle. Actually, Hilda and Raphael Alphons had the power to finish Hong Nuyet off since the first time they met, but they had been patient, pretending to be prisoners so the dwarves could be safe while finding the way to the final lair of the werewolves, the ones causing havoc in Hilda's territory. Hong Juet felt that something was wrong and instinctively backed up a few steps. He was a werewolf, so his senses were sharper than a human's. Therefore, as Hilda and Raphael Alphons released the divine power surging within them, he felt even more suffocated. "They've taken our weapons. What do we do now, princess?" Raphael Alphons asked. "You can use magic, and I'll use my fists to deal with them." Even though the two of them could win easily, Raphael Alphons was known for being competitive, so he intentionally asked Hilda loudly just to provoke Hong Nuyet, and she played along perfectly, answering just as loudly. Their relaxed attitude made Hong Nuyet feel both annoyed and terrified. Realizing this fight couldn't be won, though it was humiliating, Hong Nuyet decided to cut his losses and run. Raphael Alphons's right hand began to condense power. Then, he aimed straight at Hong Nuyet and fired a terrifying blast of energy. It pierced through the monster's right shoulder and pinned him in place. Hong Nuyet, though heavily wounded, breathed a sigh of relief, feeling lucky that he had dodged it. Otherwise, he would have been history. But the Archbishop's next words drove him to despair. "Well, as expected, that spell wasn't very strong, because I haven't used any divine power yet, not even using divine power, and it was already this terrifying." Now, Raphael Alphons had begun the prayer ritual to the goddess Gaia, while Hilda was a bit freer, so she started adding fuel to the fire. "It's such a pity, Hong Juet. Actually, I quite like you." Hong Juet was stunned, mixed with a hint of joy. "What? You mean you like me too? You agree to the proposal to be my wife?" "No. Actually, I'm just in need of some stuffed animals to decorate my castle." Hilda affectionately patted Hong Nuyet, but at that moment, he didn't see her as the powerful princess he used to obsess over, but as a monster. Meanwhile, Raphael Alphons was still performing his prayer ritual. Hong and Juet, both disappointed, terrified, and in pain, let out a heaven-shaking roar. He bit through the pain and tore off his own right arm to escape. At this speed, even if Hilda wanted to chase him, she couldn't catch up. She and Raphael Alphons had to clean up the rest of the werewolves. Let's finish this place quickly, Archbishop. I want to send some clean specimens of these monsters back to the Holy Empire. While the two were busy farming mobs, the soldiers were still leading Alan Alphons deep into the forest at a snail's pace. He was becoming increasingly confused. If his sister and the Archbishop were that strong, why did he need to come along? The captain explained that Alan Alphons was just a contingency plan to ensure a perfect success for this expedition, but the bigger reason was that Hilda wanted him to gain more practical combat experience. Alan Alphons sighed. What a warm sisterly love, like a pot of boiling water. He really didn't want this special favor from Hilda. So, I've just been following you all for nothing? Alan Alphons sighed continuously. Your Highness, please don't think that way. It is all closely related to your future interests, and it is also Princess Hilda's wish. We will do everything to make it happen for you. Seeing the captain speak so seriously, Alan Alphons began to feel a bit flustered. But before he could even ask, the man had already started a flashback. According to him, the first time Princess Hilda came to this territory, she was only 12 years old, tiny as a button. The first thing she did was save the dwarves from their life of slavery. Over all these years, Hilda had worked diligently with everyone to build this territory, which was once a very impoverished land. The group of soldiers called the 60 Guard had fought alongside Hilda since she came of age. Just like the dwarves, they had an incredibly close bond with her. Alan Alphons knew these soldiers looked blunt, but they truly treated Hilda like their own family. Her ability to fight and track enemies without missing a trace was something she learned from these soldiers. The 60 Guard was already famous for their excellent tracking and reconnaissance skills. Alan Alphons knew this, but he hadn't realized they had been following Hilda for so long. Now, he could finally imagine the hard times they had spent training together. A 60 Guard soldier suddenly spurred his horse closer to Alan Alphons. Your Highness, there is something up ahead. It couldn't be denied that these soldiers' senses were sharp, forged by many battles. The forest ahead was where Hong Nuet was frantically hiding. Even though he was still quite far away, those soldiers had already sensed him. It had to be said, this wolf was too small. He had just escaped Raphael Alphons and Hilda's hands, only to be surrounded by Alan Alphons's squad. Hong Nuet had been looking for some human meat to recover his strength, but after the terrifying events that just occurred, he no longer dared to underestimate the power of the Holy Empire's royal family. And so, Hong Juet accepted his pathetic fate, only looking for a way to escape. Is this the prey that escaped from my sister? Alan drew his rifle and aimed straight at Hong Nuet. A divine power bullet had taken form, and he quickly pulled the trigger. The moment the bullet left the barrel, Hong Nuet suddenly felt the boy's face looked familiar. He only had time to scream, "Damn it! Is this brat the brother of that princess?" To be fair, Alan Alphons's weapon usage wasn't great, but his marksmanship wasn't bad. The bullet hit the monster right in the eye, but it didn't kill him. Alan Alphons was a bit disappointed. Hit in the head, and he's still okay? Is he one of the main subjects? Or is my ammo just too weak? Alan Alphons examined his gun carefully. It seems the firepower dissipates after 100 meters. Rifles in this world are really weak. I have to rely on divine power to make up for it. Alan Alphons was just about to shoot again when a large number of werewolves suddenly appeared behind Hong Nuet. It seemed these were the ones that had slipped past Hilda. When this crowd of werewolves disrupted Alan Alphons's formation, Hong Nuet took the opportunity to escape. Alan Alphons didn't want things to go this way, because if the boss ran into the forest, it would be very difficult to catch him again. In that urgent situation, he came up with a bold idea. Split up, I'll chase that boss. Having said that, Alan Alphons spurred his horse and dashed away. The 60 Guard were horrified. After all, their main mission was to protect the safety of the 7th Prince. The captain hurriedly split the manpower in two, half stayed behind to keep fighting, and half followed him to escort Alan Alphons. Alan Alphons knew the 60 Guard were chasing to protect his safety, but he still tried to widen the gap between them. After all, the fewer people who saw him use his skills, the better. Hong Nuet, though a boss, was physically weak right now, a perfect opponent for Alan to test his skills. Once he maintained a sufficient distance, Alan Alphons, he immediately activated the Swamp of Death skill, which he hadn't used in a long time. The stagnant puddles on the ground quickly turned into holy water, preventing the werewolf from escaping. Alan Alphons seized the opportunity to taunt it from behind. I hear werewolves pride themselves on being honorable warriors, yet here you are, running away out of fear. Well, looking at you flee like that, I guess you don't really have any honor to protect, do you? These biting words from Alphons were even more painful to the werewolf than Raphael's attack earlier. Indeed, it stopped running, because even if it kept running, it would just be wounded further by the weapon in Alphons's hands. The werewolf knew it couldn't escape unscathed, so it thought of dragging Alphons down to hell with it. Coincidentally, this behavior was exactly what he was hoping for. Alphons then jumped off his horse. He then ordered the 10th squad to guard the rear and told them all to cover their eyes and block their ears. At first, they were hesitant, but the prince's word was the holy law. The prince's command had to be followed. Moreover, the strength Alan had shown, along with his strong will, to save others had already won over the hearts of these soldiers. Thus, they dismounted and obediently did as Alan instructed. When no one was watching or listening anymore, Alan took out his familiar skull, wore it on his face, and began to summon. Well, I have plenty of things I want to test out. The werewolf saw that his opponent wanted to use its body as a test subject, so it was both pained and furious. It used its remaining strength to call for the nearby werewolves. Alphons gripped the gun tightly, forcing himself to stay calm. If he could keep his composure and use the weapon smoothly, there was no reason to fail. And indeed, that was the case. Not only did Alphons utilize the weapon in his hand, but he also deployed the Swamp of Death skill perfectly. This holy water swamp expanded continuously, and from beneath it, countless undead soldiers began to rise. This was a talent that Alphons possessed, which others did not. He didn't know how to use weapons, but these undead could absolutely use them for him. Alphons continued to activate the Undead Warrior skill. Now was the time for the opponent to experience the suffering of messing with a Necromancer. He didn't intend to rely on the undead soldiers entirely, as the gun was still in Alphons's hands, and he remained busy. He continued to activate the piercing effect. Each bullet left the barrel, and the werewolf's kin fell one after another amidst the holy water gushing out and the skeletons crawling up from the ground. The werewolf couldn't hide its confusion. Why in the world was there someone who could both summon the undead and use holy power? The werewolf had thought Alphons was just playing mind games, but look at him, he truly meant what he said. The scene before them was nothing short of a massacre. Who are you? What have you done? Overwhelming helplessness welled up. The werewolf didn't know what else to say. I had to use a lot of holy power, but it seems it was worth it. Your role ends here, monster. This is the final test. Unfortunately, Alphons was not willing to give him the answer he needed. Instead, he raised his gun once more. In desperation, the werewolf suddenly cackled, then released nearly all the remaining energy in its body, wanting to fight to the death. It was a pity that before the werewolf could even reach Alphons, it was struck down by an undead soldier. Alphons took a few steps forward and aimed his gun barrel directly at the monster's throat. Goddess Gaia, he slowly uttered, with your blessing, give me a weapon that can tear my opponent into 100 pieces. Goodbye, monster. As soon as he finished speaking, he fired. The werewolf felt an excruciating pain running through its body. It had been shattered. On the ground, the terrifying traces of holy power remained. Alphons didn't expect that his simple prayer would bring such immense power. The 10th squad soldiers over there were trembling incessantly, even though they had closed their eyes and covered their ears. But clearly, they could still feel the overwhelming holy power just now, and he was certain they wouldn't be able to pretend to ignore it anymore. Looking at the chaotic scene around him, Alphons couldn't help but sigh. What excuse should he make up now to continue? Hiding his identity? You can open your eyes now, Alphons ordered. But don't be too surprised. The area around here is a bit messy. It wasn't just a bit. He had burned almost this entire forest, Your Highness. Alphons blamed everything on the werewolf and glossed over the abundance of holy power. Earlier. Then, he used the excuse that it was getting dark to urge them to quickly take him back. Unfortunately, Alphons could cover the eyes and ears of the 10th squad, but he did not notice one more person who was also present, Archbishop Raphael. It wasn't until he and the soldiers had left that he remained standing there, terrified. This was the second time Raphael had seen elite undead imbued with holy power since the disturbance in the palace. This time, they were even more formidable than before, as they could skillfully use weapons and coordinate with each other to fight like a real army. But what was even more frightening was that the 7th prince, Alphons, was the one manipulating this entire army. How could he combine two opposing powers like that? It was absurd. Was it because of the Aslan bloodline? Raphael's mind reeled. Countless questions unconsciously surfaced. The name, Aslan, which he had just thought of, was actually an empire in the Kelvin Alphons. going against all other kingdoms. This kingdom worshipped the god of death. This was also the main reason why Princess Julicia, the birth mother of Luan and Alan, was cast aside not only because she was a commoner in the Holy Empire, but also because she originated from Aslan. Based on the situation just now, Raphael thought Alan had inherited his mother's lineage. But one thing Raphael couldn't explain was that throughout the history of the Aslan kingdom, there had never been anyone who was both a necromancer and a user of holy power. Knowing Raphael's personality, I would assume, he would go mad after witnessing these things and then find a way to take Alan Alphons down. But to his surprise, Raphael's mood could only be described as intrigued. However, this excitement didn't last long before he suppressed it himself. No, I shouldn't be impressed by someone who harassed my niece, Raphael thought to himself. But he couldn't lie to his heart. Although he felt very averse to Alan Alphons, Raphael also wanted to personally train him, because he believed that if Alan Alphons learned more powerful magic, then in the future, he would surely be powerful enough to shake the world. On one hand, a child with an ability appearing for the first time in history that intrigued him. On the other, his beloved niece who had been harassed by him. This choice made Raphael extremely distressed. He was even so angry that he punched and broke a tree. No, I must report this to the Holy Emperor. If His Majesty orders me to train him, then I suppose I will have no choice but to obey. This isn't my desire, you know. Truly, when there is a difficult problem, the Holy Emperor is there to handle it. Raphael had found a perfect excuse to convince himself to personally train Alan Alphons. And that was how the werewolf problem in the Hilda territory was handled. Afterward, he and Raphael returned safely. Hilda was happy, but a certain old man kept muttering along the way, "I really don't want him to become my disciple." Alan Alphons had no idea that he had been discovered by Raphael. So, for several days after the werewolf incident passed, he only focused on the shooting range with the dwarves to research the firepower of shotguns further. Indeed, in this world, firearms were no different from toys. They tried to show Alan Alphons the firepower of a gun in an ordinary person's hands, and compared it with the firepower of the gun Alan Alphons fired. It was indeed worlds apart. He gradually felt the gun in his hands, and knew how to use holy power to change its firepower structure. Blow advised Alan Alphons that, if he needed to pray, to gather holy power, it was best to prepare a preemptive strike beforehand. Alan Alphons felt this wasn't really necessary, because he could completely use the undead soldiers as shields when needed. However, this was a secret that Alan Alphons naturally couldn't tell anyone. Blow seemed to be thinking about something. He kept frowning, and then continued to ask, "You can also strengthen your own body with holy power, right? So, as for the armor," before Blow could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by another dwarf. He had come to deliver a message from Hilda, calling for Alan Alphons. Blow couldn't keep him any longer. He just said that before long, he would send the things he had just mentioned as a gift. When Alan Alphons found Hilda, she was merrily raising a glass with her subjects to officially kick off the blood festival. Since the werewolf plague had been eradicated, the people were spirited again. During the festival, they broke red-colored fruits instead of throwing real blood to ward off bad luck. This made Alan Alphons suddenly remember the tomato festival in his previous life. He took a walk around and discovered that the soldiers of the 10th and 60th squads were also happily drinking beer together. However, even while participating in the festival, they were so rigid that they didn't even bother to take off their cloaks. While busy watching the soldiers, Alan Alphons suddenly got hit in the face by a flying tomato. What was going on? The people around them immediately tensed up. Fortunately, after transmigrating, Alan Alphons possessed a completely different personality from the original. If it had been the old Alan Alphons, he probably would have lost his mind and demanded everyone be executed. It was even luckier that the person who hit him was Alice, so Alan Alphons couldn't bring himself to blame her. He wiped his face, realized the tomatoes actually tasted pretty good, and said, "It's okay, keep having fun, I don't blame you." That was a pretty strong throw, Alice, but Alan Alphons felt it was well-deserved, treating it as paying off the karma for the original Alan. Seeing Alan's relaxed attitude, Alice plucked up the courage to invite him to sit down for a drink and a chat. The previous bad blood between them had effectively been wiped clean. Alice also wanted to hear more about the resurrection magic that Alan Alphons could use. Furthermore, since the 7th prince had lost his memories and started behaving so differently, she seemed to have developed a bit of a soft spot for him. "I have nothing to say about that," Alan Alphons said with a blank expression when asked about his resurrection magic. "I just created it based on the hypothesis you proposed. I infused it with a lot of holy power, caught the soul as it was about to leave the body, and anchored it back in." That was indeed the method he had used to save Luan Alphons. After transmigrating, Alan Alphons was blessed with a body possessing extraordinary talent. But, to be honest, the way he used it was still quite intuitive. The scene of the two chatting happily was being spied on by Raphael, who stood to the side. Even though the old man was very interested in Alan Alphons, the thought of how this brat used to harass his grandniece, the archbishop, still made his blood boil. As he spoke, Alan Alphons reached for 2 beers. I mean, it's all thanks to you. I heard you were one of the people responsible for treating my brother. Alan Alphons handed a glass to Alice, saying it was a reward to honor the person who had treated him. You were amazing for my brother, never giving up until the very last moment. I know it's a bit late, but thank you so much for helping me in the palace, and here in the Hilda territory. In that moment, the distance between the two seemed to vanish completely. The surrounding crowd cheered incessantly. Long live Princess Hilda, long live Prince Alan Alphons, long live Archbishop Raphael. The atmosphere was chaotic, but it didn't bother Alan Alphons. Since transmigrating into this body, this was perhaps his happiest moment. Alan Alphons took a sip of beer, and wondered to himself if Charlotte Harris and Grill were doing all right. Although Alan Alphons hoped Charlotte Harris was fine, in reality, she was not doing well at all. After that incident, the Holy Emperor had sent her to Oscar. He was the deputy commander of the 10th Golden Battalion, who had once fought alongside the Holy Emperor against Ammon's Legion. People praised Oscar endlessly, and called him by the imposing title Sword King. Even though he was currently 84 years old and enjoying a long vacation in the rural humid region, the Holy Emperor had dragged him out to teach swordsmanship to Charlotte Harris. The Sword King's teaching style was truly different from anyone else's. Charlotte Harris was worked to the point of complete exhaustion. She couldn't even stand properly anymore. She had tried to give her all, but only received a cold comment from Oscar. What a useless child carrying the Harry's name. Although she was drained, Charlotte Harris didn't want to disappoint the Holy Emperor's expectations. Moreover, she wanted to become a skilled swordswoman to support Alan Alphons in the future. So, no matter how many times she was knocked down, she kept trying to stand back up. It was the first time Oscar had seen a child so stubbornly persistent. What exactly do you want? Your persistence is quite different from your name. I want to become stronger, Charlotte Harris answered firmly. Oscar asked again what she wanted to become stronger for. Charlotte Harris honestly replied that she wanted to be stronger to protect the 7th Prince. Because of his kindness, she was able to live until now. Her loyalty towards Alan Alphons was so great that she would even stake her life on his orders. Oscar didn't rush to punish her further, but instead continued to ask many questions. So, if someone more powerful than you told you to finish him off, what then? Charlotte Harris was stunned. She had truly never considered this scenario. Oscar chuckled coldly, mocking her for being such a naive child. He said that people like them were just puppets. If a royal family member ordered them to do something, they had to do it immediately, even if the request was to eliminate their own master. As he spoke, Oscar pressed his grass-cutting scythe against Charlotte Harris's neck. She felt her whole body go cold. But the chill didn't radiate from the object on her neck. It came from the Sword King's words. Their words are absolute commands. A dog must never defy its master, you naive child. Charlotte Harris took a deep breath and gripped her sword tightly. I will always follow his orders. I will never attack my master. As she finished, she used her sword to knock away Oscar's scythe. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. He had hoped Charlotte Harris would understand his words. But no, that was typical. Young people were often stubborn and never listened to their elders. But regardless, Oscar's mission was to train Charlotte Harris into the strongest, most loyal puppet for the 7th Prince, so he would just focus on his duty. Attack me, Harris. The two clashed in another lopsided battle. The Sword King, Oscar, didn't even bother drawing his sword. The item he had been holding the whole time was still that same grass-cutting scythe. Even though it was difficult, she was willing to accept this demonic training. Not long after, Alan returned to the royal palace. Luan was currently enjoying life with good wine and beautiful women. Alan aggressively kicked open his brother's bedroom door, fueled by the grudge of Luan tricking him into going to the Hilda territory to suffer. I'm back, you damn beloved brother, Alan said while raising his gun. I tried to get back as fast as I could just to shoot this bullet right in your face, Luan. The two beauties cuddling with Luan shrieked and ran away together. But that precious brother of Alan's showed no sign of shame after playing such a prank on his younger sibling. Alan Alphons. How lovely to see you're still in one piece. Why don't you sit? Luan's words were cut off by a gunshot Alan Alphons had fired. Naturally, the holy power bullet could not harm Luan's body. He only had to endure a bit of pain from the large amount of holy power impacting him. Even so, Alan Alphons hadn't vented all his frustration. Just after returning to the capital, he bluntly told Luan Alphons that from now on, he would lock himself in the palace. Luan Alphons thought it was strange. He figured Alan Alphons should take this time to stroll around the capital to enjoy himself. This time it was a real treat, no tricks, but he just shook his head repeatedly. Alan Alphons told his brother what happened on the way back. He didn't know if Raphael was hallucinating or not, but the whole way there, every few minutes, he asked if Alan wanted to learn magic from him. Although Alan Alphons had refused, Raphael kept asking over and over, making him want to crawl into a hole and hide. Therefore, Alan Alphons decided he would stay in his palace all day to escape the Archbishop's radar. Just chill, Raphael is only doing that because he likes you. Besides, he is a great mage. Learning magic from him isn't a bad idea. Luan comforted his younger brother. Alan Alphons knew that, but he didn't know that Raphael had discovered his true identity. Because of that unique situation, Alan Alphons only wanted to learn magic on his own through books. But hiding forever wasn't the solution. As long as Alan Alphons remained in the palace, Raphael would eventually catch him and terrorize him mentally. While the two were talking, Luan's subordinate arrived to deliver government documents. Alan Alphons sat to one side, pricking up his ears to listen. His brother's subordinate reported, "The Black Church is currently the most urgent issue, Your Highness." "The Black Church?" Alan Alphons asked in return. Coincidentally, he had also found clues about them at the place where he captured the witch, Morgana. This time, they had discovered the Black Church in the humid region. This was a densely populated area, so the Emperor was paying close attention to this issue. However, in reality, it wasn't easy to resolve because it involved necromancers. Mentioning necromancers made Alan Alphons's heart jump. He had learned quite a bit of useful knowledge about necromancers through the book he stole from, Morgana. If he had more documents like that, it would be great. Who knew? Alan Alphons might be able to tap into more of his own potential. Therefore, he acted nonchalant and asked Luan, "Brother, after the necromancers are arrested, how will we handle the magic tools and spellbooks?" Luan replied that they would be gathered to be destroyed, or sent to the basement of the Humid Academy. Hearing this, Alan Alphons's eyes lit up. He imagined the prospect of staying in the palace in the capital and being chased by Raphael every day, forced to become his disciple. On the other hand, there was the prospect of living alone at the Humid Academy, free, comfortable, and able to freely research documents on necromancers. You could figure out Alan Alphons's choice with your knees. So, he plucked up the courage to propose a deal with his brother. "Brother, I want a long-term vacation. When I return, I'll help you handle the Black Church issue. Deal?" The Holy Emperor. After receiving reports about the Black Church, the Emperor was deeply troubled. Their reappearance had been confirmed by the discovery of their henchmen, the Crimson Devils, in Humid. Even though these creatures are like mere infants compared to the might of the Holy Empire, the authorities had been unable to wipe them out for years. Even when the Inquisition's Crimson Ten captured and interrogated several of them, the information they provided about their organization was scarce. The Emperor had previously sent squads of Holy Knights to hunt them down to ensure everything would go smoothly, but he ended up losing contact with the second squad. The Black Church members are like cockroaches scurrying in the shadows. All this time, they have likely grown into an organization far larger than the Emperor ever imagined. Now that the issue regarding the successor has been settled with the exception of Luan Alphons and Alan Alphons, none of the other children are qualified to lead. Just when he thought he could finally rest his mind, the issue with the Black Church arose. Besides that, there was another matter. Soldiers had spotted a man who looked exactly like the Crown Prince, the children's father, near a market in the southern territory of Aslan. This was the person who worried the Emperor the most. Is he still alive? The son who had vanished without a trace after the war with the Aslan Empire. The Emperor felt as though he had aged several years overnight. According to secret reports, the Aslan Empire was making highly suspicious moves, and the Crown Prince's appearance nearby was likely not a coincidence. The Emperor was truly exhausted. At his age, he should have been resting instead of working so hard. Every time he remembered the Crown Prince, he felt immense pain. He had disappeared right after being named the successor, so the Emperor never got the chance to abdicate and has had to sit on the throne until now. Alongside the bitterness was a rage that could erupt like a volcano at any moment. The Emperor threw the pile of reports to the floor and began cursing repeatedly. "That damn brat, why couldn't you just be a good son for once? If you're still alive, at least show your face. And if you're dead, you should at least let me see the body." Luan Alphons, sensing the commotion in the hall, rushed in only to find his grandfather in a fit of rage, stomping madly on the throne. Seeing his grandson, the Emperor tried to restrain his anger. Luan Alphons had finished negotiating a trade deal with his younger brother, and had come to inform the Emperor about sending Alan Alphons to Humid to handle the Black Church situation. The Emperor had already guessed what was on Alan Alphons' mind, because immediately after he returned to the palace, the Archbishop had come to tattle about the boy's ability to control undead beings that possessed holy power. Never had the Emperor seen Raphael Alphons so excited. He kept begging for the privilege of personally tutoring the 7th Prince. This information left the Emperor feeling a bit overwhelmed. It was truly both shocking and worrisome. Just imagine, Alan Alphons could control an entire legion of undead bearing the holy power of the goddess Gaia, and Gaia's power could even threaten the gods. They could escape the death dictated by fate. This combination brings forth an unimaginable, overwhelming power. Necromancy is a forbidden power, used only in the Kelvin Alphonse. But what if this power had a stronger variant that could be used within the Holy Empire? Then, it would likely cause a rift within the Aslan Empire. This is something the Emperor had been contemplating for the past few days. Did Alan Alphons request to go to Humid himself? Yes, he asked me about some books, Your Majesty, and about how we should deal with the remnants of the Necromancers after we fight them. Luan's response made the Emperor even more certain of his suspicions. He approved Alan Alphons' mission to Humid to deal with the Black Church. Recently, the unusual movements of the Aslan Empire also seemed connected to this organization. If his youngest grandson could stop it, that would be a blessing. Is this mission connected to the Aslan Empire too? Luan Alphons asked with surprise. Huh? You didn't receive the documents regarding this issue? I only read the first page of the report. He thought Alan Alphons had accepted the mission, without knowing how serious it truly was. The Emperor was speechless. If Alan Alphons knew the Black Church was linked to another entire empire, he wouldn't be foolish enough to take on this task. Then, just send the boy. Before he finds out more about this, the Emperor decided. Leave it to me, Your Majesty. It turns out Luan's sly nature is hereditary. It seems Alan Alphons has been tricked into manual labor once again. 3 weeks later, the boy arrived in Humid with a heart full of enthusiasm. On the way, Alan Alphons finally began to read the documents regarding the recent movements of the Black Church and Aslan. But even if he knew he had been tricked, it was already too late, as he was the one who had opened his mouth to suggest going to Humid. Luckily, this time Diane was accompanying Alan Alphons though. In reality, it was only Diane. If he had known how dangerous his situation was, Alan Alphons would have brought more guards. Going with only Diane had its perks, as he already knew about the boy's power. If that fanatical Inquisition squad had followed him like last time, it would have been very difficult for Alan to use his abilities. Please, don't be too harsh on the Inquisition squad. They are people who will do anything as soon as you give the order. The Emperor has personally granted you authority over the Inquisition, Your Highness. Now that he mentioned it, those people used to act only under Luan. Now, Alan Alphons had a bit more standing among the 7 princes. If someone wanted to oppose a decision he made, it would require at least 3 archbishops, which is nearly impossible. This meant he held all authority in situations involving demons. Even so, Alan Alphons was still very bored, because he felt the power in his hands didn't help with finding a missing squad of holy knights, or dealing with the Black Church at all. By the way, what exactly are Crimson Devils? Are they stronger than vampires? The Q&A session began. Dion explained that Crimson Devils are familiar spirits used by the Black Church as henchmen. Since ancient times, they have been known as demons that kidnap children. They are quite strong, but they aren't a major threat because, compared to vampires, they are much weaker. Even if the whole lot of them gathered together, they wouldn't even equal the toenail of the count that Alan Alphons had once defeated. The problem is, even though they aren't strong, Crimson Devils are very good at hiding. Even a well-trained Holy Knight would find it hard to detect them. The more Dion spoke, the more Alan Alphons felt like he had picked up a pile of trouble. Suddenly, he had an idea. Hey Dion, how about we use bait? The documents said Crimson Devils mainly only kidnap children under 16. You want me to take an innocent child here to use as bait? Alan shook his head vigorously and pointed at himself. The air froze for a few seconds. Oh, right. Dion had forgotten that Alan Alphons was also just a child around 16 years old. His appearance late at night would be a tempting morsel for those Crimson Devils. When the two arrived in Humid, the atmosphere was incredibly grim. Everywhere, there were notices for families to keep a close eye on their children. Alan Alphons could also smell the stench of the Crimson Devils, but because they were quite weak, the scent was faint. Alan Alphons planned to track the scent alone, while Dion would go to the guards to ask for information, to get a handle on the situation. However, Dion thought the two of them should go together. Don't worry, Do you think those weaklings can defeat me? Just go. Seeing Alan so confident, Diane had no choice but to follow his orders. The two went in different directions. Alan also took out his beloved hunting rifle. Very quickly, he caught a strong whiff of the stench. Alan looked in the direction the smell was coming from. That weakling thinks he can defeat me? Fine, go ahead. Seeing Alan so confident, Diane had no choice but to follow his lead. The two split up to take action. Alan also pulled out his beloved shotgun, and quickly, he caught the scent of a foul stench. Alan looked in the direction the smell was coming from, and saw a crimson devil climbing into a resident's house through the chimney. Their movements were swift as a flash. If it weren't for Alan Alphons using holy power to sharpen his vision, he wouldn't have been able to keep up with them. So that was the reason why even the holy knights were helpless against these monsters. Alan Alphons charged straight into the house. But unfortunately, he was a step too late. The child's parents had already been taken care of, while the baby had been stuffed into a bag. No matter how much it screamed, it couldn't make a sound. It seems these crimson devils used magic to suppress the noise. Looking at the smug expression of that bastard, Alan Alphons was incredibly disgusted. But before he could even attack, the crimson devil struck first. However, Alan Alphons' hunting rifle was still on a whole different level. After a brief struggle, he successfully finished off the first crimson devil and saved the baby. But another problem arose. The child's parents, the first victims of the crimson devil, had now turned into undead. It seems they don't just kidnap children, they also turn the parents into undead. With no other choice, Alan Alphons had to raise his rifle to take care of the child's parents. If this situation continued, healing or resurrection wouldn't do any good. Not long after, Diane met up with Alan Alphons. He had successfully cooperated with the local guards. Seeing the boy's despondent appearance, Diane didn't know how to console him properly. "Your Highness, at least you saved this child. Please leave the rest to the guards." Alan sighed heavily. Obviously, Crimson Devils are a species specialized in assassination and kidnapping. Regardless of how the Black Church tamed or summoned them, their objective now was perfectly clear. In Humid, those guards are the only security force keeping things under control. Because Humid borders the Aslan Empire, the main security force, the 10th Royal Gold Knight Division, is stationed in the suburbs to guard against the neighboring empire. Plus, the situation in Aslan has been quite unstable lately, so it's impossible to spare those troops. If you wish, I can send a letter to the 10th Royal Gold Division nearby to request reinforcements, Diane suggested. But Alan Alphons just shook his head. Their duty to protect the border is crucial, they shouldn't be bothered. Besides, if the Royal Army shows up here, those blood demons will surely hide. It would be cleaner if we dealt with them ourselves. Alan Alphons borrowed a dagger from Diane. These blood demons are destined to follow the orders of the Black Church, so he guessed there must be some sort of spell or something similar on them. Seeing Alan Alphons butchering the blood demon himself, Diane looked a bit uncomfortable. "Your Highness, please conduct yourself in a manner befitting your status." Alan Alphons knew Diane was a man of principle, but they didn't have much time to worry about that now. Finally, he sensed the magic of a necromancer within the blood demon's heart. Alan Alphons had seen through the flow and structure of the magic, but he hadn't yet figured out how to replace it with his own holy power. That's right, Alan Alphons wanted to turn this blood demon from an enemy into his own minion. The stench and the purplish-black heart of the demon made Diane feel nauseous. He couldn't help but remind Alan Alphons that if others found out what he was doing, there would be big trouble. But he had no time to care about that, because the system had just notified him that Alan Alphons had learned a new skill. Although, it wasn't clear what the skill was yet. The triumphant smile on his face was enough to show it was useful in this situation. In the Black Church's territory, human bones were piled up, giving off a disgusting stench. It seemed like the high-ranking members were preparing for a large-scale attack, and there were old necromancers anxiously waiting for the blood demons to bring back children to replenish their vitality. Not long after, the blood demons actually returned. They immediately became joyful. "You're back right on time. Our dinner." From the sack on the blood demon's back, Alan Alphons climbed out with a cunning smile. The excitement of those guys instantly vanished. What they needed were healthy children to eat, not some weirdo like Alan Alphons. Seeing the other side looking bewildered, he generously explained first. "Now this blood demon won't listen to you anymore. If you're wondering why, it's because I am its new master." As he said that, he placed his hand on the blood demon's shoulder and channeled his holy power into it. The others were even more panicked. This was the first time they had witnessed such an absurd thing. A massacre quickly took place in the room. All those necromancers were wiped out. While the blood demons were busy slaughtering the necromancers, Alan Alphons wandered around the room at his leisure. There were many books here, seemingly the research results of these necromancers. While looking for something useful for himself, Alan found something called the Chaos Plan. Not long after, Dion brought the missing children back, to the astonishment of the humid guards. Aside from being terrified, not a single child was injured. When asked how they escaped, the children all gave the same answer. They were rescued by little uncles who looked just like the blood demons but wore blue shirts. The children called them blue-shirted angels. Although the humid guards were very confused, Dion and Alan Alphons didn't intend to explain it to them. Anyway, Alan Alphons' plan had succeeded, and that was good. After handing the children over to the guards safely, a tamed blood demon called Dion back. There, Alan Alphons showed him the Chaos Plan. It seemed the Black Church had planned things very meticulously. Specifically, the Chaos Plan clearly stated that the Black Church's people in each district must attack the districts they were assigned, including harassing, causing chaos, and terrorizing the people there, while dragging it out as long as possible, as well as causing as much damage as possible. This was entirely a terrorist plot, and the Black Church was targeting more than just humid. However, they didn't write the final goal in that plan, so Alan Alphons called Diane back to help him solve this problem. Hey, the ones still alive, wake up and answer my question. Alan Alphons turned to the necromancers and said loudly. But no one moved, as if they were all dead. Because he was too impatient, he walked over and aggressively stomped on one guy's head, causing him to scream in pain. You think I don't know you're holding your breath? Besides humid, you're targeting other districts too, right? Alan Alphons began a fierce interrogation. His suspicion was completely well-founded, because the number of necromancers here was too small compared to the size of humid and the scale of the riot they had caused. Moreover, there were still a few knights missing who hadn't been found yet. This proved that these captured necromancers were not all of them. If you promise not to take my life, I will answer, one of them said, trembling. Alan scoffed, then turned to Diane to ask about the children's situation. He replied that the guards were finding the children's homes, but some still hadn't returned. Hearing this, Alan Alphons put more force into the foot he was using to stomp on the necromancer's head. Did you hear? The number of children is still not enough. Necromancers use others' lives to use magic, and to tame those blood demons, or to hide this place. You need a lot of mana. So you absorbed those children, right? Alan Alphons grabbed his hair, his eyes extremely fierce and oppressive. He looked at the pile of human bones lying in the middle of a magic circle in the room. Perhaps these necromancers didn't just capture children, but also didn't spare young or old people. With such heinous crimes, it's truly ridiculous that they still hope to survive. Looking at Alan Alphons' attitude, the necromancer couldn't help but be terrified. He knew he was done for, and in a very miserable way at that. Please, please spare my life, he said, trembling. Did you listen to the children when they begged you like this, huh? After saying that, he rudely threw the necromancer into the pile of bones. Don't worry, I won't let you off this easily. I will make you wither away until you're truly dead. After saying that, Alan Alphons ordered Diane to take the surviving necromancers to the palace and hand them over to the Heresy Inquisition. Just hearing that name, they were scared out of their wits. But Diane seemed hesitant. He was worried that the blood demons and blue demons might expose the fact that the prince has the power to control undead creatures. Regarding this, Alan Alphons just gave up. After all, the matter had already reached the ears of the archbishop. He had even caught him red-handed in the palace. Although he tried to play dumb, Alan couldn't hide it forever. Moreover, he also keenly noticed that the Holy Emperor had his eyes on this, but because he didn't say anything, it seemed like the Holy Emperor would only observe him for the time being. While the two were talking, the blue demons had quickly put the necromancers in sacks and tossed them at Alan's feet. Then, he pulled out a shotgun to give them one last chance. All right. Now, whoever answers my questions will get to leave in peace. Otherwise, you know the result. Where are the rest of you bastards hiding in Humid, huh? The news that the necromancers in Western Humid had been defeated quickly reached the ears of their allies. Moreover, Alan Alphons had ordered the mobilization of the army, including both holy knights and priests, to other major cities. This had also alarmed the Black Church. And the most important news was that the heavenly troops had been deployed to the border. This was an army only mobilized when there was a war. They were the Holy Emperor's trump card. That's way too much bad news for them in just one day. It has to be said that for the Black Church to fight on equal terms with the 10th Royal Gold Division is difficult enough, but now even the heavenly troops are here. They cannot defeat. The heavenly troops like they defeat normal holy knights. Even when they faced the holy knights last time, they had to sacrifice many things to barely win. Now, it seems tougher. Furthermore, because the heavenly troops are stationed right near the border, The Aslan side must have heard this news too. They said they wanted to postpone it. The lead necromancer here angrily punched the wall. Even before he could hear his subordinates finish reporting, he assumed the Aslan royal family had sniffed something out, which is why they wanted to pretend they had nothing to do with the Black Church. How infuriating. I thought we had finally escaped this life of hiding and running, but they want us to wait longer? The leader blamed all of this on Alphons, because ever since he destroyed Morgana and tracked down the clues, they had been living like they were sitting on a pile of fire. While the whole group was in turmoil, a faint, ethereal voice echoed in the room. Defeated? You think the great Aslan will be defeated like this? The room was dead silent. No one dared to speak anymore. Although they didn't know how terrifying the owner of this voice was, perhaps this was the ultimate faith of the Black Church. Are you really planning to handle this yourself, Your Highness? Tell all my men. The timing may be delayed, but proceed with the plan as scheduled. I will take full responsibility for the failure in Humid. Besides, you mentioned the Seventh Prince as a problem? That voice assumed their defeat was partly because Alphons discovered their lair. He planned to go there with these necromancers to find and finish him off for good, to prevent any future trouble. Once that was said, the voice vanished. The necromancers in the room finally dared to breathe again. Even if it was just a projection, I never expected him to come here in person. It seemed this guy was quite strong, because after he appeared, the necromancers all unanimously agreed that Alphons's only chance of escape had vanished. They began discussing a new plan, or, more accurately, recreating the old one that helped them defeat an entire holy army, knight unit in the past. But just as they were mid-discussion, the divination orbs on the table suddenly erupted with blinding light. What the hell? Is there an intruder? They were in such a panic because these orbs only reacted when someone possessing powerful magic or holy power entered. Based on the violent fluctuations of the orbs, the necromancers assumed the intruder was Sword King Oscar of the Golden Ten. A clash with such a strong enemy was not ideal. The leader signaled the mages inside to evacuate, and simultaneously ordered the Second Holy Knight Squad, who had been defeated and turned into his puppets, to identify the intruder. What? Right now? Weren't we going to use those Holy Knights for the plan? Another one tried to protest. You fool! We need to survive first before we can even proceed with the plan. Because Sword King Oscar was no ordinary enemy, these necromancers were racking their brains to find a way to deal with him. But not long after, one of them noticed a problem. I don't think that's the Golden Ten. If it's not Oscar, then who else could cause this much chaos? The leader asked. The necromancer stammered, It seems to be the one we just mentioned, that brat. The one who wiped out the vampires and all the werewolves. It's Prince Alphons. The leader of the necromancers clenched his fist. He had heard news that Alphons had arrived in Humid recently, but he never expected him to hunt them down all the way here. As he spoke, he revealed a twisted smile. If Alphons had attacked all the way here, he wouldn't mind going all out against him. Meanwhile, Alphons was standing in front of their lair, his mood incredibly complicated. Before, looking at the pile of corpses stacked as high as a mountain, he had wondered why the Black Church operating in Humid needed so many sacrifices. Even if the red demons were more active, they wouldn't need that many offerings. But today, having arrived, he finally understood who those offerings were for. It was the very person manipulating this Second Holy Knight Squad, or more accurately, the one who turned the entire Holy Knight Squad into undead. Part of the mission his grandfather had given Alphons was to find the whereabouts of this unit that had lost contact. Alphons didn't know the true motive of the mastermind. Did they turn the Holy Knights into undead after hearing about his holy undead? Or was it simply that they wanted to cause more chaos for the Holy Empire? But regardless of the reason, it wasn't hard for Alphons to deal with a necromancer weaker than himself. As usual, he pulled out his shotgun. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened to these poor Holy Knights, Alphons knew that once they became undead, there was no way to cure or resurrect them. However, if he couldn't turn enemies into friends, he could at least do this. Just like before, Alphons channeled his abundant holy power into the target. The entire team of undead Holy Knights, who were confronting him, suddenly turned 180 degrees, attacking the necromancers inside instead. This was the only way for Alphons to help them get revenge. He led the army of holy undead, along with his blue demons inside. Whatever cruel things the necromancers had done to these Holy Knights, now they would have to pay, with the same terrible fate. The scene was chaotic with the thunderous attack of the army led by Alphons. The sound of gunshots, cries for help, the sound of flesh being torn, and weapons clashing, all of it created total chaos. On the way deeper into their lair, Alphons accidentally stepped on the hand of a necromancer. In his pain, the man still kept his mouth shut. No matter how much you try to stop us, the God will still save us. Alphons felt he had just heard the most boring joke in the world. Someone who had just taken countless lives of others was asking to be saved by God? He pointed the gun barrel straight at the man's head and decisively pulled the trigger. Save you? Then let me save you. The blessing of God Gaia will send you to hell quickly. Alphons's army tore through every inch of ground there. Not a single necromancer was lucky enough to escape. After learning about the plot, the Holy Empire deployed all its forces. Not only did they reinforce the military in every city, but they also added heavenly troops to the borders to prevent the Black Church and the Aslan Empire from meddling. And following Alphons's orders, Diane had sent the captured necromancers to the capital. The Red 10 Squad was in charge of interrogating them, so they had learned some information about this organization. The Aslan people captured near the border seemed to be linked to the superiors in this case. Although the chaos in Humid had ended, the Holy Empire was still noisier than ever. Amidst that chaos, Alan had come here to rest in the library of the Humid Academy, but an old factor reappeared, making his vacation not exactly comfortable. That was Raphael Alphons. Humid was under his management, so his appearance here was understandable. But Alan had zero affection for this third older brother, so he didn't want to talk to Raphael very much. Unfortunately, he was someone who didn't know when to quit, so he clung to Alphons like a leech. Hey little brother, Humid is under my management. I heard you've been causing quite a stir in my area lately, haven't you? I'm not causing trouble. I'm here to solve it. Furthermore, I've been authorized by the Holy Emperor. But the point is, that's something I should have handled. Alan was fed up with this half-baked villain. You should have handled it? Do you think you could have? He really wanted to say that. But he couldn't. Besides that issue, Raphael also had another thing weighing on his mind. The blue demons that belonged to Alphons, whom the children in the city called Blue Angels. Because their appearance was too similar to the red demons, Raphael was a bit suspicious, even though he was leaving them alone because they were going all around the city helping the people. His suspicion had never disappeared. I didn't create them. I just happened to get them from the necromancers, Alan replied coolly. Do you have any more valuable information? You brat? Do you think I'm a reporter? There's nothing special. Except that the Holy Empire thinks the Black Church and the Aslan Empire are joining hands. After dealing with the Black Church in Humid, Alan kept burying his face in the library. If Raphael didn't come to bother him every day, he wouldn't know the information from the capital. I hear there are signs of war breaking out at the border. Although Aslan has denied its relationship with the Black Church, Alan understood his grandfather's personality. The Holy Emperor would certainly not believe that. Aslan must also know this clearly, so they sent a special envoy to explain. Based on their speed, they would probably arrive in Humid within the next month. Alphons clicked his tongue. Perhaps he no longer had time to hide his strength anymore. Rumors of his eerie power had spread everywhere, and now it was time for him to use that power. Even if Aslan said they had no relationship with the Black Church, how could the Black Church have the ability to cause this much trouble on their own without the help of the Aslan Necromancer Kingdom? Thinking this, Alphons decisively closed the book in his hand. I'll go see how their envoy explains this to us. Are you planning to stay here until then? Yeah, I'm sick of the palace. I want to learn some magic, so I'll do some more research here. Although Alphons didn't intend to extend his vacation for a whole month, he wanted to see the Aslan envoy with his own eyes and tear off their hypocritical mask. Raphael Astoria didn't stop him from staying, but he demanded that he behave himself until the Aslan envoy arrived in Humid. The rebellious streak in Alan immediately fired back at his brother. Staying put. What does that have to do with the envoy visiting? Aslan is different from us. If you make a mistake, we'll be in big trouble. Fearing his younger brother had lost his memory or didn't know anything, Raphael Alphons had to educate him again. Aslan exists with a belief system that worships the god of death, Judai. So, a necromancer who is both a priest and a noble in their country, the Aslan people will certainly not sit still if they are oppressed by the Holy Empire. Moreover, they might be even more furious if they see Alphons, who single-handedly handled an entire army of necromancers from Aslan. So, what should I do? This is still the Holy Empire's kingdom, isn't it? Should I just ignore the Black Church's business? Raphael Alphons didn't mean that. He just wanted to advise his younger brother not to stir up any more unnecessary hatred, because after all, from the beginning, Aslan sent the special. The envoy is only here to prove that they have no connection to the Black Church, and they will surely pretend to be oblivious to how Alphons wiped out the Necromancer squad. That is why Raphael Alphons honestly hopes you will just sit still for once. The Holy Empire has been in chaos lately, and there are enough things to worry about. In that case, I have a request. Are you trying to negotiate? Alan nodded. It wasn't easy to get him to sit still, so if Raphael Alphons wanted that, Alan wanted to possess the magic book of the Necromancer King Amon. As soon as those words were uttered, the third prince couldn't hide his astonishment. If it had been anyone other than Alan Alphons, they would have been dragged away and beheaded for such twisted thoughts. Aren't there plenty of books by other necromancers in the library? But I've read them all, Alan Alphons replied flatly. In truth, the book Alan Alphons wanted did exist, but the Holy Emperor had placed many seals upon it. Although he really didn't want to touch that thing, Raphael knew it was the only way to get his troublesome younger brother to stay put. So, he had to promise that he would try his best to smuggle it out. That evening, Alan left the library. If staying quiet for 1 month could be exchanged for a chance to touch King Ammon's book, it was a good deal. He was busy thinking about how to kill time during that month when he suddenly caught sight of Charlotte Harris. Come to think of it, she had also come to Humid to train with Oscar. It's just that, upon seeing her again, Charlotte Harris's beautiful face was tragically scratched up. Her limbs were heavily bandaged, and she had lost so much weight. This appearance of hers was truly heartbreaking. What happened to your face, Your Highness? Forget it. Don't call me that now. Alan Alphons waved his hand before Charlotte Harris could finish. Because he intended to stay in the Academy's library for a long time, if his identity were exposed, it would bring about a lot of trouble. During that time, Alan decided to go by the name Alan Alphons, the son of Lord Genat Lepong of Ronia. This identity would be much safer. Charlotte Harris was quick-witted, so she adapted very fast. Greetings, young Master Alan Alphons. The surname Harris made Alan Alphons freeze for a few seconds. Charlotte Harris said that the Holy Emperor had bestowed it upon her. Alan Alphons knew a bit about this lineage from his studies on royalty. It belonged to a family that had been wiped out by the Necromancer King Ammon 55 years ago. Apart from the 10 heavenly swords, the 60 sacred swords, and the 10 golden swords, the Harris clan was one of the most powerful existences in the Empire. That is the story, but I honestly don't know how strong they were. Anyway, why are you, I'm asking about your wounds. Does it have anything to do with why you were granted the new name? Although Charlotte Harris said she was fine, Alan insisted that someone at the Academy had bullied her, or that Grill had done it. She hurriedly explained that Grill had fulfilled his duties as a father very thoughtfully, and no one at the Academy had bullied her. In fact, she hadn't even spoken properly to anyone because her time at school was very short. These were all wounds sustained during training. Then why don't you go get treated? A single vial of holy water would heal it, wouldn't it? Alan Alphons was even more puzzled. I'm used to the pain, Charlotte Harris replied hesitantly. Being forbidden from seeking healing was a requirement that Sword King Oscar forced her to follow, because to him, a knight who is not accustomed to pain will hesitate when wounded. The royal family and the Holy Emperor never need a knight like that. Charlotte wanted to become a true knight to serve Alan Alphons. She wanted to become his sturdiest shield and his sharpest sword. Therefore, Charlotte Harris was willing to endure all this suffering to increase her strength. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Alan cut Charlotte Harris off once again, then reached out and touched her face. Immediately, her wounds healed up completely. Why do you have to suffer? If you get hurt, I can heal you right away. This was an act stemming from the pure affection between a prince and his guardian knight. But Alan Alphons's behavior looked very suspicious, which attracted the attention of White Knight, a few students present in the academy at that time. To avoid awkwardness, he quickly left, but not before telling Charlotte Harris to find him immediately whenever she was hurt. That night, because he was too bored, Alan summoned Dian. This holy knight was extremely frustrated to learn that the prince had called him over just because Charlotte was busy training and couldn't play with him. But once Dian arrived, Alan remembered one thing. This guy was also bored to death. Dian's self-esteem was heavily insulted. How could you say that to someone who abandoned their duty just to come here for you? Oh, how are things over there? Still the same. Although we destroyed the support base of the Black Church in Humid, necromancers keep appearing. After that event, only Alan returned to the library to focus on his research, while Dian and the guards continued to work overtime every day out there. But the situation didn't improve much. Although they continued to capture and interrogate those necromancers constantly, they didn't find any clues. Alan didn't think they would be that stubborn. Perhaps their chaotic plan was still in effect and on track to be carried out. As for the special envoy from Aslan, Dian announced that they would still arrive on schedule. He didn't know why, but Alan kept having a bad feeling about this. While the two were talking, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice rang out. Isn't this the seventh prince? Dian reacted first, turning around to bow respectfully to the person. Alan poked his head out to look at her. Oh, isn't this Rose Darina, that woman with the fragile body, weak mind, and insane obsessions? That woman was Raphael Alphons's mother. Although he had never been in close contact with her, the descriptions from the system gave Alan Alphons the feeling that this woman was not mentally sound. Rose approached and proactively greeted Alan Alphons first, asking what he had been doing in the last few days. Alan Alphons tried to act normal while talking to her. I intend to join the academy in the near future. Raphael Alphons allowed you to do that? Alan Alphons nodded. Immediately, Rose revealed a twisted smile. Alan Alphons didn't understand the meaning of that smile, nor her cryptic words. Could it be that Rose also intended to monitor him because he was a prince just like her son? Since I didn't hear this directly from the second prince, I'm a little disappointed, Mother. Alan realized something was off in Rose's statement, but before he could ask any further, Raphael Astoria screamed and came rushing over from a distance. Mother, what are you doing here? Why didn't you contact me? Raphael Astoria hadn't even finished his sentence before Rose rushed over and hugged him tightly. Oh, Raphael Astoria, my beloved son. Of course, if you didn't come to see me, I would come to see you. This affectionate hug, through the lens of others, was a scene, quite embarrassing, because Raphael Alphons was already a grown man. No wonder there were always rumors in the palace about him being a mama's boy. Even though Raphael Alphons seemed uncomfortable, Rose refused to let go of her son. Her mouth kept muttering that if the crown prince saw his son grown to this extent, he would certainly be very happy. Raphael couldn't separate himself from his mother. He threw a parcel to Alan Alphons. Inside was none other than the magic book of the Necromancer King Ammon. Didn't you want it? I had a hard time smuggling it out of the academy's basement. Now, remember to keep your word. I'm going out with my mother. I promise I'll stay here until I die. Feel free to go. Alan Alphons took the book, his mood extremely happy. Afterward, Raphael helped his mother leave. Only then did the atmosphere quiet down again. Immediately after, Alan Alphons brought his suspicions to Diane. Raphael is clearly the third prince, so why did Rose refer to him as the second prince just now? Alan Alphons believed for sure that Diane knew the reason and wanted to hear him explain everything. Diane sighed heavily. Actually, this is an issue that even the nobility keeps quiet about. Rose Darina was the second wife of the crown prince, with a status just below princess. Julicia, who is the mother of Alan Alphons and Luan Alphons, she had a very fulfilling married life, and even became pregnant shortly after the wedding. But unfortunately, the child in her womb was born with the umbilical cord wrapped around its neck. The crown prince felt pity for this child who died young, so he bestowed the title of second prince upon it. But Rose seemed very shocked by this loss. She was temporarily unable to accept it, so she almost went insane. Whenever she saw an object resembling a child, for instance, a teddy bear, she would call it the second prince. Because he didn't want this to keep happening, the crown prince decided to have a second child with her, and the child born after that was Raphael Alphons. Unfortunately, Rose's mental state did not improve. She raised and considered Raphael Alphons to be her firstborn child who died young. But that was not the most serious problem, because before Raphael Alphons was born, that royal concubine had done something she shouldn't have. She had tried to resurrect the second prince. Hearing this, Alan Alphons couldn't hide his amazement. He had heard that he was the first person to successfully perform a resurrection when he saved Luan, so that proved Rose had failed years ago. And the thing she called forth was likely a living dead creature. That is something forbidden in the Holy Empire, Dion said heavily. How could she have done that? Is Rose a necromancer? Well, they haven't found any evidence yet. There was a period when all the necromancers in the Holy Empire were wiped out. Some people speculated that she was the one manipulating Rose, the favorite concubine. Finally, Alan Alphons started to grasp what those chaotic, obsessive, and deranged words used to describe Rose on her status window actually meant. Perhaps that was exactly what she felt whenever she saw Jeff on the carriage. At this moment, the third prince was feeling extremely tense as well. He just wished his mother would stay quiet until the very end. But no. Alan Alphons looks quite healthy, doesn't he? It would be so much better if he just died along with Ulicia, Rose said, spitting out these horrible words in a calm, flat tone. Mother, he is still my younger brother. Aren't your words a bit too much? Ah, wait a minute. What if those black church bastards got rid of him during that exile? That would have been perfect. Rose still wouldn't stop. I don't like a single thing about that kid. He's just a sluggish, useless brat. You must never lose to him. You need to become the holy emperor for the crown prince's sake. Rose rambled on incessantly, on one hand cursing Alan Alphons, and on the other, frantically pushing her own son to become the holy emperor, so she could save face and, eventually, gain the crown prince's attention. Rose's whimpering echoed from the carriage, but Raphael Alphons remained silent, or, more accurately, he didn't know what to say. At the same time, even though it was late at night, Charlotte Harris was still passionately practicing swordplay with Oscar. Having been beaten for quite a long time, her posture and technique had improved significantly. Even the Sword King was quite surprised by his student's rapid progress. Have you reached a state of enlightenment? No, even I, and even His Majesty did not progress as quickly as you did at your age. What do you think about becoming my successor? Before Oscar could even finish asking, Charlotte Harris cut him off. I have no intention of swearing loyalty to the Holy Emperor. This statement from Charlotte Harris shocked Oscar even more. He had never met a child so insolent. Being taught by the Sword King meant that Charlotte Harris was already part of the Golden Ten, and it was a given that she should be ready to sacrifice herself for the Holy Emperor. Charlotte Harris knew that, and she was still training like a madwoman to fulfill all the tasks assigned to her. But this didn't mean that she intended to go through with any of it, because to Charlotte Harris, there was only one person in this world who could give her orders: Alphons, her one and only master. Charlotte Harris' confession made Oscar feel it was utterly ridiculous. So, you don't want to swear loyalty to the Holy Emperor, but you still want to be a member of the Golden Ten, huh? That is because I can be of great help to the Seventh Prince. Oscar waved his hand, signaling he didn't want to hear anymore. Don't talk nonsense. We are people who exist for the benefit of the Holy Emperor. Then I just need to turn him into the Holy Emperor, right? Oscar paused for a few seconds. Truly, this was the first time he had met such an insolent and audacious child. Charlotte Harris was someone who dared to think, and, even more, dared to speak her mind directly. However, what she just said was not easy to accomplish at all. Oscar declared that Charlotte Harris was not fit to be a member of the Golden Ten. He dismissed her, but before she left, he didn't forget to toss a chest at her. Take this. You have been expelled from the Golden Ten, Charlotte Harris, and I will transfer you to the 6th Forgotten Force of the royal family, where the Harris family used to command. That is the White Ten. Charlotte Harris opened the chest. Inside was a silver sword emitting gentle rays of light in the middle of the night. Oscar said that this was the sword once used by the Harris clan. He had intended to use it as a decoration if its owner never appeared again, but now things were different. So, Oscar didn't regret handing it back to Charlotte Harris. Then, do your best. Use it to protect the one you wish to serve, if that is your reason for existing. This was perhaps the gentlest thing Oscar had ever said throughout the entire time he had been teaching her. Early the next morning, the sun rose as usual, but Charlotte Harris now carried a different identity. A member of the White Ten, under the command of the Harris family. And on a day not long after that, the special envoy from Aslan finally arrived. This was the first time the necromancers from the Aslan Empire had set foot on the land of God. They couldn't believe it at first, because it felt completely different from their own kingdom, right down to the smallest details, like the cool, refreshing breeze, and the many, lush green trees behind those towering city walls. The lead necromancer, who was also the special envoy sent by the Aslan Empire, glanced around. He knew this place must have been blessed, but he didn't dare show any greed, because all around them, they were being monitored by heavenly soldiers who were extremely difficult to deal with. Welcome. Thank you for making such a long journey. Raphael Alphons stepped out with a standard, polite smile to greet the delegation. To be fair, this guy was actually quite talented at diplomacy. The lead necromancer also hurried forward to greet him, introducing himself as Hema, the special envoy sent for this occasion. It is a pleasure to meet the third prince. Oh, you know me? Of course. I have heard a lot about you. I hope to receive your help during my stay here. Prince Raphael Alphons. Raphael Alphons felt a bit speechless at Hema's fakeness, but regardless, the reception of the envoys still had to be handled meticulously. Hema and his entourage had been in Humid for only a short time before Jeff had already posted notices about a welcoming banquet. This was a custom of the Holy Empire when greeting envoys from other nations, but upon seeing the notice on the wall, Alphons was a bit surprised that Raphael Alphons was still using this custom for their rival nation, and even posted the notices so grandly. It showed that this banquet was of a fairly large scale and required the children of nobles to attend. The main purpose was likely just to show off, after all. The level of education reflected the strength of a nation. Do you intend to attend the banquet, sir? Alphons. I have no interest in it. What about you, Charlotte? Charlotte hadn't even had a chance to answer, before the two of them were surrounded by some students from the Humid Academy who started bullying them. The reason was simple. They had never seen Alan Alphons and Charlotte before. Charlotte Harris gently reminded Alan Alphons that these were the sons of the local dukes and marquesses. He didn't want to mess with them at all, but that arrogant attitude really made Alan Alphons want to teach the whole bunch a lesson. Looks like you just came from the countryside, huh? We didn't see you in class, so we came all the way here to find you. With that attitude, people would mistake you for a prince. Alan really wanted to say, "That's right, my dad is the emperor, and I am a prince." But he didn't want to invite any more trouble. "Just ignore them, Charlotte Harris." Alan Alphons turned around, intending to pull Charlotte Harris away. But the noble boys didn't plan on letting him get away that easily. They continuously hurled insults at Alan Alphons, but even so, he didn't care much, as he ran into these types of people everywhere. Alan Alphons only felt worried about the future of the nation, knowing that brats like these would eventually become leaders of the families. Because Alan Alphons ignored him, that arrogant son of the Duke decided to use force. But before his fist could even touch Alan Alphons, it was blocked by Charlotte Harris. She only used a little strength, and the brat was thrown 10 meters away, to the horror of the rest of the gang. Alan Alphons decided not to stand idly by anymore. "Haven't you guys heard the rumors?" "What rumors?" "The rumor that in Humid, bad children get kidnapped." Saying that, he snapped his fingers, and 2 shadow demons appeared. The noble boys were given a quick beating by them and stuffed into sacks. Originally, Alan Alphons intended to hand them over to the guards for the third prince to handle, but Charlotte Harris reminded him to be cautious because his promise to the third prince still held. Alan Alphons thought for a moment. Because he didn't want to make this a big deal, he decided to change how he dealt with these 3 brats by tying them up in the town square in the nude for the whole day. Once they received the order, the shadow demons immediately snatched up the kids and took off. Alan was extremely satisfied. This amount should be enough to re-educate these nobles on their morals. The next morning, when Alan Alphons was reading books in the library as usual, Raphael Alphons stormed in with the volume of a megaphone. "Alan Alphons, what was that at the town square? That was your handiwork, wasn't it?" Alan Alphons sighed deeply. He always tried to hide his real name as well as his identity, but it seemed Raphael Alphons alone was enough to let everyone in the Humid region know the 7th prince was here. "Father, yes, I did it, but calm down, brother. They provoked me first, so Alan couldn't even finish his sentence before he was cut off by Raphael Alphons. Why would you do that to them just because they provoked you first? You're crazy. Do you know how angry the special envoy is? How do you intend to handle this?" Raphael Alphons's rage was like a tsunami, but Alan felt something was wrong. The special envoy from Aslan was angry, just because he stripped some. Alan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. What did he just say? So, the thing that had been driving Daspan crazy all this time wasn't the 3 noble brats being stripped and hung in the square, but the fact that last night, for some unknown reason, several heads had also been displayed there. Alan Alphons stood frozen, staring at the bloody sight for a long time. "I have no idea whose insane handiwork this is." Shortly after, Diane arrived on the scene. It was perfect timing, as Alan Alphons wanted him to recount exactly what had happened, since Raphael Alphons was far too shaken to explain the full details clearly. Could this be the work of the royal family? They wouldn't do such a thing while hosting ambassadors from Aslan. It could provoke a war. The severed heads had appeared mysteriously on the city walls. The guards had investigated, but there wasn't a single witness. Even Dion began to wonder if this was Alan Alphons's doing. This dealt a massive blow to his pride. First, Raphael Alphons. And now my brother? What exactly do you people take me for? Alan Alphons considered another possibility. Perhaps the Aslan people were the true culprits behind this, aiming to fabricate a pretext for war. But after hearing the story from his brother, Alan Alphons felt that the special envoy, Hema, was genuinely furious. It would be illogical for them to cause internal strife right before a war began. If the architect of this event wasn't the Holy Empire and it wasn't the people of Aslan, then who could it be? While talking to Diane, Alan Alphons suddenly caught a pungent, rotting stench. It was enough to make him shudder. Diane, seeing the prince's face turn pale, grew deeply worried. But Alan Alphons wasn't in the mood to mind him. He was busy looking into the distance because this wasn't the usual stench of low-level monsters. It was the true scent of death. Through the window, Alan could see a cold, chilling grin, something Diane and the others couldn't perceive. "Oh, how unexpected. I can't believe you can actually see me. Are you perhaps an angel?" The figure who had appeared with such a ghastly face was the very owner of the voice that had once echoed in the Necromancer's chambers in Humid. Alan Alphons immediately drew his gun and aimed it at him. This sudden action by the 7th prince startled Diane. But Alphons had no time for explanations. Even though he didn't know who this person was, his intuition told him the man was extremely dangerous. Diane couldn't even sense the man's presence, and it had taken Alphons a moment to even lock onto him. This was the most dangerous existence he had ever encountered. Great Goddess Gaia, please grant me your blessing. Alphons prayed, then pulled the trigger. A bullet infused with pure holy power soared through the air, but it failed to wound the enemy, as the opponent had erected a solid barrier around himself. The moment the holy bullet collided with that demonic barrier, it created a massive shockwave that nearly knocked Diane off his feet. Your Highness, what on earth is happening? Alan felt a wave of terror, and his confusion deepened when he realized the object in the opponent's hand was none other than the staff of the soul-summoning king, Ammon. After the impact, several large cracks appeared in the stranger's barrier. I can't believe the protective barrier actually cracked. You truly are worthy of the title Angel. Still, that amount of holy power is not enough. Alphons hurriedly raised his gun again. He needed to chant the appropriate spell. Diane still didn't grasp the severity of the situation, but this was the first time he had seen the Seventh Prince so panicked, so he knew the problem must be massive. Your Highness, don't you think you should explain something? How could he possibly have time to explain? Alan could only order Diane and the guards to keep everyone away. Diane, make sure not a single civilian gets near here. I don't intend to let any innocent people get hurt today. Another bullet was loaded into the chamber. It seemed Alphons was betting everything on this shot, but the opponent didn't intend to fight to the death with him today, knowing his current strength wasn't enough to defeat him. See you later, Angel. Who gave you permission to leave? Alan hastily pulled the trigger, even though the blessing of Goddess Gaia hadn't even finished manifesting. The bullet struck the enemy's temple, but it wasn't enough to finish him off. Don't be so impatient. Even if you don't do this, the next time we meet, I will kill you once and for all. The magic circle beneath the man's feet emitted a blinding red light. He vanished as if he had never been there at all. Alphons cursed under his breath in frustration. For the first time since transmigrating into this body, he felt truly helpless. From the very beginning, that might not even have been the enemy's true physical form. Diane, having finished evacuating the civilians, returned. Your Highness, why is there a magic circle here? You recognize this? Diane shook his head. Actually, he wasn't entirely sure, but it seemed related to teleportation magic. It was a magic circle that bent space, and in this entire world, very few people could use such magic. Yet, the opponent was skilled enough to cast it in just a few short seconds. Furthermore, based on what the man said, it seemed he knew of Alphons. To be fair, he had become quite famous in the Holy Empire lately, but the only ones targeting him directly at the moment were the Dark Church. Could he be a member of that organization? Facing such a powerful enemy for the first time, Alan was still shaken. He believed his own overconfidence had led to this dangerous situation. Moreover, after meeting that bastard, Alan was certain that Aslan and the Dark Church were closely linked. He told Diane about this, only to receive a look of deep skepticism. How do you know? Anyone would know if they had just met the person I did. It was hard to explain in words, because Alphons was perhaps the only person in this world who possessed a system and a status window. The moment he encountered that man, a series of status windows displaying his information had opened. Although the information was quite sparse, he could still learn a few things. For example, his name was Nasus, and he had the trait of being able to destroy and remove spirit-calling curses and black magic. And most importantly, he possessed absolute loyalty to Aslan. Diane, give me something to write with. I need to send a message to the royal palace. In another development, Nasus had teleported to the area behind the magic circle. The person waiting for him was the special envoy, Hema. As soon as he saw Nasus, Hema wore an expression of complete dismay. Why do you look like that? Nasus waved his hand, and the wound caused by Alphons's bullet vanished. The reason Hema had summoned him was to ask about the incident at the square, though he already guessed Nasus was behind it. You have stained the reputation of Aslan. Replying to Hema was a deafening silence that drove the envoy mad. Are you ignoring your commander now? Do you know how many priests have sacrificed themselves just because of a defective product like you? A defective product, you say? Then, my dear special envoy, what have you done for Aslan? Hema's words had truly provoked Nasus, and that terrifying demeanor of Nasus forced Hema to take a few steps back. My loyalty to the god of death, Judai, is not fake. Nasus growled every word. Only Aslan follows the orders of Rahama. I will take orders right here and now. Hema grew even more panicked and retreated a few more steps. He was the special envoy of Aslan, but according to Nasus, that person named Rahama had also granted him the authority of an envoy. He demanded that Hema use the third prince, Raphael Alphons, to hold back the Holy Army once the banquet began. As for Nasus, he would be the one to wipe the city of Humid off the map of the Holy Empire. The collapse of the Holy Empire is not far off. The sacrifice of the Aslan priests is enough of a reason for that. Nasus constantly reminded and threatened Hema that they were the only two who knew of this. Ever since Nasus revealed that terrifying face, Hema had become significantly more cowardly. Hema also announced that, as for Alan Alphons, someone had been sent to assassinate him. It was just that neither of them expected the person behind that to be Rose Darina. "Don't tell me you took the seventh prince's life?" Hema asked skeptically. "No, I couldn't do that. That woman, Rose, seemed to view him as an amateur, but his true skills were not to be underestimated." After this encounter, Nasus had made an unexpected discovery. He found out that Alan Alphons could use two contrasting powers. He was a necromancer who could use holy power from the goddess Gaia, and that meant he might be the person Aslan needed. Not long after, a letter from the Holy Emperor was delivered to Alan Alphons. After reading the contents, he trembled with rage. "Dion, is this truly the response the Holy Emperor sent?" "Yes, I received it with my own hands." The reason Alan was so angry was that the letter contained only a few lines: "Meet the envoy and establish diplomatic relations." This was utterly absurd, given the obvious fact that the Empire had close ties to the Dark Church and was preparing for a heinous crime. Alan Alphons gritted his teeth in anger. "Is this really the answer? It's completely unacceptable." Alan Alphons turned to ask Diane, "What do you think?" which left him bewildered. "What do you mean?" Alan Alphons held out the paper and said, "You've been listening this whole time. I just told you that Aslan is involved." He emphasized, "And you are the one in charge of diplomacy. What are you going to do now?" The other man asked helplessly, "What can I possibly do?" Raphael firmly declared, "We will proceed with the banquet as planned." He explained further, "Because Aslan requested it, to ease the tension between us." Alan Alphons asked back, "Do you think that has any meaning?" He shrugged and countered, "Why not? Do you want them to blame us for the incident at the square?" Raphael seriously reminded, "We need to manage this. Forget about the current public situation and stop doing such absurd things." He waved his hand dismissively to reassure the others. He continued, "Besides, don't worry too much. Vice Captain Oscar of the Golden 10 is here too." Alan asked skeptically, "Is he strong?" He affirmed, "Of course he is." Raphael recounted how that man had even fought against ancient vampires countless times. "So, don't worry about the Undead Legion." But Alan Alphons brushed it off. "I'm not worried about the Legion." Alan Alphons pushed a piece of paper forward and said in a low, heavy voice, "What I'm worried about isn't the Undead Legion," he stated firmly. "I've fought in countless battles." Alan Alphons continued, "And I believe we can take down the entire Undead Legion, but what I'm concerned about are the citizens." He expressed earnestly, "I don't want to do anything that doesn't benefit me, but this is an entirely different scale." Raphael sighed, "I know you're unhappy about it, but I'm doing this for everyone." Alan Alphons scoffed in anger. What a load of nonsense. His tone made his opponent call out his name, Alan Alphons. He turned away coldly. "Do whatever you want." Alan Alphons declared decisively, "I will use my authority as the heresy inquisitor granted to me by the Emperor." Raphael helplessly tried to stop him. "Alan Alphons, I already told you." But he immediately called his subordinates to move out, making Raphael respond, "Whitehead, what did you say?" Alan Alphons continued to give orders. "If you have trouble carrying out these requests, use the authority of Luan Alphons and Hilda if necessary." He said confidently, "They will support my decision." Hearing this, Dian replied loudly, "Understood." He listed a series of orders, mobilizing the knights, the military, and the dwarves, and sending a letter to Lord Janat Lapang of the North to gather all available troops. Raphael asked in a panic, "Are you seriously planning to do that?" Raphael asked loudly, "Do you want a war?" But Alan Alphons was resolute. "I am doing this to prevent a war." Alan Alphons stated firmly, "I guarantee that Aslan will not be able to cross the fortress walls, even if they could invade." He continued coldly, "I've left everything alone for your sake until now, but I have no intention of letting Aslan win." Alan ordered in a low voice, "So, go and tell the ambassador." He emphasized the warning, "If they want peace, they had best not try anything." Raphael called out to Diane in a daze, and Diane replied respectfully, "Yes, Alan." Alan added to the order, "Before sending the letter, summon Oscar for me." He muttered softly, "Things are going to get busy soon." The soldiers slammed their feet hard onto the ground in unison, creating a thunderous sound. The massive army was now fully prepared for battle. Everyone quickly stood in formation, perfectly disciplined. Even the local civilians were present in large numbers. Everyone stood in a solemn posture. You could see the overwhelming fighting spirit in everyone's eyes. They were all determined to put their heart and soul into the coming battle. Hema placed a hand on his chest, trembling as he muttered, "What? What is this?" He turned around in a panic to complain. "This isn't what you promised," Hema asked with a frown. "Isn't this supposed to be a diplomatic banquet between two nations?" Ambassador Raphael shook his head helplessly. "Unfortunately, the seventh prince is the one who truly holds the military power." He continued bitterly, "I've tried many times to stop him, but I couldn't," Hema whispered, repeating the name. "The seventh prince, Alphons." He thought in horror. All those nicknames he has. I thought the stories about him were exaggerated, but can he really control an army of this scale? Hema was sweating nervously, thinking to himself, this is going to ruin everything. Hearing his name called, Ambassador Hema turned to Raphael, who asked hesitantly, "Should we postpone the banquet?" But he immediately refused. "No, we can't do that." Hema explained, "We had a hard time making this happen, didn't we?" Then he quickly bowed. "I apologize. I'm just being sensitive." Hearing this, he replied, "I understand." Hema asked in a low voice, "May I ask you for one thing?" He nodded. "Sure, what is it?" He begged. "I want you to at least bring back the golden 10. Hema continued, "If you can do that." He leaned in close and whispered something into his ear. Raphael Alphons asked in shock, "What are you doing?" Suddenly, a drop of bright red blood fell onto the floor. Kelvin Alphons spoke up coldly with a warning. "I hope you aren't lying," he shouted in anger. "Because of you, I couldn't even reply properly to my own nephew's letter." "Do you know who you're dealing with?" Kelvin Alphons said in a low voice, calling out the name of Count Pomo. He stated firmly, "A great vampire cannot infiltrate the center of the royal palace alone." Kelvin Alphons walked slowly forward and said, "That is why I asked the person behind you is one of the strongest in the empire." He asked in a deep voice, "And yet you say it's Rose Darina?" Pomo was trembling all over as he replied, "That's right, I'm only telling the truth." Then, Kelvin Alphons ordered his subordinates, "That's enough for today." Kelvin Alphons continued to instruct, "Tell Luan to take care of the royal palace for a bit." He declared with sharp eyes, "I will have to go and deliver the verdict myself." The lavish banquet was bustling with activity. Alan mused to himself, "I guess magic really can do anything." He looked around, thinking, "It's quieter now." Alan pondered that he had changed the party venue at Raphael Alphons's request, and he calculated, "It doesn't matter how I deploy the troops." Alan Alphons frowned slightly as he thought, "But something isn't right." Suddenly, a voice pulled him back to reality. "Alan Alphons." Raphael ran over in a hurry and asked, "Are you with Ambassador Hema?" I ran away from Oscar. He held his head. I thought he was going to punch a hole through my face. Raphael asked, "You're the one who requested it, right?" Alan clicked his tongue in annoyance, thinking, after all, Hema comes from an enemy nation. Alan reminded his brother seriously, "You need to reconsider your positioning." Raphael raised an eyebrow. "You're still against this banquet?" He replied bluntly, "I'm not happy about it." Alan Alphons said coldly, "I'm only staying because nothing has happened so far." Raphael Alphons interrupted. "Alan Alphons, let me ask you one thing." Raphael Alphons pointed. "The woman over there," Alan Alphons asked, confused. "Why? All of a sudden?" Alan Alphons speculated, "Your mother?" But he immediately denied it. "No, the maid with black hair next to her." Raphael asked curiously, "What do you think of her?" Alan asked suspiciously, "Is she your type?" A system window suddenly appeared with information before his eyes. Saren, level 25. Trait, a beautiful trap girl, very seductive. Nature, sneaky, conspiratorial, extortionist, drug addict. She's definitely not normal, but she doesn't look like a vampire. Hema walked over from afar and spoke up. "Your Highness, I've been looking for you." He smiled and continued, "There you are." Raphael Astoria looked around. "Ambassador Oscar, are you both here?" Hema explained. "Because of an urgent matter, I've been searching the whole banquet hall for you," he repeated in surprise. "Urgent?" Suddenly, Hema looked at his watch and muttered, "It's time." Then he announced loudly, "Prince Raphael Alphons." Alan narrowed his eyes and asked, "Time? Time for what?" At that exact moment, a powerful voice erupted suddenly. "Welcome, everyone." The atmosphere shifted instantly, causing everyone to panic. An earthquake? The entire floor began to crack violently, making everyone scream in terror. Amidst the debris on the floor, a new face appeared with an arrogant smile. The time has come, humans. Charlotte Harris stared at the opponent and remarked, I've never seen that armor before. She proudly stroked the armor and said, The Emperor gave me this armor made by the dwarves. Looking at it, you could see it was actually quite good. She sighed softly. This is too precious for me. Hearing this, Diane comforted her. That's because he treasures you. Don't think of it as a burden, accept it. Diane teased with a smile. But honestly, your rank is already too high, ma'am. As the vice commander of the Holy Knights and commander of the White Ten, he continued respectfully, We all serve the seventh prince. So don't. Diane was completely shocked when the floor beneath her feet shattered, making her shout, What is that? A series of ferocious, hideous beasts emerged from the deep pit. They clawed their way out from beneath the ground, causing the crowd to descend into chaos. Monsters? Diane quickly drew her sword and shouted loudly, Commander, everyone, evacuate to the castle. Look. Charlotte Harris observed the formation beneath her feet and asked loudly, There are rune symbols on the floor. Are those magic circles? Charlotte Harris and Diane quickly fought side by side. There are too many of them. They definitely targeted the banquet because of the crowd. Diane gripped his sword tightly and said in a low voice, The seventh prince was right. She asked anxiously, So, what's the plan? He brushed it off. Don't think too much about it. He ordered decisively, Focus on evacuating the civilians first. Immediately after, both of them bravely charged forward. Alphons covered his nose with his hand, muttering, The stench is getting worse. He looked coldly at Hema and asked, Is this the chaos plan you prepared? Hema suddenly pressed a sharp blade to Raphael Alphons's throat, making him shout in terror. Ambassador Hema, he laughed loudly, confirming, Yes, everything is for Aslan. Alphons sighed in frustration. Brother, why do you get bullied so easily? Seeing this, he threatened, Alphons, don't move if you want the third prince to make it out alive. He looked at him with eyes full of contempt. Let me ask you one thing. Do you really think capturing my brother gives you the upper hand? It stunned him. What are you talking about? Alan smirked with a knowing smile. Do you know that the people you're protecting, he continued calmly, are traitors? Hema turned pale and shouted, What? Me and my mother are traitors? But he replied coldly, Don't be angry with me. I heard it from Oscar. Alan revealed casually, adding another blow. Count Pomo has already confessed. He turned to advise his brother, Brother, it would be better if you were honest now. But Hema refused to listen, shouting, No matter what, the title of prince still holds value. Alan nodded casually. True. After all, whether you are a traitor or not is our problem. He narrowed his eyes at the ambassador and asked, Ambassador, among the things you presented at the banquet, did you see the video recording device? Alphons pointed to a corner and explained, That device could record this entire scene right now, and it's clear that Aslan is declaring war. Isn't it? He smiled coldly. You've given us a legitimate reason. Alphons stated firmly, I didn't like this banquet from the very beginning anyway. I will make Aslan regret every plan it has tried to implement. He looked at him sarcastically. You won't be able to control these armies. He gritted his teeth and retorted, Who says I can't? Hema suddenly acted abruptly, making Jafan scream in alarm. Ambassador Alphons hurriedly turned around, startled, wondering, What was that? And what is this trembling? Suddenly, the floor beneath his feet began to crack open significantly. The entire magnificent grandstand collapsed completely at that moment. Alphons just fell freely into the dark void below and cursed, Damn it! Nasus appeared from the shadows, laughing arrogantly. Finally, here you are. He licked his lips and continued pervertedly, I missed you, Angel. Nasus reached out both hands and beckoned loudly. Come to me, he roared hungrily. I need to take your power. The ferocious monster was completely annihilated in an instant. Charlotte Harris and Dion breathed a sigh of relief. It's almost over. It's lucky we have the prince. A soldier hurriedly ran over to report, Lord Dion, Lady Charlotte Harris. Diane quickly asked about the situation. How is the hall? But the soldier replied, There is no one in the hall. Dion asked back in shock. What do you mean? Hearing this, the soldier recounted. There is a large hole in the hall, believed to be a space portal. The soldier anxiously reported further, not just here, but the space portal is being seen in many other places, making Diane stunned and muttering, What do you mean? Charlotte Harris's face changed color, and she exclaimed in horror, The seventh prince has disappeared? Meanwhile, Alan looked around blankly, wondering, What's going on? He muttered to himself, guessing, I thought I fell into the hole with the lich, but was that a space portal? Alan frowned uncomfortably. Where did he take me? That damn brat, Nasus. was currently arguing loudly with some people. Unexpectedly, because the plan was ruined by him, an accomplice had to step in to intervene. Calm down, emissary. Didn't you know this was one of the possibilities? Instead of complaining pointlessly, go find the seventh prince. That person continued. We entered the portal together. He must be nearby. While Alphons was secretly hiding, not revealing himself yet, thinking, "White it, there are so many of them here." He was a bit timid, wondering, must I die here alone? Alan shook his head wearily. Even if it's an incomplete portal, isn't this unfair? He complained to himself, Brother Raphael Alphons and Oscar should have come with me. Even he would find it hard to protect himself. Nasus suddenly roared thunderously, "Seventh Prince, I know you are eavesdropping." Alphons was startled, telling himself he had to hide. Nasus laughed arrogantly, declaring, "This is the lair of the Black Association, Aslan. We have prepared for this plan for a long time." Continued. He ferociously widened his eyes and asked, "Do you know," Nasus roared loudly, "how many lives we had to sacrifice for this plan?" He gritted his teeth in anger, thinking about how everything had gone to waste just because of him. We had to take down Humid, and then drag Oscar here to kill him. Alphons stood in the darkness, just silent and calm. Nasus angrily shouted, "How dare you ruin the chance for Aslan to escape from the Imperial lands?" He continued to roar with deep resentment. "And receive a fertile land." Nasus pointed at him, threatening, "I will kill you and tear you to pieces," he roared savagely, "and destroy all of your power." Suddenly, a glowing arrow shot straight toward him from somewhere. When he was unexpectedly hit by the arrow, he stopped, confused. Alan stepped out of the bushes, coldly saying, "I don't understand." He looked at him with contempt. "A human who treats life like trash like you dares to scold others?" Nasus clutched his wound and stammered. The ancient magic book in his hand automatically flipped open. Alphons sneered, asking back, "You want to tear me to pieces?" Immediately after, a giant bony hand descended from the sky. Alphons firmly challenged, "Try it then." Nasus immediately became the sole target of the attack. He panicked, screaming in terror, "Impossible! A person who uses holy power has 2 relics of the Death King?" Nasus couldn't believe his eyes, muttering, "Furthermore, how can he freely use them?" It was an army of miracles of Alphons that frantically charged forward, making the call for the successor of Gaia resonate, making Nasus tremble and say, "Furthermore, every undead here," he suddenly realized, "has a huge amount of holy power." Nasus frantically attacked back with a powerful, glowing red aura. Nasus gritted his teeth and roared in dissatisfaction. A moment ago it was a vampire, now it's a lich. A source of brilliant green energy erupted, dazzling along with a loud shout, "I will destroy it, holy knight." Nasus, furious, scolded, "Undead with holy power and consciousness? How ridiculous." He quickly activated and opened a defensive formation around. Nasus broke into a cold sweat, realizing, something's not right. He was full of regret, telling himself, "It means he is important to Aslan. I was too arrogant." Nasus realized in a panic, his power doesn't help Aslan. It destroys him. He made a determined decision with murderous intent. "I must kill him right here." An accomplice hurriedly spoke up to intervene. "He is not someone we can confront. Running is the best policy." But Nasus confidently brushed it off. "This is our lair. Why do you think we have to run?" The accomplice was annoyed, and asked, "What can the 2 of us do? Besides, I'm injured," making Nasus start to secretly calculate a new plan. He turned sharply and wore a cruel smile. "Of course, there is a way. Give your life to me, emissary." The emissary asked in a panic, "What?" But Nasus coldly forced, "This is for the great Aslan. Don't tell me you don't want to." He choked the other person and ordered, "Show your loyalty to Aslan, emissary." Nasus roared madly, "I will use all my magic to seal that brat." Witnessing that scene, Alphons started to get angry and shouted, "I can't take it anymore. Just sacrificing a few lives. Do you think you can stop me?" He looked at him with contempt. "Even in this moment, you are still arrogant." Alan firmly ordered an attack. "Fine, just try it." A series of giant bony hands rose from the ground and tightly surrounded him. He sneered defiantly, "Show me the wonderful power of the great Aslan." Alphons coldly fired the giant claws that had just transformed straight ahead. Nasus, witnessing that overwhelming scene, was now completely speechless, and as for him, he only knew how to wear a helpless, forced smile. What a madman. The gun barrel, power of his was firmly aimed straight ahead. Alphons was completely prepared for the next destructive attack. He trembled, exclaiming in terror, "You really want to destroy?" Immediately, a brilliant, shining supersonic wave shot straight and powerfully forward. Immediately after that, a blinding light covered, flashed, and swallowed everything. A blinding light flashed suddenly. Nasus was now standing still in fear. He immediately activated his defense. Nasus screamed in horror. "What the hell is this?" He broke into a cold sweat, telling himself, "I know he's not an ordinary person." Nasus realized in shock. But he doesn't just use two external powers. His holy power is almost infinite. He screamed frantically. "I will do everything to kill you here." Nasus pointed and roared loudly. "You are a threat to Aslan." He asked back, bewildered. "What?" Nasus gritted his teeth and decided, "I will sacrifice my own soul." He roared madly. "To seal you in this place." Nasus threatened bitterly. "I might die here, but Rahama will definitely kill you." He laughed loudly, calling out, "So, Angel." Nasus reached out his hand and said fiercely, "Let's sleep peacefully here together." At this moment, Nasus frantically erupted with an extremely powerful aura. Alphons narrowed his eyes in surprise, wondering, "Are they going to sacrifice all those souls?" He nodded slightly. "That's right. I must admit his skill. You are strong enough to be called the Reaper." Nasus was smug and roared loudly. "You can ruin my plan, but in the end, Aslan will swallow everything." He patted his chest and declared, "Nasus, I will take responsibility." Nasus roared, "Come to bring death to you." Two extremely powerful auras directly collided violently. However, the battle proceeded overwhelmingly as Alphons still held the upper hand. He smirked slightly and called out, "Hey, Reaper," Alan said sarcastically. "Stop spewing that nonsense anymore." Making him angry, he asked back, "What did you say?" He shook his head in annoyance and said, "What you said is so ridiculous that I don't know how to respond anymore." Alphons coldly and loudly declared, "Bring death to me? I already hold death in my own hands." He reached his hand forward to decide. "I will show you." Nasus looked around in terror, wondering, "He can still summon them?" He calmed himself down. "No, he's just deceiving me. It can't be real. If I escape this, I will win." He gritted his teeth, telling himself that even if Nasus possessed infinite holy power, his body was still just a mortal one. Nasus stubbornly insisted there was no way he could be exhausted. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly turned eerily quiet. Alphons softly called out to the Reaper, coldly delivering his judgment. "You have committed too many crimes to die a normal death. So, I have prepared something special for you." Alphons firmly declared, "I will kill you using the methods of the Necromancer King." No sooner had Alphons finished speaking than a magical shovel suddenly appeared in midair. The shovel immediately dropped straight into his hand. Nasus asked in a panic, "What are you trying to do?" He was terrified and yelled, "Stop." I said, "Stop." But it was too late for Nasus now. After completely obliterating him, Alphons said, "This is a special subordinate method. You won't die. You will become my servant." Alphons coldly clenched his hand, and that dangerous weapon immediately lunged straight toward Nasus. Nasus suffered a devastating blow. Alphons just stood there from afar, controlling everything. Alphons gave a smug smile, looking down at the corpse with disdain. "You couldn't even decide. Your own life or death. And what? You say you bring death to me? You really are an arrogant fool." Diane and Charlotte Harris were panicked and cried out, "We have to follow the prince." But the person next to them advised, "Calm down. This magic circle might lead us somewhere else." As everyone was flustered and complaining that they couldn't stay there forever, a soldier came running up in a panic and shouted, "Captain! Vice Captain! There you are!" Dion turned sharply and asked, "What is it?" The soldier reported frantically, "The Aslan army is advancing this way." Both of them heard this and immediately ran off, cursing. "Damn it!" they angrily discussed. So this was their chaotic plan? They intended to create a chaotic situation and then attack? They worriedly concluded. They're only targeting the princes. That means they intend to take the princes hostage, they shouted in fury. They must have prepared this plan in case the battle didn't go in their favor. How dare they? Charlotte Harris's footsteps suddenly faltered. A group of soldiers were positioned in front of her, blocking her path, causing someone to shout in alarm. "Lord Deanne, the fort gate has opened. Could they have already broken in?" Deanne frowned and asked angrily, "Hey, what is the current situation? Why is everyone just standing there, Vice Captain?" The soldier replied in fear, "We received orders to open the fort gate and stand ready." This left Diane completely stunned. What? Who would give such a bizarre order? Suddenly, A blinding light flashed. Dion squinted in surprise and muttered, "That light. Could it be?" Then, a firm voice echoed, "That's right." The person's hand tightened firmly around a powerful sword. A legendary name suddenly appeared, resounding, "The Saint Emperor has arrived in Humid." From that person, a powerful surge of lightning erupted violently. The enemies below could only stand there helplessly, resigned to their fate. A terrifying hammer blow was swung down decisively, shaking the very ground with a earth-shattering collision. Slowly, majestically, the Saint Emperor appeared from behind the smoke and dust. A cry of intense panic erupted from the enemy. The monster! The masked boss! They charged wildly and roared, "Get out of our way and die!" Kelvin Alphons lightly and effortlessly blocked the sharp sword strike that was swinging toward him. The enemy was completely stunned and stammered, "But I was sure I had aimed for your blind spot." He trembled and pointed his finger, cursing, "You monster! Do you know how great your crimes are?" The masked boss gritted his teeth and shouted, "How dare you?" Kelvin Alphons coldly interrupted, "Wasting my precious seconds?" The enemy muttered in horror, "What the hell is this?" Kelvin Alphons immediately and decisively unleashed a powerful surge of lightning. A massive shockwave instantly spread all around. Everyone watching cheered, truly extraordinary, just as expected of His Majesty, the Saint Emperor. Charlotte Harry stood there, staring, unable to hide her astonishment. She whispered to herself with determination, "So that is the level I must reach." Kelvin Alphons slowly raised his slightly injured hand to look at it. He sighed softly, looking at that style of attack. "To even injure me. I truly have grown old." Kelvin Alphons turned and frowned, asking, "Where is Oscar?" A soldier hurriedly reported, "He was swept into the vortex, so we don't know his location." The soldier hesitated and continued, "The mages are investigating the incident." Right then, the Emperor dismissed it, saying, "All right, when they do, I will ask Alan Alphons." The soldier nervously added, "The seventh prince was also swept into it with him, sir." Upon hearing that, he was completely helpless against his own subordinates. He grumbled in frustration, "So, both Oscar and my grandson have disappeared, and those traitors who brought shame to the royal family." Just then, the remnants of the enemy were crying out in retreat. "Retreat! Retreat quickly! Regroup the formation." He gritted his teeth in anger because they had already vanished somewhere. He clenched his fist and asked himself with murderous intent, "How should I vent my anger?" The Saint Emperor's sharp eyes affirmed, "Aslan started this." He firmly declared, "If they want war, I will grant it to them." Kelvin Alphons loudly continued, "As the kingdom of the Saint Emperor, I have every reason to do so." He shouted powerfully, "Pass on the order! Knights of the Saint Emperor's kingdom, listen up." Kelvin Alphons roared his instructions, "Bring me the head of Rahama." The entire army responded in unison, "Yes, your majesty, Saint Emperor." A mysterious garden with lush grass and flowers, which seemed to have frozen in time, appeared before Alan Alphons's eyes. He tiredly opened his eyes, wondering why he was lying there. He furrowed his brow, remembering that immortal lich. Alan murmured softly, "That's right, to subdue him." He tried to recall attacking with all his might, and he didn't remember what happened after that. Alan Alphons could only sigh, telling himself he was used to passing out. He looked up, bewildered. But, what is this tree? Alan Alphons felt a bit confused, asking himself, "Did I lose?" Right then, from afar, a respectful voice called out, "Lord Angel," causing him to startle and ask back, "Huh?" The people around slowly stepped closer, cheering. "He's awake!" Making Alan Alphons panic and shout loudly, "What is this? Why are you all nearly naked? Don't come near me." Suddenly, they all knelt down in unison, praising, "Our Savior has awakened," causing him great confusion. So he ordered, "Someone explain this to me." The leader among them slowly spoke up. "Let me greet you, my lord." He tearfully recounted, "We were all slaves locked up here." He continued with hatred. "They performed all kinds of experiments on us, sacrificed some of our own, and stole our lives." He was moved to tears. But one day, Lord Angel, you appeared and punished the immortal lich that oppressed us. All of them had glowing eyes, believing in the miracle of Alan Alphons. And he continued, "And we witnessed that miracle happen." He declared with overwhelming joy, "The holy water you created has restored our lifespan." Everyone around him warmly gathered around, cheering. "Lord Angel, you are the best." Another person praised, "The holy water is super amazing." Another voice marveled, "There is no other way to recover a body that has aged due to necromancy." "Congratulations," Alan Alphons asked in surprise. "So you all took care of me after I passed out?" They all confirmed in unison. Of course, we are not only grateful to you for saving us, but also believe that you descended because of Tinia. He blinked, confused, repeating, Tinia? Everyone turned back and hissed, calling her, Tinia, you should greet the angel. Hurry up. A girl hesitated and stepped out, answering, All right. Tinia was a bit shy and bowed slightly. Greetings, Lord Alan. Alan narrowed his eyes in surprise. A dark elf? Then, a man stood up and introduced her. Tinia is the true heir of Aslan. Alan Alphons immediately probed. So you are Rahama's daughter? She nodded slightly and answered, Yes. The girl said sadly, but Rahama would deny that. Hearing this, he was extremely confused and muttered, Deny it? If Rahama knew the angel had descended, he would only need to answer my questions. Alan Alphons turned and asked loudly, Where is the exit? This left everyone very surprised, asking, You intend to leave? Another hurriedly warned, It's very dangerous to leave right now. They worriedly reported, The Saint Emperor's kingdom is at war with Aslan right now. Hearing this, he was shocked and repeated, War? Alan Alphons asked in shock, Have I been unconscious for that long? They slowly explained, Ever since you passed out, and then we moved you away from the altar. They gave an answer that left Alan Alphons extremely surprised when they said it had been about 3 months. He exclaimed to himself, 100 days have already passed? White suddenly stopped at the empty space right in front of him. He looked around in frustration, muttering. After moving him from the altar, they gave an answer that left Alan Alphons completely shocked when they said it had been about 3 months. He was stunned, wondering to himself, Has it really been 100 days already? White suddenly stopped in an empty space right in front of him, looking around in annoyance and muttering to himself, I was clearly following the map, so where am I now? Damn it. White, he stepped forward and called out loudly, Hey, I'm looking for my son. He narrowed his eyes at the giant creature and asked, You know something, don't you? Towering right in front of White at that moment was a ferocious black dragon. White clicked his tongue in defeat and muttered, Fine, I won't ask you anymore. He sighed helplessly, thinking to himself that it was so hard to find his son. Alan Alphons woke up tied tightly to a tree. I've been unconscious for about 3 months? Immediately after, he was even more shocked, asking himself how they could have taken care of him during that time. They said they only gave me holy water, so Alan Alphons had no choice but to plan his next move. In this unavoidable situation, recovering so much with just holy water was impossible. It seems this tree also helps me recover my mind. Alan Alphons was filled with questions. I fought Gnosis, and this tree wasn't here. But then, he suddenly found new faith. I found it. Its appearance is due to the power of an elf named Tinia. At the same time, the display shows Tinia, half-elf specialty, necromancy, weak, nature affinity. And based on the provided information, he knew the ruler of Aslan, Rahama, and the background of the person in front of him. Alan Alphons is no simple man. He has countless children, and Tinia is his 30th child. Then he was suddenly curious about how many wives he had. Tinia replied, 1. This left Alan Alphons wide-eyed in disbelief. Then, she coldly revealed, We are the children of slaves. The information he just heard shocked him. Children born without love, only serving as test subjects. Through Tinia's words, Rahama had conducted countless experiments, mixing his blood with immense magic with others, to create powerful children who could help him achieve his goals. And what stunned him was when Tinia said she didn't meet Rahama's requirements. His nature had always been like that. The Shadow Army needed a healthy slave with a long lifespan. Back then, Rahama coldly ordered, Send it there. Diamond begged with all his heart, but Miss Tinia developed slowly just because she was an elf. But heartless, he scorned, Your intelligence is poor, so go with it. And Diamond's pleas were meaningless. Lord Rahama, please reconsider. And he was forced to come here. But currently, Alan Alphons stroked his chin, confused. But how miraculous. This place uses necromancy, but she has a nature affinity skill. His eyes remained fixed on Tinia. She said the tree only grows normally, but seeing that expression, Tinia hurriedly explained, We couldn't lower you to the ground, so we hung you on the tree. Alan Alphons, hearing that, was angry. You think the tree is softer? Saying that, he pondered for a long while, but immediately after, Alan Alphons was still resolute. I understand everything you said, but I am going outside, which left them filled with confusion. Lord Angel? He heard that and raised his hand to correct her. I said my name is Alan Alphons. I am not an angel. I am just an ordinary person. But Alan Alphons's words were not believed by anyone. We have witnessed the miracle with our own eyes. How? He just felt helpless and hopeless. Then, he silently remembered Gnosis's words, I told you. Creating a belief isn't that hard. So Alphons tried to beg, I must return home. Please understand. Seeing that, Tinia was listless. If so, Lord Angel, then she set a condition. Can we go with you? Just that? Alphons was surprised. What? Following that, Tinia hurriedly explained, we cannot stay here any longer. This is the base of the Shadow Army. So they will soon send more people, Diamond added firmly. I won't get in your way. She also secretly promised, Lord Alphons, we will go with you, and when we find a good enough place, we will leave, making him a bit hesitant. Actually, he didn't mind. Besides, that elf's ability was also useful. After considering it, Alphons expressed, but only 2 people. As soon as he finished, they replied joyfully, thank you, my lord. Just as he went outside, he met the wind, leaving him confused. Hearing that Aslan didn't have much land to live on, while putting his hand up to block the sand, Alphons wondered, but this? Are you guys kidding me? Then he questioned, in which direction is the city? At this point, both were only confused. We didn't calculate that we would have to go out, so we don't know the direction either. His face clearly showed helplessness. Am I too careless when coming here? In the midst of that, the 3 of them suddenly discovered strange movements and hurriedly crouched down. Alphons wondered, what is that? Tinia replied a bit vaguely, waited a moment. Immediately after, she listened closely and then revealed, the sound of carts and orcs. The orcs are roaring. Upon hearing that, Alan immediately guessed. It seems there is a battle between a trade caravan and orcs nearby. Let's go there. Diamond couldn't believe it and asked again, my lord, are you serious? What if we get killed? Then he asked innocently, you want to save the victims, right, Lord Angel? He could only look away and reply, that's why I should have gone alone. Then he silently sighed, oh my, we need to hitch a ride. But Tinia didn't understand. What does that mean? Hearing that, Alphons felt a bit guilty. Nothing, just go. The people he helped were grateful. Thank you very much, truly. He just replied politely. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. That is a big deal. They remembered, and were still terrified. I have never seen so many dry bones. You must be the strongest necromancer I have ever met. That praise made him a bit satisfied. That's right, that's the reaction I should get. But then, Alan tilted his head, unbelievable. They couldn't even imagine that the Prince of the Holy Kingdom would go out like that. It seems they couldn't even distinguish between magic power and holy power. His gaze quickly stopped on a person showing strange symptoms. It seems that guy knows. Alphons spoke up, wondering, the person behind there is the leader? He quickly introduced, he is our client. Then he said in regret, we shouldn't have accepted it from the beginning. My lord, you should never trust an alchemist. Han, hearing that, got angry. Why are you guys saying that? Following that, he proudly introduced, I am a great, talented alchemist. The display then shows, Han 28, alchemist, specialty, alchemy, passionate, loud-mouthed, lucky. Upon hearing this, Alan immediately smiled meaningfully. An alchemist, huh? After that, he offered a suggestion. Let's talk for a bit, shall we? Han, hearing that, was a bit surprised. Me? He hurriedly refused. No, that's impossible, but was immediately advised by everyone. Hey, don't you see him using necromancy? Someone with that skill must be a noble pushed to the edge. Han could only helplessly yell, no. You guys really know. They all replied in unison. Run away. We're leaving. He helplessly expressed, hey, I am the one who hired them. Tinia, witnessing this, was a bit worried. Lord Alphons, should we leave? But he just coldly replied, suit yourself. Then she stammered, so, can we have a dry bone? Making him confused. Why? Then Tinia didn't hesitate to reveal, every time I see a holy bone, I always want to touch it. Hearing that, Alphons was secretly helpless. She's not normal either, is she? So he had to summon one and instruct, all right, play in that corner, don't let the mercenaries notice. She sounded happy. Thank you, my lord. Witnessing that, Han could only mumble, what is that? But he immediately interrupted, you can distinguish between magic power and holy power, right? Seeing that flustered expression, he understood, so you also know who I am, right? Making him wave his hands in denial, I didn't say anything. Han at this moment revealed, currently, there is a battle out there. Aslan has lost to the Holy Kingdom. He heard that and leaned, confused. Why are you suddenly talking about that? Without explaining, he just recounted. Aslan has been pushed to the wall, so they used the princess and the crown prince as hostages to prolong time. The Holy Kingdom agreed to a ceasefire if they kept the hostages safe. Then Han pointed out the reason, but Aslan didn't respond. After Aslan's inexplicable actions, rumors began to spread. He just kept stringing everything together. There are rumors that they used fake hostages to prolong time. Meanwhile, they are trying to find the real prince. And then Han gave his speculation. And based on that, you are probably the prince of the Holy Kingdom. But immediately, he panicked and denied it. Not even once did I think that. Actually, I think it's impossible. Alan, hearing that, praised, "You are really bad at lying." Following that, he nodded, expressing, "Thanks to you, I have understood the situation." Immediately after, Alphons threatened, "So, can I bury you? I mean, you already know who I am. Do I need to?" Before he could finish, Han hurriedly begged, "Why are you doing that? Please spare my life." To trade his life, he hurriedly searched. "If so, I will give you this." If it were useless, seeing that, Alphons immediately threatened, "I will bury you right away." Gently presenting the item, Han confidently revealed, "This is dragon scale." Saying that, Han hesitated a bit. If the rumors are true, finally, he looked at Alphons, firmly asserting, "I will lead you to the dragon's lair, where it is filled with treasures." Seeing Tinia ask, Dom kept shaking his head. "Do you need to eat?" She heard that, and hurriedly leaned down to trace the origin. "So where were you created from?" It wrote on the ground, quietly replying, "Holy power." Receiving the information, Tinia became even more certain. "Just as I thought. The angel's skeleton moves thanks to holy power, not magic power." So she had to raise her voice and ask, "Do you have a soul?" Dom was a bit hesitant, but it still slowly replied, "No." Realizing Tinia, continued to ask questions. "So, why do you have senses?" It then wrote the answer decisively, "I move thanks to the will of holy power, mana, and the demon's power." The more she looked, the more confused she became. All contain a will. I don't understand what that is. Tinia quickly connected the information together and silently realized. These angel undead have the full senses of a human. These senses are obtained thanks to the will. But then, she suddenly paid special attention to one thing. But undead, summoned by a necromancer, do not have them. From there, Tinia silently compared and asked herself, "Furthermore, I once saw a priest create holy water from normal water, but creating holy water out of thin air is too strange." Looking at Dom writing, she was jealous and thought, "The angel's power is indeed not ordinary at all." Looking at it, Tinia became even more confused and wondered, "Truly very strange, as if it doesn't belong to this world." But then she suddenly realized, "That's right, it's as if it were Tinia." She couldn't help but be stunned, concluding, "He used the power of the Creator." Thinking this, her attitude shifted. Sir Alphons is also an angel, but he just replied indifferently, "I don't know." In the midst of the sudden excitement, Diamond's voice interrupted. "Tinia," he waved, calling her over. "Come back." Tinia politely replied, "Yes, wait a moment for me." As soon as she stepped in, she asked with concern, "Sir Alan, are you done talking?" Alan heard this and replied, "Wait a second, we're almost finished." Then he triumphantly crossed his legs and revealed, "I just gathered a lot of useful information." Then Alan recounted Han's words. He spoke earlier, saying there was a dragon's lair to the northwest. She heard this and was a bit confused. "A dragon's lair?" Han quickly added, defending himself. "To be precise, it used to be a dwelling place for dragons." Then he desperately recounted the story. "I heard that place holds a lot of treasure, and that's also where I picked up some dragon scales." Han's voice grew more desperate as he expressed, "I went there with other mercenaries. Please believe me." She quickly interrupted and put forward a speculation. "The place you mentioned, Tinia," then she revealed, "might be the ancient tomb of Aslan. There are also quite a few dragon scales there." Diamond also spoke up, confirming, "I've also heard that dragons used to be guardians at that tomb." Alan seemed to find it hard to believe, asking, "The Aslan Empire used to keep dragons?" He hesitated a bit, making Han even more flustered. "That's a rumor from a long time ago. I don't know if it's true. Please believe me, I'm only telling the truth." Then he suddenly came up with a thought. "Should I go there and check it out?" Alan realized that, if that were the reason, it would also be a suitable place for everyone to stay temporarily, which made Diamond happy. "That's great, sir," he then quickly requested. "All right, lead the way for us." As soon as he heard that, he was overjoyed and replied, "Thank you, sir." But before Han could celebrate, he grabbed his head and threatened him. Lowering his voice to the lowest level, Alan said, "If you dare lie to me, I will execute you on the spot." He could only accept his fate, and trembling replied, Yes, I understand. I will do my best. As soon as they arrived, Alphons asked in disbelief, "Where did you get the information about this place?" Han, regretting it now, recounted. "A person selling dragon scales told me. He wanted to repay me because I gave him food." Immediately after, the whole group leaned down to look at the hole. And he continued, "But he didn't have any money or anything, so he told me everything he knew about this place, and said I would find something precious." Hearing that, Alphons could only helplessly scold him. "And you believed the words of a complete stranger?" He quickly gave a reason. I saw no reason for him to lie. But when he said he fought a dragon here, I didn't believe it much either. The words had barely finished when everyone was now in awe of the massive cave in front of them. He grabbed his hands excitedly and shouted, "I told you, it's really here." Alan was also stunned and replied, "You were right, it is here." Then he stuttered, "There really is a dragon here?" Han, not understanding, turned to remind him, "I said they used to live here. How could there still be dragons in this era?" The things before their eyes almost shocked them. The shadow of a dragon quickly appeared and rushed straight toward them. It flapped its wings to take flight, causing the space to tremble. Immediately after, it opened its large mouth and released a sphere, and in the face of that horror, the whole group could only back away. Han said, "So they didn't just used to live here, they are still here." Facing that shift, everyone was almost motionless. The fire quickly shot toward them, making Alphons quite angry. Damn it! Then he gritted his teeth and asked himself why he had believed that guy's words in the first place. Next, Alphons used holy power to block it. Quickly enlarging his hand, he didn't hesitate to embrace the dragon's flame with one hand, but it still recoiled, sending the other three flying. Then, all three landed in pain. Han had to keep his face pressed to the ground, whispering in relief, "I'm still alive?" Alan on this side quickly asked about the situation. "Is everyone okay?" Diamond, struggling, sighed to himself, "Oh my god, why did I run into this?" "Tinia, are you okay?" Tinia, on the other hand, didn't answer, but kept looking in one direction. Seeing that, he panicked and called out, "Tinia." Alphons stood up with an annoyed expression, thinking, what just happened? The things in front were now cluttered by the dragon. He narrowed his eyes in anger at it. This dragon, after observing for a while, Alphons became even more confused and asked himself, it already had a fatal wound? Getting closer, Alphons became even more bewildered. How strange, he remembered Han's words. He spoke earlier, and he became even more terrified. The merchant who sold dragon scales to Han, he wasn't lying. Just like that, Alphons was lost in thought. But how could a normal merchant cause a fatal wound like this to a dragon? But on this side, Han ran over and said, "Sir, Alphons, there's something there." While pointing, he was also bewildered. "You're still asking why? Who just said there wouldn't be any dragons here?" "No, I didn't say that. The dragon's in front of you, Tinia. There's something there." He quickly turned his gaze in the direction he was pointing, and couldn't help but be stunned, blurting out, "This thing." It was a giant skeleton currently present in front of them. Then he just stood there with a blank face and asked, "Could it be that I called it here?" Han, at this point, could only angrily reply, "Who else here could summon such great holy power?" Following that, he couldn't help but scream in fear, "It's looking at us, Your Highness, do something." Along with what he said, the shock also erupted. A soft voice from that person spoke up, introducing, "I am the one who holds the power of the death god, and also the one who gives life." Having said that, Dom placed his hand on the ground. "My name is." Then it slowly identified itself, Bone King, Dom Odan Chat. Alan heard this and asked back, "Bone King?" Then he thought to himself in relief, luckily, it doesn't have any malice. And Tinia, on this side, she marveled, "A giant angel, how interesting." Making Diamond only able to helplessly call, "Tinia." Recalling the reason he used holy power, he only wanted to avoid that attack. He was now sure of what he had done and thought, "That's right, I did summon it, didn't I?" Alan then stepped closer and asked, "Hey, did I call you here?" Looking at Dom, he couldn't help but wonder, "Where can you move to? Can you step out of the range of this pit? You don't know either?" Seeing that it didn't say anything, he waved his hand and requested, "Then just explore slowly for now." Its hand also quickly extended according to Alphons's request, then gripped the dragon below tightly. Very quickly, it pulled the dragon toward it, under his reproach, "Can't you give us a warning beforehand?" Witnessing it all made Tinia unable to help but be surprised. She looked down and whispered in admiration, "To be able to throw such a huge dragon corpse at once even after seeing it with my own eyes, it's still hard to believe." Alphons on this side waved his hand tiredly. "It's not easy at all." While behind him, Han spoke in disbelief. "This is impossible. His voice became happier and happier. What's wrong now? The passage that the dragon had been blocking before, Han couldn't help but be stunned by what was in front and expressed. It's filled with gold and treasure. Just like that, he yelled loudly, making Alan Alphons only able to click his tongue in boredom. I'm rich. Sir Alan Alphons, can you ask the Bone King to move this thing? Then he asked the question he had been wondering for so long. Aren't you an alchemist? Don't you have some kind of spatial storage item? Han on this side, while licking his lips, replied. Do you think those are easy to come by? He then explained. For a long time, spatial magic, but Dom called out loudly, interrupting. Master, it asked with concern. Are you okay? Alan Alphons heard that and became confused. Why are you asking that? Dom then revealed. I am not an entity that can be summoned. Frequently. Just like that, it explained. To maintain me. The whole group saw that and panicked, calling, Sir Alan Alphons. Dom now revealed everything. You will have to use a lot of holy power. Now he could only helplessly think. Really? He should have said that sooner. In the face of the group's horror, Sir Alan Alphons together. At that same time elsewhere, scientists were also struggling. What's this? Report to me. The machine is malfunctioning. It seems like it's overloaded. They saw that and panicked. Hey, it's catching fire. Didn't you check it thoroughly? What do we do now? Get everyone out of here now. They quickly stood, holding people back before what was in front of them. Alan Alphons appeared from the void of the universe in front of them. What is this? They were startled when Alan Alphons was sucked back. He's being sucked in. Get him out. Hurry. But it was all just a dream for Alan Alphons. He now opened his eyes in this confusing situation. Fainted again? This has been happening a lot lately. Every time he woke up, he was tied up somewhere. Alan Alphons darkened his face and asked, Someone, explain to me what is going on. Hearing that, Han said happily, Sir, you're finally awake? You've been unconscious for so long. Although he couldn't see it, the pressure from him made him tremble. It's been over 10 days, and you just coldly asked if hibernation felt like this. Thinking back to when Alan Alphons couldn't even be bothered to speak, just summoning it so easily, how am I supposed to use it? Seeing this, Tinia couldn't help but worry. Lord Alan Alphons, we couldn't find, and some food or water there. She then recounted the incident that happened when he lost consciousness. We asked the mercenaries nearby to take us to the nearest city. Han also spoke up, adding, There's a fairly large city nearby. Immediately after, he confidently introduced it, saying it was famous for having the largest slave market in the 6 territories, the slave city of Ebalum. At the same time, at Rahama's residence, he spoke in an oppressive tone, asking his subordinate, We've already declared war, so why are we asking for peace now? Gently clasping his hands, Rahama asked in a questioning tone, Did Kale intercept all the soldiers I sent to Hunis? The subordinate confirmed, That is correct. He couldn't contain his anger, and, screaming at those pathetic fools, he demanded, And what about Oscar and those 2 princes? The man stared blankly, then nervously explained, My lord, they were caught in a space distortion. They must have ended up inside Aslan territory by now. Rahama, losing his cool, roared, Are you telling me they're in that dump? Are you mocking me? The man could only bow in terror. We apologize. Rahama's crimson eyes flashed with annoyance. He hated this damn report. Another man quickly added, But from the outside, we know they're trapped in Aslan. A soldier then rushed in, gasping, My lord Rahama, the Holy Emperor sent a reply. Rahama looked surprised. It's here already? He then ordered. What does it say? Though trembling, the subordinate had to obey. My lord, I don't dare read it. Rahama snatched it away, annoyed. Give it here. The information was clear. The Holy Empire had 2 demands for Aslan. First, you must pay tribute and surrender to the Holy Empire within 25 days. Second, Emperor Rahama must take responsibility for this war. Rahama read it and instinctively crushed the paper. The next line made him furious enough to tear it to shreds. He had to strip off his clothes and kiss the feet of the Holy Emperor. He couldn't hold back and screamed, That maniac! How dare he provoke me? His eyes burned with extreme rage. Kelvin Alphons? How dare he? Rahama, the Emperor of Aslan, gritted his teeth and declared, Fine. Just you wait. He immediately ordered his generals, Listen up. The subordinates answered in unison, Yes, sir. Rahama stomped on the torn paper. Bring those princes here. Make them crawl at my feet. He then threatened, Anyone who speaks nonsense will be beheaded on the spot. Rahama growled every word. We will hunt them down, the Holy Empire. He could already imagine that day he'd have them twisted and deformed, then chop off their heads to send to the Holy Emperor. Rahama couldn't help but curse, Kelvin Alphons, that bastard. Just then, the subordinate bowed and reported, Good news, my lord. According to witnesses, they saw the three princes in Ibelum, the city of slaves. Just hearing that made Rahama glare. And the crown prince of the Holy Empire is there too? Rahama grabbed the subordinate by the mouth to shut him up. White might be there too. Despite the horrifying thought, he demanded. You call that good news? His hands clenched as he muttered, that monster White is coming for our heads. Remembering his own pathetic state made Rahama even angrier. The crown prince and the other princes are all in one place? My link with the undead lich was also severed. Connecting the dots, he realized. Is it those guys who caused all this? So, the Sword King is running around, and the other princes are gathering at Ibelum? Rahama's grip tightened with every passing second. Damn it! What do they take me for? He couldn't hold it in and ordered, Listen, you bastards. Then, Rahama turned cold and demanded, Send the army, burn Ibelum to the ground. The subordinates were stunned. What? My lord, Ibelum is a holy site. Ignoring the pleas, he gave the final order. Don't make me say it twice. I won't let the Holy Empire toy with us anymore. Rahama's eyes filled with deadly intent. Seal the city. Don't let a single person out. Let that old man see that every living creature in that city must die. At the same time, Han complained. Lord Alan Alphons, he was shaking as he asked, How long do you intend to keep doing this? But Alan just replied calmly, I don't know. Han was speechless. How can you be so calm when we're in such a rush? But then, Alan's attitude shifted. He asked seriously, Why does it matter? Is there a problem in the city? Diamond quickly replied, It's the time for the slave parade. He answered his own question. Do you know why this place is called the City of Slaves? Because it's an arena only for slaves. Diamond then revealed, It's famous for an arena that never rests. Hearing this, Alan showed no interest. People like that stuff, I guess. Just then, Alan Alphons caught sight of the slaves in front of him. There's no way a slave would say no. He suddenly froze when he saw Jafan. Huh? He's over there. Jafan was crying and pleading. I told you. I'm a prince, but those people just crossed their arms and scoffed. Yeah, sure. Keep moving. Alan Alphons just stared blankly. Why are you there? In the middle of the night in Ibelum, Han's voice rang out, full of resentment. Stop it, he gasped, pointing at a piece of paper, annoyed. Do you have any idea how much this is worth? But Alan just answered nonchalantly. You're overreacting, Kelvin Alphons. Hearing that, Han complained about his efforts. I almost died. I saved you from the dragon, and even shared the treasure, meat, and scales from there with us. He was shaking with anger. And yet, you couldn't even give me that piece of paper. Hey, you shouldn't call it a piece of paper. Pointing at the magic circle, Han scolded him. This is a teleportation gate that can cover 3 meters. In my opinion, giving this to you is already too much, and you're even using it the wrong way. Without a care, Alan Alphons asked directly, How on earth did you sneak into Ibelum with this? What can you even do with just 3 meters? Han was stunned. You're going to waste it. Before he could finish, Alan's face darkened. I see. So it's even more useless than shit. He then added, I'm glad you gave up, but I don't like hearing that. Han said, unwilling to let it go, Search the whole universe. Find me something else that can teleport people 3 meters. But Alan put his hands on his waist and retorted, But did anyone actually buy it? Because deep down, he knew who would spend 100 gold coins to teleport 3 meters. Teleportation must be difficult, right? Then, Alan Alphons poured cold water on the idea. With this kind of efficiency, you can't even dream of time travel. Han had to accept. Theoretically, nothing is impossible. Then he handed that difficult question to Alan. Can you use it? Alan pointed at himself, puzzled. Me? Seeing Alan Alphons blankly staring, Han explained. Have you never wondered about resurrecting the dead? This world doesn't just have one origin, you know. According to the history he recounted, the mortal realm is where humans live. Purgatory is where the dead exist. The giant kingdom is for sacred spirits. And the spirit realm. Legends plus other dimensions. Then, Han gave an example. As long as a soul exists, it can easily break the wall between dimensions. So, it can easily travel through time. But then, he quickly revealed the biggest flaw. Physical bodies are a bit too big. You can't step through the wall on your own, even if you break down into molecules. And after all that, he spoke sincerely. So, you need a massive amount of power to weaken the wall. Even within the same dimension, that is extremely difficult. But if it's a different dimension, Han raised his voice, wouldn't that require power equal to that of a god? This made Alan connect it to his previous dream. Hearing that, Alan praised him. You're pretty smart, aren't you? Where did you study alchemy? Han answered sheepishly. I'm self-taught from my late parents' research materials. Han kept bragging about himself. The reason I keep collecting treasure is because Alan interrupted again. I don't need to know that. After this, you should go to the Holy Empire. Han was startled. Huh? Alphons then made a promise. I'll ensure you can research as much as you like. So, if you want to work for the Holy Empire, just come. Han could only cover his mouth in joy. Oh my God. Han tried to praise him. Alphons, no, Your Highness. Ever since I first met you, seeing what was coming, Alan stopped him. Now, it's about my brother. Alan sighed regretfully. I wanted to sneak in quietly, using the teleportation gate. What a pity. Then he grinned widely. I guess I'll just have to stir up some trouble. At that same time, the person being treated thanked Raphael. Thank you, Raphael Alphons. Thank you, Alice. She breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to you, I've got a lot less to worry about. I couldn't have done it all alone. Raphael Alphons replied calmly. I only helped a little. Wiping away tears. Raphael Alphons said emotionally. Seeing you grow up like this moves me. Looking at him, Kelvin Alphons said bluntly. You have no shame for showing up late, do you? As Raphael Alphons coldly walked by, he said indifferently, The death of every soldier is your fault, Raphael Alphons. Raphael Alphons was startled and protested. Your Highness, you can't say that. It took everything I had just to deal with the Pope. Immediately after, he boasted, I even almost caught custom, but Kelvin Alphons criticized him. You're really getting old. That was all it took to wear you out? Raphael Alphons said sadly. You've been grumpy enough already. What about the missing people? Don't you know Oscar is missing too? But on the contrary, he confidently stated. Oscar will be here soon. Raphael Alphons reminded him, I told you not to lose your temper. No sooner had he finished speaking than Oscar appeared. He didn't even know where he was. The guards saw him and asked, Who are you? State your name and put your hands up. Raphael Alphons broke into a cold sweat and asked, Did you get a letter or something? But Oscar sighed. Just a gut feeling. He then quickly turned to the person in front of the castle and asked, I'm the one who will survive and come back no matter where I go, right? Deputy Captain Oscar stood up. Kelvin Alphons spoke with concern. Looking at him, Oscar also replied calmly. It took me a while to find the right direction in the desert. Raphael Alphons, frustrated and curious, asked, You walked across the Aslan desert? Then, he said with concern, Come here. I'll treat your wounds. The knight quickly guided him. This way. But Oscar raised a hand to refuse. I need to report first. But he casually revealed, I saw the Rahama army on the way, but they aren't heading toward the Holy Empire. Kelvin Alphons, upon hearing this, was a bit surprised. Is that so? He spoke calmly, sighing. They must be looking for my nephews. Oscar stood in the middle of a desert region, speaking with a stern expression. Where do you think they went? Examining the direction. Perhaps the nearest city, Ibelum. Kelvin Alphons stood opposite him and replied quickly, What are the odds they went there to protect the city? Hearing that, the old man said with a serious tone, They have siege weapons. Although that city isn't on our route, it seems they went there to attack rather than to defend. Kelvin Alphons looked at Oscar and asked cautiously, Could there be something in the city of Ibelum that could threaten them? He said with a serious face. That's the only reason I can think of for them to attack their own city right in the middle of a war. He spoke with a sense of guilt. You will command half the army, just like me. I apologize. You've just arrived, yet I have to rely on you. Hearing this, Oscar replied cautiously. Understood. He continued. Force them to surrender. If they dare to resist, a figure of a person appeared in Oscar's mind. Just take their lives. Oscar and Raphael replied quickly. As you command, he said with a grim tone. There will be many casualties. Something that could threaten them, surely it must be the princes, he said, puzzled, facing Kelvin Alphons's confused expression. But before the scene of a palace engulfed in a sea of fire, the scale of that army was too large. Scenes of Alan, Raphael Alphons, and a strange man appeared, leaving him bewildered. Besides the princes, is there something else in Ibelum that I don't know about? White held the newspaper, reading it with a confused face. Impossible. He felt surprised to see the person in the paper, 9-time arena winner, Slave Jafan. Is this the Jafan I know? He scratched his head, his face filled with disbelief. He's already this big? And he's a slave, too? Saying that, he rolled up the newspaper and smiled contentedly. Being helped by a passerby in the desert to get to Ibelum and meet Jafan, what a smooth journey. Chi leaned his back against the wall, his face full of hidden intent. But if Jafan draws too much attention, it won't be easy to sneak out quietly. Should I wait? Suddenly, he laughed cunningly, speaking sarcastically. They say they'll free slaves who win 10 times. He looked outside and saw a group of people. He spoke with suspicion. But how can you trust them? He said, cautiously. Aslan knows I should have been more secretive when arriving at the fortress. Saying that, he stepped out right behind them. They must know who Jafan is by now. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd, directed at White. Are you planning to just keep watching me, White? White looked up and smiled mockingly. Well, what if we face each other head on? Saying that, skeletal dogs controlled by one of their men rose from the ground and charged quickly toward him. They rushed toward him, quickly, catching him by surprise and making him step back. He quickly swung his hand hard toward them, with a face full of anger. Due to the loud noise, the guards in front heard it and asked confusedly, "What's that noise? Isn't it coming from the residential area?" Suddenly, a group of Alan's men arrived and said, "Hey," the soldier replied cautiously. "Who are you?" he said in surprise. "Tourists?" Alan replied with a smile on his face. "We have business inside the fortress." The soldier asked the boy cautiously, "Are you guests of the Lord?" He replied quickly, "No, I came to visit my older brother," he said nonchalantly. "He's a slave now." Hearing that, the soldiers laughed mockingly at him. One said, "What did he say? I think he's a bit slow in the head." Alphons spoke toward them, with a face struggling to suppress his anger. "Even though I look like this, my status is quite high, you know," he continued. "I am Alphons, the seventh prince of the Holy Empire, disguised as someone from an enemy nation." Hearing that, the soldiers laughed even harder. "Is he crazy?" Suddenly, one soldier pointed at Alphons and said mockingly, "Hey, if you want to perform a comedy act, find something newer." At this point, the soldiers lowered their spears and said toward Alphons seriously, "You guys will be sold as slaves too. You're truly a nuisance." Hearing that, Alphons said with killing intent, "You are insulting the royal bloodline." He spoke toward them with confidence. "Apologies. I will show you a special performance to apologize." The soldiers said mockingly, "Looks like he's scared." Suddenly, a blue light appeared in Alphons's hand. "Ever heard of magic tricks? In my village, they call this a magic trick." He recalled the moment the group found a large chest, making Han say excitedly, "There really is an underground passage. This must be the lair." When seeing a large wooden chest, Alphons said in wonder, "This is suddenly," Tinia said to him, worriedly. "Lord Alphons, it's best if you don't touch it. It's for protecting this place. There might be a trap, used to eliminate intruders." "Aslan, you touched the side of the box. Is that so?" He laughed, speaking sinisterly. "I understand now," he said toward them. "That's right. Stay focused." He asked them, "Do you see anything behind me?" They said, confusedly, "Nothing, except for those three people." He spread his arms and said sinisterly, "That's right, there's nothing there, is there?" Suddenly, he clapped his hands, causing them to be confused. "Then guess who is behind you?" From behind them, a mummy appeared, making them terrified. Alphons said excitedly, "This is the magic trick of creating objects out of thin air," he said mockingly. "I recently acquired a fresh squad of mummies." The soldiers cried out in pain, begging him to stop. "Stop! Stop! Is this your doing?" Han said worriedly. "First it was a skeleton, now it's mummies." Alan laughed sinisterly. "All right, playtime is over." Using holy power, he used the shoot skill, his face looking sinister as he looked at them, temporarily strengthening the equipment. Using the skill to shoot with enhanced gear, he fired energy toward them, shattering the ground and terrifying them. "Those who are extra can leave." Alan turned to look at the three people in the group and said nonchalantly, "What are you still doing? Not coming with me? Coming here?" The terrified soldiers said stammeringly. "Is he the one from the rumors?" In front, many mummies appeared. The soldiers exclaimed in fear, "Countless divine strikes and so many immortal mummies." One soldier shouted urgently, reporting to Lord Rahama, "Hurry, the legendary angel is here." An image of Jafan tied up appeared, groaning tiredly. Alphons, Raphael, Astoria. He looked quite miserable, struggling, his two wrists tied tightly. In despair, he softly called out, "Alphons." Tears kept welling up as Raphael Astoria thought in his heart, "It can't be. There's no way she would come to save a traitor like me." He couldn't help but remember that moment back then. She must have been taken away too. He hoped she was still safe and sound. Next, Jafan bit his lip, somewhat haughtily. "This brother of yours has already participated in his first battle in the arena, little brother. At that time, he had swung his sword with great spirit. Do you know who I am, huh? Taste the basic swordsmanship of the Holy Empire." Just then, voices were heard from outside. "An angel?" so it wasn't an over-exaggerated rumor. Attracting Jafan's attention immediately, he became enraged and shouted, "Hey, release me from here immediately. I am not a slave." The soldier scolded him annoyedly. "What is it?" The person next to him pointed and said, "It's that guy." The man explained further. "The slave that Lord Rahama ordered to be captured." Raphael Alphons turned his face away, and the man shouted, "Me?" The big guy exclaimed, "He fights pretty well, too. What a pity, but there's no other choice." Then, he ordered, "I will handle the other slaves myself, so take this slave to the royal palace." These words made him unable to believe it. Before he knew it, the thin soldier dragged him out. "Behave, and follow me." He struggled non-stop. "White it. What are you planning to do to me?" While Raphael Alphons was still shouting, "Hey, where are you taking me?" some debris from somewhere fell down, followed by the entire wall next to them being blown apart. The noise was startling. Moreover, a large rock hit the thin soldier's head. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Following that, a ray of light shone down on Raphael Alphons. From above, a voice announced, "I've come to save you." He was moved and called out, "Snip!" The person who arrived was none other than Alan. Raphael Alphons was surprised again and shouted, "Little brother!" He lowered a silk ribbon, saying, "I will pull you out of there now. Grab on." He replied, "Thank you so much." But when he looked closely, it was the white ribbon on the mummy guy. Raphael Alphons asked awkwardly, "Did you make new friends?" A resounding sound appeared in the dark space. Alan shouted, "Everyone escape Ebelim!" At the same time, the mummies opened the cell doors. The bald guy shouted, "Thank you so much." Tinia ran and reported, "Sir, Alan Alphons, there are no slaves left here." She urged, "We should also leave here quickly." Suddenly, Tina froze, slightly doubtful. "It seems like we haven't met that person before, but he looks a bit unwell." As for Jafan, who was lying on the mummy's shoulder, he muttered, "Mummies are terrifying." Alan calmly pointed behind and explained, "He's always like that. Don't mind him." She nodded. "All right, understood." Standing alone, he pondered. From what he'd heard, it seemed the mummies were holding their ground well. Just as he was about to signal for a temporary retreat from Ebelim, a loud blast echoed. "Wide it!" A sword flew, pinning itself right to the tip of Alan Alphons's boot. A man appeared behind him, demanding, "Are you the one controlling those mummies?" He glanced back, unfazed. The man continued, "I've heard of saintly undead, but seeing it with my own eyes is quite fascinating." Deep down, Alan Alphons was suspicious. Was this guy an AI? The man pressed on. "You're using a small group, but you didn't just manage to break through the gate. Are you the legendary angel who could reach the fortress despite the surrounding soldiers? The sun is beginning to rise." He softly recalled. They said the angel was also a weapon of the Holy Empire. As the light pierced through, he drew his sword. So this is why he laughed. Father created another strange thing. The system displayed character traits, robust physical strength, transcendent holy power, excellent combat skills, benevolent personality, unique light magic. Suddenly, Alan Alphons jumped in surprise when he saw the system note, currently searching for sun. Seeing this, White asked in confusion, "Hey, say something." His hand tightened around the sword hilt. If he kept staying silent like that, White held the sword to his neck and said coldly, "I can't tell if you're an enemy or an ally." The situation was so tense that Tinia worriedly yelled, "Master Alan Alphons." Meanwhile, White was now certain that he was definitely the one controlling the mummies. "I can feel a very powerful holy energy." However, he looked at the mummies and guessed that Alan must have saved Jofan, not intentionally tried to harm him. Even so, White was still a bit suspicious. "Are you a knight of the Holy Emperor?" At this moment, Alan Alphons sneered. "A knight? You?" He turned around slowly. "Do I look like a knight to you?" It was as if White saw another person through Alan Alphons's silhouette, and he stood frozen. White's eyes widened, and he muttered, "No way." He asked stiffly, "Are you Alan Alphons?" Hearing this, Alan Alphons sighed. Finally, he replied, "You recognized me as your son immediately, huh, father?" The night sky descended upon the area as black smoke crept in, growing thicker and thicker. In a solid, imposing building, someone complained, "The fortress is so noisy." Hearing the sound behind him, Rahama frowned. "What's going on?" The subordinate answered cautiously. According to the messenger, a few seconds later, he reported, "It seems the Ebelim fortress has been attacked." Once he finished speaking, his eyes turned furious, and his hand tightened at his side. He secretly guessed, White, has he already started to act? Rahama believed that he must have met the three princes. A soldier asked in confusion, "Why is that?" Someone approached. My lord Rahama, I have news to report. He replied coldly. Speak. The messenger reported, the Holy Empire's army is heading this way. Rahama's expression darkened. He was utterly confused. Not the capital, but here? Yes, that is correct. That old man, Kelvin Alphons, has figured it out. Rahama then turned and ordered, the Crown Prince must never meet the Holy Empire's army. Seeing them stunned, he shouted angrily, hurry up and order the subordinates to surround the city and capture everyone alive. The subordinate replied, as you command. Before leaving, he instructed, if they resist, just kill them all. I will go to Ebelim. The subordinate wondered, are you going alone, my lord? Rahama shook his head. No, he announced, I will go with my holy children. Not knowing when they had appeared, at this moment, Rahama was still giving orders to kill the Crown Prince and take the others hostage. Rapid footsteps echoed along with his voice. This time, Rahama thought of Kelvin Alphons and White in the dungeon. He was extremely furious and asserted, we will trample the Holy Empire, he shouted loudly with great momentum. All troops! A series of bows and fire arrows were prepared. As soon as the command to advance was given, they all flew towards the opponent simultaneously. Back to this side, Raphael Alphons was being carried upside down and suddenly remembered something. He dared to look at the mummy's face, making it growl angrily. Raphael Alphons then asked in confusion, why does he always look so angry? Even the mummy urged, big brother, if you're awake, get down. At this moment, White looked up and called to Raphael Alphons. He asked irritably, you slept well on the mummy's back, didn't you? He suddenly exclaimed, Father. Cold sweat poured down Jofan's body, while White was curious. It's been a long time since we last met. You must have gone through many battles, haven't you? Even so, he was still confused. But why are you here, father? Han stood in a corner and muttered, no matter how I look at it, it seems to be him. Seeing that, he quickly recognized, you're here too? You saved me that time. Thank you. Alan glanced at the biological father of this body. Based on memories, he knew that when Alicia, his wife, was killed, and his son stood on the brink of death because of a curse, he had never stepped foot in the royal palace. I can't call him a good father. Seeing the affectionate scene, Alan Alphons asked helplessly, where have you been all this time, father? White, while hugging Jofan, replied, Father has been searching for someone. At this moment, Alan realized this was the issue he had seen in the status window. The system note displayed, Special, currently searching for son. But he was still wondering, which son is he talking about? My brother and I only just went missing, so the timeline doesn't really match. Right at this moment, through the window, seeing a massive fire flare up, he questioned, is that the Holy Empire? White retorted, no, it's not. The trumpet sounds different. Tinia's ears twitched. This sound is Aslan's. Among them, she immediately said, Father, that's Emperor Rahama's army. Hearing that, Alan Alphons was confused. This is the city, isn't it? Why are they attacking? He gently interrupted. Father might be able to guess a little. White then smiled shyly. Is it because of me? He looked at their naive faces and explained, well, Father is the son of the Holy Emperor, and Father also has the legitimate right of succession. White added, it seems they have also realized the identity of Raphael. Raphael went pale and gasped. Me? He nodded. From Aslan's perspective, perhaps they think we are gathering forces. Alan could only sigh helplessly. You can still laugh at a time like this? Father? At this moment, Han shouted, I have papers identifying me as a merchant, if we use them to leave quickly. White replied immediately, that won't work. He patiently explained, they are attacking their own city like this, which means they intend to massacre everyone here. White asserted, whether you are a merchant or anyone else, they won't care. He slumped, it's over. Not letting it drag on, he reassured, don't worry, White. He confidently stated that he would act as bait for them. He stared and gasped. Bait? He replied. Either way, from the very beginning, Father was their target. White bragged a little. Father isn't as strong as the Emperor, but I'm quite strong. If the Emperor and the Lords attacked at the same time, Father would have to run. Next, he asked further, Alan, if you have already summoned the ancient mummies, can you summon other things? Alan nodded slightly, thinking to himself, the after effects from fighting the Bone King are still there, but I can try to use a bit more power. White praised him with satisfaction. Good job. In that case, Father will attract their attention so you can escape. He looked at the bright flames and couldn't help but urge, hurry up, we don't have much time. Finally, Alan Alphons nodded. All right, I agree with this plan of yours, Father. Seeing that, Raphael Alphons just stood there looking back and forth. He said, "Everyone get on your horses. You too." While he stalled for time, they would get through the city gate. At this moment, Alan still reminded him, "If you still have the strength, please check on the condition of the people here." White praised him. "You're kind-hearted. You will become a good emperor in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, he refused. "I have no interest. My brothers will deal with that." He helplessly said, "You are quite stubborn, aren't you?" Now, White's eyes looked a little less sad. He wanted to talk more, but he only instructed, "Try to survive so we can see each other again." He replied, "Yes." Alphons turned his horse. The sound of hooves stamping hard on the floor echoed. White still stood there silently. He wondered if that man was truly his father. Seeing that he had fallen behind, someone called, Alphons. Alphons had no choice but to speak up. "All right, stop nagging me." The other person shook his head and shouted loudly, "That's not it. Something is heading this way." Just as he said that, a wave of light was constantly chasing them. He was confused. "They are chasing us, not the Crown Prince?" At the same time, Alphons questioned, "Father, what are you doing?" Tinia glanced over. That is." When they looked clearly, they finally realized and shouted, "Assassins." Seeing them launching from the sky, Alphons clicked his tongue. "They are well prepared. Are they Rahama's half-breed children?" Suddenly, someone spoke up to reassure, "Don't worry, they won't catch up to us." He was certain that just running like that couldn't match the speed of the bone horses. The holy children stood with smug smiles, blocking the way. From high above, they launched streams of energy that bent the air. Both Han and Raphael Alphons struggled to dodge. He was terrified and shouted, "Alan, save me! Hurry!" At the same time, Alan and his horse leaped over the boiling mess. He immediately turned back and struck out a stream of holy energy. Unbelievably, a coffin opened, and the mummy inside grabbed one of the holy children, making it jump in surprise and shout, "Where did this thing come from?" Seeing this, the leader ordered, "Ignore the mummies. Focus on the target." At this moment, Alphons also realized the situation was dire. The mummies didn't make the half-breeds flinch. They focused on attacking the two of them. A cry of pain echoed. He looked back worriedly. "Tinia! Diamond!" Alphons was so angry that veins popped on his forehead, and the aura on his hands flared up. Since it had come to this, a series of coffins were thrown behind, but the holy children still dodged them. Han dodged and shouted, "Alan, these mummies are useless. Even if you summon more, it won't help." Suddenly, Jofan reared up. Alan looked ahead. "White, that's a large herd of elephants with people on their backs." Alan recognized them immediately. They were Aslan's war elephants. One man wondered, "What are those assassins targeting?" The guy next to him grumbled, "Why are you worried about those half-breeds? You don't even need to look to know their mission. Just don't care, just give the order, crush them." The force of the elephant herd was immense. Seeing the tension on the other side, Raphael Alphons anxiously called out to his younger brother, "What are you doing? The holy sons are closing in again." Alan snapped, "Shut it. I'm already handling it." The mummies arranged themselves, and a spatial tear appeared with a terrifying gravitational pull, shaking the entire area. The holy sons couldn't even keep their footing. Then, countless logs and rocks gathered, piling up as if forming something. Before they knew it, Han, Raphael, Astoria, Diamond, and Tina were trapped inside stone coffins. Very quickly, the whole place fell silent again. The one-eyed monster's eye glowed, beaming light somewhere. Alphons, covered in scratches, walked forward. "Damn, old man. So we were just bait, huh?" Killing intent radiated from his entire body. He spoke coldly, "Just you wait, old man." In the distance, the barrage of fire hadn't stopped. "Surprising. I can't believe they brought so many weapons." He watched the situation from afar. White narrowed his eyes. It seemed Aslan was truly determined this time. He began calculating, dealing with those hybrids was already hard enough. And now, I'll solve this urgent problem first and then join the others. But seeing Alan demonstrate such high-level skills, White began to doubt himself. Was the 11 years I was absent from his life just too long? The sword in his hand dripped with blood. He silently blamed himself for not being able to do anything for him as a father. After a bout of frantic fighting, the corpses piled up. White spoke, reflecting, "Bitter, isn't it?" Just then, someone called, "White Alphons." The other person approached, holding a bloodied sword. "I heard you had gone missing, but I guess that wasn't true, huh?" The man questioned, "Why are you causing trouble in your own country?" White looked up and retorted, "Seriously? Are you really that petty?" Looking at the man approaching, he mocked, "I mean, you were also a former hero of Aslan." He didn't forget to follow up. "Have the wounds my father left on you finally healed?" The bald man replied, The Emperor said he would eliminate you no matter what. White remained calm. Is that so? Then tell your Emperor to come himself. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he'd discovered something. Distant sounds made White suspicious. Could it be? Over there, Rahama watched his stone monster. A subordinate approached to report. Your Highness, we have found the Crown Prince. He reported, he is in the center of Ebelim City. The man was confused. So, the golem isn't controlled by White? Rahama thought of something and ordered the two monsters, tell the lords to hold the Crown Prince. A purple aura gathered. He shouted, I am Rahama. He leaped, determined to eliminate the monster here. The stones began to crack, and the fissures spread wider and wider. Finally, it shattered, and stones rained down where Jafan and Han stood. Someone shouted, what now? Alphons was already panting heavily. The one-eyed golem, that large blue eye flashed, and a quadrilateral connection formed. He explained, it is an entity that protects the tomb of Aslan with mummies. However, the problem is it can only be summoned after a certain number of mummies have died. While Alphons was distracted, we're in a deadlock now. There's nothing else we can do. A sword slash cut across his shoulder, drawing blood. They shouted anxiously, Lord Alphons. Taking this opportunity, countless holy sons rushed forward. Assassins. The skeletons Alan summoned blocked a hit, turning into piles of bone fragments, not just one, but an entire army. Even so, the holy sons charged. The savage wolf used its hands to grab the skeletons and crush them. Suddenly, a white ribbon appeared, and wrapped around its neck. It was a mummy. The strength was so great, it ripped the wolf's head off. At the same time, sharp claws emerged. The wolf scratched the mummy hard, and a painful cry rang out. Han was helping Alphons check his wound. Confused, Lord Alphons, are you all right? Han reported, you've used too much holy power. You should leave. Alan checked himself, thinking, I pushed myself too hard without a buffer, and it definitely caused damage. If I run out of holy power, even hiding won't help. Just then, a loud blast rang out. Surrender. The elephant herd arrived. The people on it were still shouting, if you hand over your weapons, we will treat you as members of the Empire, the man triumphantly asserted. You know it's only a matter of time. This made Han angry. Damn it, Han suggested. Should I tell them? They might be from an enemy nation, but they wouldn't harm or be rude to us because we are princes of the Holy Empire. But he remained silent for a moment. Alphons roared, I am Alphons, the 7th Prince of the Holy Empire. We expect to be treated according to that title. Who is in command? The skinny man wondered. Are they trying to negotiate? The big guy squinted. Maybe, but they're losing now anyway. Not caring about the chatter, he asked loudly again. I asked, who is in command? The big guy replied, it's me. If you want to surrender, you can. Alan didn't hesitate to cut him off. It's you? Then tell your army to surrender immediately. The man couldn't understand, blurting out, what? Seeing the situation, Jafan approached. Alphons, still ignoring him, panted heavily and repeated, admit defeat, give up your weapons, and clear a path for us. Before he knew it, Alphons threatened, if you refuse, I will kill you all. The two men on the elephant were annoyed. Is he crazy? They suspected he didn't realize who was actually in trouble. He was still cold. I will count to 5. The numbers rang out one by one. 5, 4. The skinny man panicked. Is he serious? By the time he reached 3, the commander thought perhaps he was just too young, and didn't realize what kind of situation he was in. When he saw Alan approaching, he warned, hey, that's not how you negotiate. When he reached 1, the one-eyed monster flashed, and the holy energy within it fired a fierce blast. The big commander cursed, that crazy prince. The elephant took the hit head-on, completely obliterated. The man was still running his mouth. Commander, Alan said coldly, I already told you. If you still don't understand, let me make you understand. His eyes flashed with blue light, hissing every word. I told you to get out of our way. Countless skeleton soldiers were summoned by him. I gave you a chance. Before they knew it, they were swarmed. The two men, along with Alphons's cold voice. But now, you can follow your commander down below. On his command, the skeletons rushed forward. Clashing sounds rang out, and bones scattered everywhere. Just then, someone appeared, leaning on his cane. Rahama looked at the skeletons and remarked, unbelievable. Alphons paused to look over. He called out, you Rahama. He gritted his teeth, demanding, is it you, Angel? A fire hovered over the staff along with someone's voice. Aslan will be saved, the old man, with silver hair, was casting a spell. The land filled with death will disappear, and a lush green land will appear. A vast green land will emerge here. Seeing this, those around began to gossip. Is that the most famous mage in Aslan? The person next to him nodded. That's right. Everything he predicts comes true. Hearing this, Rahama laughed, thinking, I thought this was a war of conquest. He was satisfied that the matter had been resolved with the help of the three princes and the mage. As Rahama sat on his throne, he spoke. If what you say is true, I will be honored as the greatest emperor in history. The old man asked, confused. What do you mean? The old man with silver hair asserted, You will become the worst tyrant in history. The look on his face froze. He didn't stop, the old man continued. Countless cities will be razed because of your actions. I see hundreds of thousands of lives lost. Your recklessness and stubbornness will lead Aslan to ruin. At this point, Rahama couldn't help but let out a loud blast, but the old man frowned and interrupted. You will do one thing right, the old man with white hair revealed. You will lead the angel to those lands. One of your children will be chosen by the angel. Just as he finished, a painful blast rang out, along with blood splattering, leaving everyone below bewildered. Rahama's face turned cold, wiping the blood away. You son of a religious sect. Then, he waved his hand, ordering, Throw his body into the desert. Before leaving, Rahama added, Let him be eaten by beasts. A small cry rang out. Someone was saying, What a divine legion. He slowly turned his head to look at the old man with silver hair, who was still muttering, He is favored by the holy gods. An outsider invited to this world, he was certain that this was the one to save this world. The light was still surrounding them as the smoke gradually cleared, revealing the shape of everything. Someone shouted, A necromancer! At this moment, Rahama is kneeling on the ground, looking up at Alphons. Is that really you? He asks, his face hardening as he stares at the angel. A one-eyed monster is supporting his comrades, while an army of skeletons fights fiercely. Rahama thinks to himself as he watches. He knows full well that even though he is still just a child, the boy will become a greater threat than the Holy Kingdom. Stronger than a prince, the silver-haired old man's voice suddenly echoes. You will lead the angels to this land. He slowly stands up, feeling a bit irritated in his heart. It reminds me of what the crazy old mage said. At the enemy camp, someone is warning, Don't do anything unnecessary. Someone replies, Understood. Rahama's immediate goal is Alphons. By my own hand, his eyes flash as he says he will deal with him. The boy is using all his strength to hold up the shield, then tries his best to push back. At this very moment, an explosion rings out. Earth and rocks shatter, and dust fills the air. Not only that, other floors of the building continue to explode violently. Someone anxiously yells, Hedson! Hedson! Alphons! As the smoke clears, Alphons is revealed lying on the ground. After such power, Rahama immediately leaps off the roof. The system updates his information. Rahama Aslan, characteristics, destructive, tyrannical ambition, powerful magic, superior physique, special combat skills. Only then does Alphons realize that this person is the Emperor of Aslan, when Rahama strikes down, and at that moment, the boy manages to dodge in time. Alphons tells himself not to go easy on him. He reaches out his hand, but intense energy is absorbed. As he grabs his weapon, Alphons staggers. He is unexpectedly moved. This staff is so heavy. It is Ammon's staff, capable of amplifying magic, from 50% to 200%, depending on the user's strength, increases recovery rate by 10%, and amplifies the power of all skills by 10%. Next, the system announces, using holy power. Alphons is enveloped in a layer of holy aura, while simultaneously calculating in his mind, I have to keep strengthening it until I reach the stats I want. It doesn't stop. The system keeps pinging. Magic amplification increased from 100% to 400%. Recovery rate increased by 20%. 15% amplification of all skill power. But he keeps shaking his head. No, not this one. And not this one either. On the other side, Rahama has rushed forward with his staff, seemingly going mad. Come on! The sound of weapons clashing rings out, grating on the ears and sending sparks flying. Behind Alphons, extra arms sprout out, each holding a sharp sword. At this, Rahama seems to sense some danger and is startled. He carefully uses his shield to guard, rolling a few times on the floor. The boy uses his hands and feet to kick up dirt and rocks, covering him, which makes Rahama hiss in anger. Suddenly, he grits his teeth and uses the strength in his arms. The heavy shield slides through the air like the wind. Some skeletons are slashed and cut to pieces. When he opens his eyes, Alphons sees Rahama's scepter. After the attack, He comments, "Your skills are quite poor compared to your reputation." Due to the force of the strike, Alphons is slammed into the floor, instantly creating a circular crater. Through the mask, he painfully spits out a mouthful of fresh blood. Rocks are still falling due to the tremors. The dust in the area is still thick. Suddenly, Rahama grabs a skeletal hand reaching out, then coldly uses force to break the arm. Just then, a blue aura erupts, making Rahama pause. From below, a powerful blast of energy shoots up. Seconds later, as the barrel of his gun is still smoking, Alan wears a triumphant smile. "Shut up, old man." He is excited. What is it? A large gash has been cut across Rahama's neck, blood constantly dripping, and he cannot utter a word. On this side, the cries of Hedson still echo through the air. "Do you know who I am?" Raphael bursts out, shouting, "Raphael Alphons, I am the third prince of the Holy Kingdom." The monster speaks up mockingly. "Your swordsmanship is worse than a child's, yet you talk so big, huh?" Diamond looks back anxiously. "Do you have anything to help us get through this crisis?" Han Yinjiang replies, "I'm looking. Something to stall for time." Suddenly, someone yells, "Hedson, Tinia!" "Surrender!" The other side urges. "Turn back. Give us the prince. Your father won't blame you." The blue monster lures her. "We are the only ones who understand you, Tinia." Furthermore, he whispers, "We don't want to fight if you keep doing this." Before he can finish, Tinia cuts him off. "I know, but I can't," she recounts. "I met him, and learned how to live worthily." Her eyes flash with determination. "So, I will fight for him." Diamond turns around in surprise, exclaiming, "Tinia!" Suddenly, a plant sprout wrapped in ice appears in sight. Someone asks suspiciously, "What is that?" Suddenly, Diamond appears, and strikes an attack at the opponent. However, with the branch in his hand, Rahama blocks the attack easily. Alan immediately raises his gun and fires straight at his opponent. He uses his shield as a barrier. Harsh, metallic clanging sounds ring out. The bullets are deflected back. In an instant, Rahama slams his shield into the ground. Rocks fly up and shoot out in all directions like hidden weapons. He suddenly uses his mace to strike a large boulder. Fragments shoot straight toward Alphons with incredible speed. The boy quickly erects a protective barrier to stop the rocks. Rahama sneers, his voice full of contempt as he speaks. "I will end this quickly. Naturally, I won't give you a chance to retaliate." Saying that, he immediately charges forward and smashes his mace hard into Alphons' position. The boy hurriedly jumps to the side to dodge the blow. Muttering a curse under his breath, Alphons thinks to himself, "It's so frustrating, but everything he said is true. His fighting style is very difficult to deal with, and my holy power is depleted. I feel like I'm going to pass out every time I use this skill. The creatures I summoned aren't helping at all in stalling for time. This is the first time I've felt backed into a corner." He stares closely at his opponent. "That bastard. He's fighting exactly the same as when we started. Perhaps that's the side effect of burning his lifespan for power. If I can just hold out a little longer while lost in these thoughts." Suddenly, a voice echoes from behind. "Hedson, assassin." Rahama is casting a spell and chanting, "You shall sacrifice yourselves and bring power to me." Alphons watches as the people controlled by the magic have a red mist of blood rise from their bodies into the air. It then converges on Rahama's body. Seeing this, Alphons wonders, he's absorbing others? He becomes confused. Now what? This cannot be solved just by stalling for time. At this moment, Rahama stomps hard on the ground to gain momentum, then lets out a roar and lunges straight at Alphons without hesitation. The tip of his weapon is right in front of his eyes. Suddenly, a beam of light flashes, grazing Rahama's shoulder. He stands frozen, his eyes filled with shock, then slowly speaks. "Behind the undead, are you summoning a tree?" Alphons is sitting inside a tree trunk. That thick wooden layer stopped Rahama's mace. A very faint voice seems to echo in his mind. "Alphons, can you hear me? The children always want to protect you." Scene transition. Thick black smoke billows up, momentarily obscuring a large space. Raphael used a smoke bomb to buy time. Han wonders where this came from, but he only coughs a few times and does not answer. Seeing a girl with orange hair kneeling at the base of Jeriso, everyone immediately recognizes her. "Tina!" The elders shout loudly. "Tinia, wake up!" But she seems to hear nothing. Tinia stares intently at the tree roots, her eyes flashing with slight surprise. A strange voice echoes in Tinia's consciousness. "How strange. I didn't expect a dark elf to summon a spirit. You just used holy power and magic at the same time? It seems that has affected your condition. Being able to combine holy power and magic, I didn't think I would see this in my lifetime." Tinia replies softly. "Yes," she holds out a seed. What I kept is just a seed from the tree that grew in the Dark Command's base, as a sign of gratitude for what Alan did. By analyzing the laws behind Han's distortion, the creatures Alan summoned, along with all the information I collected, I tried to summon a spirit with the seed as a medium. Gireso now understands and says, "Ah, I should introduce myself. I am Gireso. I am the world tree that maintains the balance of all things." Tinia stutters, "Tree the world tree?" It explains in more detail. The tree of life, which connected and linked all worlds since ancient times. The center of the world. She asks, "But the books wrote that Gireso is a tree that only exists in the spirit world." Gireso explains, "If we use your world's terminology, my presence is like a copy, even for me. Traveling through dimensions is very difficult." Tinia guesses, "So, you mean I managed to summon a world tree?" Gireso replies, "That is not entirely it. The children said someone was trying to summon spirits from another dimension, so I came here of my own volition." It shakes its leaves slightly and asks, "You want to summon these people, right?" Tinia looks at the shimmering bubbles floating from the leaves and replies, "Yes." Gireso continues, "I felt your emotions when you summoned them, but I cannot take the lives of other creatures." However, suddenly the ground shakes violently, causing everyone to fall over. A large root from the Gireso tree emerges from the ground. The spiritual energy emitted is so strong that no one can believe their eyes. Small, fresh green sprouts suddenly grow from the arid ground. Countless shimmering specks of light appear in the space. Gireso says, "I can only grant life temporarily, and I can't stay in this form for long. My help ends here, so do whatever you want," Tina exclaimed in surprise. What I must do was decided long ago. Returning to the battlefield between Alan Alphons and Rahama, he lay inside the wooden structure and suddenly heard a voice echoing in his subconscious. "Hello, I'm here to help." Alan Alphons's eyes widened in surprise, and he couldn't help but ask, "What is happening?" The spirit replied, "I am a friend of the contractor. We will assist you." A gentle light radiated, quickly healing Alan Alphons. He silently rejoiced. "My wounds are healing." Rahama was stunned by the sight, standing frozen and unsure of what to do. As Alan Alphons gazed down below, a pure, clear voice resonated. "These barren lands will be transformed into fields overflowing with life. A brilliant blue light would illuminate more than any other land." Tinia was channeling her magic, and glittering sparks rose from beneath the grass and trees, creating a magnificent power. Suddenly, Rahama stepped forward with a heavy, oppressive aura. He spoke in an angry tone, "How dare you do this?" Rahama looked closely at the world tree and realized, that tree is helping him recover? How? "I am burning away my life force. A situation like this puts me at a disadvantage." To buy time before his opponent could fully restore his strength, he shouted, "Assassin, all of you, sacrifice yourselves for me." But deep inside the city, there was total silence. No one replied. Rahama questioned, "What are you doing?" He repeated the order again. "I command you to offer your life force to me." From the world tree, leaves drifted down, rustling in the air. The people were gathered in large numbers, beneath the branches of the world tree. Seeing this, Raphael Alphons exclaimed in shock, "What is the meaning of this?" He wondered why they were acting like this. Tinia explained that it was because of the tree. It wasn't an ordinary tree. Since birth, they had worshipped the spirits and were beings born to protect the world tree by instinct. She asserted, "Even if Father trained them as his slaves, as long as their mother's blood flows through their veins, they cannot reject the world tree right before their eyes." Tinia paused for a moment, then confirmed with absolute certainty, "Father, you will lose." Rahama shouted in anger, "You insolent brat! How dare a discarded slave like you look down on me?" He stomped his foot hard and lunged toward the group, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Rahama roared, "I will kill all of you." In the space, a command was issued, to protect Tinia immediately. Countless spirits appeared in great density, linking together to form a thin barrier of water. Rahama immediately swung his mace, striking repeatedly. Suddenly, the fragile water transformed into a giant boulder, blocking his path. Rahama exclaimed, "Is this the power of the spirits? It seems this will be harder than I anticipated." He continued to channel his energy, his magic aura radiating with immense power. Rahama confidently assumed the opponent was nothing more than a low-level monster. But just as he prepared to strike, Alan leaped in to block him. He calmly assessed, "For a monster's power, that's quite impressive. Even your ability to coat your weapon with a specific property is quite impressive." He gritted his teeth and cursed, "That punk Alan," he mocked. "Why are you acting like a dog with a stomachache? I guess it's because you don't have much life force left to burn, huh? The staff in his hand blocked his mace with great ease, then he shoved hard, sending his opponent reeling backward. Alan said refreshed, I thought I'd have to wait until I was old for you guys to show up, my friendly spirits. Rahama was constantly attacked by the spirits and struggled to defend himself. Suddenly, an earth spirit clamped onto his arm. Rahama punched the ground hard, shattering the rock into pieces. Before he could finish, a water spirit swooped down onto his head, wrapping around him tightly. It was incredibly suffocating. Rahama resorted to verbal abuse. You brat! Do you know who I am? The water spirit immediately increased its density, sealing him off completely so he couldn't speak. He suddenly channeled his energy and unleashed a massive blast, annihilating the water spirit. The impact was so powerful that even Alphons had to raise his magic staff to defend himself. Rahama was truly enraged. Sensing the thick aura radiating from his opponent, Alan thought, is he preparing his final attack? A final attack means, there's no better time than now. Alphons quickly transformed and lunged at his opponent with the speed of light. He shouted, die, and unleashed a powerful strike, attacking his opponent head-on. A surge of immense magical power flared with deadly light. Rahama immediately blocked the move, swinging his mace to parry Alphons's staff. The two weapons collided, triggering shockwaves of energy that tore through the air. The sound of the clash rang out like thunder high in the sky. The space shook violently. Suddenly, Rahama felt his arm going numb. He cried out in shock. What? Alan smirked. It's over, Your Majesty. The system announced. Ammon's staff. Magic enhancement increased from 100 to 400%. Stamina recovery increased by 20%. All skill proficiency increased by 15%. Skill effect. Cooldown neutralized for 1 day. Looking at his mace, which had snapped in two, Rahama was somewhat panicked. Impossible! He stared, stunned, as his power vanished, his mouth only able to utter the word I before falling silent. In his frenzy, rocks and debris fell around him with a deafening roar. Rahama collapsed, his body battered, clothes in tatters, blood streaming from his mouth. He seemed to have suffered a severe, fatal wound. Even surrounded by the spirits, Rahama struggled to speak, his voice intermittent. I still have to fulfill my wish. I must bring the green land under my control. He lay beneath the rubble, gripped tightly by the tree roots, muttering, I have to fulfill that wish. Rahama's eyes grew dull. His breathing was weak, but he kept telling himself, I will do it. Tinia, standing not far away, could feel her father's fading breath. She thought to herself, Sir Alphons must have won. She then ran as fast as she could toward the battlefield, calling out, Sir Alphons! Sir Alphons! Tinia found him sitting on the other side, leaning against the tree trunk, his eyes closed. A deep wound marred his shoulder. She was deeply moved. You helped me again. If not for you, I would have continued living in despair like a slave. And now, you've even saved all the citizens of Aslan. Honestly, Sir Alphons, you are more saintly than an angel. Tinia helped him lie down, saying sincerely, Thank you for bringing hope to this world filled with death, my lord. Watching this, Alphons exclaimed, He really defeated Rahama. Deep down, he thought, I always just saw him as a little brother who bothered women, and wasted my time. Alphons suddenly gripped his sword tight. Alan, if only you were my brother. As he was lost in his thoughts, someone suddenly ran over to report. Tinia still has soldiers, he exclaimed. Are they going to keep fighting even though their leader is dead? Diamond observed for a moment and confirmed, No, this is a retreat signal. It was true. The soldiers were shouting at each other to run. He has passed away. Raphael smiled with relief. I didn't expect to meet them here. They are my father's soldiers. Hearing this, he was slightly surprised. Seeing the outcome of the battle settled, the soldiers shouted, It's really over. We're saved. 2 generals were leading their legions slowly into the city. A voice sounded with a touch of curiosity. Is that Oscar? He looks as virtuous as ever, doesn't he? And who is that person next to him? Just as he said that, the person let go of their hand, and a round, heavy object fell to the ground. It was a blood-soaked head. After seeing clearly that the person was a girl, Y exclaimed, Could it be that the time for a generational shift has arrived? He stood on the city wall, looking down. My son, the one who used to be just a pile of bloody meat, has now grown up and defeated the leader of a nation. Y pondered for a long time. This cannot be called a miracle or a coincidence. Alphons's growth speed is far beyond all imagination. It's much faster than my own development, and I'm being praised as the strongest in the world. I heard there's a method to identify vampires now. I wonder if he's the one who did it. He couldn't help but laugh heartily. If that's true, then Alan Alphons's help is truly essential in finding that child. At that moment, down below, Rahama's soldiers were scattering in a panic. Run! White was amazed. The army of the Holy Emperor Charlotte Harris is leading the vanguard. Her sword moved, and wherever it struck, blood splattered. Her eyes were filled with murderous, destructive intent. She urged her horse forward. I will go first, Oscar exclaimed. I was quite worried since this is her first mission. But that worry was unnecessary. Dion explained, please understand, she is someone who cannot control herself when it involves the prince. Charlotte Harris rode like the wind, her heart filled with intense anxiety. Prince, I have been searching for you for so long. I hope I'm not too late. I will punish myself for this betrayal by staying by your side for the rest of my life. Suddenly, her horse neighed a long, piercing sound and came to a stop. She looked at the people blocking her path and shouted, Move! I won't say it twice. The old wolf just stood still, his red eyes fixed, determined not to let the opponent advance. Charlotte asked again, No? All right then. She raised her sword, intending to clear the way, when from behind came a voice. Calm down. They don't seem to be enemies. At this moment, Tinia spoke up. Please let her pass. They are acquaintances of Sir Alan Alphons. Charlotte jumped off her horse and quickly stepped forward. She said in a serious tone, I am the head of the Harries family, and the captain of the White Cross, the prince's first holy knight. The seventh prince, I, Charlotte Harries, finally welcome you, Alan Alphons. She knelt beside him, looking at his pale face intently, and exclaimed, You've overexerted yourself as usual, haven't you? Charlotte Harris reached out as if to touch his face, but then clenched her hand into a fist, bowed her head, and whispered softly, It's time to go back. You have done well, Prince. Seeing this, he exclaimed in surprise, Oh my, is he really a prince? He turned to Raphael and asked, Brother, I mean my lord? You are also a prince of the Holy Empire, aren't you? He bowed his head and stammered in response, I am. Just then, a stern voice rang out, Raphael Alphons. The cold tip of a sword pointed straight at Raphael Alphons's chest, making him jump in fright. Diane declared loudly, From this moment on, you will be investigated for the crime of treason. You must reveal everything you know about the disappearance of Crown Princess Rose Darina. He was silent for a moment and then replied, I understand. I will comply. Han couldn't believe it. Could he really be a traitor? Tina was also extremely shocked, staring at Raphael Alphons for a long time without blinking. Alan remained in a coma, still unconscious. The scene shifted to the majestic, ancient palace. In the quiet space, the interior was elaborately decorated with large stone pillars supporting rows of burning torches. The officials stood with their heads bowed in silence, waiting for orders. Upon hearing the announcement, Grand Saint, Noble Alan Alphons, has arrived. They felt a bit anxious and afraid. Alan Alphons walked in from outside. He whispered, How annoying. Alan Alphons stepped up to a simple chair, sat down, and wondered, Why are they acting like that? The officials standing below whispered to each other, They are doing whatever they want just because they won. A person signaled them to be quiet. Don't you understand the situation yet? Aslan is now. Just then, the guards at the gate shouted, Empress Tina Aslan has arrived. Tina, in a blue imperial robe, walked in slowly. Alan Alphons thought to himself, Aslan will be in chaos for a while. All cultural rules and social conduct are reserved for men. Furthermore, this country treats beastkin even worse than insects. Now that a female dark elf is the ruler, there will surely be a fierce reaction. He told himself he needed to clarify this with those present. I must show them the majesty of our holy empire and the relationship between our two nations. This should be enough to make them furious. But they couldn't utter a word, because all of this was the order of the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor believed that by having a beastkin take the throne, controlling Aslan would be much easier. Because when a beastkin, someone who was once treated as a slave, becomes the ruler, the throne would naturally lose some of its influence. And in any country where the throne is weakened, the vassal's status will rise. Soon, a competitive environment will emerge among the feudal lords, where they keep each other in check. For this purpose, the Holy Emperor even purged all of Rahama's children, except for the beastkin. In that way, he created a beastkin king while showing the feudal lords the terror of the Holy Empire. Holy Emperor Raphael Alphons suddenly spoke up. It seems you are in trouble. He looked at the officials and said bluntly, But so what? What can you do? You have already lost the war. This is the fate of the defeated. I am always here. So anyone who has a problem, feel free to come and face me at any time. Alan Alphons chuckled to himself. That old man is really grumpy, but I think his method is quite effective. At this moment Tina bowed in greeting. Respectful greetings to Prince Alan Alphons, the seventh prince of the Holy Empire, the new leader of Aslan. Tina Aslan. He happily replied, "Oh, I'm sure you will do a good job." Alan Alphons suddenly felt awkward. Now what should I do? He sighed inwardly. This really doesn't fit my personality. With everyone's support, the work was finally discussed and finished. Alan Alphons stretched his back and lamented, "I've been sitting for too long. My whole body aches." Charlotte Harris, following behind, exclaimed, "You have worked hard, Prince." He replied, "Oh, don't say that. That is my job as a prince." Seeing Alan Alphons' arm moving with difficulty, she immediately asked, "Does it still hurt? You seem to have trouble moving." He immediately answered, "I don't feel pain anywhere, but I must have been lying still for too long." Charlotte grumbled, "I don't feel comfortable seeing you like this, Prince." Alan Alphons thought to himself, "She's overreacting. After all, I've been wandering around the desert for so long." He quickly switched to another topic. "Oscar, what about my father and brother?" He replied that they were being detained at the Aslan Imperial Palace. Prince Raphael Alphons was suspected of treason, so of course, he was there. As for the Crown Prince, Alan Alphons asked curiously, did he imprison him because he ran away? 11 years is a long time. He suddenly squinted when he caught the sunlight from outside shining into the palace. In the middle of the Imperial Palace was a huge, giant tree, with branches spreading to cover a wide area. Alan Alphons happily said, "Can you show me where they are? We should go back, too." Seeing his son arrive, Y rejoiced and called out, "Oh, look who it is, my lovely son." Alan Alphons returned his hug and asked, "Where is Raphael Alphons?" Y was a bit surprised. "Oh, aren't you being too cold?" "The boy is sleeping in his room. He must be exhausted after the long trip. His mind is quite troubled, too." The two quickly sat down at the table. He curiously asked, "The coronation ceremony must have ended already, so why are you still here?" Alan Alphons replied, "There is no rush. I can go back with you too." Y's eyes shone as he looked at his son, his voice filled with joy. "Do you want to spend time with father that much?" He sighed wearily. "Now I understand, grandfather." After that, Alan Alphons turned his gaze toward the small room. "And about Raphael Alphons?" Y lowered his voice. "That's right. We cannot let this slide easily. The death penalty is certain. On top of that, he will be tortured to the point where death might be a relief." He suddenly asked, "Father, what have you been doing all these years?" Father was always absent until this happened. Even when mother passed away and Luan Alphons almost died. What did father do? "To be honest, you look too irresponsible to me, father." Y pondered for a moment and then replied, "I have wandered all over the world, the Kingdom of Rome, Iran, and countless other countries." Alan Alphons accused, "So father was just enjoying your travels?" "Father hoped that you would." He just said this when he was interrupted. "Father was looking for someone. Father was looking for your brother." Alan looked at him in amazement. "Which brother are you talking about? I wasted 11 years looking for him, you know? Yet, until the very end, I still couldn't find him." He suddenly pleaded, "Son, father knows I'm shameless, but I need your help." He was stunned and said, "I don't understand what you're saying. Raphael Alphons is here, right on the bed. You're saying father wasted 11 years, searching for someone who was actually fine?" Y revealed a truth. There are two Raphael Alphons. Alan Alphons. The Raphael Alphons that father was looking for is not the third prince, Raphael Alphons. It is the second prince, Raphael Alphons. Alan Alphons suddenly remembered, "I heard about this before. It seems it is true." Old memories rushed back. Y slowly recounted. Yes, the boy was a stillborn child. The boy couldn't even be born. How heartbroken father was to have to bury that tiny child underground. It was as painful as if father had died myself. We cried all day long, trying to comfort each other. Just like that, day after day, we got through it and gradually returned to normal, until the day our child rose from the grave. After hearing the story, Alan confirmed, "So it is true that the crown princess resurrected the second prince as an undead?" Y guessed. "Diane must have told you." He wondered, "There is one thing I don't understand. Why didn't father handle it immediately?" He lowered his voice and said, Father couldn't bring himself to kill a child who had never seen the sunlight. While being torn apart inside because of the undead child that I had kept for many days, one of the high priests came and helped me. He said if I couldn't do it, then let him do it. He curiously asked who he was, and he replied, "It's okay. He was just an old man waiting for his retirement day. If I could dedicate one last time, that would be enough. I should have ended it myself, but as a human, father was truly exhausted." so I handed the baby over to him. In that way, the child had to lose the life it had suffered so much to gain. After that, I often went to the grave alone to pray. I thought it was over until 15 years ago, which was also the time the conflict with Aslan occurred before the Holy Emperor's succession ceremony. We went to suppress Aslan bandits. The bandits had been slaughtered by someone beforehand. Among hundreds of villager corpses and dozens of bandits, there was a child eating those corpses. When he saw me, the boy happily said, "Ah, you've come, father." I was shocked when I heard him call me father. He reproached, "Father, you are so cruel. Do you not even remember me after abandoning me? That's too much. Because of you, all the holy knights will have to die." I guess it could be a vampire. Moreover, it was not just a subject, but a precursor. When I rushed in with my sword, the child said, "I want to fight you one last time, father." I gritted my teeth. "Don't talk nonsense." Then slashed down with all my might. The sword struck its mark, splitting it in two, but I suddenly saw a horrific scene the child lamented. So cruel. I didn't expect father to kill me a second time. Don't you know who I am? A tiny, newborn child crawled out of that child's body. He said he was me, Raphael Alphons, Alphons. I saw it very clearly. Even the umbilical cord scar wrapped around his neck was still there. It was clearly Raphael Alphons Alphons. Y affirmed, he has returned in the form of a vampire precursor, based on his rate of evolution. Right after he was brought into the tomb, someone turned him into a vampire. Hearing this, Alan thought to himself, "This reminds me of that vampire count who infiltrated Luenha. He evolved instantly by absorbing magical power from Ammon's skull. It's definitely possible to artificially evolve a subject." Wei continued slowly. "After that, I searched for the high priest who buried Gafan, but he had vanished. He was likely silenced to cover up the incident. So, even though I skipped the Holy Emperor's coronation, I searched for the vampire's tracks. When I heard about Elisha, I decided to visit the royal palace to pay my respects. That was when I saw Luan Alphons lying in his hospital bed and realized the curse on him emitted a magical aura very similar to the second prince. The Viscount Pomo family you mentioned must have aided the infiltration. I have to find the second prince to break the curse. Alan Alphons." Alan wondered, "Why didn't you inform the Holy Imperial family?" He replied with a heavy voice. "Elisha was killed right inside the palace. It's unbelievable. I can't trust anyone in such a critical situation. How could I ask for help when the second prince has already become a vampire?" Wei clutched his head, his brow furrowing. If the high priest who buried Gafan is involved, it's a disaster. So, he decided to act alone. He clenched his fist. "But I never expected the traitor to be Rose." Alan Alphons looked surprised. "I really didn't know," he sighed. "If I had, I would have acted sooner. I would have made her kneel before Elisia's grave, after making her suffer a pain worse than death. But what's the use now? I'm just worried about Raphael Alphons." He pondered for a moment and concluded, "The crown princess is likely just a stepping stone." Wei agreed. "I think so too. I learned something while hunting the vampires. They want to build their own kingdom. They want to raise humans like livestock and build high walls. The Holy Empire thinks they have pushed back the vampires, but that's not the truth." He pulled out a map and spread it on the table. "Look, this map shows where the vampires live. We are no different from prey caught in a spider web. Their leader has begun acting systematically. Vampire King Vladimir." Wei put down his pen, looked straight at his son, and affirmed, he intends to end the long-standing feud between him and the Holy Empire. The vampire invasion will erupt soon. Scene shift. A room sealed tight with incredibly sturdy stone. The door creaked open, revealing a bizarre red light. A young man, tightly bound, sat within a magic circle, screaming for help. His eyes were filled with terror. A strange aura from the magic circle surged into the man's body, causing him excruciating pain. A dry popping sound echoed, and the young man's body exploded. The others bound in the corner of the room were terrified at the sight. The person controlling the magic circle felt frustrated and shouted, "Failure again? Again?" It was a vampire with a grotesque, half-human, half-demon body. He kicked the test subject away in anger and roared, "My 300th teleportation experiment is a failure again. My precious priests. Rahama died exactly how he wanted. The third prince and the princess failed the mission. Nothing is going according to my plan. You useless fools." Just then, someone appeared outside and asked, "The third prince is captured, right? Let me take him." The vampire was startled. "What? What did you say?" Raphael Alphons walked in slowly and requested, "I need a new body too." The vampire replied, "Time to switch bodies? Go ahead, it will fit you." He stopped in front of a trembling young man and grinned with satisfaction. "It is my younger brother's body, after all." The vampire nodded. "Deal. I'll give you a usable body." He grabbed some medicine and instructed, "Keep using it until we find the third prince's body." Seeing the silence around him, the vampire turned back to ask why there was no answer, only to find the person had vanished. He held on to the person's spot for a while, then went berserk. "You bastard!" Fury consumed the vampire's mind. He squeezed the medicine bottle in his hand until it cracked. So those brats shouldn't have become vampires. Still obsessed with their little hunt, aren't they? The vampire was furious, asserting, "If the king doesn't favor me, I'll kill him myself." He muttered to himself, wondering if he should use another specimen. After all, it was a bit of a waste. Hearing this, the children trembled, their faces turning pale. A while later, the vampire made a decision. "Let's go to Aslan." Then, a seal appeared. Scene shift to a luxurious room. Wei asserted firmly, "I will handle this." Alan thought with admiration. Father is truly reliable. He chuckled with amusement. Beheading a vampire is no big deal. He couldn't help but admire him, truly, the crown prince. Afterward, Wei instructed, "I'll be back soon." Alan Alphons nodded obediently. "All right." He stood still, staring at the space in front of him, looking at the tightly shut door from which strange sounds were emerging. Inside, Raphael Alphons was curled up and shivering violently. Right now, no words could soothe him. Alan Alphons looked out the window, calculating. "I should retreat right now." Suddenly, he noticed something. Below, a figure was walking quietly. Alan Alphons wondered, what is he doing alone? This mysterious person was Raphael Alphons. Traits: decaying flesh, primordial vampire, immense magical power, charm, cruel personality. Seeing the system board, Alan Alphons stared in shock, wondering, what the hell is this? Where did he come from? Moving to another location, Tinia was silently looking into the distance. Charlotte Harris behind her suggested, "We should disperse. We will escort you to a safe place." It turned out Tinia had been sensing something all this time. She nervously warned, "There is a strange creature here." Dian was quite surprised. "Can you sense the presence of a vampire, Tinia?" Tinia, appearing shy, replied, "Ah, no, not exactly." Tinia's body was connected by soul to the spirits. She explained that the spirits gathering at the World Tree seemed very afraid. "I sense a dangerous creature." Hearing this, Charlotte Harris and Diane nodded at each other in understanding. A second later they asked, "Can you lead us to where you sense the danger?" Tinia agreed. Okay. In a flash, they arrived at an ancient village and saw a familiar figure walking. The guy, startled, turned around, tears already welling up in his eyes, and asked, "Who's there? Are you a holy knight? Is it a holy knight?" "Oh, I'm lost," Dion asked cautiously. "Are you sure it's that kid?" Tinia nodded firmly. "Yes, I'm sure." Charlotte Harris remained on high alert. "I'll ask him one question." As she asked, she carefully drew her sword. A password had been shared with everyone in the city to prepare for emergencies. Charlotte Harris asked bluntly, "Say the password." Raphael Alphons froze, flustered, pretending to be naive, and explained, I don't know. My mom would know." He cried, sobbing in fear. "I heard my mom say it, but I lost my mom." Tinia felt a bit guilty. Dion said softly, "I'll handle it," but was stopped by Charlotte Harris. "No need." Suddenly, she lunged. There was no password from the start. A powerful sword strike slashed across Raphael Alphons, but he quickly blocked it. She was shocked. "What? A lowly creature like you can see through me?" The sharp fangs in Raphael Alphons's hands constantly scraped against her sword. Due to the force, both were pushed in opposite directions. He laughed with interest. "I've never heard of a bitch like you. Who are you?" Charlotte Harris frowned and instructed, "Dion, take care of Tinia." He answered alertly, "Understood." The next second, she pushed off her feet, jumped high, and unleashed a spectacular strike. But Gaffon jumped up and performed a mid-air somersault. He launched sharp fangs that fell one by one where she was standing. Sword strikes flashed rapidly through the air. Charlotte Harris, filled with killing intent, lunged and slashed with multiple decisive strikes. Raphael landed on the ground lightly, praising, "To be able to slash my fangs, you must be very skilled." He laughed mockingly, "But I don't know if you'll survive." Raphael pointed ahead, curious. "What's this? Ruining the fun?" He looked at the vines tightly coiling around his fangs and fell silent. "These bugs," Tinia, from afar, supported her. "This is Aslan," she frowned, asserting, "I won't let this happen on my land." Following Tinia's magic, the spirits were gradually summoned. "I will make you stop at all costs." Wood golems. Raphael looked at them with contempt. I thought just taking down Oscar and Wei would be enough. His expression turned gloomy as he excitedly summoned his fangs, preparing to attack. But there are too many things in the way. Huh? Raphael began summoning a magic circle under his feet. Watching the 3 giant wood golems surrounding him, Raphael groaned. How annoying. He couldn't help but be confused. These lowly existences, acting all noble and imposing. Raphael looked toward the giant castle nearby. The most annoying thing was the powerful energy radiating from there. He suspiciously wondered to himself, is that Oscar or Wei? But then he quickly dismissed it. No, it's likely someone else. Gaffon suddenly spoke, explaining, this is the reason I don't like people in this place. He suddenly changed his mind. Whatever. I don't care. The next second, he used his magic, aiming straight at the golems. He clenched his hand into a fist and smiled wickedly. I will kill everyone who opposes me. Raphael waved his hand, and waves of energy sent the golems flying away instantly. The power was so great that Dion and Charlotte Hears had to grit their teeth in alertness. This source of power was so overwhelming that they could barely hold their ground. Tina stepped in immediately. I'll support you. With Tina's power, Charlotte Harris's sword turned green. A surge of immense power welled up within her, heating everything around them as lines of energy seeped into the blade. Charlotte Harris delivered a powerful, decisive strike. The energy coalesced into a giant vortex, aiming straight for Rayfon in the distance. He blocked the attack with his bare hand and sneered, Is that really all you've got? Raphael Alphons quickly summoned several teeth. He used them to deflect her attack, and then the teeth pointed directly at their group. Raphael Alphons stared intently at Charlotte Harris and her companions. Tina realized the situation was turning grim, and staying vigilant, she began summoning 2 more golems. Charlotte Harris instantly jumped onto their shoulders, her eyes filled with intense killing intent. Her sword was surrounded by currents of energy, creating a terrifying wind that blew Rayfon away. Just as he was struggling to regain his footing, the energy was already upon him. A collision occurred, creating a blinding flash in the middle of the night. Fortunately, he quickly manifested an energy shield to protect himself. He thought to himself, they're better than I expected. He calculated, I don't have much time. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Just as he finished his thought, Rafon froze. He glanced back, his face drenched in sweat. They're here. A familiar voice spoke up. So nice to see you, little brother. The person who arrived was wearing a strange mask, covered completely from head to toe. It was none other than Alan in disguise. Raphael Alphons asked in confusion, Isn't that Father? Alan gently reminded him, Father? Father is right behind you. Rafon whipped his head around and instantly froze. What? Seeing the 3 people along with the 2 golems, Raphael Alphons gasped in shock. No way. Suddenly, Alan Alphons asked from behind, Didn't your mother teach you manners? Behind Rafon, the Skeleton King appeared. Alan gleefully reminded him, Don't trust someone you don't know. The Skeleton King's massive hand descended upon the head of the collapsing Rayfon. He was defeated instantly, his body turning charred black and slowly dissipating. Suddenly, a sobbing sound echoed. Han appeared out of nowhere, face covered in tears and snot. It's always like this, he complained pitifully. I followed along because I heard they would let me investigate the vampire teleportation gate. Alan Alphons had assigned this task to him earlier. This was his first mission from the Empire's Holy Emperor. Kwai sighed and pushed Han's head away. Han wouldn't give up and raised his voice. But you didn't say the vampires would be standing right in front of the gate. He reassured him. Calm down. With me by your side. What is there to fear? Charlotte Harry said gratefully. That's right. I'm still alive because of you, Your Highness. He laughed modestly. It's nothing. Then, he glanced at Alan Alphons's avatar and wondered, so, was this all Alan Alphons's doing? Charlotte Harris nodded. That's right. He used it to defeat a dragon. White asked softly. Oscar, is that true? Oscar nodded. Yes, that is the Skeleton King. He looked at the scene before him, amazed. That used to be our biggest problem. And yet, the Skeleton King is the one creating holy power, oh my. Suddenly, White looked back, alert. A swarm of vampires had been summoned by Rayfon. White sighed in frustration. I wonder when this will ever end. Looking at the increasingly dense magical power, he was cautious. As more vampires appeared, White concluded, these must be the progenitor vampires. He asked cautiously, Hey, what do you want? The vampires suddenly let out a strange, collective cry. White wondered, have they gone mad? A vampire suddenly blurted out, I know. His hand pointed straight at the towering Skeleton King. The Skeleton King raised his hand to the sky and whispered, "Altar Paradox." It was a sight to behold. Magic and holy power blended together. Looking at Rafon, who had collapsed in the Skeleton King's grip, they were skeptical. Oscar vaguely muttered, "Isn't that Raphael Alphons?" White wondered suspiciously. "Raphael Alphons?" The vampires charged forward in a swarm, their power capable of overwhelming the progenitors. Alan urged, "Count Demon, we must hurry." The vampire clutched his face in despair, the truth unfolding right before his eyes. Suddenly, he laughed mischievously and asked, "Do you think a pet is something more than that?" Looking toward the Skeleton King, who was focusing his energy, a power vast enough to transcend time and space emerged. The vampire smiled deviously. "I will make it mine." Suddenly, he caught himself and thought, "No way." The vampire looked at the giant Skeleton King, unable to help but wonder, "How can I fight that monster? I only have a few soldiers left." Seeing his few remaining troops, he looked dejected. Suddenly, Oscar seemed to realize something and jumped in shock. He immediately drew his sword and charged. "How dare you!" The vampire hurriedly tried to stop him. "If you do that, I won't be able to leave yet. I have to win it first. Now is not the time." He and his kin tried to rush out. "I beg you, Count, please." Without letting the vampire finish, Oscar unleashed a clean sword strike. He turned to look at the magic circle, wondering, "I was careless against the enemy. I dropped my guard. Where is the prince?" Elsewhere, White was running frantically in the dark, calling out for Raphael Alphons. He recalled the scene of his child sitting silently, back turned to him. "My son, my son." White reached out, preparing to grab something bound by sturdy chains. White clutched the child to his chest, collapsed, and whispered, "White it for me, wait for me." He ran frantically, calling for Raphael. Alan Alphons gently reminded him, "Father, you're late." White asked frantically, "Where is Raphael?" He looked at the giant Skeleton King in front of him, then looked at the boy and asked, "Alan Alphons, what have you done to my son?" The Skeleton King lowered his hand into the pool of water and firmly pulled something out. Raphael Alphons was dragged up, his body now deformed. His eye sockets were sunken and terrifying, his mouth emitting a few gruesome sounds. In the blink of an eye, a young boy crawled out from inside that body, shedding the rotten skin entirely. Alan stood below, preparing to cast magic. He summoned a strange box. White looked at it, puzzled. Alan Alphons introduced the colorful box. "They call it Elterra. The king granted it to me." Elterra, a sturdy chest crafted from anti-magic alloy. He placed Raphael Alphons inside the Elterra box. White didn't understand the action and asked, "What are you planning to do?" Alan Alphons replied calmly, "Obviously, kill it. It's a vampire, after all." Alan Alphons gently closed the lid of the box, but his expression suddenly changed. His eyes went hollow as he muttered, "We must wait until it confesses everything it knows." White was both helpless and heartbroken, but he couldn't do anything. He could only stand by and watch. He closed his eyes in pain and turned away. Seeing he was unwell, Alan Alphons advised, "Father, you should get some rest. When the sun rises, I will depart." The next morning, the carriage caravan was ready. Tina said regretfully, "You have to leave already?" "A bit sad," she said respectfully. "I will spend my whole life repaying you." Alan Alphons smiled slightly and replied, "It's nothing. Don't overthink it." Alan Alphons blinked helplessly, looking at the Skeleton King in front of him, speechless. "Just consider it compensation for the damage I caused." At that moment, the Skeleton King was enthusiastically smashing the house. Someone shouted, "Hey, I told you to stop." She smiled politely. "It's fine." The treasure from the Le was more than enough for the repair costs anyway. As they were talking, Han came running from afar, beaming, "Your Highness." "I'm ready to depart too." Alan smiled slightly. "All right, let's go." Suddenly, Han stopped. "But something feels off." Alan asked patiently, "What is it?" Han recounted the strange incident. The flash step the vampires used wasn't the kind they saw from afar recently. In the past, vampires used it secretly. This must be their unique technique. Alan Alphons gradually realized. You could say the flash secret technique spans the whole world, just like the history of the vampire race. Han pointed out another detail. The magic symbols are also very hard to believe. He held up a map. Even the beast god's writing is complex, but this has ancient scripts too. Alan Alphons stared intently, then asked suspiciously, "You mean?" Then he blurted out, "You can't even understand it?" Han immediately flew into a rage and shouted, "No, I didn't mean that. Never." He tried desperately to justify himself. "This is the mission you entrusted to me. Even if it takes some time, I will find a way." Alan nodded, then turned his back. Don't disappoint me. Han answered happily and clearly. Understood. Alan got on his horse and waved goodbye to Tina. We're leaving now, she smiled. I wish you a safe journey, Tina added brightly. I hope to see you again. Alan Alphons nodded in agreement. A while later, the caravan left the city. As they crossed the bridge, the two lines of horses trotted in perfect unison. Charlotte Harris called out to the prince in a quiet, timid voice. She looked at him and informed him, news from the Holy Empire. Alan Alphons asked curiously. What happened? Charlotte Harris speculated. It seems the day of the purge of the rebels has arrived. Hearing this, Alan Alphons glanced back. Behind him, Raphael Alphons was being dragged along, tied up with rope. The scene shifted to another location. Someone was being restrained and pressed to the floor. The person trembled and explained, Your Majesty, I am innocent. I don't know anything. Please, Your Majesty, spare me. The king sat majestically on the throne and cleared his throat, asking, You don't know anything? A moment later, he glanced at the person beside him and asked, What do you think, Raphael? Raphael held the paper and read the testimony and investigation evidence seriously. They did not match the royal records. You clearly read the evidence. You explicitly stated you received bribes from the traitor Rosma. How very strange. The person kneeling on the ground trembled and let out a few difficult cries. The king braced his sword and suddenly understood. Now I understand why Rose and Raphael Alphons caused such a stir. The person lying on the ground, trembling, he lay prone on the ground. The king spoke in a cold, vampiric tone, declaring that even a traitor within the Holy Empire was nothing to fear from Aslan. The man tried to stammer, Your Majesty, I meant to explain, but before he could finish, a sharp iron blade flew toward his face, piercing, straight through his skull. Blood gushed out like a waterfall. The king flicked his hand, and the fresh crimson blood flowed into Raphael Alphons's scepter. Talking to traitors just makes me sick, the king muttered, his expression hardening. He cleared his throat and asked, Where are Rose and Raphael Alphons? The Chaolium cult was known as an independent branch, completely separated from the power structure of the Holy Empire. It was a group founded by cardinals with the mission to restrain the Holy Emperor. The selection process for cardinals involved elections from various sources. However, numerous corruptions existed within that system, especially when a man named Kelvin Alphons came to power, throwing money around recklessly. During that time, the cult became more notorious than ever for its abuses of power, yet no one dared to stand up against them. It was all thanks to the massive funding the cult poured into the resistance against the demon king Ammon. Giant eyes in the sky stared down at the earth. That reason alone was enough. No one could stop them anymore. However, people whispered that the cult was involved in the Aslan incident, an unimaginably horrific massacre, which led Kelvin Alphons to investigate the root cause and execute every single member of the cult. Back to the present. Raphael Alphons looked nostalgic and melancholic. The king frowned and chided, It's nothing worth fussing over, so drop that expression. He rolled his eyes in annoyance and retorted, That attitude again? My life hasn't been as smooth and peaceful as the past you're reminiscing about, you know? Raphael Alphons, angered, accused him. While I was facing those cultists head-on, you were busy snacking on beef jerky in Aslan. Did you forget that, Your Majesty? The king chewed on his dried meat and ordered, If the soldiers all die, that's your fault. Raphael Alphons jumped in surprise and cried out, That's unfair, Your Majesty. I even had to struggle with that cult leader, Raphael Alphons protested. The king explained calmly, The public sentiment back then was already poor. I was just trying my best to avoid unnecessary trouble. The king, losing patience, reminded him, Stop grumbling. Besides, didn't I make you a cardinal to reward you for that? Isn't that right? Raphael Alphons, speechless, shrugged and asked, At this age? You must be joking, Your Highness. The king, unimpressed, questioned, Has your insolence grown with your age? The king announced that everything had been arranged properly. So now, Raphael Alphons and Rose Raphael Alphons glanced toward the people tied up with chains, as well as custom in Astalon. He looked at the king and asked, What do we do now, Your Majesty? The king suddenly blurted out a familiar name, Alan Alphons. A second later, the king exclaimed with delight, I will entrust everything to Alan Alphons. This statement left Raphael Alphons stunned. He panicked and shouted, Not this again! Raphael Alphons looked helplessly at the majestic figure before him, unable to help but wonder. Astalon and custom are the core and the main source of power for the Chaolium cult. Does His Majesty trust the seventh prince while the crown prince is still here? The more Raphael Alphons thought, the more desperate he became. I admit the seventh prince's military achievements are glorious, but this is a bit too much. The king is definitely thinking of making that madman his successor. He gripped his scepter anxiously, crying out in his heart, "Good heavens!" Raphael Alphons thought of the scene where the people lived. A full and comfortable life. He murmured to himself. It is true that the war could end and the people could live in peace again, all thanks to the seventh prince. He remembered the mighty Alan Alphons. If it weren't for the fact that I know about his past, I might have supported putting him on the throne myself. The king suddenly sighed. A thought echoed through the castle. If only someone else's soul could take the place of the soul inside the seventh prince, that would be wonderful. In a flash, White and Alan Alphons returned to the kingdom. They stood frozen, staring ahead. The king's face turned dark, as if he were suppressing something. Suddenly, inside the box, a voice rang out. "Open it. Open it for me." Hearing this, the king grew even angrier, gripping the armrest of his throne until it shattered into pieces. He forced a smile. "It's good to see you, Alan." Alan noticed something was wrong and hesitated. Yes, Your Majesty." In his heart, he couldn't help but wonder, what was that about the broken armrest? The king closed his eyes and sighed. "I have a question for you." He looked at the trunk and asked, "What is inside that box?" Alan immediately explained that the second prince had been turned into an ancient blood demon. From inside, it kept making threats. "I will kill you. Open it now." The king wondered. "So, what do you plan to do?" He replied bluntly, "I will take him to the Red Cross." Raphael Alphons. Alphons panicked and shouted, "What? The Red Cross?" Suddenly, the box shook, violently. The screaming and cursing echoed incessantly. "No, no, no!" The shouting grew louder. "They only know how to torture people." The king helplessly conceded, "Fine, do whatever you like." He announced that a hearing would be organized soon. Hearing this, Alan Alphons asked, "A hearing?" Alan Alphons listened attentively to what he said. "Everyone knows you just fought a major battle." The king looked at him. "That will be the time when your qualifications and talents are best evaluated. So, prepare yourself." After hearing that, a thought rose in Alan Alphons's mind. They want to hear it from my own mouth? He handed the trunk to a servant, wondering, should I reveal my identity as a necromancer? Suddenly, White spoke up, cutting off his thoughts. His father asked, "Is there really no other way? To save your brother?" Alan Alphons froze. White tried to persuade him. "I heard you successfully resurrected Luan Alphons, so perhaps it's possible with the second prince as well." Alan Alphons firmly cut him off. "It's impossible," he said bluntly. "Not to mention the difficulty of catching a soul right after death. I have never resurrected anything other than humans." White still held a glimmer of hope. "At least you should try." Suddenly, the king leaped from his throne. He grabbed White by the head and slammed him to the ground, warning him, "You turned your back on your family and your homeland. And now, after having the nerve to return, that's all you can say?" The king roared, "Just to save that mindless killing monster?" He raised his fist in fury. "Let me fix your brain." Alan sighed in exhaustion. "You can go out now." The servant nearby nodded and obeyed. Alan turned and walked outside. Ignoring the fierce argument inside, someone suddenly called out to the seventh prince. Raphael Alphons and Alice walked over. He smiled and suggested, "Shall we talk for a moment?" They moved to a luxurious room. Raphael Alphons confessed, "The Holy Emperor intends to entrust Astalun and Custom to you completely." Alan Alphons refused, speechless. "I don't want them." Raphael Alphons still tried to persuade him. "They will definitely be useful to you." Raphael Alphons described their uses in detail. Astalun are runic characters, also known as holy letters, capable of enhancing power for their owner. They even have many other potential uses. For example, holy projection. Although it is a fake, I think it will still help you with something. Alan became interested. "Oh, that's not bad. What about the other one?" Raphael Alphons continued. Custom was once known as the Holy Light Knight and was almost declared the successor to the Sword King. As for the reason why he is suspected of being a blood demon, it is because he massacred 300 innocent people. Alan Alphons immediately exclaimed, "He's trash. How do you expect me to utilize him?" Raphael Alphons started to get angry and asked straight out, "Haven't you already planned how to utilize that twisted mess? The rotted ones, the dead ones, the dying ones, the ones that stink of filth, the ones the world despises?" Alan Alphons wondered, "What is wrong with this guy?" Raphael Alphons rolled his eyes. "You must know they are an excellent source of power." Raphael Alphons expressed his hope. "I hope you won't disappoint the king's expectations. Please, I beg you." After that, he stood up. "We will leave right now." Suddenly, Alphons reached out and grabbed Alice's wrist, making her jump. He stopped her. Waited a minute. Alice blushed, flustered. Prince? Alphons, standing nearby, went dark and watched the scene in silence. He was furious. You jerk! Who gave you permission to lay a hand on my niece? Alphons looked at him in silence, not replying. Immediately, he let go and explained, Sorry, it was a misunderstanding. A moment later, Alphons called out to Archbishop Alphons. He said seriously, I need to speak with Alice privately for a moment. Please step outside and wait a bit. Hearing that, he could only stare at him in silence, as if thinking. Alphons glanced at Alice, and she nodded. He closed his eyes tightly, making a difficult decision. I understand. He turned and left. I'm going. You two, feel free to talk. Alice bowed politely, and the door closed with a click. Alan smiled and whispered, He's gone. Without him knowing when, he had pulled out a bottle of wine and asked, Shall we have a drink? Her face turned bright red immediately, and she froze. Outside, the night had fallen, and the entire palace was illuminated. Charlotte Harris stood outside the room, keeping guard. Inside, Alan held the glass of wine with a serious look, looking at Alice opposite him. She held the glass in her hand, silent, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, Alice hesitated and asked, You've heard the rumors about you, haven't you? She gently set the glass down. Please don't pay attention to them. It's just some criminals spreading them. Alan smiled slightly and swirled the wine in his glass. Don't worry, I don't care about them at all. Alice silently watched him, looking as if she had something difficult to say. A moment later, she hesitantly asked, My prince, can you truly summon the undead? Alphons was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. A second later, he signaled with his hand, That's right, and gave a gentle snap of his fingers. Immediately, a brilliant magic circle appeared behind him. Alice gasped in astonishment. No way! The skeletal king emerged, smiling warmly, with his hands clasped together as a magic circle swirled around him. Alice stared at the skeletal king standing behind Alphons, asking in shock, Is that really true? Realizing she had spoken too freely, she quickly covered her mouth, embarrassed. My apologies. Alan smiled lightly and asked, It's all right. May I ask you a few questions? Alice, still shy, replied, Of course, please, go ahead. He pointed toward the skeletal king and asked, What do you think of him? Alice fixed her gaze on the creature behind him. Observing the silent skeletal king, she reached out and touched his head and arms, leaving him confused for a moment. Finally, Alice assessed, I think he is quite loyal, or rather, he seems to have feelings. Alphons, standing behind them, smiled slightly and asked, Is that so? This question left both Alice and the skeletal king puzzled. Alphons called out to Char. Charlotte quickly shifted her gaze. Alphons secretly beckoned her over. Listen, he whispered into Charlotte Harris's ear, giving her instructions. For the next 2 days, secure the outer walls and the main entrance to the castle. Having received her orders, she immediately ran off. After she left, he muttered, making his calculations. The preparations are complete. Now I must get to work as well. Alan rubbed his neck, hoping everything would go smoothly. 2 days passed. That evening, at the central city of Lawrence, guards on the wall suddenly noticed something. One guard frowned and asked, Hey, do you see those things? The person next to him was also trembling. How could I not see them? The sound of rhythmic, heroic footsteps echoed through the dead of night. The skeletons were all clad in armor. A squadron of skeletal kings marched toward the castle with grandeur. The undead arrived in a massive, thundering wave. The soldiers hurriedly braced themselves, shouting warnings. It's an attack! The soldiers panicked and rushed to ring the alarm bell. Charlotte Harris approached and warned them, It's fine, do not panic. The soldiers froze, then reacted, bowing respectfully to Marquess Charlotte Harris. She smiled lightly and reminded them, They are not invaders. A soldier asked, Then what are they? Hearing this, Charlotte Harris smirked. She looked toward the undead skeletons and stated seriously, This is a military parade. Looking at the heroic formation beneath the castle, Charlotte Harris proudly announced, They belong to the 7th Prince. People on the street all looked in the same direction. Their expressions were filled with bewilderment. Some were even sweating. While a few walked away, others stood still to observe. On the streets, there were skeletal feet marching, and leading the army were none other than soldiers in iron armor, with Alphons at the helm. That strange combination marched down the street. No one dared to question them. The citizens could only whisper to each other, Such filthy creatures, are they really here? However, the person next to them quickly hushed them. Quiet. Suddenly, an exclamation rang out. Oh my God! This was followed by excited cheers. It's the Heavenly Prince! the mood of the crowd changed instantly as they began to cheer for Alphons. Long live the Holy King, risen by the will of Gaia. Long live Holy Emperor Alphons. He himself just narrowed his eyes slightly, silently observing this lively scene from a window above. At this moment, he gave a comment. Alphons' aura has changed. The person beside him quickly agreed. Indeed. He muttered with a serious expression. Even I could not achieve such fame at his age. Hearing this, Raphael spoke up to praise him. Truly, it's like father, like son, a monster, and a brilliant prince. Unexpectedly, the moment he finished, Kelvin Alphons spun around and questioned, "Did I hear that right? It seems you said something, Raphael." Raphael hurriedly denied it. "It's just because you are getting old, sir." His face still held a contemplative look. Immediately after, an order was issued. "Where is the butler?" The other replied quickly. "Yes, your majesty." The butler asked respectfully, "Do you have any instructions, sir?" Kelvin Alphons, with an extremely serious expression, requested, "Prepare yourself. We are going to the hearing." Inside, a lavishly decorated room were Kelvin Alphons's own boots. Before him, the nobles were arguing fiercely. Is he a heretic? How dare you speak like that about a prince who just returned from the war campaign? Do you not see the army of the undead? Behind him? Do you not feel the holy light from that army? Holy Emperor, please. Kelvin Alphons, sitting above, had remained silent from the beginning. Just then, a figure entered from outside. It was none other than Alphons, accompanied by his army. They followed him respectfully. At one point, they all stopped. The outer armor dissolved, revealing Alphons's true face. Those who had been gossiping about him earlier fell silent. Alphons pushed the door open and greeted them warmly. "Long time no see, everyone." Kelvin Alphons observed him from head to toe and silently commented, "A dramatic entrance. An army of the undead, radiating such powerful holy light." His gaze lingered on those behind Alphons. At this moment, Raphael, standing on the side, spoke up again. "Holy Emperor." He observed the powerful aura radiating from Kelvin Alphons's body, waiting for him to make a decision. Opposite him was Alphons, wearing a very confident expression. The question everyone was wondering was, will he choose the seventh prince as the heir to the throne? He closed his eyes slightly and mused to himself, "I'm jealous of the maturity of the younger generation. I must be getting old." After that, Alphons stood alone in another place. As he stretched, a voice rang out from behind. "You did well, Alphons." He didn't hide anything and replied, "I was just acting cool." Following that, he didn't forget to add, "But it certainly wasn't easy." As soon as he finished, Alphons's expression turned serious. He shared with Charlotte Harris about his harrowing experience. "The way those two old men looked at me was very suspicious." The topic quickly changed to other matters. "Anyway, we finished dealing with the urgent issues at the prison, right?" Charlotte Harris asked, confused. "The prison, you say?" However, Alphons replied with a mysterious smile. "To check on the spoils of war." Inside the dungeon, someone was being held, and Alphons spoke up upon meeting the opponent. "You look as determined as ever, huh?" Pomo immediately glanced toward the source of the noise. Alphons remarked calmly, the eyes of a killer who has slaughtered dozens. Charlotte Harris, standing nearby, kindly warned, "You shouldn't get too close to him." Pomo looked at him with an unfriendly gaze as he spoke. "You bratty prince, you're still wet behind the ears. And yet, you've fallen into heretical arts." He even raised his voice to curse. "You foolish brat." Alan hurriedly stopped Charlotte Harris when he saw she intended to fight this man. "It's fine. He's not wrong." Afterward, he addressed the other person. "Hey, they handed you over to me, so I've come to check on you." Pomo listened and felt a bit confused. "What do you mean, Alphons?" At this moment, he asked Charlotte Harris to step away. This request left her confused, but he smiled and asked her directly, "I'm counting on you." This expression successfully caught Charlotte Harris off guard. She had no choice but to sigh and comply. "Yes." When only the two of them were left, Alphons spoke up. "I'll be blunt." Pomo was still watching him. Alphons's hand was raised high, accompanied by the light of his power. He looked down at Pomo and coldly declared, "From now on, you will be well taken care of." He roared in fury. "A question, you brat. What are you planning, Alan?" His deep eyes answered calmly. "I am gathering troops." On the walls, water was trickling down. The drops followed each other and fell below. The prisoners in the other cells all wore the same expression, fear at the figure who had just appeared. Among them was a prisoner with red hair. This person remained seated even when Alphons appeared. After a while, Jack Fan turned his head to look when he heard the call. Brother, greeting him, was Alan Alphons. With a truly terrifying face, he continued in a very sarcastic tone. Your little brother has come to visit you. The gaze of Jack Fan held no emotion. Charlotte Harris was forced to stand outside. While inside, the question was raised. Why did you want to see me? At this moment, Raphael Alphons' expression showed some hesitation. He gathered all his courage and made a request. I want to ask for a favor, Mother. However, not letting Raphael Alphons finish his sentence, Alan coldly interrupted. I refuse. He frowned, helplessly pointing out a truth. Brother Luan Alphons and father will kill Mother the moment they see her. He didn't even care about his own dignity as he continued. Are you asking me as your brother, or as a son? Finally, Raphael even knelt down before Alan Alphons. A tear rolled down his cheek. Raphael was crying like a child. Even if it's only for a few seconds, please, let me see Mother one last time. This attitude forced Alan Alphons to correct him and refuse. Brother, I don't have the authority to do that. Unexpectedly, the very next moment, Raphael Alphons revealed a truth. I will tell you where the royal treasure is. He used everything he had to negotiate. If that's not enough, I'll tell you everything you want to know. So, please, I beg you. Fortunately, it worked on Alan Alphons. Lift your head, he replied. Acting with the emotional expression of an A-list actor, I showed enough sincerity to satisfy him. Hearing that, he looked over at Alan Alphons, hesitating as he asked, Is that so? But the only thing you care about right now is let's talk about that treasure in more detail, shall we? After the conversation with Raphael Alphons, Alan continued to be questioned by Charlotte Harris. My lord, do you really trust him? Alan looked over at her and asked, What do you mean? Charlotte Harris briefly explained her thoughts. How can you believe the words of a traitor? After a moment of consideration, Alan Alphons replied seriously, It probably isn't a trap. The confidence in his words left the other party confused. My lord, are you sure about this? Alan Alphons's eyes were filled with many emotions. He remembered the stacks of paperwork in a room and a specific letter he had read himself. Suddenly, Alan Alphons wondered, Even if it is a trap, you will still protect me, won't you, Charlotte Harris? Her face flushed pink with shyness as she gave a promise. I will. No matter what happens, even if I have to risk my life, I will. However, he didn't forget to remind her. Don't overdo it. Alan Alphons changed the subject as they continued walking. All right, let's talk about that later. An announcement was made by him. I'm going to meet the Crown Prince now. Charlotte Harris didn't let Alan Alphons finish his sentence. Charlotte Harris spoke up immediately. I know. She had already entered combat mode as she continued. I will handle the source of this mist. Charlotte Harris's intensity made Alan Alphons beside her have to remind her, take it easy. Elsewhere, someone's gleeful laughter echoed. The next second, an ugly hand reached out. To think he actually came here himself. On his face was a smile. That useless prince is sure talkative, the mage declared with certainty. It doesn't matter. I'll slaughter them all anyway. However, his eyes revealed clear anxiety when he heard a voice from behind. I'm asking you a question. The person who appeared was none other than Charlotte Harris. The mage was so scared he felt confused. Since when? And Charlotte Harris asked one more question. What is your rank? The other party hesitated before answering. I am a baron. As soon as the answer was given, Charlotte Harris fell silent. She let out a sigh. This action made the other party even more confused. She sighed. Charlotte Harris then muttered, At the very least, it should have been a viscount. This statement felt like an insult to him. You lowly human, how dare you? But she didn't care at all. I thought this would be a wonderful experience. How truly disappointing. The more he listened, the more confused the mage felt. Are you just treating me as a training opponent? The look in Charlotte's eyes suddenly changed and became sharper. But at least you have useful information, right? That change made the mage sweat from fear. The pressure radiating from Charlotte Harris made him wonder, does a lowly human really have that much power? Attack first. Elsewhere, where a bookshelf was filled with books, the figure of Alan Alphons appeared calmly. He began the conversation with a question. What are you doing here? Steam rose from the tea on the table as Alan Alphons continued. You should return. The thin, withered hand picked up the teacup, and no answer was given. Alan Alphons, unhurried, said, You are desperately searching for that person. The liquid inside the cup was a very warm, golden color. My princess. The person he was talking to was none other than Rose. She looked slowly toward Alan Alphons. Oh my, is that you? Alan Alphons then offered an extremely confusing suggestion. Would you like a cup of tea? The golden-colored, Liquid was poured from the ceramic teapot. Alphons observed with an extremely vigilant expression. Contrary to him, Rose just leisurely drank her tea. Only then did Alphons continue. I don't know what your goal is, but I will give you some advice. He stated an obvious truth. I have made this place my territory, and I will certainly annihilate all the vampires around here. Rose's expression worsened after hearing that. Alan exhaled and reminded her, So, don't pick unnecessary fights with me. At this point, she retorted, How? Impolite. Do you know who you are talking to? However, Alan was no pushover, and he glared, questioning her. So, do you think you are standing before me as the successor, princess? Do you know you are a suspect for treason, princess? His intensity made Rose fall silent for a moment. Finally, she managed to speak again. Let me ask you one thing. The cup on the table kept releasing hot steam. Rose's question was brief, but hit the core. Why do the vampires protect you? Alphons observed her and commented that Rose's answer was quite reasonable. He himself knew that offering great wealth to the vampires was still not enough for a princess of a nation. For that reason, when she was pregnant, she gave her child to a maid, and now the child born with holy blood flowing through its veins was in the hands of that very maid, who turned out to be a vampire. Everything was completely reversed for Rose. Alphons was still carefully observing her. No matter how crazy she was, that had completely crossed the line. Finally, he declared, Forget it. Just listening to your story makes me sick. I will remove you from this castle, Rose. She didn't say another word, but the expression of the maid behind her was a bit uncomfortable. The soldiers moved quickly. Opposing them was someone trying to step forward. No, you can't do that. Y's anger flared violently when he was blocked by two soldiers. She said not to let anyone. Finally, he still managed to step inside. Alphons. The sight that greeted Y was Rose kneeling before Alphons. His eyes widened in horror. A question was simply voiced. What are you doing? At this moment, Charlotte Harris took action. Y also quickly drew his weapon. A sound of impact rang out. Along with the appearance of light, the blade was knocked away and embedded firmly into the ground. A reminder was given. Calm down. Charlotte Harris looked at Y and questioned, Are you protecting a traitor? At this moment, Daizu suddenly spoke up. You've finally come, my love. She, unhurriedly, made a request. If I must die, I will die at the hands of the one I love. However, Rose's gaze was somewhat eerie. Hurry and cut me down. Each of her words made the listener feel terrified. You must sever my head as powerfully as the love you have for me. If you love me like that, then you will always remember me, right? No matter what, I always want to be by your side. Alphons, standing on the side, could only helplessly hold his head. Y fell into deep thought and was momentarily speechless until he opened his mouth. It was a declaration. You are not the Rose I know. Rose, hearing that, asked back, What? Y's hand clenched into a fist. You are insane. He turned and left while adding one sentence. I apologize for this disturbance. Alan, take Rose no. Take the traitor away. Abandoned, Rose momentarily couldn't believe reality. What are you saying? You can't say that. My Raphael Alphons is about to die. You can't throw me away like that. The bright torch was the only thing illuminating the dungeon. Inside the cell sat Raphael Alphons, sitting quietly. He lifted his head when he heard the call. Brother. Alan appeared with a remark. You are much thinner than before. After that, he gave an announcement. Tomorrow. Raphael Alphons replied with an understanding smile. I understand. It's finally ending. Suddenly, Alphons wondered, How do you feel now? To this question, he also didn't have a specific answer. Actually, I don't know either. Raphael Alphons hinted at the past. I was a bad brother, so you have suffered a lot. Alphons. Alphons immediately denied it. It's fine. After that, he expressed his thoughts. I don't complain about anything, so there's no need to talk about that. But this is the final gift I give you, even though this is illegal. This statement made Raphael Alphons lift his head. Tears flowed down from his face. Rafan reached his hand forward, hesitating as he called out, Mother. Facing him was none other than Rose. Mother. Her face was dazed as Rafan continued. I didn't expect to see you again before I died. Tears had also rolled down Rose's cheeks. Sorry for calling you a bad child. Mother is truly sorry. The reunion between them was extremely touching. Once again, I'm sorry, my son. Raphael Astoria. Interjecting their dialogue was the voice of Alphons. Mother, you were always looking at the brother who was about to die, not at me. Then, Alphons's train of thought continued. I had once tried to understand Mother's heart regarding her children. My poor child. But until facing death, she still did not look at him. Honestly speaking, I felt a bit disappointed. Until the day when the guillotine was brought out. Here was the blade shining under the sunlight. Rose's gaze had no fear in it at all. She was just silently thinking, my Raphael Alphons must be somewhere around here. Very quickly, Rose saw Raphael Alphons, then wondered with surprise, Raphael Alphons? How did my Raphael Alphons know about this? She didn't stop coaxing him, even if only in thought. Don't cry, Rafan, or I will scold you. In Rose's eyes, at this moment, was the image of her younger children. Waited a moment, this mother will leave soon. Therefore, the voice rang out as the sentence was carried out. Next, Crown Prince Raphael. He too should have been punished. But avoiding amidst those cold words was the call of Raphael, mother. After a while, he finally regained consciousness. Raphael looked around, dazed, and muttered to himself, where am I? The carriage driver spoke up. You're finally awake, sir. Raphael Alphons looked at the man and called out to him. The driver continued, you should be grateful to the seventh prince. He had to do so much, just to save you. Who knows how many months he spent on this mission. The driver added, by the way, the seventh prince asked me to pass this message on to you. Brother, for once, live your own life. This is the last gift I can give you. Raphael Alphons' shoulders trembled slightly upon hearing those words. He burst into tears as the carriage slowly moved away. Inside the room, the sound of Kelvin Alphons coughing violently echoed. He looked up with an incredibly sharp gaze. Just then, the door was pushed open, and a figure stepped inside. Alan Alphons appeared with a smile on his face. Kelvin Alphons was still observing him, but immediately after, he spoke up with great excitement. What brings my cute little nephew here? Alan bowed, and immediately got to the point. I came because I have a request. Upon hearing this, Kelvin Alphons was so thrilled that his whole body began to glow. Are you finally willing to inherit the throne? Raphael, standing next to them, just reminded him. I already said. It's still too early. This remark successfully annoyed Kelvin Alphons. Am I stepping down to make room for you, nephew? Why do you keep interrupting? Raphael was speechless and simply replied, what do you think the position of Holy Emperor even is? It was then that Alan Alphons stated his request. I hope you can grant me some time off. Both men opposite him were caught off guard. Time off? The explanation was simple. I want to go traveling for about a month and a half. Kelvin Alphons gaped, completely confused, but his fatherly instincts immediately kicked in. He probably hasn't had much time to rest lately. Kelvin Alphons looked at Alan Alphons, thinking to himself, but he came all this way, just to ask for a vacation? So disappointing, he muttered and quickly approved. Fine, you're asking me, so go ahead. However, he didn't forget to add a caring question. Have you decided on a destination? The corners of Alan Alphons's mouth curved into a smile as he answered. Yes, there is a city I want to visit. I plan to visit the Magic Kingdom, Iran. Elsewhere, several carriages were moving. The vehicles carrying the kidnapped victims had their eyes covered. Those carriages were heading far away from the city area. In another place, someone was chanting. A giant red magic circle was gradually being activated. Supporting him were other mages. After a while, a voice echoed. Finally, this moment has arrived. May the glory of the great Ammon be with us. The innocent people were captured to serve as sacrifices. The lead mage issued an order. Brothers, begin the ritual. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared from behind. Following that, a jarring sound rang out. The mages were instantly startled. Someone was standing there. Alice continued to unleash her skills. The scale of this attack covered a wide area. The mages were all bound before they could even counterattack. What the hell is this? I can't move. Only then did the voice of Alan Alphons speak up. How annoying, really. He sighed as he emerged from the shadows. Why are there people like you everywhere? Alice looked over and grumbled. Where did Charlotte Harries go? Why do I have to deal with this? Alan Alphons just smiled and replied, even a dog needs a break sometimes. Afterward, he stepped closer and added, isn't this a good opportunity for you? The following words were just loud enough for Alice to hear. You don't need to hide the fact that you're a saintess here. Her expression paled momentarily in confusion. He knows something that no one in the Holy Empire knows. Afterward, Alice looked at Alan Alphons with a thought. The only one who can recognize. A saintess is another saintess. Alan Alphons changed direction and called out, Han, what are you still doing? Han immediately moved when he realized, yes, understood. The area they arrived at was bustling with people coming and going. The road to the village was fine. There were always people on the streets. Their group blended in with the city's residents. But I don't have any information. Alan looked around and muttered to himself. Where should I start? His expression fell into deep thought. From behind, A hand was raised, accompanied by a declaration. I know a place. Alice offered a suggestion. Don't most pieces of information have to go through the guild? At least once? Alan heard this and muttered, weighing the option. The guild is a bit. She hesitated and asked, Is there a problem? Before she could get an answer, a strange voice came from behind. That thing has been leaked. Alan, Alphons, and Alice were momentarily drawn into the conversation of the townspeople. That Aslan incident, huh? No. I mean the matter of the two princes of the Holy Empire. I heard the two princes colluded with vampires, so the Aslan incident you mentioned was actually backed by the two princes. He silently received the information, then turned to his two companions and remarked, Look at that. We're quite famous. Alice replied bashfully, I see. Han was also extremely serious while considering things. After a while, he seemed to come up with an idea. Han called out, successfully attracting the attention of the other two. I have an idea. His plan included the necessity of a suit of armor. As they walked down the street, people around them all had to stop and stare. The clerk couldn't hide her surprised expression, even though her tone remained polite. Welcome. A hand was placed heavily on the desk. He made a declaration. I am Alan Alphons Lubus. Whispers spread, targeting Alan Alphons's strange appearance. Is that all magic armor? Everyone was curious. Just how much did all of this cost? Even the clerk was caught off guard for a moment. Afterward, she managed to speak politely. Could you tell me again why you have come here? Alan explained briefly. I want to register as an adventurer. She guided him through the process. Then, first of all, please fill out this form. But just then, someone asked, You are a person with both a name and a family name. Are you a noble? Alan Alphons explained briefly. That is correct. But my family has fallen. The guildmaster looked at the application form and continued to comment. Someone from a fallen family. But you have such expensive attire, huh? Another lie was presented. Even though my family is gone, I am not poor. He asked sternly. Where are you from? Alan Alphons answered briefly. The Kingdom of Rome. The guildmaster turned his gaze toward the others. Do you want to register as well? But in the end, he accepted. All right, we will let you start at the wood rank. Alan Alphons replied politely. Thank you. On the other side, there were compliments. She is so beautiful. The male adventurers present were all captivated. Should I try to hit on her? Regardless, who knows when we'll lose our lives? You're right, just wait until you get killed by your wife. The person they were discussing was Alice. Alan Alphons has been gone for so long. I want to leave this place quickly. Han was also beside her. There he is. Is everything going smoothly, Sir Alan Alphons? Alan Alphons just walked closer and explained, Wood rank. Upon hearing this, Han felt incredibly relieved. Thank goodness. However, those around them became annoyed. They began to discuss Alan Alphons. Who is he to be walking with such a beauty? Surely he used money to seduce her. All right, let's get into action. Time passed to a few days later. Alan Alphons' team became a topic at the bar. Have you heard the news? He even took down a mermaid. Everyone was talking about him. He already defeated 2 twin goblins, so a mermaid isn't a big deal. Do you remember the girl who always goes with him? They say she is the princess of a forgotten kingdom. The second famous person was Alice. No wonder she's so beautiful. Eyes were constantly glued to the group. Alan Alphons, they're coming over there. He himself always appeared in iron armor. They had won the admiration of those around them. I have a feeling like we are witnessing the appearance of a hero. A very hearty meal was laid out on the table, and there was no shortage of wine bottles. Alan cheerfully placed his wine glass on the table. The wine is delicious. Even Han felt the same way. That's right, the taste is very refreshing. Alice said nothing but gave a sympathetic smile. At this moment, a call rang out. Your Highness. She asked straight about the business. When will our next mission start? Alan Alphons replied in a very lazy manner. Soon enough. Let's just rest a bit longer. A bit longer? In his heart, he was silently commenting, life at the royal palace must be very stifling. On the way here, she was like a wild, untamed pony. Alan Alphons remembered the times he went on conquests with his team. Your Highness, I've taken care of it. It had a fun time. You hurry up. And the most energetic person was none other than Alice. Thinking of this, Alan Alphons seriously reminded himself, it's best if I don't provoke her in the near future. Footsteps approached, and a call rang out, drawing the attention of all three. Sir Alan Alphons Lubus Edon. He had a serious expression when he proposed, May I speak with you for a moment? Alan Alphons observed him with caution. Who is this person who came out of nowhere? He used his eyes to observe the opponent. He didn't look like anything special. A light enveloped Edon's body, making him curious. What's going on here? Alphons wondered to himself, guessing. Is he a trainee holy knight? When he spoke, Alphons's tone was incredibly serious. If you have something to say, speak quickly. Edon pushed a piece of paper forward. I've come to deliver this to you, he said, with a smirk, then began his explanation. This is a royal order from the Kingdom of Iran. What was that just now? Should we move to somewhere a bit quieter? Once they had moved to a more private spot, Edon spoke up. My name is Edon, and I come from the Holy Empire, he explained in detail. As I said, I was ordered by the royal family to investigate you, and, at the same time, to reveal the truth. Actually, I was a prisoner sentenced to 1 year of hard labor in the northern region of the Holy Empire. Edon scratched his head while recounting his crime. I stole a piece of bread and got locked up. Then I got into more trouble, and things just kept getting worse. The story that followed was about a person who happened to witness that terrible time in his life. Hearing this, Alan partly guessed it. No way, surely that's not it, right? Edon was constantly said, praising his idol. That person is truly amazing. He recalled what had happened. One hand held a musket, the other held a shovel. The story of Alphons was told in such a fascinating way. By himself, he defeated all the undead, concluding with the image of him standing alone atop a pile of crossed, defeated corpses. Edon was so moved he shed tears. I still remember that moment vividly. Alphons hesitated and had to interrupt. Sorry, but could you please get straight to the point? Being reminded, he just smiled and admitted his fault. I've been rambling, haven't I? Let me be direct. But before he could continue, a tremor occurred. All 4 of them were taken by surprise, and even the surrounding civilians were equally bewildered. What was that just now? What is this earthquake? From a distant tower, several powerful beams of light flashed. Before that, a curse echoed from within the forest. Luis bit his finger and muttered to himself, this can't be real. In front of him was a pile of bones emitting a strange, eerie gas. Luis gripped his staff tightly. Decades of arduous effort, the demonic energy is causing the surrounding animals to mutate. He continued to mutter to himself. Countless have sacrificed themselves. As he spoke, the anger in Luis's heart kept rising. Everything has turned to dust in the blink of an eye. He gritted his teeth as he added, all because he was remembering the image of Alphons, that damn silver-haired knight. He then spoke about how the Lubis family had never existed anywhere in the Kingdom of Rome. Luis's eyes turned red with fury. How could no one among the countless believers know who he really is? Luis, the chief disciple of the Necromancer king. The people under his command turned pale when they saw this expression. According to our investigation, they don't exist in Iran either, Luis declared. That identity is fake. He even speculated about the Holy Emperor's empire. Those damn vermin, could they have already caught our scent? After that, Luis determinedly declared, we will not go down easily. Standing up, he continued, we obey the Necromancer king. The words were uttered like a spell. We sow death according to his will. Luis slammed his staff onto the ground, and then another order was issued. All believers, head immediately to Alusa. The lord of that land is in our hands, so don't worry, bring all the items and offerings with you. Athens stood by, watching with a hollow expression. Marquess Athens, lord of the land of Alusa, under the effects of brainwashing. Luis stared intensely, muttering to himself, the blessing of Lord Ammon is with us. We will show you what true hell is. Back to the present in Alusa. From beneath the ground, monstrous things were emerging. They had eyes all over them. Innocent civilians had been captured and bound. This thing was growing ever larger. Tree roots were constantly grabbing the surrounding people. Alan quickly spotted this scene. What is that hideous thing? Alice called out from behind. The Great Eye. She offered an explanation. It is an ancient demon and the guardian of hell. Outside, people had stood up to fight. Definitive slashes were unleashed, aimed at its body, and they quickly realized that it regenerated even after being slashed. Its main body was a giant eye. Parts of the ancient demon were severed and fell to the ground. Observing its condition, they concluded, this monster regenerates infinitely, even when cut. No sooner had they said that, than the severed body parts immediately reattached. This scene made the adventurers feel anxious. Hey, look! A voice called out, drawing attention. The look on his face was one of pure horror. This is truly hell. The bodies of those captured become energy for the ancient demon. With its ability to regenerate infinitely, another explanation was provided. This monster is guarding something. Meanwhile, the survivors were trying to flee, but the ancient demon's roots were in hot pursuit. It was grabbing people while searching for its next prey. Alphons moved quickly. He summoned magic while muttering, Seriously, in front of Alan Alphons at this moment was the scene of innocent civilians being threatened. My precious vacation, it's completely ruined. Alan Alphons, filled with fury, blasted magic forward. His attack hit many of the ancient demon's roots. Its movements became slower. However, there were still people in danger. Help! Alice acted immediately. She dealt a devastating blow to the ancient demon. Afterward, observing it, Alice remarked, "Something's not right. That monster didn't form naturally." Alan Alphons instructed the civilians to evacuate while continuing to address her. Which idiot summoned that thing into the town? He remembered the fanatics he had met earlier. Is it those guys? The anger in his heart rose even higher. How dare those fools cross the line like that? Elsewhere, an incredibly gleeful voice rang out. "Feel the pain even more," Luis muttered with satisfaction. "Finally, I've done it." He was standing in the middle of a massive magic circle. "Oh, Necromancer King, look at this. Death is now spreading across this land." Surrounding him was the support of low-level mages. Luis, with a crazed expression and an eerie voice, spoke up. "We are lacking sacrifices. Bring me more." Suddenly, strange movements occurred. He immediately glanced toward them. In Luis's view was the figure of a person, followed by the appearance of an army. Han's eyes widened, filled with tears and terror. He smiled bitterly, muttering helplessly to himself, "I'm crazy. I must have lost my mind." Looking up, Han continued to blame himself. "I should have just stayed comfortably researching in the Holy Empire." He looked despairingly at the ancient demon. "I'm such a fool for believing in the prince." From the monster's body, an arm suddenly emerged, followed by a set of teeth, panting heavily. Han had not yet sensed anything. The monster aimed to attack him from behind, but before it could touch Han, it was sent flying. The author of that blow was none other than Alan Alphons's army. Han was protected by them so strictly that he had to wonder about it. His attitude changed immediately. "I always believed in you, Prince." However, the ancient demon continuously spawned monsters. They walked slowly toward Han. This scene made him feel bewildered because the number of skeleton soldiers was being overwhelmed. "Believed in him, you say?" "That's right." Han turned pale, having no more regrets. "Oh, this miserable world, I'm off." Fortunately, Alice appeared just in time with the order. "Get down." She launched a magic attack. The monsters spawned by the ancient demon were all hit. Alice landed gracefully. The wind blew in strong gusts. She looked at the situation in front of her and offered a remark. "There will be no end to them." Meanwhile, Han was cheering. "Miss Alice, I always believed in you." Alice observed him and continued, "You changed the person you believe in pretty quickly." Han froze when he heard the other party mention Alan Alphons. "The prince, huh?" Alice, without haste, explained. "The prince has gone to find the main body of the Great Eye." This declaration left Han so astonished that his jaw dropped. "What? What did you just say?" A hideous scene was imagined by Han. Even dragons, the most powerful creatures, are like children compared to the Great Eye. He hesitated and asked another question. "You said he went inside the Great Eye?" Alice replied calmly. "It will be fine. It is him, after all." The window was illuminated by the moonlight. Immediately after, red liquid splattered. Pleas echoed from the mages. "Lord Ammon, please don't do this." However, what they received was death. "Please, wake up." The cries echoed throughout the space. "Help!" Just then, there was movement by the door. The survivors fought to protect themselves. Why? Why is the Necromancer King attacking us? On the opposite side was a glowing blade. Red liquid continued to appear as the sword was raised. The dark mages were defeated like straw. Their opponent, Alan Alphons, held his sword high. At this moment, he spoke slowly. Why indeed? Alan Alphons's eyes flashed with a blue light. Two red horns filled with authority, his nose panting with every breath. Alan Alphons stepped forward while speaking. "The death you've been wishing for has finally arrived." Hearing this, Luis opposite him shouted loudly, "So you're mocking Lord Ammon?" He didn't stop questioning Alan Alphons. "Why? Why are you blocking our path?" He was even shameless enough to demand that he hand over Lord Ammon's holy relic immediately. Luis cursed, singing his criticisms. "I don't know where you got that filthy thing." But unexpectedly, while he was on a roll, he stopped. Luis was now standing on a pool of blue liquid. "What now?" Alan covered the ground with that, declaring, "Now, I'll show you." From beneath the water, skeletal soldiers emerged, rising in ever-increasing numbers, even alongside skeletal monsters with hollow eyes. Alan Alphons showed not a shred of mercy. "What, truly, is hell? His legion completely overwhelms you, Luis. I shall grant you death myself." Sweat poured down Luis's cheeks. Before him stood Alan Alphons's army of skeletons. The horses breathed long, ragged breaths, and the soldiers stood motionless, awaiting orders. Even Ammon watched as Alphons finally raised his hand. Previously, they had debated. What if it can regenerate infinitely? Hearing this, Alice immediately suggested tracking down the main body of the Great Eye as quickly as possible. Currently, Alphons only coldly declared, "I will crush it every time it regenerates." He began to read his command to his opponent. Unimaginable pain. The skeletal knights, controlling their steeds, stood ready for battle. Ammon raised the sword in his hand, listening to Alphons's voice. "I will trample everything in sight." He stared ahead, his eyes wide. A brilliant light flashed as Alphons finished his command, showing them the hell they had longed for. What remained after the battle was a field littered with the corpses of the dark mages. Luis's eyes widened with terror. An ancient demon was wriggling, extending its roots. Deep inside, Luis thought, "At this rate, all hope will become meaningless." He steeled his resolve. "I have no choice but to use the final resort." Luis raised his hand, orange energy coating it. He turned toward the ancient demon and spoke slowly. The Great Eye reacted instantly to his words, the energy radiating ever more intensely. Yet Alan had not yet made a move. Luis slammed his staff down, declaring, "You will have to descend to hell with me." The ancient demon's eyes widened in response to that declaration. Luis, completely delirious, shrieked, "I may die, but I will be the key to summoning hell." White smoke poured out, accompanied by the appearance of a bizarre black silhouette. Alan witnessed this scene in astonishment. That crazy bastard, is he really doing it? On this side, Han pointed upward and announced. Alice looked up, watching, and muttered, "The demon prince has been successfully summoned." It spoke in a bizarre tone. Is this the world they live in? Their ignorance is truly pathetic. The ancient demon looked over the entire city below and continued, "I must show mercy and grant those poor souls death." It raised its hand to order its minions, "Go, show them." The demon summoned by the ancient demon began to move. Its shadow covered a large area below. Black gas and lightning appeared in the sky following the ancient demon's words. True freedom comes from death. A massive monster was summoned. Then an eye appeared, opening wide. But not just one. There were many more. The surviving citizens were terrified. They fled for their lives. Simultaneously, Alan was still pushing back these demons. His army was equipped with firearms. Another group used shields and spears, while elsewhere, ghost horses stood waiting. It was then that Alphons smirked and declared, "It seems you aren't easily broken, are you? Trying to save this city almost killed me, too." Responding to him was the demon's sarcastic tone. How contradictory. Isn't challenging death enough? You even use the power of death? Disgusting. Filthy. It roared a statement aimed at Alphons. "I will personally release you and set everything right." The ancient demon's roots lunged toward him. Alphons didn't stand still to take the hit, but quickly raised his sword to block. "Dragging this out will put me at a disadvantage." Inside, Alphons was calculating, "I will end this with one strike." On the other side, the ancient demon questioned, "Fool, why reject salvation? You can resist with that human body all you want, but it will not." Before it could finish, Alphons cut it off. "Enough of that damn rambling, you're making me bleed." The ancient demon froze, its body stiffening. The sword in Alphons' hand glowed as he continued, "Filthy? Your very existence is what's filthy. Don't you realize it?" Alphons' voice rang out with conviction. "No one welcomes you here. Stop lingering." He reminded it coldly, "Hey, we're not friends. Let's part ways here, shall we?" The ancient demon felt insulted. "You arrogant bastard." However, Alphons only coldly added, "I'm only saying this because I might be attacked if you stay here any longer." The sword in his hand pointed forward, the light upon it growing increasingly intense. "So, end this fake salvation act." The skeletal hand reached out, and the magic circle below flashed with a haunting red light. However, the ground suddenly cracked, and the small cracks widened into larger fissures. Alphons asked the ancient demon, unhurriedly, "It's a shame things ended up like this. But what can you do?" He even declared directly to its face, "I'm tired. Just go." The ancient demon didn't answer with sarcasm, but spoke calmly. "The time has come. I will not stay here any longer. Death is not something you can escape." It continued as black hands appeared. "It will always be lurking around you." The ancient demon was dragged back to its world by those hands while threatening loudly, "I will tear your body apart and turn it into the source of the death that descends upon this land." It pointed at Alphons's face and added, "Just you wait, you half-baked mage." Once it finished, the portal shrank. Alphons dropped his sword to the ground, dismissed his armor, and sat down, remarking, "Damn it, he sure talks a lot." Then, Alphons leaned back wearily. He exhaled a long breath and muttered, "I was just trying to get back my ancestors' heirloom. Why does everyone have to get in my way?" Alphons drifted off to sleep as several shadows appeared behind him. A remark was made. "I can't believe it. People outside are helping the citizens together. I can't believe it when they say the young prince who used to tease me and destroy everything," Alice continued, "has become a completely different person. I think I heard wrong." Her finger lightly touched his face. Alphons, but seeing him be so devoted like this, I couldn't deny it any longer. At this moment, Alice made a vow. I, Alice Astoria, pledge to follow Prince Alphons. A discussion erupted from an old man with a long beard. That was like hell. This place is the capital of Iran. Iran is no different from the apocalypse. Documents lay scattered on the table as the conversation continued. What the hell were those mages doing? Another voice spoke up to refute. That's not what's important. The next person agreed and added, "You're right. Finding the cause of this incident is the top priority." Everyone contributed to the topic. The portal was absurdly large from the start, wasn't it? If a portal like that opens again, a red-hatted mage presented a hypothesis. Even if we mobilize the entire magic tower, it would take 15 years to handle something of that size, but it's possible it could open again in a short time. Hearing this, someone asked, how could they handle something so difficult? At this point, Rock presented her thoughts. They must have been supported by vampires. Everyone turned their gaze toward her. Those things called nemesis? They're just small fry. They aren't that strong. Seeing this, Rock added, they must have received support from an outside force. She analyzed slowly. And, in this situation, the presence of the 7 princes of the holy nation here is very suspicious. His movements coincide significantly with the movements of the vampires. Finally, Rock concluded simply, and if he is a vampire, it would be no surprise if he were hiding among us right now. Queen Iran, Rock Island, heard this, and those present were stunned. Don't you think that's a bit of a stretch? Someone even dismissed Rock's argument. There's no way anyone could sneak into a place full of mages like this. Her gaze was incredibly sharp as she replied, but is there a possibility that the master appeared right in the middle of the city? She declared bluntly, we must face the truth, that we are ignorant and weak. The room fell silent. No one could say a word. But among them, a shadow was watching. Rock saw this and took the opportunity to continue. Therefore, I want to present a feasible countermeasure to everyone. The question was asked immediately after, what is the countermeasure? She clapped her hands decisively. Rock smiled brightly and made her own proposal. We will invite him to the palace. Outside, the citizens were constantly debating. Isn't that the guy? That's right, it's him. Girls smirked and commented, that stern look? Just my type. I never thought I'd see a living legend with my own eyes. They vied to flirt with Alphons and his group. Lord Lubus, please look over here once. Miss Alice, please have a meal with me just once. Hey friend, your wife is right behind you. This excessive attention made her feel anxious. These stares seem a bit much. Han, on the contrary, was completely thrilled. Just enjoy it. We are the heroes of the town, after all. His statement was immediately countered by Alice. We? Alphons finally spoke up to smooth things over. Han had also put in a lot of effort analyzing the gate, so Alan told him, just let him relax a bit. He immediately leaned on him to retort. That's right. I'm the brains of the team. You know? Alice quickly shifted the subject. Why are we even meeting with that group anyway? Alphons gave his explanation without rushing. They said they'd reward us for taking care of the gate. No sooner had he finished speaking than Alice countered him. Well, they should have at least sent a carriage to pick us up. She was completely unsatisfied with this. This country really doesn't know how to treat heroes properly, does it? Alphons simply explained again. Every nation has its own culture and customs. We should try to understand them a little, okay? The fact that they acknowledged our efforts is enough for me. Stopping in front of the castle, Alice felt a bit overwhelmed. But things have changed so much, she muttered, voicing a hunch. Still, there are things we need to clarify. The things we're going to demand, right? A mysterious figure appeared, announcing, by order of the Queen, in recognition of the contributions of the adventurers Alphons, Lubus, and their team, we invite you formally to the royal palace. Deep down, Alphons felt incredibly satisfied. We finally did it. They had made it into the Iran royal palace safely. However, Alice frowned, deeply concerned, lost in thought. Something suspicious is going on. What could it be? And why is it so bad? The corners of his mouth curled into a smirk. Alan made a decision. He would quickly go and take it the precious holy relic of Odin. The sky was clear, and a breeze blew through the leaves, swaying them. Sitting in the carriage, Alan looked outside with a pensive expression. His attention shifted to Alice as he spoke. "Your Highness." Alice stated her question without haste. "So, there really is a giant labyrinth hidden beneath the royal dungeon?" Alan Alphons laughed deviously as he explained. "That's right. How many more times do you want me to repeat myself?" He laid out his plan. "That's exactly why I had to use resting as an excuse." In his head, Alan Alphons recalled the effort he had put in to get here. He continued, "Thinking about the mission we carried out, trekking all the way to this god-forsaken place, suffering through all that misery, just to have a legitimate excuse to break in there." Hearing this, Alice still had doubts. But why? Alan continued without hurrying. "Because that is where a declaration was made. The sacred relic of Saint Emperor Odin I is being kept." Alice's questions only grew. Why on earth would the Saint Emperor's relic end up in another country? Alan Alphons stretched, exhausted, and replied, "I'm not sure. It seems Cardinal Mikhail discovered this while researching Aston, and somehow, the news leaked to that guy, Raphael Alphons." He let out a long sigh. "And for someone like me, a prince, this is a piece of bait I just can't pass up. But couldn't you have sent an official diplomatic letter between the two countries, Your Highness?" The corners of Alan Alphons' lips curled into a smirk as he affirmed, "No, that's impossible." He remembered their enemies. Lately, they have been hunting down vampires in Iran and the surrounding countries. Security has been tightened to a suffocating degree. He added, "In the midst of this chaotic situation, if a foreign prince were to suddenly contact them, and his entourage included a vampire, even if they were well-intentioned, the chance of them cooperating would be almost zero." Alan Alphons explained his line of thought. "So instead of blindly charging into a death trap without knowing their intentions, we've set up a play that forces them to come to us." Only then did Alice continue. "Is that why, even though you kept your name and abilities mostly the same, you still had to change them slightly?" Alan Alphons confirmed. "That's right, it's a disguise, but one subtle enough that they'll vaguely guess my true identity." He explained a bit more. "By nature, both the Holy Empire and Iran have high self-esteem. They would never lower themselves to open the conversation first. But if they are the ones who extend the invitation to a royal representative like me," the carriage continued to move as the conversation dragged on. "The tables will turn. They will be the ones who need to beg a prince of the Holy Empire." When he poked his head out the window, he quickly caught sight of something in the sky. Several birds were spreading their wings and flying. Elsewhere, people were out boating, and the townspeople were focused on their daily work. The harbor area was also noisy, with people coming and going. Seen from above, the city was incredibly beautiful. The massive doors opened slowly. Those inside immediately glued their eyes to Alan Alphons. Everyone felt a sense of fear, though no one said it aloud. They even stationed soldiers to guard the perimeter. As Alan Alphons and Alice stepped inside, whispering immediately broke out. "I can't believe it. A mere adventurer dares to show his face here? What on earth is His Majesty thinking?" Very quickly, he stopped in front of the Queen. Alice knelt and bowed respectfully. However, Alan Alphons remained standing. The other two members knelt, but he refused to do so. This immediately made those around him uncomfortable. "What the hell is this? Has anyone ever seen anything more insolent than this?" At this moment, Alan frowned and activated his skill. The other person's stats immediately appeared. Rock Allen's, age 82, physical traits, weak, mana reserves, superhuman, knowledge, profound, talent, innate magic, alignment, neutral. She smiled and greeted him. "Welcome, Alan Alphons. I hope Lord Kelvin Alphons is doing well, the great adventurer who holds the rank of Ori-chan Kim." Rock then slowly walked forward. Alan Alphons still showed no reaction. Rock's expression became more serious as she observed him. Her hand touched her own dress. The eyes of the nobles present widened in surprise. Even Alice and Han were stunned. Rock actually used a subject's greeting towards Alan Alphons. "I welcome you, my lord." She smiled and slowly introduced herself. "I am the queen of this country, Rock Allens." Allens removed the helmet from his head, then smiled as he replied, "I am Allens Alphons." Only then did he bow before the queen. "It is my great honor to meet you." She reached out her hand toward Alan Alphons, remarking, "You look exactly like that person." Her hand touched his face. It was a bit abrupt. As he had just arrived, Rock smiled and asked a question. "But could I entrust you with a task?" Alan Alphons was momentarily surprised but did not refuse. "Go ahead and say it." She began to explain, targeting even those present in the room. As you can see, all the high-ranking nobles of Iran have gathered here. The leaders of the nobility. Rock smiled as she proposed, but the tone was chillingly cold. Can you expose the rats? Crawling among us? This statement shocked the nobles and mages alike, and even the traitors were taken aback. Rock slowly added the conditions. The reward will be whatever an adventurer like you has ever desired. The traitors were becoming panicked, their minds beginning to calculate. That damn old woman. She actually did it. What do we do now? One of them aimed his killing intent toward the queen. First, we must take the queen hostage. However, Alphons detected it immediately. He summoned his magic sword and attacked the traitor before he could finish stating his plan. Trying to escape, huh? The man's head flew through the air from that slash. The body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Alphons drove his sword hard into the ground as he declared, I can't directly detect vampires. He smiled and declared to the queen, but my intuition is extremely sharp. I accept this mission. Those present were terrified. Spare our lives. The sharp blade pierced through, cutting off any remaining pleas. Afterward, Alphons calmly rested his sword on his shoulder. A hand rose from the ground, little by little, vanishing after the opponent turned to dust. Only then did he speak. We still don't have the full picture. Alphons turned his head, the corner of his mouth curling into an arrogant smile. There are more of them than expected. If that's the case, what about the reward? Rock sat on the throne, smiling gently. No need to worry. To let these rats continue to gnaw away at the national treasury would be far more costly. Her hand tightened, revealing powerful pressure. I know many are dissatisfied with me acting on my own initiative. The sword in Alphons' hand also radiated power. But if anyone has any complaints, feel free to speak up. Rock, sitting behind him, watched the two in front of her calmly. I am always willing to listen. Seeing this, some of the nobles present did not dare to speak. The mages also bowed their heads in silence. Seeing this, Alphons laughed coldly and satisfied. That settles it neatly. He returned to his usual gentle appearance. I will take this silence as consent from everyone. At this point, the queen swept her eyes across the room. Please, finish the rest of the work. The attendant clenched his fist and announced, Your Majesty, Lord Alphons has arrived. As soon as she heard his name, the queen immediately put down her pen. Let him in. Steady footsteps were heard approaching from outside. Alphons walked into the room slowly and took the initiative. You summoned me? She appeared incredibly favor-filled toward him. I apologize for the abrupt summons when you must be tired. Seeing the other person remain silent, she suggested, Would you like to have a cup of tea with me? A moment later, beautiful desserts were served. First of all, I want to thank you for saving this country from the brink of collapse. Hot tea was prepared on the table. The queen continued, exposing the face of the vampires lurking in the shadows. Alphons sat with his legs crossed, listening to her continue from the bottom of her heart. I truly thank you, my lord. Alphons remained silent, offering no response. He reached out to grab his teacup. In his mind, Alphons already had his own suspicions. So, she wants to treat me like a prince, not a mere adventurer? On the surface, he acted politely, replying, You don't need to worry about that. I only act for the sake of the reward. The corner of Zog's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Then, tell me what you desire. Alan's finger gently traced the rim of the cup, his voice slowing down. We form an alliance. Saying this, he smiled, offering a proposal. What about the Holy Kingdom? Zog, as if anticipating this, gave a cold laugh. Immediately after meeting his expectant gaze, she said, Yes, of course, that is acceptable. Alphons's expression flickered with surprise. He thought to himself, Is it really that easy? Finally, he couldn't help but ask, Don't you think you're being too lenient with matters of state? Conversely, Zog appeared extremely nonchalant. Do I have any reason to refuse? Hearing this, Alphons could only manage a wry smile, and continued. Then, to prove our alliance, we will provide you with magic crystals. She maintained her calm demeanor as she replied, with top-tier quality and an unlimited supply. Seeing this, Alphons became even more excited and made his request. Then, my final condition is to be granted access to the Titanos underground maze. This time, Zog's expression darkened, her eyes widening in a threatening manner. I refuse. Alan didn't show much reaction. He knew it. And honestly, it was to be expected. Then, Alphons smiled and asked in a low voice, Could it be that Taurus is hiding something that isn't allowed to be exposed? Inside, he thought to himself, I knew it. Everything has gone way too smoothly until now. She picked up the teapot and gently poured it into his cup. Your Highness, perhaps you don't know how perilous that place is. The tea water seems to reflect ghostly figures, and that is why people are so tight-lipped about it. Before his eyes stood a statue with angel wings spread wide. Your goal, without a doubt, Zog didn't hesitate to bluntly expose it, is the holy relic of the first holy emperor Odin. But I absolutely cannot permit that. Hearing this, Alan was already prepared. I acknowledge your concern, but I must go there. That is the reason I made this request. Every action and word of his mirrored that of an emperor. I am not so weak as to back down. After all, I am the grandson of Emperor Kelvin Alphons, Your Majesty. Her eyes reflected his image. You look just like him, Kelvin Alphons. Alan Alphons bowed his head, quickly clarifying. Naturally, I am a bit older than Emperor Kelvin Alphons. Suddenly, Zog interrupted. Fine, I agree. I will grant you permission. His face went blank for a second. At this moment, the other party explained. You were going to say that you would allow me into the underground maze, right? In return, one of my people will accompany you. Only after a long moment did Alan Alphons manage to react and respond to the proposal. Very well then, you decide. The next day arrived. Han and Alice couldn't help but gossip. Looks like he isn't even trying to hide it. The staff flashed with a bright light under the sunlight. A figure approached with a smile. I am Norman. Zog had changed her appearance to meet him. I am here on the Queen's orders. Alan Alphons realized who it was and could only sigh helplessly. Fine, I'll compromise. Then, he proactively stepped forward and reached out his hand, after which Alan Alphons smiled and greeted him. He asked back, It's a pleasure to meet you, Norman. Seeing this, she smugly curled her lips into a smile. The two, each with their own ulterior motives, reached out to shake hands. The door opened, revealing a blinding light. So, shall we depart? Just like that, all four walked into the maze, heading toward the resting place of the first holy emperor Odin. The sound of footsteps on the tiled floor echoed rhythmically. The light reflected off the cold walls. So, this is a real maze? The deeper they went, the clearer the space before them became. It looked more like a prison than a dungeon. At this moment, the staff in Zog's hand suddenly glowed. This is just a transition corridor to the main maze. The real maze is far larger and more magnificent. Standing before a corner, she suddenly stopped. We're here. The door before them slowly creaked open, revealing the light outside. Zog's mouth curled slightly, her voice dropping. Then, welcome to Titanos. Dragons spread their wings and flew across the sky. Before them was a trail leading deep into the forest. Alan looked around in amazement. They were standing in a forest surrounded by layer upon layer of mountains. I never knew the world could be this vast. Han's eyes lit up. He tried to suppress his excitement, saying, No way, Lord. Are you serious when you tell me this isn't an illusion but a real place? Just imagine all the resources and creatures that must be here. Beneath his feet, a large magic circle suddenly appeared. Han, I know you're excited, but that's enough. Step back. A loud noise made Zog jump and look over. A giant foot stepped forward, making the earth shake. The beast opened its mouth, revealing a long tongue and fangs. Its massive silhouette loomed over Han and Alice, leaving them terrified. Alan Alphons narrowed his eyes wide as he looked at what had just arrived. I'm actually going to see it here? A dinosaur with red, glowing eyes. Approached while he was still dazed. Is that a perfect replica of a T-Rex? A loud shout rang out. Alice immediately regained her composure and lunged forward. It's moving, Your Highness. Seeing this, the dinosaur opened its mouth wide, wanting to swallow its prey. Alice clenched her fist, power surging outward. Afterward, she grabbed onto one of its teeth. Taking advantage of the beast being unable to move, Alice landed a punch. The creature's drool dripped down, forcing Alice to hold back. Damn it, that smell. The scope was now ready, aimed upward. This is not the time to be shocked. A blue light spread through the space. Zog opened her eyes wide in astonishment. That's a bolt-action rifle appeared, with yellow glowing characters flashing on it. Alan Alphons smiled, tilting his head to look through the scope. Fire. I told you. Muskets are more convenient than swords, right? Immediately after, the power that had just gathered was fired. The bullet from the gun pierced through the dinosaur before them, and it promptly collapsed helplessly to the ground. Zog's eyes widened, secretly marveling. This is truly incredible. Looking at Han and Alan Alphons, who were busy researching, made it even harder for her to believe that these creatures had natural magic resistance. Therefore, conventional weapons or spells hardly affected them. On one side, Alice, covered in a foul stench, was complaining, I want to take a bath so badly. She silently assessed the woman and the prince. Their abilities exceeded her expectations. Afterward, Zog looked over toward Han. And that man is surprising in his own way. He didn't even seem to realize what was happening around him. At this moment, his eyes were glowing. Ancient creature, high-level material. Just then, Alan suddenly turned his head and called out, "Norman!" She immediately broke from her thoughts. "Yes, I'm listening." The words that followed made Zog pale. "I will ensure that from beneath your country's soil, something will emerge, and you will never regret the alliance with the Holy Empire." A blue flame erupted, and decaying warriors appeared. "So, please speak well of us to the Queen, okay?" A cold sweat accompanied by a shiver ran down Zog's cheek. So, that was actually true. Under Alan Alphons's command, the undead soldiers one by one came back to life. The existence of the holy undead immediately after, a series of other undead simultaneously appeared. It wasn't even a matter of power. It was a power that defied nature itself. Her mouth curled into a reluctant smile. One could even call it a gift from God. At this moment, he stood with his hands on his hips, calmly saying, "And I will take revenge for the 3,000 soldiers from Iran who died here." Saying this, Alan Alphons's voice suddenly rose. "So, Norman." She was startled, looking over in a daze. "Yes? Undead soldiers, take orders. Immediately split into 2 lines. Continue leading us." This time, Zog smiled, the reluctance gone. "Yes, of course, Your Highness." Deep down, she had made a decision. If he truly was the 7th prince, then perhaps anything was possible. Hearing this, Alan seemed to want to say something more. By the way, he stood in place, lost in thought for a moment. T-Rexes live in packs, don't they? Zog slowly stepped forward, saying, "T-Rex? Do you mean the dragons of that land?" On the other side, Han was busy studying, while Alice was still grumbling. The moment he looked up, he also said, "Yes, dragons like that usually travel in packs." Finally, unable to hold it in, Alice had to ask Han, "Don't you have any water to wash your boots?" After a long silence, Zog carefully explained, "However, sometimes you will find individuals that have separated from the pack." Alan narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. "So, that's it." Red eyes widened, looking all around. Heavy footsteps moved rapidly on the ground. Sensing the commotion, Han gaped as he looked up. The dinosaurs before them opened their mouths and let out a roar. At this moment, Alan Alphons realized with a blank look that one had strayed from the pack. The alpha dinosaur let out an angry roar as it watched them running toward the corpse of the previous dinosaur. Zog muttered, "Probably not." Petals fell with the breeze onto the clear lake. Alan tilted his head back, feeling the quiet surroundings. "There is night in this maze too?" Up ahead, someone suddenly called out in a low voice, "Your Majesty, can we speak in private?" Alice slowly approached and sat down beside him. After a brief silence, she asked, "How did you know I was a saintess?" He was startled. "What? Right now? You're asking me that now?" Alan leaned in close and whispered, exposing her. "You don't need to hide the fact that you're a saintess." He nodded, suddenly remembering. "Is it because of what I said last time?" Then, Alan Alphons suddenly turned to ask back, "Is that really true?" Hearing that, Alice was momentarily startled. "What did you say?" Then, she held her head, acting as if she already knew he was just testing her. After calming down, Alice calmly continued, "I haven't done anything suspicious. Why are you testing me?" Alan Alphons looked up at the high sky. A hunch, just a hunch. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. Alice gritted her teeth and muttered to herself, "This isn't something I can just brush off like a joke. Deep down," she thought, "and it's not something I can explain the way I explained identifying a vampire." At this moment, Alan Alphons returned to his serious demeanor. "Why hide the fact that you're a saint? That would only increase your status. There's no harm in it." Alice took a deep breath and honestly explained, "They just haven't made it official yet. Because saints can identify vampires, people would want to wipe them out immediately." Alan Alphons's eyes dimmed slightly. He remained silent. This matter. When she reached this point, she held up 2 fingers to assure him, "That's impossible right now. I need another 2 or 3 years of training before I can do it." Alice's gaze slowly turned toward the slope. "Your Majesty, may I also ask one question?" After a pause, she hesitantly turned to him. "Are you really a saint?" Hearing that, Alan Alphons opened his mouth and let out a long sigh. "A saint? That's the first time I've heard that." Then, he turned to her, looking puzzled, and asked, "Is there any way to know for sure?" Alice calmly replied, "First of all, they identify it themselves." She thought of the people who participated in a certification session. When reaching adulthood, the Holy Empire conducts a test. 2 people knelt on the ground, waiting for the results to be delivered. And if confirmed, they are officially granted the title. Around them were undead soldiers guarding the area. She continued, You know full well I haven't gone through that procedure. At this moment, Alice held up one finger, performing miracles that challenged the laws of the world. She turned her gaze toward the surprised Alan Alphons. You haven't officially received the title, but everything you do is no different from a miracle. Hearing that, he suddenly had a hypothesis. Could it be that my game-like system is the miracle by this world's standards? Alan Alphons's gaze rested on the undead standing guard. The very concept of a holy undead was absurd. My ability to identify vampires must surely be like a miracle to them as well. After pondering for a long time, Alice voiced her own doubts. But a male saint and a female saint have never appeared at the same time. That's what makes people suspicious. Deep inside, Alan Alphons couldn't help but wonder, am I really a saint? He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and told himself, but why should I talk about something that even I don't understand? There are too many things I can't comprehend yet. His eyes opened wide, a flicker of light passing through them. And anyway, why did I even come here? Alan Alphons raised his head, silently looking at the star-filled sky. The next day, Rock brought them to a cliff carved with symbols. We're here, she smiled, holding her staff, and took the lead. Right there in front of them was a space resembling a wide plaza. What are you looking for here? Rock reached out to point at the place where the light source radiated. Do you intend to go in right now? Alan turned to look at her, looking indifferent. Hesitating won't do any good. He looked up toward the front, a corner of his mouth curling up. Let's finish this and get some rest. Hearing that, Rock slowly walked forward, carefully reading the characters. This city is the capital of the Holy Empire and also my territory. Only the brave dare to set foot here. There was once a sword that every king in the world had to kneel to in despair. The group was led by her into a wide corridor. As they walked, Rock carefully explained each character. The weapon and shield of the gods, the guardian of Gaia's throne. Alan Alphons silently followed her footsteps. Odin Ophone hid this sword here. The light from the staff illuminated the space. Here, she said. But there's no hilt. Hearing that, Rock smiled and turned to explain. It cannot be entered in the normal way. Could you step back a little? A giant magic circle appeared beneath her feet. The beam of light from the staff shone straight into the sky. Immediately after, the door in front of them swung open. Han's mouth fell open, and he couldn't help but swear, "Damn it!" His eyes immediately lit up. A teleportation gate? You just used teleportation magic, and it was that fast? How can you cast such a powerful spell by yourself? Saying this, Han's eyes suddenly widened, his face turning pale. A skeletal hand rested on the armrest. On the empty skull, a crown was worn amidst a dense aura of black, murderous intent. Metatron sat with his head bowed on the throne. Alice and Han secretly glanced up. Rock's mouth slowly opened. Her voice echoed throughout the space. Metatron! King of Heaven! Damn it! No one in this family is normal. A harsh metallic sound rang out in the space. Metatron's giant upper torso appeared from nowhere. Damn it! No one in this family is normal. At this moment, its eyes suddenly flashed with a red light. The gears floating in the air began to move. The stiff hands slowly moved thanks to the golden light source. Seeing this, Alan couldn't help but swear, "Damn it! No one in this family is normal." Kelvin Alphons turned to look with a stunned expression. At this moment, a light radiated around Metatron. Its eyes glowed, and its body was instantly filled with energy. A holy relic left by our ancestors must be passed on to the descendants. I am receiving it. The undead soldiers immediately collapsed to the ground. Their bodies seemed to have their strength sucked away and gradually disintegrated. Alice opened her eyes wide, whispering, "No way." At this moment, Rock herself was feeling panicked. A drop of cold sweat ran down her cheek. Alan Alphons's mouth twitched slightly. What a shock. The ground gradually cracked, revealing small pits. Metatron's hand only then slowly lowered. Ancient characters appeared throughout the space, creating great angelic wings. Alan stood there, watching the powerful transformation taking place before his eyes. Of course, I saw something wasn't right from the start. His eyes opened wide, reflecting the light from the surge of power. That bastard also has an astrolon. The Metatron in front radiated an oppressive aura. More importantly, it's the real thing, but a different type from mine. Thinking of this, he glanced at the devastated ground in front of him. He didn't even move from his spot. Yet he unleashed such terrifying power. Alan Alphons's eyebrows furrowed slightly. His vigilance suddenly increased. I underestimated the situation. My preparations are still not enough. Thinking of something, Alan Alphons turned his head to leave. We will withdraw for now. Inside, he calculated, just you wait. I will definitely come back to take it. The four of them then decided to head to a nearby empty lot. Rock remained silent, then suddenly spoke up. This creature has exceeded the limits of humanity. Alan glanced at her without replying, then thought of the ferocious dinosaurs from before. They say 3,000 of Iran's soldiers were wiped out. I thought it was the work of ancient dragons. Metatron's hand reached out to grasp the sphere of power, but it turned out only an angel had blocked them. The aura it radiated blew away everything around it. Alan Alphons slowly walked over to a large dragon skeleton. Yes, we recently captured a dragon leader and obtained dragon bones, but even that wasn't enough to defeat the angel. Sensing something, Han suddenly asked quietly, "Do you have a plan?" He remained silent and did not answer. It's not that there's no way. Remembering the energy radiating in the room at that time, holy power spread throughout the angel's room. Alan frowned slightly, inwardly making calculations. In an environment like this, one could try something. Then he remembered his own ability to summon the undead, summoning the Bone King and Dragon Bones simultaneously. Alan Alphons's shadow seemed to be cast on the ground, a world full of darkness. But would my body be able to withstand that pressure? The meat roasting on the fire gave off an alluring scent. Alan Alphons still said nothing, but then suddenly spoke up. Even if the body could withstand it, what if the holy power loses control? Seeing this, Alice looked at him worriedly for a long time. Afterward, she brought over a piece of roasted meat. "Your Majesty." Alice smiled gently in front of him and said, "Eat first. Then we'll think about it later." Alan Alphons quickly took the meat from her hand. "All right, I'll eat it." As he took a bite, she continued, "I don't know what you're thinking about." Alice closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She admitted, "But I can control the release of holy power before it gets out of control." Saying this, she slowly placed her hand on her left chest. "Have you forgotten? I am a saint." These words made Alan Alphons freeze. His eyes opened wide, thinking to himself, "That's right." Remembering the energy from her own body, he joyfully realized, if Alice has a fragment of the god, you might find a way. Pondering for a moment, Alan Alphons still felt uneasy. "But are you okay? You've been hiding your power until now, haven't you?" Alice remained calm. "It's fine." Thinking of Kelvin Alphons's angry appearance, she muttered, "This must have stunned him, but in this maze, I can take off my mask." He felt convinced and continued to ask, "How do you intend to control the holy power being released?" Alice carefully explained, "It's a type of resonance." She then explained it clearly so he could understand. "It amplifies holy power while reducing consumption based on a simple prayer." Saying this, Alice was a bit shy, pointing at herself. "And when we perform it together, it creates a resonance effect, multiplying our strength many times over." Alan Alphons listened silently, paying close attention to every word. "But during the resonance, I won't be able to move." Rock suddenly called out, looked up, and stared ahead. Alan Alphons quickly got straight to the point. "If you attack from a distance without leaving the summoning point, will it even work?" Half of her face was shrouded in shadow. "This time, things will be different from last time. We only received a warning before. That won't happen again." The corner of Alan's mouth curled up as he understood clearly. So, tricks won't be effective anymore. Han saw this, stopped wiping his mouth, and looked over suspiciously. Alice was also waiting for him to make a decision. Only Jock seemed to have known it all along. Alan grinned and shouted, "Enough! All right, let's go. Let's give it a shot." Looking at the three people before him, he couldn't help but feel incredulous. Since when did I start doubting myself? How ridiculous. The next morning, sunlight shone into the center of the room. The gears were still turning steadily. Han scanned the area around him. "Your Majesty, even if I tried to stop you, you would still continue, wouldn't you?" Alan Alphons, with a determined expression, raised his hand. "If I intended to give up, I wouldn't have come this far." Power quickly radiated from his palm. Half of Alan Alphons's face gradually began to change. "Let's go, Alice." She took a deep breath and summoned her power. Immediately after, Alan Alphons's body underwent a powerful transformation. Metatron's eyes flashed with light. The angel wings on its back began to move as he challenged, "Well, Angel, let me see what you've got." A white-haired figure looked up at it. "Metatron, I have a request. Will you grant it?" Metatron remained silent, not answering. Its eyes only flashed with light. Back then, the other party had smiled and made a request. "When the moment comes that a righteous and kind person craves your power, please do not refuse to support them, even if that person is not me." At this moment, the person standing before it was Alan Alphons. He raised his head, his eyes flashing with blue light. Immediately after, Alan Alphons waved his hand, using his own power. Undead soldiers were summoned one by one, and even mages appeared from his magic circle. Very quickly, Alphons had gathered an undead army. Their eyes all flashed with a fiery red light. Under his command, they all charged toward Metatron. A series of sounds reading ancient runes rang out. The undead were destroyed simultaneously. Metatron easily defeated Alphons's entire army. In the distance, Alice was still focusing all her power on summoning. At this moment, Alphons was standing in front of her. I am legend. Immediately after, he waved his hand and loudly declared, I am the heir of Gaia. The bone dragon's tail moved slightly in midair. From the magic circle, a colossal skeleton slowly emerged. The dragon opened its mouth and roared powerfully. Seeing this, Metatron summoned power from all four directions around it and waved its hand, directing the power forward. The dragon spread its wings and charged forward. Space was quickly swallowed by Metatron's power. The layer of white bone gradually began to rot away due to the light. Immediately after, a powerful attack slammed into the dragon. Rock avoided its pressure and realized in his heart, so that's what it is. His grandmother's eyes widened in resentment. The power of the very angel that killed my father, Alphons. He looked up at it, thinking to himself, you ignorant fool. At this moment, Metatron was still calmly controlling its power. The dragon curled up, using its wings to block the attack. Seeing this, Alphons immediately drew other magic circles. I must summon the Bone King immediately. From beneath the ground, bony arms gradually emerged. Metatron's eyes immediately flashed with red light. Energy reaction detected. Immediately after, its whole body suffered a massive shock. The dragon below raised its head and roared. After that attack, it could still move. Seeing this, Metatron quickly clenched its fist, rushed forward, and smashed down on the dragon's head. The white bones hit by the attack cracked immediately. Right after, Metatron's body paused for a few seconds. The power inside the dragon suddenly erupted. It opened its mouth wide, wanting to swallow the other party whole. Metatron hadn't reacted in time, and could only try to resist the massive power released from the dragon's mouth toward it. At this moment, a large hand slowly placed itself on the ground. I am Legend, the Bone King, rising from the ground with an angry roar. I am the heir of Gaia. Metatron retreated, alert, summoning its own power. It reached out and grabbed a golden ray of light. Its palm immediately radiated powerful divine force. Suddenly, a shadow was cast before its eyes. It slowly extended its giant hand toward Metatron. With just a little bit of force, the Bone King easily crushed its opponent. Metatron quickly rushed elsewhere to dodge. The giant hand struck down once more. Its eyes flashed with fiery red sparks. Alphons led the Bone King, pressing closer step by step. Sensing danger, Metatron put all its strength into the attack. It easily dodged each wave of divine force fired at it. Alphons focused his power, controlling the Bone King's body. Immediately after, it raised its head and roared. A powerful sonic wave spread throughout the surroundings following the roar. At this moment, he glanced to the side and asked, Have I been waiting too long? As soon as he finished speaking, large figures slowly stepped out from the smoke and dust. Phase 2, you bastards. In the Bone King's hand was a rotted sword. Once prepared, Alan waved his hand, signaling, Advance. The dragon opened its mouth, revealing an orb of power that had been accumulated. Immediately after, it fired that source of power straight at Metatron. But the opportunity the Bone King lunged down from above. It reacted in time, hurriedly leaping high to dodge. Immediately after, Metatron reached out. A powerful divine force spread out. The undead army saw this and rushed forward in droves. Metatron's divine force easily controlled them all. The bodies of the undead soldiers gradually dissolved, yet they still fought with all their might, making it so. Metatron could not defend in time. Alice poured all her power in, while Han excitedly cheered, just a little more. At the moment it was held down, Alice swung her sword forward. Rock, in a corner, silently witnessed it all. Are we actually about to defeat an angel? Her eyes widened, watching the shadow gradually cover it. Finally, it was happening. Recalling when the king fell amidst everyone's grief, something that no king before him, including his father, could accomplish the massive power from the magic circle spread across the space. It's about to happen. At this moment, the Bone King gripped his sword tightly, preparing to swing. The dragon also opened its mouth to spew energy. Metatron's hand clenched. Divine force poured out powerfully. Its eyes flashed with a cold light. Metatron waved its hand, carrying a powerful pressure that radiated through the space. The dragon was immediately blown away. At the same time, it, having just approached, was also blasted back. This feeling, it feels like something is about to be born from it. Immediately after, it reached out toward Alphons and Alice. its mechanical mouth repeating, "Danger, priority, eliminate target." Seeing this, the corner of his mouth curled slightly. "Listen, you've misunderstood everything. I'm not your only opponent." Not far away, a surging source of power was swallowing everything. At this moment, Jock held the scepter in her hand. The magic circle had been drawn. "Even if I can't finish you with one blow, I must help the prince." She pointed her scepter toward Metatron. Before its eyes, a meteorite. It did not act but raised its head, silently calculating. Average magic damage has exceeded the danger threshold. Risk of body destruction is very high. The orb of power drew closer with every moment. Priority, change target. Metatron used its strength to withstand the massive attack, defending. Ancient runes gradually appeared on its body. The powerful thrust easily pushed it backward. The giant orb gradually pressed down on Metatron's body. Jock's complexion immediately turned pale. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. Impossible. Metatron's hand gripped tightly, causing the orb to crack. Alice's body was also trembling in waves. "I can't hold on anymore." She clenched both hands, struggling to hold on. "If I stop, the prince will be defeated. I must try to hold out, somehow." Alphons, standing before her, walked over with a scepter. "Look up, Alice." She looked up, dazed, looking toward the other party. "Prince." Then, he gently reassured her. "It's not your fault. You've done everything you could." Around them, the undead army had all been defeated. Alan stepped behind her and steadied Alice. "You don't have to carry this burden alone." Following his words, she took a deep breath, regaining her focus. "Trust in the comrades standing beside you." Between his two hands, a blue light suddenly flashed. Behind Alphons, a powerful energy source supported the orb in front of Metatron, flaring up with power. Target reached, 85% complete. Jock's body couldn't help but tremble in waves. It hurts so much." Thinking this, she still tried to move forward, contributing more strength. "Everything I've sacrificed, was it all meaningless? If this continues, the prince will." Her eyes suddenly widened in utter shock. Jock's mouth curled into a mocking smile. "I was so foolish. I was so short-sighted." Once again, Metatron's grip weakened. Just then, the Bone King and the dragon attacked simultaneously. A light flashed, momentarily catching its attention. In the past, the king had carefully warned, "Listen, you've done everything you could. Don't waste your energy in a place like this." Metatron's eyes had been staring at the other party for a long time. Immediately after, a blinding ray of light flashed right in the center of the world. "It's much bigger than you think." The light dissipated. Metatron's body gradually began to disintegrate. Alphons's body also gradually returned to its original form. He took step after step toward the weak voice emitting, "Mission unable to complete." Metatron, with its crumbling body, slowly lowered its head. After all, what was all of this for? Hearing this, he raised his head and looked toward it. "You're asking about my purpose in life?" Thinking for a moment, Alphons smiled and replied, "I haven't truly thought about that." But his silhouette resembled the fallen king. "I just want my people to live and avoid suffering." At this moment, only Metatron's voice remained. It was hard to fathom, but the moment he finished speaking, a noble sword gradually appeared. "I will keep my promise, Odin," he said. A handwritten letter recounting the story arrived. After reading it, Alphons couldn't help but be stunned. Is the content really that serious? Alphons' team quietly pushed the piece of paper toward him. Then, he slowly took off his glasses, his aged face wrinkling. "Though he is my grandson, he is truly extraordinary." Alphons leaned back against the chair, exhausted. To be able to tame that, great Archangel Alphons held it in his hand, unable to help but mutter, "No way." Alphons suddenly continued, "It is true, I should step down from this holy emperor throne sooner rather than later." Hearing this, he quickly brushed it off. "Your Majesty, are you talking about that again?" Thinking of Alice's appearance, he inwardly sighed in relief. "She looks like she's completely unscathed. How fortunate." Alphons stood in the distance, nodding in admiration. "It seems the prince's growth has far surpassed our expectations." Alphons appeared extremely calm. "Since he is my grandson, of course he should be able to do that much." Then, he couldn't help but lament. "I had always wanted to have a confrontation with the great Archangel one day, and yet he beat me to it." Seeing this, Alphons suddenly asked, "Your Majesty, have you heard the news yet?" Alphons turned his head to look. "What is it now?" Taking a deep breath, he slowly spoke. "It is about the Ronia defense forces in the north." Seeing the confused expression on the other's face, he immediately understood. "You still find it hard to believe, don't you?" Alphons finally feigned disbelief. "How could that be possible?" Kelvin Alphons became even more enraged. Are you doing this on purpose? Hearing that, Raphael Alphons replied with a sarcastic tone. What do you mean, sir? Isn't it truly astonishing that all the soldiers and prisoners in Ronia are using holy power? He could no longer hold back and roared. What kind of nonsense is that again? At the same time, Alan Alphons also received a letter. After reading it, the corner of his mouth twitched. What kind of nonsense is this? Alan Alphons widened his eyes to confirm he hadn't misread. Even the prisoners can use holy power? In his heart, he was certain Sunmood's information couldn't possibly be false. He suddenly thought of those being held captive. The total number of soldiers and prisoners in Ronia was already nearly 800. Even if they were weak, the fact that all of them could use holy power was not something to be taken lightly. Thinking of this, Alan Alphons silently swallowed his saliva. A problem this big, and no one knew? It sounded so absurd. Zero's figure suddenly appeared in his mind. The Lord must have deliberately hidden it. Alan Alphons frowned in distress and let out a sigh. Should I go there in person? He held the paper in his hand and paced back and forth for a long time. It is unimaginably far from here to Ronia. Alan Alphons was so lost in thought that he didn't notice the frantic footsteps approaching. The Queen can teleport. Han ran over, flung the door open, and shouted loudly, What did I say? Didn't I say I would decode it? Alan looked at the other party, weary. Shut up, Han. I have a headache right now. He appeared extremely shocked. An unprecedented phenomenon is happening right now. Recalling that moment, the sword had appeared with ancient characters. Everyone present was stunned. Immediately after, it suddenly emitted a blinding light. Alan Alphons quickly leaned over to shield his eyes. After a long while, he finally managed to peek at the sword. Then, it transformed into armor, protecting his arm. Alan looked at it in silence. Han also dropped his jaw in shock. Then, he walked over and carefully picked it up. At this moment, Han could not hold back his excitement. The reaction is so annoying. I have successfully decoded that Astralon. Hearing that, Alan Alphons wearily lamented. I know, keep it down for a bit. At this moment, Dox was silently reading the letters sent to her. Remembering the previous battle of Alan Alphons in the palace, the vampires had infiltrated deep into the palace. Giant eyes were wide open everywhere. Then the incident of the big eye appearing in Ilusa. The group of people with pitch-black eyes acting as if they were being controlled, along with civil wars simultaneously erupting in neighboring countries. Reading up to here, she rubbed her chin, lost in thought. The vampires' methods are becoming more and more sophisticated and cunning. If we just sit here, it won't do. Suddenly, Dox's complexion turned pale. She quickly covered her mouth. I must convene a council of nobles immediately. After spreading her hand, Dox's palm was stained with fresh blood. A nearby maid saw this and couldn't help but worry. Your Majesty. She gently waved her hand and said in a low voice, I am fine. I am fine. Dox then tried to suppress her fatigue and continued to look at the letter. Surely he is considering the seventh prince as the successor. Her eyes flickered slightly. The seventh prince's ability was beyond doubt, but if that were the case, the hand holding the letter tightened slightly. By her ear, a voice called out, Your Majesty. The maid standing outside announced gently, The seventh prince is preparing to depart. At this moment, Dox was startled to realize that time had passed so quickly. Saying that, she lowered her eyes and murmured softly, I must hurry. Dox rubbed her finger lightly over the paper. I have something to say. After that, she slowly stood up and smiled gently. Prepare for me to leave the palace. It's been a long time since I've been out, hasn't it? The boat moved slowly over the clear blue water. Alan sat up straight. Beside his ear was Rock's familiar voice. How long has it been since I left the palace like this? The corner of her mouth curved into a relieved smile. When I was young, I used to go out to get some air. Breathing out a light sigh, Dox tilted her head to enjoy the sunlight. Now I can truly feel my age. Hearing that, Alan Alphons also gently responded. You are still very healthy, Your Majesty. These words made her complexion brighten visibly. Even if it was just a courteous remark, it sounded very pleasant. When I was young, she paused. Dox lowered her head and recounted. My situation at that time was no different from a bird trapped in a cage. So, I once ran away from the palace. She comfortably enjoyed the cool breeze blowing past, captivated by the unknown beauty. So she wandered until she didn't know she had strayed into a very dangerous forest. At that time, I didn't have any strength, so I quickly fell into despair. Recalling that time, Dox was extremely stunned. And yet, a platinum-haired young man passed by and discovered me. It was truly a miracle. She remembered the man's face clearly. When I woke up, I saw that I was lying in that young man's arms. Dox's cheeks blushed involuntarily. Her eyes sparkled. The royal family was in an uproar back then because the only bloodline of the royal family had secretly run away from the palace and fallen in love with a strange man. Finally, she slowly finished the story. I gave birth to a child, but that child doesn't know about this. Alphons forced a smile, thinking to himself, I'm not very curious, actually. At this moment, Dox presented a letter. I want to request one thing of the prince. Alphons looked on silently, without reaching for it immediately. If anything happens to me, can you deliver this letter to him? The boat drifted slowly on the water. After a long while, he spoke. Can't you deliver it yourself, your majesty? Rock replied softly, It's fine. Although I am a bit regretful, because I have already met his son. Mountain winds combined with white snow brought zombies forward. The group holding spears in their hands shouted loudly, Stab them all to death. Hearing that, it opened its mouth and let out an angry roar. Immediately after, other zombies also flocked over. Charlotte Harris and the knights stood high up, looking down. After a moment, she gently waved her hand to give a signal. Seeing that, the opponent understood and nodded immediately. The hand holding the sword raised up, then gave the order, Fire. As soon as the word was finished, a series of flaming arrows were simultaneously fired, all accurately aiming straight at a zombie's mouth. The remaining ones were also quickly consumed by the flames. On another side, the mages clasped their hands together to transmit their power. Let us offer our prayers. Charlotte Harris stood in the distance, easily controlling the situation. The prisoner's ability to control holy power was gradually improving. No matter how many times I look at it, I can never forget it. Below were the people fighting against the zombies. Her cold eyes glanced far away. No one in the holy office of the Holy Kingdom was informed about a matter of this magnitude. Suddenly thinking of him, she couldn't help but wonder, Sir, what are you plotting? From far away came the sound of frantic footsteps. The ground suddenly shook, making everyone raise their guard. What is this? Is it an earthquake? Charlotte Harris widened her eyes, looking up at what had just arrived. No. This is... Its mouth opened wide, breathing with difficulty. Behind the zombies, a giant figure appeared from out of nowhere. At this moment, Alan held the letter in his hand, looking at it blankly for a long time. He muttered softly, It's all just nonsense. I don't understand it at all. At this moment, Han put on gloves, ready to step forward. It seems to be sealed with magic, like a curse. He had already prepared, and continued. It won't open unless the person who cast it meets with an accident. Alice, on the opposite side, also opened her eyes wide, observing, If you try to pry the magic on it open, it might burn whoever dares to open it. Hearing that, Alphons widened his eyes in confusion. Why did you entrust such a dangerous thing to me? She replied calmly. Only His Majesty knows the answer to that. At this moment, Han reached out a trembling hand. He tried to hide his fear and picked up a sharp needle. So, shall we begin? Alphons slowly took off his shirt. He was still skeptical. I can trust you, right? This is my first time too. You think I have many opportunities to admire an ancient holy relic like Azdalan, right? Seeing that, Alice blushed and closed her eyes, turning away. Then, Alphons sighed lightly. All right, get it over with. The trembling needle was brought over. He began asking Alice about the matter in northern Ronia. You don't know about that either, do you? She covered half her face and glanced over. Yes, this is the first time I've heard about this. He acted as if it were nothing and continued asking, So you think it's a natural phenomenon, Han? From behind, an anxious voice warned, Don't you dare move. Alice pondered for a moment before replying, It's not entirely impossible. Alphons looked stunned. What do you mean by that? She held up 2 fingers and said slowly, You know, there are usually 2 ways to awaken holy power, right? Alice recalled how she had done it herself that day. One is through mastering scriptures and awakening holy power through training and prayer. Someone held a water bottle and drank it dry. The second is by continuously consuming high-purity holy water. However, both methods depend heavily on individual talent, and the success rate is extremely low. But behind her, Han had already started working, skillfully carving a circle. He approached step by step. Whenever the world fell into chaos, the enemy used spells to manipulate the people there. Then, a priest with unusually strong holy power appeared. Everyone's body possessed power, and those they healed or came into contact with showed traces of vague energy. Sometimes, they could even use a faint amount of holy power. She slowed her speech as she reached this point. If you have inherited a shard of a god and are a saint, then everything makes sense. Alan listened intently in silence, and after a while, he retorted, How many times do I have to tell you? I am not a saint. Meanwhile, Han stopped what he was doing. Alright, that's enough for today. Looking at the circles on the other's back, he warned, your body won't hold up if you carve them all at once. Alphons closed his eyes, sensing the power in his body. It didn't seem to have changed much. Seeing this, Han's eyes widened. What are you talking about? It's showing up clearly right there. Alice, standing opposite, confirmed, this is the real Astralon, not a replica. Alphons happily looked back at his own back. With his current state, he should be able to use that thing. They later stopped at a vacant lot and pulled over the carriage for a while. Han, feeling an ominous premonition, stopped. What are you planning to do now? Alphons used his power to firmly grip the bone shard with ease. Watch closely. Immediately, the system notification popped up. Astralon power transfer effect activated. Sharing holy power with the bone shard. Wyvern bone shard is using holy power. The bone shard is leveling up. He looked up into the air. Huh? Leveling up an undead instead of a weapon? Just then, a giant dragon appeared behind Alphons. The road to the north is still long. Does anyone want to ride on the express? At the same time, voices echoed from the ancient castle. I bring a message from Count Timon. The man gritted his teeth, breathing with anger. He will end the war, so the Count must feed the undead through the aging jar. Hearing this, the other man fell silent, rubbing his chin in thought. The Necromancer gave a cold laugh and muttered, the Vampire King has gone too far. I didn't expect him to send a pet like this. He stopped abruptly. You, if you want to give me orders. The words that followed left everyone stunned. Then bring a Marquis-level progenitor or higher here. Hearing this, the giant wolf opened its jaws, still stained with fresh blood. As expected, he is as selfish and untrustworthy as the rumors say. Looking at the giant figure before him, the Necromancer was slightly impressed. So, you do have a few tricks up your sleeve. The giant wolf glared and growled. Threaten me? I have to carry out the Vampire King's orders. I don't care about your opinion. I will use force to take you away, Count. The corners of his mouth curled into an excited grin. Beast meat. The people behind him had surrounded it at some point. What a perfect sacrifice. The giant wolf was startled and roared. What? A sharp blade swung, slicing through the undead. Charlotte Harris handled them with extreme ruthlessness. Nearby, the others used shields and weapons to defend themselves. The giant opened its mouth wide and let out a roar. Suddenly, the gate burst open amidst screams. The gate has been breached. Everyone, take your positions. Do not fear, the Saintess is with us. Seeing this, the Skeleton King waved his hand, loudly reassuring everyone. We must hold them off. Fight to the death. Everyone, pray. Hearing this, the soldiers immediately boosted their morale. The mages clasped their hands, focusing on their prayers. Charlotte Harris, on the high wall, heard the shout. Alphons. She looked down at the fierce battle below. Even the untrained prisoners were holding their ground. The moment she turned around, her complexion turned pale. But the undead army with those giant monsters kept swarming in. There are too many of them. At this rate, we won't last long. Should I leave the wall and go down to give them a hand? Charlotte Harris immediately tightened her grip on her sword. What should I do? At the same time, Alphons raised his gun and aimed. I am the Legion. I am the heir of Gaia. The entire group immediately became restless. My lord, seeing him appear, riding on the back of the giant dragon, everyone cheered. The seventh prince has arrived. Immediately after, a surge of power shot down from the gun. Blinding light made all the undead freeze in place. Taking the opportunity, Alphons quickly dealt with all the undead nearby. The soldiers on the wall couldn't help but show their astonishment. How can a mortal create a miracle like this? We're saved. Rapid footsteps approached. She immediately knelt down. Charlotte Harris, captain of the White Knights, stood ahead of the entire army. Charlotte Harris bowed her head and shouted, I pay my respects, Your Highness. Alan crossed his arms and smiled in response. You've worked hard. Thank you, Charlotte Harris. She bowed her head with honor, a faint smile curving her lips. The grandson of the Holy Emperor is a necromancer. Alphons then slowly descended to the ground. He walked over, grabbed her shoulders, and helped her stand up. I always feel guilty toward you, he said, smiling encouragingly. It seems like I'm just a burden to you. Charlotte Harris maintained her usual posture. Please don't worry about it, my lord. She smirked slightly. That is my duty to the gods, as your loyal right arm. Alice, watching from afar, couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Knowing that your highness is safe in this foreign land is enough for me to be happy. She sighed, then walked over to interrupt. Your highness, let's talk later. Shall we? Alphons quickly agreed. Of course. At this moment, both girls were silently locking eyes. Alphons glanced around. Amidst the soldiers, there was a familiar figure. That face looked so familiar. After the system notification, Alphons was startled to realize, elder brother Zephan? Thinking of this, he turned to look at the Skeleton King, who was silently bowing his head. It seems Haemon sent you here. After the execution, it seems Zero and Charlotte still haven't realized. It's nice to see you again, brother. He then returned to the palace. Shortly after, someone entered. The other person, after stopping, immediately sat down. Alan, sitting in the center, finally spoke. Speak. Lord Zero looked at the person kneeling on the ground. He continued. The fact that the people can suddenly use holy power is one thing, but gathering a massive army of 800,000 people from them? In his heart, he recalled the fierce battle at that time. The words that followed made Charlotte Heres shudder. Without reporting it to the Holy Emperor? Why? On the contrary, Zero just raised his head and answered frankly, this servant wanted to help. Immediately after, he bowed his head and said loudly, so that the seventh prince can become the new ruler of the Holy Empire. Alphons's pupils flashed with a cold glint. What the hell is he rambling about? Looking at the other's demeanor, he wondered, is he trying to frame someone as a traitor with that innocent look? Thinking this, Alphons waved his hand to stop Charlotte Harris. Do you understand what this implies? The words that followed successfully left Zero with a blank expression. If this fails, it's not just you who will die, but this entire region. Thank you for your concern, my lord. The moment he lifted his head, he had approached right in front of him. In his eyes, am I still just a wild, exiled prince? Hearing this, the man gaped and fell backward. Report this immediately. That is an order. Speaking up to this point, Alphons said impatiently. Is that clear? Then he stood up, clutching his head wearily. Why won't anyone leave me in peace? After that, Alphons didn't forget to emphasize again. Just say it was my order. Zero still intended to argue, but he couldn't. He glared and shouted, cutting him off. That is the only way to lighten the punishment. Then, before leaving, Alan didn't forget to warn him. But you will still have to go to prison. Go. The man was stunned by the barrage of information. Afterward, Zero stayed silent, kneeling in place, muttering, this servant has troubled you again. The steady sound of a shovel digging echoed outside. Seeing this, some people couldn't help but gossip. He always gives his all. Two men looked over with a scrutinizing gaze. He's the quiet type, so it's a bit awkward being around him. Just leave him alone. Everyone has their own story. Seeing him working so hard made them curious. He's been here for a while, yet no one even knows his name. Let's finish up quickly and get out of here. The sun gradually set behind the tall trees. Alphons transported the last of the corpses and stopped. That's it for today. From afar, a voice suddenly echoed. He turned back and caught the water bottle that had been tossed to him. Seeing the figure walking out, Alphons looked suspicious. Who's that? A lifeless hand sprouted from beneath the ground. It's just me. The figure approached, dragging waves of undead in his wake. Just a small priest passing by. Seeing this, Zephan frowned uncomfortably and questioned. Do you think this is a time for jokes? The other person put on an extremely serious expression. Do I look like I'm joking? Then, he whispered, stop talking nonsense. At the same time, undead sprouted from the ground. The necromancer moved his fingertips to command the first strike. Raphael was startled, not having time to react. What? Right after that, the soldiers swung their arms and threw him aside. Raphael was quickly pushed back a distance. At some point, he looked down at his blood-stained arm. He hadn't sensed the man's presence at all. Seeing this, the necromancer looked at him with disdain and said, can't even dodge that, huh? Then he let out a mocking laugh. What's the point of coming back to life if you're this useless? Raphael didn't pay it any mind, instead, glancing at the other person. How did you do that? Hearing that, the necromancer lowered his voice. It's no big secret. Nothing worth dwelling on. After a short pause, he mentioned the water bottle from earlier. Drink this potion if you don't want to die again. Raphael was silent, gripping it tightly in his hand. That's a gift from the one who saved you. Hearing this, he suspiciously looked toward the undead. Alphons? No. This belongs to the seventh prince, right? The necromancer shrugged, looking indifferent. You ask too many questions. Following his gaze toward the undead, he added, you can't even take care of yourself. Are you planning to rely on your younger brother forever? This remark thoroughly infuriated him. Damn it. Right after that, Raphael decisively drank all the water in the bottle. The necromancer waited in silence for the changes to take effect. Alphons suspiciously eyed the small vial in front of him. What is this? Han held it in his hand and started to explain. Remember those carnivorous plants in Tatalos? He coldly interrupted. Get to the point. It was then that he secretly took something out. If you mix the resin from those plants, 2 vials were brought out in front of Alphons. With the holy water the prince created, Han carefully poured 1 vial into the other. And there you have it, behold. Alphons and Alice were both stunned, speechless, looking at the vial emitting a foul odor. Alphons muttered, "Poison?" He wasn't pleased and brought it closer. "After everything we've been through, how can you say that?" Alphons coldly retorted, "We haven't even known each other for a year yet." Alice couldn't help but walk away in the middle of the conversation. "Aren't you going to explain it properly?" Han then laughed and introduced it. "That's a recovery potion. It's like the potions sold everywhere on the streets. It helps restore stamina." The purple liquid slowly flowed into his body after drinking, healing his wounds. But the biggest difference is that it accelerates the user's development. Upon saying this, he didn't forget to declare, "This potion is several times more effective than other types." Alphons's complexion darkened, his face trying to suppress his discomfort. "Are you serious? This stuff is worse than decomposing undead." Han gave a forced laugh and waved his hand. "They say bitter medicine cures the illness, right?" He silently watched the black mist radiating outward. By the way, it hardly has any effect on the prince. Only then did Han feel that the foul smell meant the effectiveness would be lower for those who had reached a certain level. "So this is a one-of-a-kind potion?" Alan's brows furrowed slightly. He was still skeptical. "I feel so uneasy," he said, gripping the vial tightly in his hand. He softly reminded him, "There is a major drawback." At that moment, water spilled onto the ground, a thick, purple liquid. Alphons's eyes widened, and he collapsed to his knees, screaming, veins bulging all over his pained face. Han's words echoed, "The taste is terrible. It's lethal." At that moment, Alan looked horrified. "If it's like this, that's not just a drawback." Seeing this, the necromancer tapped his hand lightly and muttered, "That's strange. They clearly said it tasted like strawberries and was delicious." In front of them, 2 undead swung their swords, preparing to strike. 2 sharp slashes simultaneously aimed at Alphons. In his chest, a strange power surged. His heart suddenly pounded wildly. Raphael snatched a sword and dashed past the 2 undead. They stood frozen for a moment before suddenly exploding at the same time. Even Raphael couldn't believe his eyes. "What the hell is this?" The necromancer in the distance excitedly shouted, "This power did something just change? Don't forget this feeling. Make sure to tell me about it later." At that moment, he was startled and glanced around. To that guy, was everything just a game? But thinking of something, he glanced back. "That guy makes me furious, but I have to deal with this first." But very quickly, Raphael steadied his emotions. "I'll deal with that later." His eyes flashed red. Alphons gripped the sword tightly. A blue power dyed the blade. The necromancer stood in the distance, silently observing. His holy power had been amplified many times over. Han had truly created something unbelievable. Suddenly, Alphons let out a roar and lunged forward, heading straight toward the undead in front of him. "Let's end this all at once!" Raphael swung the sword with immense power. "I am no longer the Raphael who always hides behind his younger brother." Seeing this, the necromancer calmly snapped his fingers. "All right, that's enough." The sword just swung, slashing through empty air. The undead in front of him immediately vanished. "Hey, red-haired guy. Be here tomorrow at this exact time, in this spot." Alphons gasped, eyes wide, turning around. "What? The necromancer's silhouette suddenly disappeared. "Fine then. See you later." He stood dazed for a long while. That bastard, even at the very last minute, he still only says what he likes. At the same time, Charlotte Harris was still diligently practicing. Hearing the noise, she stopped her movements and turned around. Alan smiled and waved to greet her. "You're really putting in the effort, Charlotte Harris," she replied according to etiquette. "Greetings, Your Highness." It was then that he revealed, "Charlotte Harris, I brought something for you." Hearing that, her face went blank for a moment. "A gift?" He smiled and handed over a water bottle, then instructed, "It's good stuff. Drink it all." In a small corner, a wolf monster was drooling, staring intensely at the vampire. The monster's ghastly voice echoed, "I don't care about your opinion, Count. I will use force to make you follow him." Hearing that person reject his offer, he smiled, his voice sounding indifferent. "The flesh of a beast is not a bad sacrifice." The monster didn't understand the vampire's words and asked suspiciously, "What?" Behind him was a tall, dark shadow watching him. Outside, the snowstorm was growing fiercer. Standing on a high platform observing the situation around, he smiled with interest. He talked to himself in high spirits. "The prey isn't bad either. You're not bad as a pet, are you?" The vampire on the platform stood observing the situation around. His voice sounded chilling as he said, This thing will be quiet and obedient for a while. He crossed his arms, calculating silently in his heart. Mist giants, creatures from the world of giants. Once I raise it to maturity and create the giant's heart, I will be able to permanently seal that holy emperor. But this process is happening too slowly. There aren't enough sacrifices. The quantity is pathetically low. Seeing that this plan was not going well, he narrowed his eyes, observing the situation below the platform. He couldn't help but wonder to himself, are they still heading to the sacrificial temple for no reason? Even if it's instinct, how long will they continue these meaningless actions? Suddenly, he remembered, White, there are at least 800 people in the sacrificial temple. The vampire saw that the time was ripe, so he snapped his fingers and chuckled. Ordinary people are truly useless. But I heard that now they all have bodies that can use holy power. The mindless zombies stood under the wall, their red eyes moving aimlessly. He stood on the roof of the platform and said loudly, "Everyone, listen to my command." The vampire stood there, sternly ordering, "Immediately head to the sacrificial temple. Leave no one behind." The monsters heard his voice and respectfully looked up toward where he was standing. Seeing them obey his orders, he said, "Collect all the souls there and bring them back to me." He made a very tempting offer. "Whoever brings back the most, I will consider making them my trusted subordinate." The words he spoke were filled with enticement, pouring straight into the ears of the monsters standing soullessly below. The remaining ones will have the honor of witnessing the moment the Holy Emperor is sealed. Now, charge. The mindless monsters began to move quickly toward the sacrificial temple. He sneered. The grudge within him had not yet cooled. "Just you wait, Kelvin Fons Tan Fons. I will personally bestow upon you suffering even worse than death." He looked forward to the day he would cut off his head. Charlotte Harris pulled a face and stuck out her tongue. Cold sweat ran down her body. Charlotte Harris wiped her mouth and looked at the bag of water. She couldn't help but complain. "I'm only drinking it because you ordered me to, but this taste is terrible." Alan heard that and smiled. "Really? They said it tasted like strawberries, though." A virtual notification board appeared. She heard his words and couldn't help but ask, "But out of so many people, why did you give this to me?" The system interface turned toward her, and a notification line appeared. Status. Small change in stats detected, Alan thought silently. The increase is negligible. Unlike my brothers. Han walked from afar toward Alan Alphons. He couldn't help but excitedly say, "Finally, are you willing to test the elixir?" Alan Alphons saw his excited look and sighed. He immediately pointed toward the safe corner and said, "When did you get here? Step back. It's very dangerous." Han heard the warning and ran to a safe spot. "Yes, sir." Seeing Han follow his orders, he turned to her and said, "Charlotte Harris, let's spar a bit." She replied indifferently. Finally, hearing that, she excitedly spun her wooden sword and said, "You're giving me a chance, too." Charlotte Harris looked at him expectantly. "I've always wanted to know if my sword could ever touch you." Alan Alphons pondered silently. "One of Asta's abilities has always been the transfer of power. I used to transfer my abilities to summoned creatures." An image of Ammon appeared. "But now, it also works in reverse." He took out his sword. The system interface appeared. "Under the influence of Astalun, the characteristics of custom have been transferred to the sword. Ancient characters wrapped around Ammon." Alan Alphons smiled at her, his voice sounding indifferent. "Shall we begin, then?" With the sword in his hand channeling energy, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Now I won't be at such a huge disadvantage in close-quarters combat against Charlotte Harris." She let out a sharp, cold breath. "Very well." With that, she lunged at him, her body surging with cold air, her gaze sharp. Her cold eyes tracked his every move. "I'll take the lead, Your Highness." The sound of their two blades clashing rang out sharply. Charlotte Harris leaped backward. Alan couldn't help but offer a smug smile, his cold eyes scanning her. He asked skeptically, "Wasn't that lunge a bit too sudden?" He tightened his grip on his sword. Ancient letters swirled around the blade as he spoke in a calm, flat tone, "Breath of the wind." A compressed ball of wind gathered, and strong gusts billowed around them. Alan shouted toward her, "I'm struggling to control this power, so you'd better dodge." With that, he swung the orb forcefully toward Charlotte Harris. The magic orb tore through the air, streaking toward her in a flash. She wasn't afraid. She clenched her hand tightly and stared, unblinking, at the orb racing toward her. The orb arrived with the precision of a fastball, and Charlotte Harris immediately swung her sword behind her, lowering her body and pivoting. At that moment, she looked just like a baseball player, fully focused and ready to swing for a decisive hit. She struck the magic orb hard, and the collision between her sword and the spell created a burst of light that illuminated the entire sky. Meanwhile, inside the building, Raphael Alphons paced back and forth in deep thought. Who is this masked person? My resurrection was supposed to be a total secret. A purple potion was spilled. The mysterious figure wearing a plague doctor mask raised both hands toward him. Only Diane knows about this. This ability to control the undead is very similar to Alphons. He frowned. Raphael Alphons tried to console himself. Father, everything will become clear once I meet Dion. Suddenly, a loud, jarring sound shook the entire building. Watching the structure tremble, he gasped in terror. Dust and debris rose after the massive impact, leaving a giant hole in the wall. Charlotte Harry's voice rang out through the dust. You're still holding back, Alan. Alan replied awkwardly. I gave it my all. I'm completely drained, down to the last drop of energy. Hearing this, she frowned. Then you need to train even harder. He couldn't help but compliment her. You're really strong, Charlotte Harry's. Raphael Alphons stood there blankly, watching the two of them talk. Oh, Alan, what should I even say? Suddenly, a familiar surge of power left Raphael Alphons stunned. His and Charlotte Harris's eyes turned icy cold. This energy, bells from the observation deck rang out incessantly, a warning to everyone that they were under attack. The soldiers on the deck panicked. Archers, take your positions. The rest of the troops, move to the walls. The undead are closing in on the main gate. Monsters of all sizes rushed toward the Temple of Offering. The giant monsters didn't care about the zombies underneath, trampling them into the dirt. The mindless giants marched toward the temple. Charlotte Harris gasped, her eyes wide. Your Highness? Alan heard her and replied, Yes. Alan Alphons' gaze turned sharp. A simple invasion is one thing, but monsters as thick as ants in this heavy, swirling blizzard. The knight stood by, waiting for the onslaught. If there are more giant creatures like the one I saw when I arrived, I can't promise what will happen. At first glance, they looked exactly like the Jotun from mythology. The giant monster held a massive rock in its hand, its eyes glowing blood red. This isn't good. If that's the case, Charlotte Harris sensed the shift in Alan's power. She turned to look at him, shocked. Your Highness? Ancient letters swirled around him, and blue flames enveloped his body. He held a potion bottle in his hand, his power surging intensely. Seeing him holding the bottle, she couldn't help but shout. Did you really drink that potion? Alan looked calmly at the bottle and said, Now isn't the time to be picky. I trust that I've tested it enough. He summoned his ancient book and flipped through the pages. Han's hypothesis was wrong. That's right. For those who have reached a certain realm, the page glowed, and an image slowly emerged. The effect may be weaker, but since I'm the one who created this holy water, it suits me better than anyone else. Charlotte Harris saw the book and asked suspiciously, A skeleton? A skeleton slowly appeared. She couldn't help but gasp. It couldn't be. Her eyes widened, staring intently at Alan Alphons. A wraith. The space around him was covered in a blue light. A skeleton slowly emerged from the book. He was draped in mysterious black robes, and in his hands he held a long firearm. Alan Alphons saw him appear and spoke up. Long time no see. He slammed the firearm hard against the ground. A new body, a new weapon, new subordinates. The subordinates rose from the ground one by one. They were equipped with armor and rifles. The skeleton said cheerfully, It seems you are my master now. Even Rahama had knelt. He and his subordinates stood respectfully before him, awaiting orders. Nasus said, reverently, Please, give us your command. Alan Alphons stared at him and replied calmly, What is your name? He smiled and answered, Nasus. At that moment, outside the city walls, the troops shouted to each other. A boulder is coming, the soldier immediately ordered. Find cover, quickly. Dion heard the soldier's warning and shouted in shock. What? A massive boulder and countless rocks, large and small, flew toward him. Crash. The sound of the massive impact echoed. Dion and the other soldiers were sent flying. Seeing the giant boulder now lying still, he couldn't help but wonder to himself, where did a giant rock like this even come from? Dion looked into the distance and saw a giant creature still standing in a throwing stance. Was it thrown from all the way over there? The knight, standing on the observation deck, ordered, Fire the siege weapons. The cannons on the deck fired toward the giant. The monsters grabbed more rocks and hurled them at the Temple of Offering. Huge stones flew toward where they were standing. Cries of help echoed out. A hairy hand appeared on the observation deck. The soldiers saw the werewolf climbing up and panicked. Lycans! The soldier saw the wolves crazily scaling the walls and screamed, The Lycans have breached the wall. Pray! Seeing their reaction, the Lycans laughed excitedly. You stupid cattle! Do you think you still have time to pray? The monsters rushed frantically toward the formation. The soldiers fell into a panic the moment they saw them. They were no different from a herd of mad bulls, slamming recklessly into the poor soldiers and sending them flying into the air. From afar, the commander realized the battle was falling apart and rushed over. He yelled furiously, unable to contain himself. "Damn it, everything's falling apart." A girl's voice suddenly rang out. "Chaos on the battlefield." Her hands clenched, radiating power. "All of you, back off." She punched a lichen in the face, causing it to groan in pain. The lichen monster was sent flying, Alice yelled, toward the terrified soldiers, immediately issuing orders. "We cannot retreat. There are still civilians inside the fortress. We must buy time for them to evacuate." Just then, from another area, a soldier yelled, "The outer wall has been breached again." Dion heard the shout and looked over, startled. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a horde of skeletons and flying goblins were rushing in to attack. The soldiers screamed in panic, "It's the undead this time." Dion immediately ordered the soldiers to rally their courage. "Hold the line. Use your shields to block the path. Use your spears to push them back." The lichens lacked tactical coordination. The soldiers heard this and used their abilities to create shields and sharp spears, pointing them toward the monsters. They charged into the fray. The sound of weapons clashing was fierce. Suddenly, Dion felt a cold pressure rushing toward him. A lichen monster swung its sword hard at him. Dion hurriedly blocked the blow. The monster saw him deflect the attack and roared, "So you're the commander here, huh?" He trembled, struggling to hold back the creature's strike. He said angrily, "The power is incredible." The creature's hideous mouth spoke. "My name is Vobu. I am the chieftain of the Swan tribe, serving under Count Timon." He kept attacking while he chatted with him. "The Count intends to use all of you as sacrifices. Consider it an honor and die obediently. You will become sacrifices for the teleportation gate, tearing through the very fabric of space." He raised his sharp claws at him and screamed, "So, just obediently become a sacrifice for Misty." A deep voice echoed from afar, "You stinking mutt." Both of them, in the middle of their fight, looked up at the sky. They were stunned to see figures flying above. He smiled, holding his large firearm. His voice rang out coldly, "You truly are a pathetic and miserable creature." Suddenly, the sky erupted with beams of golden light falling to the earth. They saw the golden specks raining down and couldn't help but look up, whispering to each other, "Snow? No, that's not it. It's a blessing from His Highness." He stood in the sky, the firearm in his hand glowing. He said coldly, "My name is Nasus." He spoke of his life with such detachment, realizing only after death who his true master really was. His followers trailing behind him leveled their guns at the horde of werewolf monsters. Vobo, seeing this, could only seethe with rage from below, forced to watch helplessly. Nasus spoke coldly, "Praise and serve," as a hail of bullets rained down upon the crowd. "A monster that lights up the sky. My master, Alphons." Locked in his prison cell, the man muttered to himself, "I thought I was doing what was best for you, but in the end, I only brought you harm." He was lost in self-torment when a clear, calm voice echoed through the silent cell. "Even if I had 10 mouths, I couldn't make an excuse for this." Charlotte Harris stood coldly by his side. She stated flatly, "Lord Zero, prepare to depart immediately." Hearing his name, the man was startled. He couldn't help but stand up and ask her, What is happening?" Charlotte Harris walked over to open the door for him and said coldly, "There's no time to explain." The creaking of the wooden door shattered the silence. She spoke softly, signaling with her eyes, "See for yourself." The ground beneath them shook. The sudden tremor caused them both to lose their balance, stumbling and unable to stand firm. Zero hesitated and spoke up. That was the prince's shot. Hearing this, Charlotte Harris could only remain silent. As she regained her composure, she gritted her teeth and said, "What have you done here?" Charlotte Harris walked quickly, not forgetting to urge him, "Go up there and see the situation first. You, too. Hurry and prepare your weapons to assist the prince." Hearing her say that, he couldn't help but be amazed, thinking to himself, why did she suddenly act like that? At this moment, on the ground filled with smoke and dust, Vobo looked at the crater hit by Nasus. He trembled, unable to believe his eyes. He scanned his surroundings, seeing the lichens lying strewn about the ground. Suddenly, what is this? His eyes widened in fear, and he thought to himself, I tried my best to dodge, but I was clearly on the ramparts just a moment ago. Why am I here now? Nasus spoke coldly. Stay out of this, you dog. He slowly advanced toward Vobo, coldly threatening the wolf. Your brain wouldn't be able to grasp what's happening. Diane saw Nasus standing there and turned to look at him. Nasus coldly ordered the soldiers, all units, load your weapons. Hearing the command, they raised their rifles toward Vobo. Seeing him standing tall right in front of him, Vobo gloated. Giving up the high ground? What a foolish skeleton. He immediately pointed at him and ordered the attack. Before they could even stand up properly, they all rushed forward. The Lycans obeyed the command and charged toward where Nasus was standing. Nasus's skeleton monsters slowly emerged from the ground, holding shields to block the Lycans' attacks. Dian swung his sword hard at the monsters, fighting back. Vobo roared in anger. What the hell is this? Are you trying to stall for time? On the other side, the shield-bearing monsters held the line, while behind them were the sniper monsters. Seeing their movements, Vobo roared at his subordinates. Stop! Drool, flying from his mouth into the air, his subordinates couldn't dodge in time and were hit. They screamed in pain. A dense volley of bullets fired directly at them. In the blink of an eye, the Lycans were mowed down like grass, leaving only him standing alone in the arena. Vobo trembled before Nasus's power. In his heart, he was terrified. He couldn't move at all. Cold sweat dripped down, and his heart was in a state of panic. What a futile tactic. Alice saw Nasus's strength and couldn't help but collapse to the ground. She said in amazement. The prince's new subordinates. The sound of horse hooves striking the ground echoed. She heard the noise and turned to look. When she saw Alan riding on the back of a skeletal horse, she couldn't help but be astonished. Seeing her dazed expression, he spoke up. Please maintain the resonance. We cannot let them escape from here alive. Hearing his request, she nodded to show she understood. Alice clasped her hands together, her mouth murmuring prayers. A giant magic circle appeared behind her. The chants of prayer spread out around the arena. The soldiers saw this and asked each other in surprise. Singing? No, this is the grace of the goddess Gaia. She stood there, summoning the goddess to bestow blessings and strength upon them. From afar, Zero came running. He immediately yelled loudly to the dazed soldiers. Everyone, pray. Pray right now. He raised his sword to the sky and shouted, Show these spirits the greatness of the Holy Empire. Hearing him, the soldiers knelt and prayed. Alan Alphons immediately looked toward where he was standing and ordered, Nasus, advance. Hearing his call, he looked up. He followed him, and together they charged toward the mass of monsters. Seeing this, Zero ordered the soldiers, Everyone, protect the prince. Alan Alphons rode the skeletal horse straight toward the giants. They held large boulders in their hands. Looking at the prince, Zero reassured the fearful men. Do not be afraid. You are not alone. His eyes cold and sharp, Alan observed the giant's movements without a hint of fear or hesitation. You are protected by Goddess Gaia. The remaining soldiers heard this and bowed their heads, praying to the goddess. The soldiers' strength surged. Seeing Alan charging into battle, they regained their courage and stood up. Zero kept reassuring them. You also have Alan Alphons. They immediately spurred their horses to follow and support him. They joined forces, shouting aggressively, Charge! Get those vampires! The monsters did not flinch. They also charged forward. Both sides clashed fiercely. Their corpses were soon scattered everywhere. The great power from praying to Goddess Gaia, combined with the presence of Alan Alphons, gave them a powerful surge of strength. Seeing the situation going badly, Vobo hurried to run on all fours away from this fierce battle. Cold sweat poured down, and he was terrified. He's crazy. He's completely lost his mind. Seeing the scene before him, he couldn't help but doubt even faith has its limits, right? First, we have to survive. Vobo rushed toward the forest. He shouted, We must report this to the Count. Suddenly, a bullet flew and tore a hole in his shoulder. He screamed in pain. Following that were waves of bullets that tore through him, leaving him in pieces. On this side, Alan Alphons was facing a giant. The giant picked up a boulder and threw it toward where he was standing. Both of them prayed together, Gaia, Gaia. Alan held the gun in his hand, aiming it at the giant standing there. Other skeletal subordinates also aimed their guns at the beast. Alan prayed softly, Please grant me the strength to judge the undead who cannot die through your grace. The bullets pierced through the giant. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel smug. The sound of horse hooves moving on the ground echoed through the space. Charlotte Harris tightened her grip on her sword and took the lead. The sword in her hand emitted a blue light. Fueled by anger, she rushed toward the monsters advancing on her. In the blink of an eye, she sliced them into pieces. Her sharp blade passed through, leaving their bodies scattered on the ground. The soldiers saw her, charging forward recklessly, and couldn't help but worry. Someone, quickly, protect the Marquess. Charlotte Harris quietly observed Alice, thinking to herself, I knew she was the granddaughter of Cardinal Raphael Astoria, but to have the ability to support so many people like this, that noble bloodline, that innate talent, just like His Highness. and compared to them, she felt self-conscious, unable to stop tormenting herself. I'm so pathetic, and I feel so humiliated. Charlotte Harris remembered the scene where she and Alan Alphons fought together, thinking to herself, even though His Highness's specialty isn't melee combat, I still felt happy, and at least, I could beat him in one aspect. What a stupid and unwise thought. She was startled when she saw the scene unfolding before her. She hurriedly rushed toward him and shouted, Your Highness, dodge! The giant used its massive hand to strike hard at the boy. Skeleton soldiers. They were shattered into bone fragments upon impact. When the dust settled, Alan was still standing tall, uninjured, and untouched. Charlotte Harris saw he was safe and couldn't stop sighing in relief. He's safe, thank heavens. Then she turned to look at the monster with hatred. She reassured herself. Leave the self-loathing for later. Now, she circled behind the monster to get close. Her sharp sword emitted a massive surge of power. First, I have to do what needs to be done. She leaped high into the air, her hand tightening around the sword as she struck down at the monster. Her slashes caused it great pain, forcing it to its knees. Charlotte Harris shouted loudly to Alan Alphons, Your Highness, keep moving forward. He heard her call and turned to look at her. She stood below, trying to speak loudly enough for him to hear. I will support you. Alan Alphons couldn't help but smile at her actions. He replied, All right, I'm counting on you. He inwardly worried for her. Don't let feelings of inferiority distract you from your mission. She became serious, telling herself that her duty was to protect His Highness. Her cold, sharp eyes gradually became determined. Now, I just need to focus on that. The sun was about to set behind the high mountain range. The monsters now lay scattered on the ground. Seeing this, the soldiers looked up at the sky and asked each other, Is it over? The sky gradually returned to a clear blue after the snowstorm. They were moved to tears, trembling as they cried, We won. They raised their hands to the sky, unable to stop cheering loudly for each other. We won. Long live the Holy Empire. They hurried to run toward Alan Alphons and shouted, Your Highness. He hadn't yet grasped the situation before he was lifted high, and they cheered, Long live His Highness. Hurrah. On Alice's side, they didn't hold back either, rushing over to cheer for her and praise the priestess. She couldn't help but be startled by their actions. Long live our great victory. Long live the Holy Empire. Stop it. Alice couldn't help but say, I'm about to throw up. Charlotte Harris stood from afar, watching the two of them being cheered by everyone, and couldn't help but smile happily. Rafan clutched his injured arm and walked toward her to chat. Alan, or should I say, Your Highness, you're looking more manly every day. Hearing him say that, she turned her head to look at him, then continued walking forward. He didn't look back at her, saying, Marchioness Charlotte Harris, is it? I hope you will continue to faithfully serve His Highness. He looked at how he was now, and couldn't help but smile. He is stronger than anyone else, but it seems he doesn't know how to take care of himself at all. The protagonist shines brighter, precisely because of his companions. She listened to him in silence. I understand that too. Saying that, she turned and walked away. Charlotte Harris was lost in deep, tangled thoughts. I picked up the sword to protect His Highness. I also once thought that I could cut through any adversity I faced, but it is actually he who is that sharp, brightly shining sword. No matter how hard I try, I will never be able to surpass His Highness. I need to find a new path for myself, Zero said loudly and happily, just as expected from the one chosen by Gaia. Looking at him standing there, he said respectfully, Your Highness is truly magnificent. He didn't answer his words, but coldly placed a hand on his shoulder and said, Take care of the cleanup. Hearing him say that, he was stunned and replied, How could you entrust me with such a task? Hearing him say that, he retorted angrily, You're the one in charge here, aren't you? Seeing him angry, Zero immediately obeyed. I will do my best to serve you. Your Highness. You stopped paying attention to him. At that moment, a row of cargo carriages appeared in front of you, making Alan Alphons curious. Alan Alphons walked toward a carriage and asked, Where is this carriage going? The soldier, hearing that, hurriedly replied, This is a cargo carriage headed to the territory. Hilda. To forge weapons as requested by Marchioness Charlotte Harris. We are carrying out a very thorough special inspection. He couldn't help but be suspicious. Charlotte Harris ordered weapons? The swords passed down in the Harris family are already far superior to most other types of swords. Alan Alphons looked at the soldier and asked, What kind of weapon did Charlotte Harris order? Hearing that, the soldier replied, She requested a steel shield. You summoned the space storage, whispering to yourself, What use is steel when giants are rampaging everywhere? You reached in to take the item out and spoke up. Tell them to make the shield out of this. Seeing you pull out a large bone, the soldier asked in surprise, This is? You answered coldly. Dragonbone. Hearing what you said, the soldier was somewhat astonished and said, So, dragon skin actually exists? A voice from afar interrupted their conversation. Dion ran over to you and immediately reported the situation. I have carried out your orders. I captured a few werewolves and interrogated them. Hearing him say that, Alan asked, Is it the work of vampires? He immediately replied, Yes, exactly that, and not the ordinary kind, Diane said apprehensively. It seems this is the work of a high-level vampire. Meanwhile, at the Hilda Territories mining area, the sunlight shone down on the tree leaves. A dwarf was in the forge crafting quality weapons, while another was pointing and ordering them around. Hey, this needs to be taken over there. No, not there. I said over there. Footsteps echoed in the furnace-hot forge. A girl with red hair was waving her hand and calling out, Bylock. Hearing someone call him, he turned to look at the group of dwarves, who immediately gathered around upon seeing her. Bylock spoke up, teasing the girl. Lady Hilda, you shouldn't come here. Your beautiful skin might get burned. Hearing him say that, she immediately retorted, Don't overreact like that. I'll be fine. She pointed toward the carriage. This is an order from the 7th Prince and his entourage. They sent the materials themselves. The dragon bone sparkled under the sunlight. Seeing the dragon bone, they couldn't help but walk closer to examine it out of curiosity. Is this dragon bone? This is the first time I've ever seen this with my own eyes. Bilib looked at her and said, What needs to be made? Hearing him ask, Hilda smiled and said, A shield. He immediately replied, Then we need to create the strongest shield. That's right, a shield that can allow the user to block every strike. At the kingdom, Deanne hurriedly reported the results after interrogating and investigating the monsters that had been captured. He reported the current situation seriously. According to the latest investigation results, this is the work of Vampire Count Timon. Saying that, he handed the papers with the investigation results to everyone in the meeting room. Alan took the paper and read line by line. He still stood there, reporting important information for everyone to hear. In the ice fortress in the north, where it used to be the stronghold of the King of the Dead, he seems to be conducting all sorts of research there. And finally, it seems he intends to destroy the dimensional boundary to overthrow the Holy Emperor's family. The imperfect purgatory, opened by the necromancers of Iran. The monsters attacking are because he ordered them to. Hearing his report, you pondered deeply. Back then, it was only partially opened, and the city was already devastated. If it opened completely, even your own safety could not be guaranteed. Han heard this and immediately slammed his hand down, saying loudly, That's impossible. How could some vampire cause something like this to happen? Seeing Han's surprised expression, you explained, The purgatory was only opened thanks to the information provided by that guy. If even amateurs can do it, why can't the person providing the information? Hearing that, he gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. Alan Alphons turned to look at Diane and asked, Which reality exactly does he intend to open? He answered seriously, We haven't determined the full details yet. You calculated to yourself. The death wave will begin soon, and if the dimensions collapse all at once, we won't be able to deal with it. If the Holy Emperor and the 10 White Knights come here to fight, we might be able to stop it. But I heard the Emperor's health is currently not good. Regardless of his ability, as a human, his lifespan is also coming to an end. You put your hands under your chin and said, Constantly being on the defensive and reacting to the enemy's actions is always a disadvantage. Then, we will strike first. Hearing you say that, everyone was shocked. Alan immediately looked at Han and ordered, Prepare to teleport now. After the incident in Iran, you've been able to create teleportation. Gates, right? Hearing Alan mention that, he was startled. Han couldn't help but ask curiously, That's true, but what are you planning? Alan Alphons didn't answer his question but interrupted, asking, How long will it take? He calmly sat down in a chair, rubbing his chin in thought. If we start immediately, I think it will be ready in about 24 hours and 12 minutes. Alan Alphons couldn't wait, and said immediately, Just before the death wave, they won't expect humans to actively attack vampires first. Alan Alphons and his team will actively attack their hideout instead of waiting around. Alan Alphons said to himself, In just one night, in just one single night, I will wipe them out, without leaving a single one behind. 24 hours and 12 minutes later, the fortress was now busy preparing, picking up weapons, and loading all the gunpowder we had onto the carts. You stood by, watching the hurried actions of everyone. Charlotte Harris couldn't help but worry. At your decision, and asked again, Are you sure about this? Alan Alphons smiled faintly, confidently answering her question. We have no other choice. You looked over at Han, who was drawing a magic circle, and said, Han's ability only allows him to teleport one single person. Hearing Alphons mention him, he got angry. Go search all over this continent. Is there anyone with the ability to teleport over long distances? Seeing Han angry, you comforted him. I know. Saying that, you thought about the vampire. He was the one who appeared in the incident with the two princes and the purgatory in Iran. Perhaps all of this, right up to the current Ronia invasion, was the work of that same guy. You turned to order her, cover the rear, okay, Charlotte Harries? Seeing you order her, she hurriedly replied. All right, Han excitedly spoke up, ready to go. Hearing him say that, Alan turned to look at him. He explained how the teleportation gate worked. Start channeling holy power into it. The more holy power, the more stable the teleportation gate will be. The teleportation circle, infused with holy power, began to glow. Alphons walked toward the edge of the circle and asked, It's safe, right? Hearing Alphons's hesitant voice, Han angrily said, Of course. Do you think you're talking to an AI or something? Charlotte Harris said anxiously. Your Highness, we will depart as soon as the rear units arrive. So, please hold on for at least half a day. She clenched her fists, anxiously looking at you, her voice pleading, I beg you. Alan stepped inside the teleportation circle. You smiled at her. Forgot that you were talking to an AI, huh? Your body was now equipped with armor, and you disappeared into the magic circle. At the ice fortress, where Timon lived, the vampire minions were patrolling around the castle. A magic circle suddenly appeared on the ground. They panicked and gathered around the teleportation circle, whispering to each other, How is this teleportation working? Was the AI scheduled to come here today? Another person looked at the ring, asked suspiciously, So this is the AI's teleportation gate? He broke into a cold sweat, staring intently at the ring. And what's more, this energy. This is holy power. Why is holy power coming? Out of a teleportation gate? Figures gradually emerged from the portal, and a group of fully armed individuals stepped out. They were shocked, saying, Holy Knights? But the teleportation gate was only supposed to be set for one person. He aimed his gun straight at the vampires standing there. One shot hit the head of a guy who was still standing there confused. The fully equipped soldiers also fired their weapons at the remaining vampires. Alan and his team continuously wiped out the vampires nearby. Clad in silver-white armor, he stood in the middle of the brilliant blue light. His cold gaze swept over them, a faint smile playing on his lips. No time for this. Disappear. Just then, the Count, unaware of the chaos above, walked down the dark stairs toward the basement. Standing in the vast space, he observed the giant chained in the middle of the room. The monster just sat there, head bowed, covering its eyes. Feeling a familiar surge of power, the giant monster struggled to break free from its chains. Timon, seeing this, spoke up to reassure him. Be good. I'll give you a full meal soon. Inside, he couldn't help but feel angry. They're too slow. I sent a Jotun, but I haven't heard a word from him for days. But there's no way such a force could be completely wiped out by the Ronia prisoners. He looked at him, his mind racing with thousands of calculations. The plan must be executed. The death wave will begin soon. Once the Earth's magic reaches its peak, and the sacrifice is offered, Misty will approach its complete form. Soon, the heart, the container of immense power, will be finished. When they converge, the greatest goal of the alchemists will be completed by my own hands. Boom! A loud noise erupted, and a large hole was blown through the wall of the room he was standing in. He turned his head in shock, shouting, What is happening here? A subordinate hurriedly ran toward him and reported, Count, we have intruders. Hearing this, he immediately denied it. What? Who could possibly infiltrate this place? He asked coldly. How many of them? The subordinate bowed and replied, About 100, sir. They are all equipped with muskets, and they don't seem to die even when killed. Just like vampires, he said in a panic. And the most important thing is, they infiltrated through our very own teleportation gate. Alan stood there confidently. If any monster appeared, he was ready to blast it away. Brilliant sapphire light erupted into a giant halo, hurling earth and stone into the air, swallowing everything within the range of destruction. A blinding cyan energy burst forth, sweeping across the ground and shattering large boulders into debris. Amidst the raging energy storm, screams tore through the air as bodies were flung like dry, falling leaves. Someone cried out, My leg! My leg! Boots encased in shining metal plating slammed hard against the ground, making a cold, dry clatter, shattering the silence. Before the thick dust from the shockwave could settle, a squad of knights in iron armor silently stepped forward in perfect formation. Sapphire light emanated from their shields and spears, glowing brightly in the dim space. exuding a cold and steady discipline. Leading the formation, a knight decisively swung his glowing sword upward. The blade shimmered, tracing a sharp line through the air as the sapphire-lit sword lunged forward. It decisively pierced through an enemy's chest, giving the target only enough time to shriek in agony. Amidst the thick dust, the lead-armored knight heroically swung his sapphire-glowing sword, gathering strength to strike a finishing blow. Pushed back, the pale creatures with blood-red eyes roared in fury. Ignoring the pressure of the attack, they didn't flinch, but frantically shrieked, calling for their comrades to charge as well. Damn it, everyone, charge in and pin it down. A knight tightened his grip on a magical heavy cannon that was vibrating with the energy gathering at its muzzle. The sapphire energy exploded into a glowing, cross-shaped sigil, firing a destructive blast that cleared all obstacles ahead. The powerful cannon fired, releasing a blinding cyan energy beam that shot straight forward, sending red blood splattering everywhere. Amidst the dust from the previous attack, the pale creatures looked completely bewildered. What the hell is happening to us? Hold him back first. Release the chimeras, the hybrid monsters now. Following that order, dark creatures with sinewy, beastly legs immediately leaped and dashed forward. The order rang out. Devour every last one of them. Don't leave a single one alive. Responding to the command, the pack of beasts with glowing red eyes charged forward in unison. Facing the pack of frenzied beasts, the armored knights did not flinch. Their sapphire energy shields were instantly raised, interlocking to form a solid, immovable wall of light, preparing to block every sweep of the enemy. The order was given decisively. Enter battle formation, now. The majestic armored knight reached forward, and from his palm erupted a brilliant sapphire energy like a sacred flame. It lit up the space, ready to engage. All units, take position. Prepare to engage. The sapphire light struck hard, hitting the massive body of the dark beast directly. A glowing red light shone from the gap in the knight commander's cold iron helmet as his booming voice echoed. Spear formation? The shimmering spear of energy traced a sharp diagonal line through the air, raised high. The crazed beasts slammed into the wall of light, creating thunderous collisions. The spear point pierced deep into the beast's chest, decisively puncturing its dark flesh. It roared in pain, its bloodshot eyes bulging. Just as it got close, the beast roared aggressively and swung its claws in a powerful red glowing sweep. Attracted by the fierce battle, the scarred skeleton suddenly snapped its head around. A red dot flickered in its eye socket, and a voice echoed, "As I suspected. This is truly the holy undead legion. So this intruder is the rumored seventh prince. Report this to Count Timon immediately." Right in the middle of the armored knight formation, they stood shoulder to shoulder, calmly raising their solid magical shield wall. Someone asked, "Why should I have to do that?" A series of beams of energy flashed, piercing through the tattered bodies of the monsters. At the center of the impact, a violent blue energy explosion erupted, tearing through the dark air with a blinding light. Beneath the faint dust, a pair of steady feet appeared. A heroic knight in silver armor, distinguished by the red cross sigil on his helmet, swung his greatsword, standing guard. Scene change. Alan, under the escort of the knights, had arrived to receive the documents. He was calculating, collect all this research data, don't leave anything behind. This really exceeds all imagination. Golems, blood, artificial creatures, teleportation gates to other worlds. These are all supreme treasures that even the Holy Kingdom would find hard to handle. Alan Alphons passed the book through the teleportation gate, silently trusting that Han would definitely be happy about this. As he reached out, preparing to take the next book from the knight's hand, Alan Alphons's gaze glanced at the cover. Waited a minute, his expression darkened. Not this one. On the cover of the book, it read, "The Legend of the Ring." This reminded Alan Alphons of the past, before his reincarnation. It was still the same gloomy atmosphere, with people passing by on the street. Someone walked up to a machine, comforting him. "You'll be fine. Everything will go exactly according to plan, Johann. Don't worry so much. Take a deep breath." Alan Alphons then explained. "Actually, my name isn't Johann." The other person denied it. "No, that's not right. Johann is definitely your name. I often do this whenever I get nervous. My hands just won't stop shaking. Who would have thought that I could live to see the day where a virtual reality game is broadcast live like this?" Alan Alphons asked worriedly. "This is safe, right?" The other person confirmed, "Of course, if anything goes wrong, I'll be fired immediately." Just then, the person handed him that book. "Read a book. It might help you calm down a little." Alan Alphons reached out to take it, realizing internally that it seemed like the other guy was the one who needed to read. He looked at the book, muttering to himself. The Legend of the Ring, just how ancient is this book? Outside, there was someone announcing, "All right, great. Let's do one final run-through. Stage crew, hurry up and prepare the props." A loud explosion echoed, making everyone suspicious. What? What was that sound? Another staff member ordered, "Keep going with the broadcast. Do you have any idea how much this broadcast cost us?" As the surrounding area was filled with thick dust, someone warned, "The broadcast isn't important anymore. Get out of here right now." Hearing that, he angrily scolded, "You bastard, do you have any idea what the hell you're doing?" "Investors, now is really not the time to argue about this," Kia's staff member replied. They didn't even notice Alphons calling for help. He watched the flames spreading toward his glass chamber. "I'm actually here, aren't I? What the hell are you bastards doing? The legend of this ring, wait. Where the hell did that bastard Johan go? Someone found Alan. There's a person inside the stasis pod. What? Get him out of there immediately." His consciousness began to blur. "I can't pass out now. I'm on the verge of death." Just as he was about to die, a column of energy descended. Suddenly, a rope appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around Alphons's neck, hoisting him into the air. Alan struggled to break free, then fell to the ground with a thud. What is it this time? Alan felt like he was being controlled. Something surfaced in his mind. Skill. Necromancer. A stream of blue water appeared from Kia's hand, raising the dead from the depths of the pool. A bony hand reached up. While Alan was still suspended in the air, the skeleton's body also appeared. Its hand touched him, and Alan was dragged down to the ground. He uncoiled the rope from his neck. "Almost lost my life there. What's going on, and where the hell am I this time?" Back in the present, Alphons finally realized what was happening. He threw the book down at his feet. "This vampire might know why I ended up in this world." Alphons commanded the two knights, "Bring that vampire to me, right now." A cold, killing aura radiated from him. Meanwhile, the vampire was frantically rummaging through the books on the table, muttering, "I'm so shocked I can't even find the words. This isn't a simple spell. Decoding my teleportation magic is no joke. At least a millennium of effort was poured into my teleportation spell. Reversing such a spell to use against me means they've gained control over my entire being." He cursed under his breath. "A human brain with talent that surpasses 1,000 years of experience. Damn it, I won't give up. You think I'll bow to a mortal?" He grabbed a bag and rushed to leave. "I'll abandon this castle and focus on the future." Suddenly, a wind blade slashed at him from behind, slicing through the vampire's body as blood sprayed everywhere. Both of his legs were severed, and the vampire fell to the ground with a thud. "What is this?" The stranger landed on the ground, placed a hand on the vampire's head, and forcefully pressed his face into the dirt. The vampire was bewildered. Who is this? What kind of bastard is brave enough to, Upon seeing his opponent, the vampire was stunned. "The divine undead legion? You lowly creatures, how dare you touch your master?" His palms surged with blood energy. The vampire raised his arm. Intending to strike back, he was a count. After all, but before he could act, a beam of light slashed across his arm. The vampire was shocked. "What the hell is this? And what else? Why is there a dog here? A parrot?" He looked at the figure in the distance. "A lich? And he pierced my body with a mere musket?" Alphons stepped out from the portal and asked, "You're that vampire, aren't you?" As he stepped toward him, the vampire exclaimed, "So you're the rumored seventh prince?" When his body was shoved away from the castle wall by the knight, the vampire didn't find it funny at all. "You think I'd be afraid of something like this?" Alphons asked back, "What the hell are you talking about?" As his hand, dripping with magic power, intensified, the vampire head said, "What?" Alan lunged, stabbing his hand into the vampire's body. A powerful surge of lightning erupted as he took out the notebook. "Answer me, now!" Alphons demanded coldly. "Where did you get this novel?" The vampire was speechless. Where does this confidence come from to claim this is a novel? He wondered. The characters follow certain patterns, but it's impossible to decipher. I've used all the knowledge in existence, yet I still can't understand this book. Exists for what purpose? A voice rang out. "Who the hell are you? Please, tell me what this book means. You also came from another dimension, didn't you? If so, what the hell is this place?" Alphons cut him off. "I asked the question first." He had no choice but to accept. I'll tell you everything." The vampire revealed. "A special day. 327 days since we crossed the universe, we made contact with another world. The day the teleportation portal first opened, what I saw wasn't purgatory, nor the spirit realm, nor the world of giants. It was an entirely new world. Curiosity about the unknown drove me into a feverish excitement. I racked my brains for a long time, building hypotheses about the nature of this rift. And then, one day, even though I hadn't sacrificed anything or channeled energy, a powerful impulse erupted, transcending space and time, warping reality itself. A single book flew out from there, followed by a soul. His voice grew manic. That nameless soul, it shone brighter than anything else in the world, and possessed immense energy, but it was tossed aside somewhere. I searched the entire area, but I guessed it had vanished or dissipated while looking for a suitable vessel. It didn't dissipate, Alphons thought. That soul was me. In his past life, during that fire, there was a shout. Hedson, bring the fire extinguisher. Bring it here. Hurry, he passed out. Get him out of there first, Alphons remembered. Whether it was due to lack of oxygen or the shock, he had lost consciousness at that exact moment. When he didn't even have the strength to move a finger, he felt a pull from behind, as if he were being sucked into a black hole. Someone had intentionally pulled him toward them. What kind of entity was there? He suddenly asked. Do living creatures actually dwell on the boundaries between dimensions? The vampire was astonished. An entity? You've actually seen the coordinator? Exactly where? Why? He asked suspiciously. The coordinator, he confirmed. Yes, it must be the coordinator. The one who maintains the balance of the worlds. The vampire begged desperately. I beg you, please tell me where you met him. Looking at the monsters flying toward them, Alan thought. The Ronia army arrived just in time. Soon, 2510, the 2 waves of death will begin, he declared. You've been very useful. Now, I'll help you end your pain. As the lightning continued to spread, the vampire was stunned. What? As death loomed, he pleaded. White it. Haven't I answered everything you asked? Tell me, how did you know about things in other dimensions? And why do you need to know? Before he could finish, Alphons' hand pierced right through him. He ordered the skeletal soldier, throw him out. The skeletal soldier released his grip, and the vampire's body fell powerlessly, fluttering like a leaf as it fell beneath the castle wall. At the moment of life and death, the vampire screamed with resentment. That damn prince tricked me. Alan turned his back and left amidst his challenger's shouts. I will never forgive you. I will definitely return. A faint scent drifted over, making him freeze. White it. What is this strange scent? A sound of a chain breaking echoed through the air. Just as the vampire was about to hit the ground, a giant hand caught him. From above, Alan turned pale with fear. The vampire exclaimed in disbelief. The mist side? How could it move without orders? No, this is even better. Go ahead and crush these damned bastards, he ordered. Tear its limbs apart and bring them straight to me. Alan was shaken. This is madness. The monster's feet were slowly standing up, its shadow covering Alphons. He couldn't believe it. What kind of size is this? The hideous monster used its blood-red eyes to look down from above. Alphons drew his sword. This is trouble. However, an expression of interest appeared on his face. Tonight is going to be a long night. Alphons summoned Custom Nasus. The 2 knights appeared and charged toward the giant monster. A sword strike sliced into its flesh. Enraged, the monster raised both arms, accumulating power. You worms! It slammed both fists down. Alphons looked up, stunned by the sudden attack. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. An old knight charged forward, swinging a sharp blade. Another person rode a steed to charge in. The rest of the guards frantically destroyed the smaller monsters to push them back. We have to destroy as many as possible before the wave of death begins, he thought to himself. These zombies have no tactics or special strength. Killing them isn't difficult. The hard part is their sheer number. Most of Ronia's soldiers are already gathered here. If the vampires shift their targets to Ronia, once the wave of death begins, this territory will collapse before we can even react. A voice rang out. We need to end this before then. We can't let these zombies hold us back. The knights shouted in unison. Charge! Attack for the Holy Kingdom! They bravely confronted the zombies. A knight stumbled backward, shouting, Hedson, what the hell is that? As a zombie lunged wildly, he sighed. This isn't good. Luckily, a shield blocked the way. Charlotte Harris had appeared just in time to stop the enemy's attack. A slash descends upon the undead corpse. Charlotte Harris complains, Your sword swings are way too wide. The knight, feeling grateful, says, Thank you, Lady Charlotte. Charlotte Harris recalls the words of the one who gave her this shield. This is a fine shield. With this, I'll be able to be of use to my prince. A knight, terrified, looks ahead. What is that thing? They gasp, seeing a giant monster rampaging madly. They are in shock. No way, that's impossible. You mean that thing is actually real? Charlotte Harris asks curiously. What is that? The opponent replies, "A creature from the giant clan, something I thought only existed in legends. Technically, it's more of a force of nature than a living being. But what in the world is it doing here?" Frenzied fists crash down from the monster, destroying a whole corner of the castle. Charlotte Heres calls out anxiously, "Prince Alphons." In the distance, someone shouts in a panic, "Lady Charlotte, what are you doing?" Being loyal, they follow wherever the Marquess goes. The squad of knights follows his lead. The entire army marches forward, fighting until the moon rises. A knight stands guard in front of Alphons. He laments, "My summons, they're almost wiped out." Alphons gently pushes his summons aside. "It'll take too much time to summon them again." Did the monster fall from the shockwave too? This is my chance to regroup with the Ronia soldiers. Cracks appear where the giant monster's hand had wreaked havoc. It towers over Alphons, its voice chilling. "Disgusting little bugs." Immediately, several projectiles shoot toward Alphons. He curses and summons a skeleton to block them. Damn it. The vines pierce through the skeletons. Alphons never placed much hope in them anyway. I suppose regular soldiers wouldn't be able to take that hit. In his eyes, he reflects the opponent's next attack. 3 stones, wrapped in sharp, thorny vines, are rushing toward him. Alphons thinks, "I'm dead for sure if I get hit by those." Charlotte Harris's horse arrives just in time. She gains momentum, steps on the horse's back, leaps high, and then uses the Dishonored shield to block the first vine rushing at her. Charlotte Harris grits her teeth, struggling to hold on. The monster continues to launch sharp thorns from its palms, one after another. Multiple clashes break out, filled with deafening explosions. Seeing her standing in front of him, he calls out in surprise, "Charlotte Harris." She asks with concern, "Are you hurt, my prince?" The monster madly launches more vines. More bugs? How annoying. Every vine is blocked by Charlotte Harris. Charlotte Harris headbutts forward. "They finished the shield. It was sent over right after you left." She silently feels that this shield might be able to withstand the attacks, but her own body can't handle the shockwave. Charlotte Harris worries about what comes next. This could become dangerous if things don't change. She quickly makes a decision. "I'll buy you some time. Please, get to a safe place, my prince." The monster's frenzied fist comes swinging down. Charlotte Harris's movements are agile. She approaches it. It misses, and her sword pierces its rock-hard body, creating only slight damage and sending tiny stone fragments flying. Charlotte Harris attacks all around its body, from top to bottom. However, all her efforts only create a few small scratches on the monster's back. Charlotte Harris realizes the difficulty of this mission. Its skin is too hard. The monster thrashes its hand, hitting her. As Charlotte Harris falls, she is caught by Alphons. A shockwave erupts, throwing them far away. Charlotte Harris is surprised to see him. "Why are you here? Run away!" Alphons lies flat on the ground, laughing. "Did you really think I'd abandon you here all alone? But hey, isn't this shield a bit too heavy for a girl like you?" The moon high above is painted a blood red. The monster's bloodlust is growing stronger. Charlotte Harris warns him, "This is not the time for jokes, my prince." Alphons declares, "I am the supreme commander of the Gaia army and the rightful successor of the great god Gaia." His body begins to transform. Alphons has entered his battle form. He is now in the guise of a beast, magic power swirling around him. The monster growls, "You arrogant, tiny bugs." Alphons throws a punch imbued with magic. It hurriedly blocks the attack. Standing below, he continuously releases his power, firing a series of ice arrows at his opponent. The monster declares, "All your struggling now is just in vain." He ignores it and continues to fire attacks at its body. His gaze doesn't waver, he's aiming for it. Charlotte Harris immediately leaps up. "Please, try to hold on a little longer, my prince." Seeing her rush toward it, the monster growls in anger. "How dare you be so bold?" Charlotte Harris rushes forward regardless, landing on its arm. Its arm is already covered in wounds. It remains arrogant. "Do you really think these few petty scratches can take me down? What a bunch of ignorant, arrogant fools." He, down below, begins to fire shots. "Oh, it's not as easy as you think." He fires his power toward one side of the monster's face. Alan calls out, "Aim for its eyes, Charlotte Harris. Strike its eyes directly." Charlotte Harris immediately agrees. "Understood." She leaps high, preparing to strike the monster's eye. When she attacks, a shockwave erupts right in its eye socket. Fresh blood spurts out. The monster headbutts upward. "My eyes! Oh, my eyes!" Charlotte Harris frowns, looking at the scene before her. She tries to pull her sword out, but it's no use. Her sword is stuck. Alphons immediately recognizes her predicament. Charlotte Harries, pull back from there immediately. She turns pale and gasps. What? The arm where Charlotte Harris is standing begins to rise. A horrific, bloody scene unfolds. Alan is stunned, watching everything happen too fast. Blood spurts out all around Charlotte Harris. Another shockwave erupts. Alan rushes toward her, shouting, Charlotte Harries! Her body falls right before his eyes. Alan is stunned to see Charlotte Harries motionless on the ground. He is devastated. No, this can't be. She has completely stopped breathing. Alan leans down to listen to Charlotte Harries' heartbeat. Damn it, she needs to be saved and treated immediately. A flow of blue energy covers her entire body. I will use my own divine energy to perform first aid on her. But Alan Alphons realizes with pain that she has passed away. This can't be real. The monster's hand is raised before him. Only one left now. He picks up Charlotte Harris and runs to escape. I must revive her right now. I won't be able to bring her back from the dead if she's been gone for more than 5 minutes. Alan Alphons's heart keeps pleading. Please, I beg you, please don't die. While chasing them, the monster is hit by an attack on its thigh. It growls, turning back to curse. You annoying, detestable insects. He shouts, at all costs, protect the prince. Quickly surround it to pin the monster down. Other knights follow the order. Yes, sir. The command is issued. All units immediately open fire. Several knights whisper to each other. I was never a brave person to begin with. The fact that he can stand so firmly on this battlefield is already truly amazing. When the arrows hit, the monster feels amused. Do you really think these petty tricks of yours can have any effect on me? It stomps its feet on the ground, creating a long crack. All of you, in the end, are just a bunch of bugs. Garrow reports. Your Highness, it is I, Garrow. He asks for a favor. Can you help me buy 5 minutes? Garrow rides his horse away. Yes, Your Highness. Please, trust me entirely with that task. Alan Alphons, having finished the request, leans his magic staff on the ground. Thank you very much. When the magic circle is activated, he thinks. However, if I just revive her, it still won't be enough to help us escape this desperate situation. And that monstrous thing won't give me any time to summon the angels or the Skeleton King. I need to apply the very skill that Gnosis once used to try and turn the tide. Right before he perished, he needs to simultaneously cast both Grim Reaper's Awakening and Resurrection at the same time. Nasus once had to cruelly sacrifice the lives of 1,000 people to accumulate enough mana to cast Grim Reaper's Awakening, but I currently have plenty of holy energy to do it myself. Alan Alphons declares, Charlotte Harries, I, as your master, command you. You are not allowed to die. He raises his magic staff high. I will never accept any other bodyguard but you. The magic circle is deployed. At this moment, the ground is littered with the corpses of knights. Facing the giant monster, those still alive start to panic. Will our attacks have any effect at all? We're all going to die here if this keeps going this badly. It reaches out its giant hand. Just die already. Giro anxiously warns them. Be careful. Suddenly, giant arrows shoot out. Yellow chains wrap around the monster's arm as it attempts to rampage. Sharp bone blades appear. Charlotte Harris has returned, more powerful than ever. Ancient incantations appear on her face. The mystery only deepened. Oscar once believed that mortal humans could never defeat such a massive entity. Charlotte Harris asked in surprise, White it? So the giant race actually exists? He continued, Oh, yes. And not just the giants. In this world, there are even creatures like the vampires, with strength and size rivaling those of the giants. There are kings of the undead army standing hundreds of meters tall, and monstrous beasts with 4 hideous arms wielding massive greatswords. And then, there is the entity known as the King of Bones, a prime example of that. Even I, in my absolute prime, could never have defeated the King of Bones, she asked, but in the end, we were the ones who won that war, weren't we? Oscar confirmed, yes. It was truly a glorious and decisive victory. My task at that time was to clear a bloody path for the Emperor to advance, yet I couldn't even leave a single scratch on the King of Bones, and while he possessed seemingly infinite stamina, I was then and even now nothing but flesh and blood. The longer the battle dragged on, the more exhausted I became. So, I had to come up with a backup plan. And I finally made a great discovery that completely changed the tide of the battle. Combining divine energy with magical power and fully utilizing the strength generated from that collision. It was an extremely dangerous move because there was no guarantee you could survive the terrifying explosion triggered by that clash of energies. But if you could overcome it, there wouldn't be a single attack in this world you couldn't neutralize. Now, as the chains wrapped around the monster, it stood stunned, thinking, how? It scoffed. She is ultimately nothing more than a bug, a tiny, worthless chain. But what is this new aura I feel surrounding her right now? Could this lowly mortal have truly transcended the boundary of death? Her sword, infused with power, was raised as a shout, rang out. Let's go. A blade of light, burning with power, shot toward the monster's body. The monster was stunned and asked, "Do you know who I am?" It clenched its fist. "I am an entity created by one of the supreme kings of the giant race. I am the embodiment of nature, the manipulator and master of this earth. I am Mocker Canfi." Charlotte Harris used her sturdy shield to block the attack. An explosion of blinding power erupted from its palm. The monster stared blankly at Charlotte Harris as she approached. "What is this?" A very mystical power is radiating from her. Charlotte Harris closed in, face to face with the monster. A flash of sword light swept past. It hurriedly crossed its arms to block the strike, but the monster's wrist was shattered. It wheezed. How could an ordinary sword cause such damage to my body?" Alan called out. "Our chance is here! Citizens of Ronya, open fire immediately." The monster looked at the incoming projectiles and was confident. "These pathetic siege weapons can't pose any threat to me." Yet, those weapons created explosions all over its body. The monster was stunned, but parts of its body were being eroded, and even half of its head had been blown away. Charlotte Harris landed on the monster. She nimbly jumped onto its wrist. In a flash, Charlotte Harris had vanished. She was speeding up, running along its arm. The monster was stunned. This mysterious and bizarre source of power, I have absolutely no way to stop it. Charlotte Harris attacked the back of the monster's head with a downward slash. It cursed, "You arrogant pests." Bloodlust flared high above its head, just as Charlotte Harris lunged again. She used her shield to block it. The monster threw a powerful punch in retaliation. The monster thought, "I have to admit one thing. I am truly helpless against that terrifying power. That leaves me with only one choice." It threw large boulders at Charlotte Harris. "I will use pure earth material without channeling any magical energy into it." She calmly dealt with the oncoming stones. The monster looked up, expectant. "If I do that, I can still hurt her, as long as I don't use magical energy. My once-in-a-lifetime chance has come." It raised both arms, gathering swirling bloodlust. It swore it would crush and destroy this entire territory into flat land. The monster unleashed a blow. "Die, you inferior creatures." Zero's jaw dropped. Hedhedson gasped, "No way!" Charlotte Harris had jumped down from the monster. Her feet landed on the ground. She calmly stood, waiting for the attack to land. She raised her shield to protect her prince and shield the innocent people. That was the noble duty and mission of Charlotte Harris. As the fist descended, a violent explosion erupted. The monster watched, curious. "They're all dead, right? What a tenacious and stubborn bunch of pests." When it saw Charlotte Harris still standing firm within the barrier sphere, it was shocked. What? She actually withstood that blow? Who on earth are these people? The monster continued to gather power. "Fine. If that's the case, I will simply continue to crush you until you..." The boy's hand raised his staff. "No, it's really over." Seeing that beam of light, about to descend on his hand, the monster was shocked. "What?" Alphons repeated the incantation. "I am the supreme commander of the Gaia army and the legitimate successor to God G." The surroundings suddenly transformed into a region of ice and snow. On the snow-covered mountain peak, a knight was confused. What just happened? Looking at the rubble falling to the ground, someone doubted, "Is it really over?" Zero was trembling with emotion. He couldn't believe it. "We've won! And this victory is so truly valuable and sacred." People cheered, celebrating the victory. "We mortal humans have actually defeated the brutal vampires. We have officially stopped that horrific wave of death. Long live the Holy Kingdom. Long live the great Emperor." Charlotte Harris only dared to collapse at this very moment. Her knees gave way onto the cold snow. He patted her shoulder, comforting her. "You did well, Charlotte Harris. Look straight ahead. Those people, all of them, are still alive. All of these miracles are thanks to your great efforts." Charlotte Harris still couldn't believe it. "Is it true that I actually helped that much? But wait, what silly thing did I just blurt out?" Her cheeks flushed with shyness. He patted Charlotte Harris on the shoulder again. Alan looked forward with hopeful eyes. "Let's head home together." Everyone began to work, clearing the large rocks blocking the path. Diane walked straight through the debris-strewn road, thinking of Alphons. He thought to himself, "At all costs, I must recover the heart of Mocker Canfi." He urged them, "Hurry, we must find it before it completely dissipates." Suddenly, one person's gaze glanced to the side. This person had found the stone radiating that red light. I think I've found something here. There's another fragment over here too. And I found another piece on this side, Dian commanded. Bring them all together here immediately. Those red fragments were radiating an aura of blood. The red energy between them seemed to be connected. Dian spoke up. All the collected fragments are here, sir. He added, this is really too small compared to its massive body size. Even considering the possibility that it shattered into 100 pieces, this definitely cannot be all the fragments. He picked up a fragment and immediately realized someone else got here first and beat us to it. Scene changed to the Great Holy Kingdom. The magnificent castle appeared. Kelvin Alphons picked up the letter, curious. What kind of crazy thing is that kid writing back about this time? Your Majesty, Alan Alphons, has reported back by letter. The fierce battle has ended with total victory on our side. However, I realize that simply preparing for the next attack is not enough. Therefore, I would like to make the following proposal. He understood. That kid wanted them to focus on training 5,000 more priests and clerics, and he wanted it done in just 1 short year. Raphael cleared his throat and said, does he really think priests and clerics grow on trees? Contemplating the letter in his hand, it seems his true goal is to conquer and dominate this entire continent. This is absolutely not a joke, Your Majesty. He was moved to tears. Yes, isn't it? That number of 5,000 is indeed a bit too much and exceeds the management capacity, even for my beloved grandson. But come to think of it, the person we're talking about is Alan Alphons, but rumors are swirling that he's the one who orchestrated the anomalies in Ronia. I want to do everything in my power to support and bring his grandson's plans to fruition. He'll be arriving here soon. Let's get everything ready quickly. Raphael asked what else needed to be prepared. My lord? The emperor replied, prepare for the coronation of the kingdom's new holy king. The jingling of bells echoed through the small town. Everyone took to the streets to cheer and celebrate, welcoming him back in triumph. Is that the 7th prince? No, we should call him the new supreme holy king, right? Alan Alphons was stunned by the warm welcome. People on the sidelines shouted, clasping their hands in reverence. Please look over here, my lord. May the blessings of the great god Gao always be with you and protect our holy king. May the god of death always watch over and protect our beloved highness, one person shouted, raising their hand. The Kaolium Holy Order will always remain loyal and support you. Alan Alphons secretly wondered. Even those old, stubborn geezers from Kaolium? His face showed confusion. What the hell is going on? Is this some kind of inter-religious unification movement? He turned to Charlotte Harris and asked, have you ever heard of this Holy King title before? Why do they keep calling me that? She revealed, the Holy King is actually an incredibly noble title that, until now, no one has ever held. I am certain that Emperor Kelvin Alphons specifically bestowed it upon you to honor the magnificent feats you have achieved. Alan Alphons was surprised. Oh, so that's all it is? I thought it was some huge or complicated position. So, in the end, it's just an empty title on paper, right? He rode his horse leisurely, staying ahead. If my father heard me say that, he'd definitely be furious. There's already a designated crown prince. So where did this holy king come from out of nowhere? Alan Alphons suddenly remembered something he'd been wondering. Why would his grandfather randomly create such an empty title? White it. So you still don't understand the situation, Prince? He felt that this probably wasn't what he assumed. It couldn't possibly be that. Charlotte Harris explained that the crown prince was merely a common title. It has absolutely nothing to do with the order of succession to the throne. The Holy King is actually the first in line for legal succession, my prince. Her words left him frozen. So, Alan Alphons, in other words, that 7th prince, would become the next holy emperor of the Holy Kingdom. At a meeting, Kwai Rumi spoke up. All those belonging to the secondary faction who plotted to infiltrate the island's court have been wiped out. Not a single one is left. And now, we cannot contact Count Timon in the far north at all. All these shocking events were orchestrated by the 7th prince of the Great Holy Kingdom. Furthermore, a new saintess named Alice has appeared. She is also someone we need to pay special attention to. It seems the Holy Kingdom has intentionally hidden and kept their existence a secret for a long time, a subordinate said incredulously. The 7th prince alone is enough to give us a headache, and now there's a saintess as well? I am the granddaughter of the great Raphael, Kwai Rumi interrupted, voicing her own speculation. They seem to be planning something insane, training 5,000 more priests and clergymen within a year. Someone asked, priests, not regular soldiers? But that is truly impossible. So, do you have a concrete plan of action for us, Marquis? Kwai Rumi replied, we have no choice but to devise a new plan for ourselves. We absolutely cannot continue to let those mere mortals seize the initiative and the upper hand. Two others whispered to each other, But our current strength is clearly not enough. Perhaps trying to survive and stay alive until we can take revenge later is a better choice? Someone stepped forward and said, I already knew that your bird-brained heads could only spit out such useless, nonsensical words. You are currently no better than rats trapped in a cage. Kwai Rumi continued. What a pathetic bunch. Seeing the vampire return, Kwai Rumi was shocked. Count Timon, I thought you had been completely wiped out and buried in Ronia. His face was covered in bandages. He revealed, I am now holding the heart of Makar Kanfi in my hands. The scene shifted to Kelvin Alphons. He looked at him and asked, You don't seem very pleased, do you, Alan Alphons? He maintained a standard smile, pretending not to know. I have absolutely no idea what you are talking about, grandfather. In his heart, things were clear. Honestly, he had seen through this early on. His father might be the crown prince, but he was definitely superior to him. Earlier, Charlotte Harris had asked in surprise when she saw Alan Alphons stuffing things into his backpack. He thought, but that doesn't mean the Emperor can just decide everything on his own, without even discussing it with me. He wants me to be Emperor that badly, so he just made up these titles. Right? He decided, I'm running away. I need a vacation, and to be honest, I deserve it. Charlotte Harris was speechless. Prince Alan Alphons, you've already packed your bag and prepared everything. Alan Alphons had been a troublemaker from the very beginning, hadn't he? Charlotte Harris asked in surprise. What do you mean? Prince, you're not a troublemaker. Alan Alphons put his backpack on and asked, Have you forgotten? I'm the guy who was exiled for flirting with a girl and then faked a hanging. This empire doesn't need a ruler like me. Let's go, Charlotte Harris. What are you waiting for? We need to move fast. When he opened the door, he saw Oscar outside. Oscar asked comfortably, Is there anything you need, my lord? Behind Oscar was a whole guard unit. He added, Please, just give the order, Highness. Alan Alphons slammed the door shut. He blamed himself. He should have known these weirdos in the royal family wouldn't let him leave easily. Alan Alphons decided to open the window. That wasn't the only way out, but it seemed his grandfather had anticipated this move. Dion stood below, looking up indifferently with a large guard unit lined up behind him, asking, Is something wrong, Highness? Alan Alphons turned pale and sat on the floor. This must be exactly what the vampires felt back then. Charlotte Harris came over to advise him. Prince, it's time you accepted the truth. Alan Alphons asked in disappointment, Charlotte Harris, do you want me to become that holy king so badly? Charlotte Harris smiled and replied, No. I just wish for you to become the next holy emperor. He felt helpless. I surrender. The scene shifted to the ball. Everyone was dancing in the hall. The sound of the violin was melodic and gentle. Exquisite desserts were laid out on the tables. A voice spoke up. Count Pudding, Lord of the On region, greets you, Highness. She introduced herself. I'm Celia. Do you still remember me? Alan Alphons, standing opposite, felt like an outsider at this ball. Charlotte Harris stood in front of him. I believe the prince needs some quiet time to himself. The other person changed her tone. Oh, if it isn't Marchioness Charlotte Harris. May I borrow her for a moment? Charlotte Harris asked suspiciously. I'm sorry, what? In the blink of an eye, she was surrounded by nobles. I've heard about your magnificent and spectacular feats in Ronia. I really want to hear more from the heroine herself. She tried to look back and called for Prince Alan Alphons. Behind him, someone approached slowly. Although this banquet is held to honor your highness, you must absolutely never let your guard down. Alan replied calmly. When you're dressed up like this, you actually look like a noble. Han interrupted. Don't you dare mock me. His eyes flashed with a cold blue light. He warned, even though there are no vampires of flesh and blood here, there may very well be mortals who have submitted and sold their souls to them. You must always stay alert. The fragments of Makar Kanfi's heart that we found were clearly incomplete. As expected, a relatively large part is missing. I believe that is the reason why their magical energy is beginning to gradually diminish and disappear. If the vampires, the dragon is actually holding what's left of that heart, they will definitely be forced to act before this source of mana completely vanishes. And their target won't be some aging, bedridden emperor like that. As the next holy emperor, you will certainly be their primary target. Are you thinking that vampire is still alive? Clearly, we haven't found his body, have we? Alan Alphons silently took a sip of his wine without answering. He thought to himself, the last two incidents have surely dealt them a heavy blow and caused them significant damage. They wouldn't be foolish enough to launch a direct attack. But if they are holding that heart, it means they are running out of time. My coronation ceremony will be held solemnly right on the path leading to the statue of the great goddess. That is highly likely the best moment for them to strike. He commanded, Make the coronation schedule official and let the public know. Han confirmed. I understand. You're planning to lure the snake out of its hole, aren't you? We should also take this once-in-a-millennium opportunity to take down the head of the dragon as well. Someone at the ball caught everyone's attention. It was her, Lady Alice Astoria. The final saintess had arrived. Whispers of admiration echoed. Is she really the biological granddaughter of the great Cardinal Raphael? It seems they were incredibly clever to keep this secret for so long. It seemed they were planning to officially confirm her status as the saintess right at this coronation. Alice didn't seem happy under everyone's gaze. He sat opposite her, feeling deeply guilty toward Alice. If he hadn't asked her for a helping hand back in Ronya, things would never have come to this point. Alphons stood up. But we will definitely need Alice's great power in the upcoming brutal war. This is something I must personally arrange and resolve smoothly. He suddenly called out to Alice, making her jump. She was surprised to see him approach and asked suspiciously, Prince Alphons? He politely held out his hand to Alice. I think I really want to dance. Would you be willing to be my dance partner? She was shy. I really don't know if I deserve such a noble favor. He reassured her. Don't think too much about it. Today is a day of joy, for us to celebrate our victory together. Alan slowly led her into the dance. We can just take it one step at a time, moving forward together. The next day, in a small town at the foot of the mountain, Dion was directing the guards. Meanwhile, at a ruined estate in the vicinity, Lawrence, inside the castle, there were mysterious followers in black cloaks. Someone spoke. Are you truly sure about this risky decision? All we have right now is you alone, my dear Count, and 8 other barons and viscounts. Marching straight into the heart of the enemy's territory with such a small force is truly a dangerous game. The vampire, with the monster's heart in his hand, replied calmly. But do we have any better choice? This heart, although no longer intact, if I channel all my power into it, it will be more than enough to open the gate to the terrifying purgatory. I might lose my life in the process, but I swear I will drag that damned 7th prince to the grave with me. Otherwise, I will be cursed for eternity. And all of you accepted to follow me here because you don't want to continue living a life of hiding in the shadows for the next few centuries, do you? One man stepped forward. My lord, the ceremonial parade is about to begin. Timon understood one thing. The vampire was absolutely right. They really had no way back now. Attacking while they were still holding Mocker Canfy's heart in their hands was perhaps their best and last chance. He had no choice but to support it. All right, if it's decided, let's head out, shall we? A group led by him prepared to depart. The time had come to put an end to this long-standing, deep-seated feud. Scene shifts to the cathedral. In the heart of the town, Charlotte Harris was urgently assigning tasks to the guards. At the base of the large statue, knights were guarding strictly. Several of the vampire's subordinates had infiltrated the crowd. They easily hid among that group of people. Timon thought smugly. We only have this one chance. Everyone must wait patiently until he gets close. Suddenly, a little girl noticed them. She pointed forward. Daddy, look, there's a dragon over there. The claws of a dry skeleton appeared clearly. Its footsteps thundered on the ground. This was a giant beast skeleton. Someone exclaimed in shock. I never dared to think I could live to see a divine immortal entity, and a legendary dragon at that. Timon kept his eyes on him. The one sitting triumphantly on the throne was the 7th prince, and also their primary target. His bone troop carried guns, patrolling around. In the sky, skeletal dragons were flying. Han, riding on horseback, spoke up. You vampires, we give you a serious warning that the Holy Kingdom has long known you have infiltrated the crowd. No matter what dark scheme you are plotting for today, we will absolutely not back down, he thought to himself. It's time for you to bravely face the harsh reality and tremble in extreme fear. Have they seen through and captured our plan? No, they might just be bluffing to create a smokescreen. But if they truly know everything, the announcement sound still echoed, then our entire army will be wiped out without a trace. The man you are all gazing at right there is Prince Alphons Oford, our supreme holy king. The people's cheers rang out. Long live the people, long live the 7th prince. May the great holy kingdom last forever through time. Before that, Han had discussed with Alphons. Our task is to make this ceremony as grand, lively, and ostentatious as possible. He held up 3 fingers, estimating, there are only 3 short days left until Mocker Canfy's heart completely vanishes and loses all its power. We must wipe out the enemy before that time, right at this very location. Currently, he was waiting for this moment. That heart would officially lose all its power today. They would surely appear here at all costs. However, they won't be able to do anything. As a dragon landed at the foot of the statue, Alan Alphons stepped down from its back. Charlotte Harris's voice rang out. "Welcome back." She and the guards bowed respectfully. "Dear Prince Alan Alphons." She gestured toward the statue. "As soon as you begin your prayer, the grand coronation will officially be held." Alan knelt on one knee, clasping his hands in respectful prayer. The other citizens also knelt down following suit. His bone troop saluted solemnly. Even the dragon bowed slightly. This made those vampires feel deeply resentful. Damn it, Timon thought. I can't believe there would come a day I'd have to humble myself and kneel before these accursed humans. Oh, great goddess vampire, Timon declared. It's right now. Timon was shocked. Count Timon, have you finally gone insane? He continued. Anyway, I don't have much time left to live in this world. If I have to, I can do this alone. No, we have all gone too far. There is no turning back now. Regis, Variman, Ron, and all the other brothers. This is a supreme order. Everyone, charge and attack that seventh prince for me. Timon rushed toward the dragon. Fresh blood splattered from the head of a cloaked man, red blood spraying onto Timon's face. The man's body collapsed to the ground. The people there started to panic. That dragon just swallowed a human life. While Alan was still praying, an order rang out. Everyone, run away from here quickly. At all costs, protect the prince's safety. The bone troop began firing at the intruders. Bullets flew toward the monsters' chests. They pinned their hopes on him. Count Timon, you must act fast. Timon was condensing blood energy in his palm. Your noble sacrifice will never be in vain, my loyal comrades. I swear I will seal this seventh prince at all costs, even if it costs him his life. He uses his blood essence to condense a great formation. A spatial rift appears, and Timon's hand reaches out from right behind him. He feels triumphant, thinking his plan is about to succeed. Alan Oford, this is the moment of your demise, he declares. Alan just smirks. I was even starting to think you were too cowardly to show your face, Timon. He is very confident because he holds the monster's heart in his hands. You always keep up that arrogant look, as if you know everything in this world, don't you? Blood-red essence radiates from the heart. But now, everything is completely over for you. This will be my victory alone. No, it must be a resounding victory for the entire great vampire race. From the center, jet-black mist begins to spread. Alan is shocked to see the terrifying purgatory. Timon risks everything to drag him down with him. Go to hell with me, Alan. Oford. Alan laughs and asks, you look incredibly happy and triumphant, don't you? You surely still don't realize that this place will soon become your own grave. The moon above begins to glow red, and the crimson light gradually covers the sky. The undead begin to rise. The guards look in shock toward the center of the magical power. What kind of trick is this now? They realize in horror that this is hell. The damned vampires have heartlessly opened a gate to hell. Alan Alphons raises his hand, his cloak billowing in the wind. He shouts out, witness this with your own eyes. People of the great holy kingdom, this is the dark world that the vampires have been so desperate to create. Do you truly think we had found some temporary peace? Not at all. The terrible threat has been lurking, right under your noses all this long time. The citizens and guards are now kneeling, clutching their heads, and begging cowardly, Your Highness, save us. Please, have mercy, Goddess Gaia. Alan Alphons calls out, Han. Han, behind him, asks helplessly, You really can't make these important decisions on your own, can you? Please, Lord. Han pulls out a piece of the heart. I thought we would be able to stop them before they could pull off any of their wicked schemes. First, you demanded that I decode ancient runic scripts, along with a complex teleportation spell. And now you want me to close the gate to hell itself? This is truly impossible for any normal human being on this earth. You better be grateful that I am a genius, my beloved highness. Alan Alphons thinks to himself that he needs to close this hellish thing as quickly as possible. Focus and visualize it clearly in your mind. Look straight at the door appearing right in front of you. Han's hand holds a bunch of keys. He carefully inserts the key into the lock. Time is running out, making Han start to feel tense. Not that one. Skip to the next one. The next one. This one is completely wrong too. It's wrong again. By the nth key, Han silently pleads, Please, I really don't have much time to waste on this. All right, this is it. Finally, the gate swings wide open, and a blinding light shines out. Han feels a massive, overwhelming amount of information flooding into his brain. His eyes, nose, and mouth are currently bleeding. Han grinds his teeth, trying to endure it. He pinches his nose shut, his hand gripping the heart tightly. The final step of the decision from the center of the circle. That blood essence radiates a shockwave. Seeing everyone present in the square, Han silently asks, Will this really do anything? Seeing him weaken, Alan supports him. You did well, Han. Han still has the mood to think. You had better pay me a generous reward for this incident. Alphons orders. Everyone, look closely. Those brutal vampires can never defeat us. He declares loudly. I, as the Supreme Saint King, Alphons Offered, hereby declare, before all of you present here, from this moment on, we will hunt, track, and exterminate every last vampire left on this continent. I am officially declaring war on the entire vampire race. Everyone begins to chant in unison. Long live the Saint King. May the great holy kingdom live forever. Kwairumi, hiding far away, sees this scene and whispers a curse. He is furious, thinking, could it be that everything that just happened was actually a trap set in advance? He could have easily died by our hands. Never has a member of the royal family acted in such a crazy way, purposely creating a shocking spectacle right in front of the statue of the great goddess Gaia. In reality, the true reason we agreed to dive into this absurd and unreasonable plan was to provoke and lure out those within the Empire who are craving to be turned into vampires. By making them surface, we can turn them into insiders, so we can easily attack and collapse them from within. But now, he has officially issued a public declaration that he will eradicate every trace of us from this land. Could that vampire have foreseen and anticipated this entire situation? Before that, Timon had come to find him. I have a few words to say. Marquis Kwairumi. Timon begins. I have a proposal for you. Something completely unrelated to our current plan. I want you to form an elite army with the sole purpose of hunting down and taking the head of that seventh prince. Kwairumi is surprised. What did you say? He smirks, thinking, it truly was a wise decision to listen to the vampire's advice. Don't be so quick to think that everything ends here, seventh prince. We are immortal beings, which means we have infinite time to prepare for a revenge. So enjoy your sweet victory while it lasts, because in the end, we will be the ones who win the final victory. The scene shifts to inside the cathedral. Celto is solemnly preparing to place the crown on him. He announces, I solemnly declare that the seventh prince, Alphons Offered, is officially the Supreme Saint King of the Great Empire, in the name of Emperor Celtoford. Everyone around cheers. Long live the Saint King. May the great holy emperor live forever. May the blessings of the great goddess Gaia always be with us and protect us forever. After a long, tiring day, Alphons and Han both return to their room, wearily resting their aching backs on the bed and chairs. Charlotte Harries enters. Congratulations. You have worked very hard, Your Highness. Alan doesn't even want to move. I truly feel that I have no talent or suitability for this kind of work at all. Han helplessly corrects him. Let's be honest with each other, shall we? I am the one who had to break my back carrying all the heavy work here. Where are the praises for me? Huh. Alan gives a thumbs up in praise. We finally successfully stopped those evil people, didn't we, Han? Isn't that enough? I knew right away that I could trust and rely on you. Alan suddenly remembers. Oh, right. You yourself will also become much busier than before. Charlotte Harries is curious. Really? Why is that? Alan declares, because I am the Saint King now, after all. Right? I have to flaunt and consolidate my power. I am planning to expand my Holy War army to 10,000 elite soldiers. But this plan will be completely impossible without the effective help of both of you. Don't tell me you are planning to retreat now, are you? Alphons thinks to himself. The play that we coordinated at the recent coronation was a resounding success, even exceeding my expectations. Many recruits have already applied to become holy knights. I have also quickly sent a large order to Princess Hilda to prepare equipment and weapons for them. However, the biggest and most difficult obstacle right now is still standing right in front of us. On the training field, a sharp, angry voice rings out. What kind of soldiers are these? We clearly still have a very, very long and difficult road ahead of us. He stands from above, looking down, and says, Charlotte Harries, I want you to immediately lead all these soldiers and move directly to the border, bordering Aslan to conduct military training exercises immediately. In another place, a voice of indignation rises. This is truly completely unreasonable and unacceptable. Even though we may be a vassal state dependent on the Holy Kingdom, the fact that they are organizing military training exercises right on our border is clearly a serious violation of our national sovereignty. They are surely plotting to slaughter and swallow us whole. Those bastards of the Holy Kingdom. Their family couldn't care less about anything other than their own nation's interests. Aslan is nothing but a starting point for them. They will undoubtedly try to conquer and seize this entire continent. Just wait and see. Tinia sat on the throne and reminded him, It seems you are under a grave misunderstanding, Lurton. The kingdom of Aslan could never have survived without the help of Prince Alan Alphons. He gritted his teeth in anger, believing this reckless action would surely provoke instability and outrage among the common people. Tinia replied, "Isn't that the very outcome you have been desperately hoping for night and day? But from my perspective, the people here seem much happier and more joyful now than they did during those dark times under the previous tyrant's rule." He left in a fit of rage. "Just wait and see. You will surely regret the decisions you made today. Remember my words well. This is why I vehemently opposed putting an elf girl on that throne from the very beginning." As he walked away, he grumbled, "She is truly a stubborn creature. There is no reasoning or negotiating with her. As the biological daughter of the great Rahama, and a weak girl at that, I thought she would be the perfect puppet for us to manipulate. Yet, the Hase assassins have all bowed down to her, and even half of the nobility and the common folk are singing her praises endlessly." He swore that one day, he would personally use this very sword to take that head off the shoulders of Rahama's legal heir. "That cursed elf girl should never have been the one. It should have been me, Lurton." A voice rang out from in front of him. "You truly possess great ambition, Lurton." Lurton looked up in surprise at the person sitting comfortably in his room. "Who is there? Who the hell are you? And what the hell are you doing in my private quarters?" The man spoke up. "It seems you are very determined to turn that grand ambition of yours into reality, aren't you?" Blood energy condensed in the man's palm. "I can lend you a hand to achieve that wish. I am Duran, a high-ranking vampire duke." Duran led Lurton to a damp cave where stalactites were dripping water. He led the way, followed by two subordinates. Lurton looked around in surprise. "I didn't even know a place like this existed in the kingdom of Aslan." Duran began. "I apologize for making you walk such a long way, Count. You were the best at casting teleportation spells, but we couldn't get in touch with you." Duran stopped at an entrance. "We have arrived." Inside, a scorching aura radiated. It turned out to be a lava lake where vampires were taking refuge. Duran stood on high ground and introduced, "This is where we take in those shunned and cast aside by the world. From slaves and prisoners of war to sick, elderly people and those with similar fates, we turn them all into vampires. Just feeding them blood is enough to transform them, though they die very quickly if they don't gain combat experience." Lurton immediately guessed that this was, in fact, an army. He bluntly admitted, "Yes, that is exactly right. A powerful army dedicated to the vampire world. And this is not the only base we possess. Countless places like this are scattered all over the continent. Now, do you see that forming an alliance with us is completely worth it, Lurton? I admit it. But Tinia is still the legal ruler of Aslan. My word would carry no weight or value without Adar's consent." Duran laughed coldly. "Do you know the best and most sustainable way to strengthen an alliance? Just the fact that she carries the great bloodline of Rahama alone is enough to prove she has value to be exploited." He vaguely guessed. "You mean a political marriage?" Duran confirmed. "Yes. If all the lords reach a consensus, there will be nothing that can stop us. And I promise to hand over all royal authority and supreme power for you alone to wield." Duran continued to manipulate him. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you to officially become the king of Aslan, the very thing you have longed for so desperately for so long." Lurton began to waver at this condition. He began to draw blood from his hand. "But you must accept the transformation to become a vampire. After all, I need something as insurance for myself, right?" A drop of blood oozed from his fingertip. "You will become a creature of eternal life, an apex predator to rule and stand above all other races. Make your choice quickly." Lurton hesitated, staring with wide eyes, before finally kneeling to accept the drop of blood. The scene shifted outside, where a group was celebrating their presence. "A warm welcome to you, Your Highness," Han reported. "All preparations have been completed," Alan Alphons said skeptically. "I must be honest and admit that I was a bit doubtful when you announced that you had finished everything so quickly." He glanced at the crude cannon. "But you are actually telling me that this is your new, cutting-edge weapon?" Looking at it again, "It's just an ordinary cannon." Han clapped his hands and replied, "Then, let's skip the long-winded questions, sir. You will understand everything as soon as you see it operate in reality. Please, load the ammunition." The mages received the order and loaded the magic shell into the cannon. Han commanded, "Fire immediately." The magic cannon began to shoot a beam of blue mana. But it ended up like a joke, firing a small projectile that fell right in front of them, a few meters away. The entire audience fell into a stunned silence. Alan Alphons darkened and asked, "What is this? A popcorn maker?" Han doubted what his ears were hearing. "Popcorn?" He was very confident. "Come on, sir. Why do you have to be so serious?" My genius brain has already predicted and foreseen all possible outcomes. If you don't mind, please use the Astro runes to upgrade it into a divine weapon. Alphons channeled magic into the cannon. If you insist on requesting it, a notification appeared, activating divine aura, temporarily performing a comprehensive upgrade to the cannon. Han, ensuring technical safety, spread his arms and pushed everyone back, solemnly announcing, "Hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen." He ordered again, "Fire immediately." The more powerful magic cannon fired. A blast of extreme force straight ahead. The shockwave even blew the mages nearby away. The cannon's wheels began to move. In the blink of an eye, everything around them exploded. Han boasted, "People would need at least 5 high-level priests working together to unleash its full power. But as long as we know how to use the Astro runes, we can completely upgrade this cannon ourselves, even without your presence, sir. It has the ability to immediately vaporize and destroy everything within a 5-square-meter radius, except for a high-ranking vampire. Everything around the target will be completely leveled." Alphons patted his shoulder and praised, "Excellent. It has truly left a deep impression on me." Han arrogantly compared. This was as easy as a walk in the park. "Hey, Han," he blurted out. "Yes, sir?" Alphons declared. "From this moment on, I officially confer upon you the title of Count. From now on, you are Count Han Jeremy." Han was shocked. "What was that?" he added. "And I will take one of these advanced cannons with me," he questioned in disbelief. "You just officially made me a count? A gentleman never goes back on his word, okay? Don't make such a big deal out of it. After all, it's just an ordinary title of count. You know full well that even that vampire from before was a count. Please, never compare me to that disgusting vampire." Just then, the sound of rapid hoofbeats echoed. The person on horseback reported, "Urgent news, Your Highness. This is a secret message sent from the Kingdom of Aslan." Alan opened the letter in surprise. "From Aslan?" His expression darkened. What the hell is going on in the world? The letter contained news of an aggressive tribe with an army of 3,000. With 300 necromancers and 5,000 slave soldiers now mobilized and stationed right at the Aslan border, Alphons immediately ordered Charlotte Hears to prepare for battle at once. "We are heading straight for Aslan right now." She stood at attention and replied, "Yes, as you command, Your Highness." The scene shifts. A violent explosion roared, burning everything in sight. A high-ranking god stood in front of Tinia, questioning his opponent. "What is the meaning of this foolish and insane act, Lurton?" he shouted. "Shut your mouth, Diamond," Tinia asked in disbelief. "Lurton, don't tell me that everything is exactly as it appears before your eyes?" With 2 sharp fangs, he laughed mockingly. "Oh, noble Queen Tinia, let me tell you a few interesting things about the great vampire race. I personally find them to be, they really are such extraordinary creatures, possessing an astonishing, hypnotic allure." Aura radiating from him filled the entire hall as he repeated, "I find vampires quite fascinating." Diamond angrily questioned, "Lurton, how dare you heartlessly betray your own motherland?" He stood his ground, refuting him with powerful arguments. "Betrayal? I am the one stepping up to punish the traitor here. Why do you dare to stop me?" Diamond was shocked. What kind of absurd reasoning was that? "This action of yours is clearly treason, a heinous act." Lurton sneered. "History is always written by the victors, and the victor here will be whoever manages to seize and hold the descendant of the great Rahama in their hands. Those who fail to do so are the true traitors." Diamond worriedly wondered, could he be plotting to seize the queen and turn her into a puppet dancing on his strings? He couldn't hold back and lunged forward. "You arrogant fool, shut your treacherous mouth." Lurton began to gather his power. A giant serpent appeared before Diamond, lunging to attack. Tinia anxiously cried out, "Diamond!" As he fell, he gasped in disbelief. What terrifying power is this? She held her staff high. "Lurton, you actually dare to threaten me?" She slammed the staff onto the ground, and the entire hall plunged into a gloomy atmosphere. Branches grew throughout the hall as Tinia commanded the newly formed wooden monster, "You lumberjack, quickly capture that vampire for me." Lurton just laughed, completely unfazed. "I might have been a little afraid of your great soul in the past, but looking at it now, it's no different from a pile of rotten firewood." He summoned, "Come out, Basilisk!" Immediately, cracks appeared on the ground as the giant serpent lunged, biting the wooden lumberjack in half. Its wooden body snapped. Tinia was stunned. How could you summon that disgusting, evil, venomous snake to the Aslan kingdom? And how are you even able to manipulate it? Lurton lunged, grabbing the staff from her hand. He yanked the staff away, threw it behind him, and grabbed her by the throat. "Please don't be stubborn, and make things more complicated and difficult than necessary. My noble queen. Deep down, Lurton had already guessed he had realized it early on. There was something unusual about her just standing there, enduring and defending. It turned out she was just intentionally stalling for time to give Diamond a chance to escape. What a headache, another trouble. Lurton tightened his grip on her neck and asked, "Now that your eyes are opened, do you finally understand? I am clearly superior and in a completely different league than you. So, from now on, you'd better drop that arrogant and disrespectful attitude." Scene shift to the palace in Alphons. He and Charlotte Harries were walking down the hallway. He asked Han about his grandfather's current mood and complexion. Alphons closed his eyes, full of frustration. He touched the door in front of him. He truly couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Alan pushed the heavy door open. Inside the hall, Kelvin Alphons was waiting. A voice echoed, "I solemnly announce the presence of His Highness, the Supreme Saint King." The two of them entered respectfully. Kelvin Alphons went straight to the point. "The Aslan Kingdom has officially raised the flag of rebellion to betray us. It seems they no longer want to remain a vassal state dependent on us. They keep shouting about independence and self-governance. They even loudly claim they had no choice but to stand up and defend themselves. All because of your display of power right after the recent coronation. Do you have any thoughts on this, Supreme Saint King?" Alphons stated his speculation. "I absolutely do not believe that this crazy decision was made by Queen Tinia. I am certain that this is entirely the scheme of the arrogant, treacherous officials inside the palace." He continued, "Aslan's administrative system is not that rotten," he explained. "If that's the case, then the ones behind this are most likely the vampires. That could completely happen if they joined forces with the faction opposing Tinia within the royal court." Kelvin Alphons was silent, pondering these words. Alan continued, "Therefore, I have a request to make," he asked. "I pray that your majesty will allow me to personally lead the army to conquer and pacify the Aslan Kingdom. They are our vassal state, yet they dare to raise their swords against us. We absolutely cannot just turn a blind eye to this action. In my personal opinion, a firm and strong response is unavoidable. Therefore, I will step forward to conquer Aslan and bring them back under the Empire's control." He was quite surprised by this long statement. After the initial shock, his lips moved slightly. "So be it. I accept this request. Depart immediately, and let them see with their own eyes what the great power and dignity of the Holy Kingdom is like. Furthermore, you continue to hold the title of a king but have no official territory of your own to rule, which is not reasonable at all. After you successfully conquer and pacify the Aslan Kingdom, I will officially bestow that entire land upon you as your own territory to rule." After the discussion, Alan left the hall. He turned pale and muttered, "That old fox." Deep down, Alan calculated. If this were simply a normal war, he could have just sent one of his trusted generals to oversee and handle it. But the fact that he specifically chose me personally, instead of assigning the task to Oscar or White, means he wants me to officially start stepping up to rule and manage the people as a true Saint King. Alphons held his head and sighed. "Oh no, my peaceful, leisurely life that I've always longed for is slowly slipping out of my reach." Just then, Han ran over urgently to report, "Your beloved Highness, he has arrived." Alan was surprised. "Who on earth is standing over there?" Han replied, "That is Lord Diamond, from the Aslan Kingdom." He was shocked. "What did you say?" Alphons muttered that name, Diamond? On the way into the kingdom, on the crowded road, Diamond was pouring a medicinal potion onto his wounds. He sat, leaning against a wall to rest. The foul, pungent smell was unbearable, but this thing was more effective than any miracle drug in the world. "I truly crave and desire the holy water of the Supreme Saint King so much." Diamond gritted his teeth, trying to push through. "I need to find His Highness as quickly as possible." As it happened, Alan had arrived at that location. He looked up at the two people in black cloaks in front of him. He removed his hood and asked in surprise, "Lord Diamond?" He knelt down and greeted respectfully. "I pay my respects to your Highness. I am Diamond from the Aslan Kingdom. It is a great honor to serve you. Please have the heart to forgive my rudeness and lack of decorum. But please, I beg you to have mercy and save the Aslan Kingdom, your Highness." Alan stepped forward and delivered bad news. "I truly feel very sorry, Diamond. However, your homeland must be completely destroyed to the ground." Scene shift to another side. Voices were whispering. "Do you really think the rumors out there are true?" Someone replied, "You mean about the vampires having a hand in this civil war?" The two of them argued back and forth. "This doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, Lord Diamond rising up in rebellion makes sense. but the one really pulling the strings behind the scenes being Lurton. A shout rang out. "Hey, you lot over there, stop that nonsense gossip, and go back to work. Or do you want me to end your lives right here?" The two of them hurriedly ran away. "We are extremely sorry, sir." Graham remembered what Lurton had instructed. By any means possible, obstruct and hold back the Imperial soldiers. The elite blood army will soon march to the Aslan kingdom in the near future. He gritted his teeth and thought, I know orders are orders, but thinking back, Lurton had suggested, if you achieve this great feat, you will certainly be granted supreme glory to transform into a true vampire. Can you not even wait this short moment to exchange it for an eternal, immortal life? He thought to himself. The royal Holy Kingdom possesses brave generals with the strength to fight 10,000 men alone. Then, how can I possibly have the ability to stop them on my own? Even up to this point, I still cannot know for sure if what I am doing is truly right, or not. Behind him, a subordinate reported, Lord Graham, the royal Holy Kingdom has just sent an envoy here. The envoy of the Holy Kingdom was riding a horse in front of the city gate. Graham didn't let the envoy wait long, and ordered, Quickly open the city gate for me. The heavy gate slowly creaks open. Graham rides out to meet him, shouting, Speak up. State your demands and conditions clearly. If you're even capable of it. The messenger sneers. If you're planning to surrender, then prick up your ears and listen closely. People of the Aslan Kingdom. If you still value your pathetic lives, surrender immediately. Tear down those barricades, drop your weapons, and voluntarily hand yourselves over to be taken as prisoners under our control. If you stubbornly refuse this offer, the Supreme Saint King himself will descend to deliver divine retribution upon you. Graham senses that things are spiraling out of control. The Supreme Saint King? Is that the same bastard who ruthlessly murdered the great Emperor Rahama? He growls coldly. You arrogant fools. Not even the great saint nation has the right to issue such absurd threats to an independent, sovereign state. The messenger snaps back. I didn't come here to waste time bickering with a lowlife like you. Bring your leader out here to face me at once. Graham bellows. Shut your filthy mouth. The kingdom of Aslan has fought valiantly against your kind for thousands of years. Do you have absolutely no shred of respect for your opponent? The messenger scoffs. So, I should take that as your official response. Is that right? Graham snaps. Shut up. You really think I don't know what you're plotting? The messenger says coldly. I was giving you one final chance to survive, Graham. He is stunned. How? How do you know my name? A murderous aura radiates from the messenger, darkening the very air. He prepares to remove his helmet. Now, I'll let you see the tragic outcome of your own foolish choices with your own eyes. Alphons's face is revealed, his expression stern. He continues, I absolutely did not come here to negotiate or bargain. Effective immediately, I will officially conquer and bring the entire kingdom of Aslan under my control. Graham gasps in shock. Alphons? He orders his men, what are you idiots standing around for? He may be a Supreme Saint King, but he's just one man. The entire force of soldiers charges toward Alphons. He raises his flag. Such ignorant, foolish wretches. He slams the flagpole into the ground, and waves of ice ripple outward. His skeletal knights are summoned. Alphons is not alone. He is backed by an army. Powerful undead spirits emerge, radiating a terrifying aura. Alphons declares, While I may stand here alone, one man is enough to represent an entire army. Prepare yourselves for death and total annihilation, Aslan. His army surges forward with fierce momentum. Graham rallies his men. Do not let them intimidate you. White soldiers, our primary objective in this battle is not to seek victory, but to buy as much time as we possibly can. Archers, knock your arrows. His men raise their bows, aiming at the dragons circling above. Countless arrows pierce his skeletal troops, but they instantly regenerate and rise again. Graham draws his blade. I don't care who you think you are. He charges on horseback. I am fully prepared to sacrifice my life to protect the peace of the Aslan kingdom. Alphons calmly commands, Custom, summon a fraction of your strength. The entity appears and confronts Graham, grabbing him by the throat. He declares, Sit there, be quiet, and watch as your soldiers are slaughtered right before your eyes. The dragons fly into the city, roaring with might and smashing through the inner defenses. Graham thinks to himself in horror, his actual power is even more terrifying than the rumors suggested. I have absolutely no chance of winning against him. He commands, If you're smart, you'll tell me who is pulling your strings. He remains defiant. I would rather choose death than whisper a single word to you. In our eyes, you're no better than those disgusting vampires. No, wait, you're even more cruel and oppressive than any vampire we've endured for thousands of years. You weren't satisfied with just making us a vassal state. Now you have the ambition to fully conquer and consume us. Do you expect us to just silently accept such a miserable fate? Alphons questions. You say that as if you are any different from us, don't you think? Graham replies. Fine. I admit it, you're right. We are all cut from the same cloth, and because of that, we could never coexist peacefully. I would rather sell my soul to the devil and be torn to pieces alongside you than spend one more second living under your boot. That is the supreme will of the late, great Emperor Rahama, and it is the ironclad resolve of every one of us here. Alphons is intrigued. It has been a long time since I heard that familiar name. Then, would you be willing to follow any order given by Rahama? A voice calls out from behind. Of course. You are our one and only supreme leader. He commands. Diamond, step forward. I await your command, my beloved highness. Alphons. Orders. Lead us to the resting place of the great Rahama at once. We cannot slaughter everyone here. Therefore, I plan to retrieve Rahama's remains from his tomb and resurrect him from the dead. Inside a prison, shouts ring out. Drink it! I told you to drink it! Lurton asks with gritted teeth. Why are you being so stubborn? Why won't you just listen to me? He threatens Tinia. Before her is a chalice of red blood. I am being kind enough to grant you eternal life. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you to shed that pathetic, mortal shell. She calmly retorts. Save it, Lurton. It's useless. Lurton sneers. You can resist all you want. It won't change the outcome, noble Queen Tinia. Soon, all the people of Aslan will be turned into vampires, and this land will become the sacred capital, the home of the great vampire race. And you yourself will become the legitimate wife of Duke Duran. Duran walks in and asks, Has that queen finally bowed to us yet? Lurton bows. Not yet, my lord. She remains incredibly stubborn and defiant. Duran glances at Tinia, who is in the cell, and asks, Is there a special reason why you keep stalling for time, my queen? She challenges him. You're the true mastermind behind all of this, aren't you? What do you vampires want from me, anyway? Duran laughs coldly. Because in your veins flows the great and sacred blood of Rahama, and you share a deep spiritual connection with the World Tree, the one thing our vampire race, no matter how much effort we've spent, has never been able to corrupt or rot. I simply have an intense craving to see what that great power of the World Tree looks like once it has been fully tainted and corrupted. I truly have no intention of taking your life. Believe my words. He starts to manipulate her. Think about it carefully. I get the World Tree I've always wanted, and you gain eternal life. In this way, wouldn't we both be happy? Tell me, could you find any better deal than this, my beloved queen? Tinia's hand takes the blood chalice, and without hesitation, she smashes it against the wall. She scorns, how ridiculous and absurd. That is exactly the type of thinking I expect from low-life creatures like your vampire clan. If you're so capable, just finish me off. I will never agree to work with you. Forget about your insane plans, Durant, he ordered. We will proceed with this political wedding as scheduled. Lurton asked suspiciously. What do you mean? He commanded. Hurry up. Gather and arrest every single mortal in the kingdom. Bring them to the palace immediately. We're going to slaughter them all, slit the throats of every one of them and their queen, and use their fresh blood to force her to transform, even though I've always prayed that it would never have to come to such a tragic and extreme end. Queen Tinia gritted her teeth in fury at that brutal act. Meanwhile, Alan had been led inside. The great late emperor had been solemnly laid to rest, in his final resting place right here, Demon said as they walked. Even though he wasn't exactly a wise ruler while he was alive, he was still the biological father of Queen Tinia and several members of the assassin squad. Because of that, we have been taking turns guarding and protecting his tomb carefully for a long time. He asked his subordinate, How many of our people are still alive right now? The other replied, Reporting, sir. Less than half the army remains, sir. Queen Tinia is still being held under strict guard in the palace dungeon, but for some reason, they suddenly issued a mandatory order to gather all the citizens at the palace. Demon was certain that those damn vampires were definitely plotting some incredibly cruel and evil scheme. Your Highness, he said, right behind that sealed door is the tomb of the late emperor. He stepped into the tomb. Inside, white flowers were gently blooming. Alan stared at the scene in shock. A simple wooden coffin was placed there. Garam, who had been brought in bound, shouted, Demon, you still have time to rethink this decision. Do you even realize what it is you're about to do? Demon replied, This is the only path left to save the kingdom of Aslan from total annihilation. Alphons calmly walked over to the coffin. Fresh bouquets were laid on the lid. He felt that, It seems what you're doing here isn't just simple guard duty, is it? Demon explained. The queen herself has personally tended and nurtured this garden for a long time. These flowers have never once withered, at least. Not until she was captured by traitors and thrown into the dungeon. Alphons was quite surprised. She actually went to such great lengths and put in so much heart just to honor the memory of a father who never gave her a single ounce of love while he was alive. His palm emitted magical power. Oh, you foolish and pitiful king. Even though you have passed on and returned to dust, there are still many people in this world longing for you day and night. Return to the world of the living and sincerely repent for the sins and mistakes you committed in the past. Great Emperor Rahama. A dazzling burst of energy covered the space. As petals fluttered down, the coffin lid was pushed open by a hand. A figure stepped out of the coffin. Guram was stunned. "Greetings, your majesty." Alan stepped back, clearing the way for Rahama to come out. His face revealed white bone, and his dark eye sockets flashed with a red light. Guram hurriedly rushed over. "Please, order my release, my beloved majesty." He knelt down. "Guram prays to serve you with all his heart. I beg you, have mercy, and save our kingdom of Aslan." Rahama looked around the place. His voice carried a chill. "My poor little daughter is crying out in agony. She has persisted in coming to my tomb, every day, offering the freshest flowers with her earnest prayers and desperate suffering. Although I have no idea who this god she is praying to really is when people lie down and face death, I cannot take anything with me to the other side. So why, when I was alive, did I have to be so insanely stubborn, greedy, and exhaust myself just to seize so many things? I sincerely thank you, O loyal follower of the great god Gaia. I completely accept you as my supreme lord from this moment on. Now, lead me to my beloved daughter immediately." Outside, murmurs broke out. Why were we all suddenly forced to gather here like this? Has anyone heard any specific or accurate information yet? Someone exclaimed, "White it! Look, everyone." Seeing Tinia being dragged out in chains, they were outraged. "Isn't that our noble queen? Who could be so heartless to do this? Who would dare to be so bold and cruel to our respected queen? How could this be happening? Queen Tinia." Beside her was Durant and that traitor. He spoke up. "Everyone shut your mouths, you animals! You pathetic beasts are always so insolent and rude." Lurton commanded. "Bring the guillotine out here for me." The guillotine was brought up. He announced, "The grand political wedding ceremony between the great Duke Durant and Tinia will be officially held right here, right now. From this moment on, Tinia will be reborn to become a true vampire, and I will officially ascend the throne to become the new supreme king of this Aslan kingdom." Meanwhile, Tinia was struggling to break free from her bonds. She was pushed forward, her head pressed into the machine. The gleaming blade awaited the order. Lurton laughed coldly. "You brought this upon yourself," the citizens shouted in anger. "Lurton, you damn traitor!" Durant shouted in rage. "Shut up, you animals." From the back, a subordinate reported, "Sir, we have just received word that the Holy King of the Empire has crossed the border." Thinking of his massive army, he was very confident. "That doesn't matter. The Blood Army will be here soon. Once the Vampire King is here, we won't have anything to fear. Still, they are later than I thought." The other reported, "Yes, I also find that strange. That's why I sent a few scouts to investigate, but they didn't see any army near the border at all." Durant was startled. What? As far as he knew, Quarum was always a cautious vampire, so he found it strange that he would reveal his plans so straightforwardly. But what reason would he have to deceive him? No, groundless suspicion wouldn't help anyone right now. Durant hurriedly ordered, "Hurry up and finish off the queen. If we waste any more time, things might get complicated," Lurton declared. "Attention everyone. The wedding between Duke Durant and Queen Tinia will officially begin now. The sacrifice for today's ceremony is everyone present here. With this marriage vow, I declare the kingdom of Aslan from now on shall be an official ally of the vampire clan, and I, Lord Lurton, shall be the official ruler of a surge of power shot toward him." Lurton's throat took the hit of a punch. The blast of energy shattered the place. Lurton's body spurted blood. Durant was on alert. "Who's there?" Rahama's cold voice rang out. "Wrong question." He stepped forward. "The important thing, more than who I am, is why I am appearing here." "That's right." He stood behind Tinia and introduced himself. Rahama made this declaration. "I will take the heads of everyone who had the heart to betray Aslan, including those stinking corpses over there," she asked skeptically. "Rahama? Father?" Durant couldn't believe it, but clearly, Rahama was supposed to be dead. He didn't look like he had been turned into a vampire either. In his heart, he thought, Rahama was a devout follower of Judai. Why would he be emitting such holy energy? Did the Holy King send him to lead the vanguard from the border? This is a truth that even we vampires know very well. Even if the Holy Empire possesses many genius warriors, no one has ever been able to defeat Rahama, and now he is even stronger than when he was alive. Magic power and holy power are coexisting inside his body. He has even transcended death, his only weakness, at least. I don't sense the presence of the Holy King nearby. I have to seize the chance to finish him off quickly. Rahama spoke. It has been too long, my daughter. Return to your master's side and do everything you can, she called out softly. Father, he urged, hurry up, all the citizens of Aslan are looking at you. Think of them. Before he could react, Durant lunged forward. You talk too much for a corpse, you pathetic emperor. Rahama raised his sword to block the attack. The shockwave from their clash rippled outward. Tinia mounted the bone dragon and flew away. Father, please take care. I will return with the Holy King. She shot off toward the blue moon. The scene shifted to the Aslan city walls. One soldier asked, What do we do now? The other replied, Let's just sit here and wait. The Blood Army has reached wait, a voice echoed. Don't be ridiculous. They're already discussing it. The Holy King is leading his troops here to find us. Wouldn't it be better to abandon the outer wall and concentrate our defense inside the fortress? Perhaps we should prepare a negotiation plan with, That's the Holy Kingdom's army. Someone pointed into the distance. And this time, they've actually brought a massive army with them. An army is approaching. The Holy King himself is leading them. They clearly saw the person in the lead. Marchioness, Charlotte Harris, and Sir Diamond are with them too. Someone asked suspiciously, My lord, what are your orders? What was that? Give us an order, my lord. Someone on the wall shouted, We have nothing left to lose. We will overwhelm them with our numbers. Overwhelm the soldiers on the wall began to draw their bows and ready their weapons. Alphons calmly summoned Nasus. Kaysen, prepare for a support attack. Both of them charged forward together as the vanguard. Notification displayed. Divine aura activated, temporarily enhancing all equipment and weapons. A compact cannon appeared on his arm. Notification displayed. Enhanced cannon adjusted to suit user's characteristics. A fireball was launched directly toward the wall. A powerful explosion occurred. Someone on the wall was astonished. Is this an earthquake? No. This is the power of the Great Holy Kingdom's soldiers. A hole appeared in the wall. The cavalry charged in with a thundering roar. Someone scrambled to claim the credit. Duran's head will definitely belong to me. The bone dragon carried Tinia across the sky. She looked down in astonishment, for Tinia saw him, the Holy King Alphons, charging forward on horseback. She requested, Bone dragon, bring me down there. A shout echoed from below, calling out, Alphons, your highness. He raised his hand to signal his subordinates, and everyone stopped. The bone dragon landed gently on the ground. Tinia stepped forward and asked suspiciously, Are you truly the Holy King, Alphons? He replied politely, It has been too long, hasn't it? Tinia Diamond approached anxiously. Your Majesty, are you hurt anywhere? Tinia reassured her. I'm fine. He quickly asked, Tinia, how is the situation now? Did you see Rahama? She confirmed, Yes, he was the one who saved me. Tinia bowed her head to apologize. Your Highness, the people of Aslan and my retainers are innocent. All of this happened because of my negligence. I will take full responsibility. Please show mercy. He replied, This matter is now beyond your control. I have come here to destroy this kingdom of Aslan. Alphons comforted her. Don't worry too much, Tinia. I can guarantee that your people will be safe. Tinia was stunned. Your Highness? He reached out his hand toward her. First, we must get rid of these vampires. Tinia nodded slightly in response. He ordered, I will head straight to the royal palace. While you move to the world tree, Tinia. Diamond decided, we will go along to protect the queen. Alan agreed immediately. All right, let's do that. He spurred his horse and left. I will meet you all later. On Duran's side, he was speaking in astonishment. Truly impressive, Rahama. Even among the vampires, there are few who can compare to you. Bloodlust emanated from him. You are truly worthy of the title of a king. To be able to evacuate the queen and her subjects while simultaneously fighting me, now I understand why the vampire king gave me such a serious warning about you. In that case, I should probably show some politeness and return the gesture. Lurton scrambled up from the rubble, angrily questioning, who is so daring? Lurton's entire body was gripped by a surge of power. His throat was constricted. Lurton gasped, Master. He was being strangled by Duran himself. He couldn't believe it. "Why would you treat me like this?" he retorted. "Have you already forgotten our contract, Lurton? In exchange for me granting you eternal life, you swore to become a source of power to serve me, didn't you?" Duran slowly drained all the strength from Lurton. The bloodlust from the soldiers was also absorbed back by him. The bloodlust around Duran's body exploded with heat. He spoke. "For someone of your lowly stature, you didn't fight too badly." Duran's hand released the withered corpse. "Those who are dead are best off behaving like proper corpses." He lunged at his opponent. "Go to hell, Rahama." Their weapons clashed. Rahama continuously shifted backward as a slash grazed his face. Rahama calmly said, "I admit, you are very strong, Duran. Dealing with him now. What is this?" Rahama's finger rose. "But no matter what kind of twisted dark magic you are using, it becomes completely meaningless in the presence of my master." Duran was confused. He didn't realize a stream of energy was gathering behind his back. "You seem to have lost your mind and become senile after your death, Rahama. We are in the middle of a tense battle, yet you dare to stop and talk nonsense?" Before he could finish, a stream of blue fire blasted forward, blowing Duran's upper body away. His body was thrown far back. Duran struggled to crawl on the ground, cursing. "Damn it! Did you have troops lying in ambush beforehand, Rahama?" A cold voice echoed. "Welcome." The hooves of Alan Alphons's horse stopped in front of him. "Master!" He dismounted majestically. His feet hit the ground. Alan Alphons stepped forward and questioned. "You are the one who manipulated and pulled the strings of the kingdom of Aslan, aren't you?" Inside, Duran's resolve began to crumble. The Holy King had now officially set foot here. His lower body began to heal, but he worried inwardly. Could it be that the Blood Army is really not coming here? Alan was surprised. To be able to regenerate your body so quickly, even after half of your torso is blown away, you must at least be someone with the rank of a duke. Let me see if you still have the ability to regenerate after I take your head. Duran's eyes flashed with a dangerous red light. "You arrogant monster." He stomped hard on the ground. "Fine. If that's how it is, I will let you see with your own eyes." Wings grew from Duran's back. He declared, "What the true power of a high-level vampire is. I absolutely don't need the help of a blood army at all. You mortal humans were born without the capacity to defeat us." Duran's body transformed into a monster with a lion's head. His physique was a strange combination. A lion's head, the muscular body of a human, the lower body of a horse, and wings growing from his back. In his hand, he gripped a bloodsword tightly. Duran slashed out a sharp blade of energy. Alan Alphons calmly looked up at his opponent, breath coming from his mouth like cold mist. "I will show you a type of supreme power that a low-class monster like you will never be able to touch." Duran confidently lunged forward. "On my own, I have more than enough power to deal with your kind." Alan Alphons aimed his cannon at his opponent. Fireballs were launched. He didn't waver. "Your pathetic little weapon," Duran swung his sword at the fireballs, "is completely useless." Behind Alan Alphons, devices connecting to the fire cannon sprouted. He thought to himself, "Who told you that was everything?" Countless bullets fired from there toward his opponent. Duran was stunned, realizing, is he intentionally trying to keep me from getting close? The cannon on his arm was charging. Looking at his arm being hit, Duran calculated, I clearly don't have a chance of winning if I attack head-on. If that's the case, I'll use this pool of blood to hide. His body transformed into a pool of crimson blood. He suddenly thrust a blood hand out and unexpectedly struck from his blind spot. As streams of red blood coiled around Alan Alphons's lower body, he arrogantly said, "Let me see how long you can hold on, you monster." Duran swung his hand, throwing him backward. The things that fired the cannon shells were destroyed. Alan Alphons immediately summoned his sword. He charged steadily to attack his opponent. Strikes rained down one after another, forcing Duran to retreat continuously. The sound of blades clashing echoed with a piercing, deafening noise. Duran was shocked, thinking, isn't his energy supposed to be summoning? What the hell is happening with this power and technique? He activated his ability. The energy of custom had been transferred to the user, Alan Alphons Oford. Taking advantage of an opening, Alan Alphons landed a hit. Duran could only curse. Damn it, that bastard. A pool of blood appeared under his feet. He declared, I will drown this entire area in a sea of blood to see if you can withstand this attack. Alan Alphons immediately slammed his hand onto the ground, creating a wave of water. The water rushed toward the pool of blood that Duran had created. The two opposing forces continued to collide in midair. Duran declared, Rise up, my clones. The clones crawled up from the sea of blood to block in front of him 3 clones, covering him like a wall with no gaps. Duran confidently said, No matter how much you struggle, in the end, you are only a mortal human. You can never cross the limits of your race. Alphons pulled out a staff and a magic book, shouting, "Shut your mouth! As for me, I don't need to personally cross the limits of my race." Damn it, what are they doing? Ancient incantations began spreading toward Rahama, connecting through Alphons's men. Rahama's crimson eyes suddenly flashed with a golden light. The warriors he summoned were present and stood their ground against the enemy. Alphons declared, "Wipe them all out for me." All three lunged into the battle against Duran's clones. Intense attacks and explosions erupted everywhere. The shockwaves were so strong that Charlotte Harris had to cross her arms to block them. Alan calmly raised his cannons, unleashing a powerful blast. A glowing red spear pierced through the smoke and dust. Durant swung his sword, charging at Alphons. Alan's eyes flashed with light, using holy aura to further boost the power of his enchanted cannons. The artillery fire instantly tore through Duran's body, leaving a large, round hole in his chest. Duran collapsed, gasping, This cannot be happening. It is absolutely impossible. I need more blood." He realized the pool of blood was drying up. Just then, thick tree branches surged forward, their tangled vines lifting Duran's body up. Alphons realized, it must be her. She has finally arrived at the heart of the world tree. Duran's whole body was trembling. That pathetic, damnable dark elf is deliberately getting in my way. His wings spread wide. He intended to go down fighting with Alphons. "Even if I have to die here, I will make sure to drag you to the grave with me." The core in Duran's chest was glowing. Alan had spotted it. Mana was concentrating and compressing right at his heart. Was he planning to self-destruct and take everyone down with him? With the support of his summons, Alan was extremely confident. No matter what plans you've come up with, they are completely meaningless if you can't even touch me." Intersecting slashes sliced Duran's body apart, and his upper torso fell to the ground with a thunderous crash. Alphons touched Duran's head. "Always remember this, even in death, Duran." He lifted the man up and declared, "Always remember that you had to die, at the hands of a mere human." A blinding surge of energy was concentrated by Alan. Duran begged, "All right, I accept my fate. So please, take me somewhere else. I cannot stand the sunlight at all." Alan replied, "Low-level vampires might be able to walk freely in the sunlight, but a high-ranking noble like you can't even handle it? It seems you are the one who couldn't overcome the limits of your own race. Isn't that right? And who do you think you're calling a monster? Clearly, you are the true monster here."